This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. 2538th planet has no proper name. Not only it, but the planets ranked after 2000 basically have no names. This is a famous garbage planet. The people who live here have the same characteristics of being poor, useless, and incompetent. But today, a flying vehicle with a novel style, beautiful colors, and clean as if it is spotless appeared here. This thing that doesn't belong here at first glance attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. However, the car stopped, but the door never opened, and the people in the car naturally didn't get out. What's going on? What else can it be? The feet of big people are precious. How can they get dirty in our mud? The person who spoke was sarcastic, but also with imperceptible envy. After all, if you can live like that, who would want to stay in this dusty, dry, resource-deficient place? The aircraft park there is not only beautiful, but also fully functional. No matter how curious the people outside are, they can never see inside through the large glass windows. However, the people sitting inside can easily capture the envy of those people. It's a garbage planet after all. Look at these ignorant people, their eyes are shining. The man in the driver's seat said, and then looked at the time. What's going on? Why haven't they arrived yet? There are still a few minutes. Another person spoke. As soon as this was said, the previous person stopped talking. They were supposed to arrive half an hour later, but he was itching to show off his skills on the way here, so he arrived a little earlier. But even so, how can a small player who has just awakened his talent be so famous? He said dissatisfiedly. If he knew they were coming to pick him up, shouldn't he have waited here an hour in advance? How could he know that they were showing off now? Brother Bai, do you think I look good in this outfit today? Will it be rude to meet the people of Tianlang? He said the nice words in a weird way, and his expression was even more domineering. And next to him, there was a man who had also changed into the best clothes. At this moment, he was looking at him affectionately, and occasionally his eyes swept across Baijian opposite, and he became very indifferent and disgusted. But if you look closely, it is not difficult to detect a bit of pity. Wei Ichi was indeed feeling pity. There was no other reason, just because Baijian looked really good. Not to mention on a garbage planet like theirs, even on the top few planets, there are probably not many people with such looks. But unfortunately, he is a waste that cannot awaken. Although the boy next to him looks a little worse, he is not ugly, and the key is that he has awakened his healing talent. Look, the Sirius Guild has already called to reserve him, and has offered very good conditions. The key is that he can take someone with him. So he broke up with me. The original Baijian without thinking, and just got together with that Baizihan? The newly transmigrated Baijian asked in his mind. That's right. The AI spoke calmly, and explained the whole story in a straightforward manner. Baijian silently calculated. Isn't this just a company competing for talent, which means that they can arrange for a girlfriend or boyfriend as well? It's just that the people they brought were all their own, while the one in front of him brought someone else's. These two scumbags and cheap guys. They are a perfect match, and now, this perfect match is still disgusting. Brother Bai, you are always so powerful. I wonder which guild has chosen you this time. It must be a big guild on the top few planets. Unlike me, I can only join a small guild like Sirius. Although he said so, the expression on his face was superior. Although it is not a big guild, Sirius is very famous on planets ranked after 2000. Its headquarters is on the 2001 planet, which is called Sirius. Obviously, the largest guild there is the Sirius Guild. These AIs have just been told to Baijian. The reason for saying all this is naturally to prevent Baijian from being completely clueless when dealing with this pair of bastards. There is no more to say, such as why it is a guild instead of a company, and what is talent, shouldn't it be grades? Artificial intelligence talks more about the things between the three people. For example, how generous Baijian was to the scumbag in the past, and how kind he was to the follower bitch. He also emphasized that many of the scumbag's equipment were given by the original owner. Baijian didn't understand why clothes were not called clothes but equipment, but he understood that the jade pendant on the scumbag, which looked like it had excellent water head, was given by the original owner. His eyes couldn't help but fall on it. Baizihan thought he was looking at Wei Ichio, so he leaned over without thinking, and his voice became even more delicate and artificial. Brother Bai, I know you still have Brother Ichio in your heart, but feelings can't be forced. He only likes me now. Oh! Baijian was speechless. Does he like you or can you take him to Sirius? Don't you know it yourself? Over the years, the Wei man has been clinging to the original owner, and everyone thinks they will be together. And indeed, the two were together a few days ago, But when the original owner awakened his talent that day, he failed. So this man immediately changed his true love. And he only likes you? Bai Jian was speechless, but his eyes on the jade pendant were misunderstood by Bai Zihan. The other party immediately said, Brother Bai, it's not good for you to stare at other people's boyfriends like this. No. Bai Jian's tone was flat, and for a moment, it seemed as if people were hallucinating an artificial intelligence without any emotional fluctuations. He just said, I just think that since we broke up, it's not good to still shamelessly wear the gift from my ex-boyfriend. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Bai Zihan as if he was condescending. Do you think he still has feelings for me? Bai Zihan immediately looked at Wei Ichiu in response. The three of them basically grew up together, and have known each other for many years. Bai Zihan was very clear about the affairs between Bai Jian and Wei Ichiu. Of course, he knew more clearly why Wei Ichiu was with him. Not to mention Wei Ichiu's attitude towards Bai Jian over the years. He saw it from beginning to end. Now when he heard that he still had feelings for me, he immediately believed most of it. Brother Ijiao, why are you still carrying that jade pendant? He said faintly. Wei Ijiao's face turned black. Why did he carry it? Of course, it was because the jade pendant had good properties. Besides, if it was given to him for free, he would never give it back. But now that it has been brought up, he certainly can't keep it. I forgot it. While coaxing Bai Zihan, he took off the jade pendant and threw it to Bai Jian without saying a word. But he felt sorry for the equipment and couldn't help but mocking. It's just a jade pendant. It's hard for you to remember it. Ha! Growing up like this, Bai Jian has never been a person who would suffer a loss. How could he bear this? He just glanced at her without even looking at her. He held the jade pendant in his hand and said, I wanted to forget it, but I couldn't stand someone wearing it and waving it in front of me. Also, I'd rather throw my things away than let a dog wear them. Sorry, I insulted the dog. You, how can you say that to Brother Ijiao? Is my mouth on your body? Bai Jian asked him. Bai Zihan was interrupted and was stunned for a moment. Of course not. Before he understood what this meant, he heard Bai Jian spit out bad words. What does that have to do with you? Since then, the duo who came to show off have all become ashamed. Bai Zihan was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He came to show off, to tell Bai Jian that his boyfriend had fallen in love with someone else, and that he was his now. He wanted to see Bai Jian's defense break, and it would be best if he tried to win back in an unseemly way, and was rejected. How could he not be sad? Brother Ijiao had left him. How could he not be sad? However, Bai Jian didn't know whether the original owner was sad or not, but he really wasn't sad. After all, he wasn't his boyfriend. Even if he was, such a scumbag would have to have a good meal to celebrate after breaking up. So who would be sad? He was too lazy to care about these two people anymore, and was ready to turn around and go back to the house to do business. However, before leaving, he didn't forget to make a warning. The time you agreed on has come. The people of Tianlang may have arrived a long time ago, and they are not happy that you are late. After saying that, he went straight into the house without caring about the other party's reaction. The artificial intelligence came out at the right time. Excuse me, do you want to receive the original owner's memory? Warm reminder. It's best not to move around during the memory reception. Keep the brain stable. It takes about half an hour. Please arrange it in advance. There's no rush for this. Don't you have to explain to me first? What is going on? Bai Jian said. He had just finished a small account mission for a friend of his who was a nurse. Because a scumbag saw that he was a female character and said something dirty, Bai Jian was ready to switch back to the main character to kill him so that he would not dare to say anything dirty again. However, before the character was logged out, a white light flashed, just like the situation just now. The artificial intelligence had only briefly explained that he had exchanged with the original owner, but it did not mention how and why. When he asked this question, the artificial intelligence explained, you will understand it naturally when you receive the original owner's memory. Bai Jian was unmoved. Explain. Then the AI said, you and the original owner are in different time and space, and he has always hoped to live a life where he can get clothes, water, and food without fighting. And you have ever thought about how good it would be if life was as convenient as a game. Clothes could be changed with one click, and blood tonic pills could be taken when you are sick. Therefore, the two of you can perfectly achieve the life you dream of by exchanging your positions. Bai Jian, Bai Jian couldn't help but sneered. I also thought about winning 50 million. Artificial intelligence. No one among your different time and space isotopes has won 50 million. So there is no exchange. Huh? That's too much. Chapter 2. It is not clear whether the AI does not have as many complicated thoughts as humans, or whether he does not care whether Baijian can break through the defense or not. After briefly explaining the reason for the exchange between the two, he immediately said, "Please lie flat on the bed, keep quiet, and do not move. Send me back." Its words were interrupted by Baijian again. The AI asked in confusion, "Didn't you accept it?" Baijian, "When did I say I accepted it? Just now outside, you handled it perfectly." Originally, Wei Ichia and the other two who came to show off did not achieve their goal at all, but became unhappy. To be more precise, very unhappy. "What does that have to do with me?" Baijian raised his eyebrows. "They danced in front of me, do I have to indulge them?" He didn't care whether the bitch was happy or not, as long as he was happy. Don't say that the situation was like that when they came here, the previous situation was obvious. Even if there was no such situation, he couldn't stand it if someone ran to him and said something weird. To put it bluntly, it was because they saw that the scumbag's mouth was out of control, not because they accepted the original owner's identity and wanted to live here in his place, so they started to deal with historical issues. The artificial intelligence was silent for a full minute. "Send me back," Baijian reminded again. The artificial intelligence said, "According to calculations, this is the perfect way to achieve your wishes. But casually, I also mentioned that I like cannons. But can I really buy one to put at home?" Baijian still said the same 4 words, "Send me back." "Impossible." The artificial intelligence denied it very quickly. "The exchange has been completed. Although you are in the same position, you will not awaken the same talent as each other, so there is no possibility of exchanging again. So it's actually the original owner's talent." Baijian got the point. He insisted on going back. He really wanted to go back, but he also knew that there was little hope. He said this just to prove the wrong operation of artificial intelligence and get some compensation. But now, he was told that it was not the artificial intelligence system that caused all this, but the original owner's talent? Damn! He found the wrong person to defend his rights. How can we talk about it? It doesn't matter what he thinks in his heart. Baijian is still very stable on the surface. It is absolutely impossible for Baijian to do it without explaining it clearly. Although he thinks that he will understand these naturally after receiving the memory, he can only spend some effort to explain things clearly in the current situation. They are completely different from the place where Baijian stayed before. There are many planets, but more importantly, the resources. The Earth is rich in resources, but here there are nothing. Take the planet where the original owner lived, for example. Not only can't you see mountains and rivers, green trees, but even the wild grass that should have grown wildly is gone. There is nothing but soil and stones everywhere. The air is ridiculously dry. Isn't it dry in a heated room in the north in winter? But compared to here, it's too moist. Baijian dares to guarantee that if his body is not from the original owner, in this environment, he definitely can't stand even half an hour. But before, he only thought it was because the original owner lived in a bad place. But now, he knows that they are all the same. The reason why those planets that are ranked high are full of birdsong and flowers is that the people in them have obtained resources from the game. Yes, the game. Everyone in the StarCraft can play games, and you can play some small games from the age of 6. The types are probably similar to some of the 3-match games in Baijian's previous world, such as Bubble Dragon and Vegetable Planting. The rewards are not much, and you can only ensure that you don't die of thirst or hunger. When you grow up, you can play more games. After you are 18 years old, you can enter the biggest game, God Realm. The guild is the name of the organization in it. Baijian had expected it when he heard about the game, and now he can completely understand why it is the guild instead of the company that makes the offer, and why the artificial intelligence used to call clothes and jade pendants equipment. The so-called talent is an ability that some people in the StarCraft will awaken when they enter God Realm for the first time after they become adults. It's a bit like the career categories in the games Baijian played before. The difference is that the previous game careers were self-selected, but here it depends on fate. In the past, one person had one career, but now not everyone can awaken their talents. Just like the original owner, he was considered to have no awakened talent. The Baizihan who was driven away by Baijian before awakened the healing talent. You mean he can add blood to people when he grows up? The artificial intelligence affirmed his idea and said, it can be used in the real world. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as enough blood is restored, it can be healed instantly. Baijian covered his face. Finally, he understood where the problem was. At first, he saw that the blood recovery in the game was so fast. Once he sprained his ankle, and it was inconvenient to do anything and it hurt. He complained to others. If it was in the game, the little blood loss would not need a nurse, and a big red medicine would be enough to fix it. Who would have thought that he could actually run in a world similar to the game later? If he had known earlier, he would have kept his mouth shut and never said anything nonsense. Back to the present. Players who have awakened talents have different starting points from those without talents, and the subsequent resources are naturally different. And talents are roughly divided into 3 types: attack, auxiliary, and treatment. Among them, attack is the most, auxiliary is the second, and treatment is the least. Therefore, when Tianlang heard that Bai Zihan had a healing talent, he took the initiative to extend an olive branch to settle on him, and even sent someone to pick him up. Bai Yijian also understood the original owner's so-called lack of talent. Because most people awaken their talents on their 18th birthday, but the original owner is different. The talent may be too complicated, so it awakens slowly. Therefore, after Bai Zihan, who is a few days younger than him, awakened, he awakened successfully. As for what the talent skills are, there is no need to say more. Looking at Bai Yijian's current situation, you can probably guess it. Bai Yijian, now I am him. Skills are bound by souls. Even if you are so-called isotopes, your souls are different individuals. The AI said before he finished. After a pause, he deliberately added, and skills are not omnipotent. He has exchanged with you once, and it is basically impossible to exchange again. In other words, it is impossible to go back. Bai Yijian sighed. Who hasn't thought about traveling through time? But if you really travel through time, you will be silent. It has never been his nature to blame others for what happened. He knew that things had come to this point, and could not be reversed. Bai Yijian went to bed without saying anything. The AI thought he was going to receive memories, but heard him ask, "Your intelligence level should be far beyond our time and space. Invading the computer over there should be a piece of cake, right?" The AI said, "I won't do such a thing." "Then you can do it now. I authorize you to delete the search history in my mobile phone and computer, as well as the study materials in the F drive. They cannot be retrieved." AI, Bai Yijian, with authorization, it is not considered unauthorized intrusion. No matter what, those things cannot be kept. Only when you really encounter it, you will understand what it means to delete the search history before death. AI reminded him, he will also receive your memory. The implication is that he knows what is in it. Bai Yijian certainly knows this, but knowing is knowing, but he must not see it. I understand. AI said, you are trying to cover your ears and steal the bell. Go quickly, I am still waiting to receive the memory. Bai Yijian urged. AI actually didn't want to do this job, but the man in front of him looked difficult to deal with. If he doesn't do it, it's hard to say when the memory transfer will be delayed. Besides, what Bai Yijian said was right. He had authorization, so his behavior was legitimate. Not to mention that in his opinion, those things were nothing at all, and there was no difference between deleting and not deleting. Seeing that Bai Yijian had already laid down, and looked like he would receive the memory immediately after deleting the record, he finally compromised and agreed to delete these things. But he was still unhappy, so he asked one more question. Don't you want to delete this memory as well? Did the original owner ask to delete some of his memories, so that I can't see them? Bai Yijian asked back. The artificial intelligence gritted its teeth. No. Except you, other people don't have so many things to do, but Bai Yijian said, that's it, since he is so open, why should I hide it? This is of course a lie, in fact, he has already tested the bottom line of this artificial intelligence. It's okay to delete the records, but if he said to delete the memory, the other party would never agree. That being the case, it's better to say something nice. Sure enough, after hearing this, the artificial intelligence didn't say anything more and went to delete the records. And when he came back after deleting, Bai Yijian didn't make trouble, and simply agreed to receive the memory. The artificial intelligence didn't think about it, and immediately started the transmission. The memory is being transmitted, please don't move around, so as not to cause poor reception or damage the brain. The half an hour mentioned by the artificial intelligence before was just an estimate, and the actual time varies from person to person. Bai Yijian's brain has a very fast network speed, and in the end, it didn't even take half of the time, and it took only 10 minutes to receive all the memories. Memory transfer completed. Please check for yourself. After this voice, the AI did not make any more sounds. About 3 minutes passed. Another gentle female voice sounded, ding. AI number 2347510 has been turned on. Detecting the surrounding environment. The environment is safe. Detecting the player status. Time 10:38 a.m. Location on the bed. The new female voice said in a coaxing tone, according to the settings, you have to get up at 8 a.m. every day, the child is not obedient. Bai Yijian, Okay. The AI has gone offline. The artificial idiot is online. Chapter 3. Baijian had a premonition before, so he didn't find it strange that this kind of thing really happened. After all, the artificial intelligence didn't seem to have been following the original owner all the time, because the voice was too calm, and the narration was very objective. Although it was to the point, it also looked like an outsider. If the system had been following the original owner all the time, it couldn't be without any feelings after all these years. It's impossible to say that artificial intelligence is emotionless. He refused to accept the memory several times, and the other party was obviously a little impatient. The mood of being in a hurry to get off work was too strong. Anyway, he understood it. So there is only one possibility, that is, this guy is just here to deal with the interpenetration. Now that he has accepted the memory, the matter has been settled, so he will naturally withdraw. But maybe he was not very happy, so before leaving, he initialized the original owner's original intelligence service. The initial default is all child mode, the kind suitable for 6-year-old children. Fortunately, after receiving the original owner's memory, Baijian was very clear about how to call up the smart panel and how to set the mode. Without saying anything, he changed the mode directly and changed some default functions according to his own habits. After changing the settings of one child at a time, he began to integrate the original owner's memory. First, it is a clearer understanding of the mode of this world. For example, why is the original owner's house so empty, with almost nothing except the bed and the table? Part of it is because he is really poor, and the other part is because of the game backpack. Everything produced in the game can be put in the backpack. To put it bluntly, if you want to carry a bed with you, then the bed can also be put in. What Baijian had thought of doing before, which was to take a big red pill to fix the injury, was no longer a dream here. At the same time, he didn't have to wash his clothes himself. They were all equipment, and when the repairman repaired them, he would treat the dirt as damage and repair them all. As for the cleaning that everyone usually disliked, there was no need to worry about it here. With the game coins, you don't have to do it yourself. The functions can cover almost every aspect. Even abandoned orphans will be helped by the game when they are young, and once they are 6 years old, they can enter the game and be self-reliant. Baijian opened his attribute panel. His current body is the original owner's, and he looks like him, and he is about the same fat and thin. He even suspected that the difference on the scale might be within 10G. But there are still differences. The original owner's body is stronger than his, which is caused by the living environment for many years. And his strength is much greater than his. Baijian himself also works out, and his strength is not small. He can lift anything within 100 kilograms. But the original owner was very strong. He could carry 3 200-gene strong men and move very fast. His eyes swept over the strength on the panel. Wow, it was a full 100 points. Health, 98/100. Mana, 10 out of 10. Strength, 100/100. Spell strength, 10/10. Defense, 10 out of 10. The front is the current status, and the back is the full value. With the memory of the original owner, Baijian knew clearly that before entering the God Realm, all minor spell strength and mana were 10 points, which was the initial state. The remaining defense depends on personal physique, but the difference is not big, and rarely exceeds 15 points. The same is true for health points, most of which are over 90, and occasionally there are a few full values. As for strength, it varies. For example, the previous scumbag and scumbag combination, the two of them added up to less than 80 points, not even as high as the original owner alone. Therefore, when the three of them formed a team before, the original owner contributed the most. Of course, now it seems that the scumbag Wei Jiao may not have taken a fancy to the original owner's panel value, so he tried every means to chase her. He had expressed his desire not to separate earlier. After hinting that the original owner had awakened a good talent, even if he had to change planets, he still took him with him, which can be said to be fully prepared. It's a pity that the original owner didn't awaken his talent later, but Bai Zihan awakened a rare healing talent. Therefore, he quickly fell in love with someone else and fell in love with the other party. Even before leaving, he cooperated to come together to ridicule the original owner. Of course, the fact is that they didn't get any good. When walking to the gathering place, the two were in a bad mood. Of course, they really didn't worry about making Tianlong's people wait for such a thing. Even Baijian, who spoke just to discuss people, didn't think such a thing would really happen. After all, although it was a rare healing talent, Tianlong's people came to pick him up personally to give him face, but they would definitely not arrive early, and it would not even be possible to arrive on time. It would take at least half an hour. So it was not late at all. What annoyed the two of them the most was Baijian's attitude. Bai Zihan naturally didn't need to say much. he didn't get any advantage from Baijin. The same was true for Wei Yiju. Not to mention the advantage, he even paid a jade pendant. He came today with some other thoughts. It's nothing, Baijin is too good looking and has good attributes, so he is a little worse in comparison. So although the relationship between the two has always been good, he feels that he has been carefully maintaining it. He thinks that he is inferior to Baijin and is trying to please him, hoping to rely on him to get out of this garbage planet. Now that the identities have been reversed, he wants to see Baijin in disbelief, sad, unwilling, reluctant to part with him, and regret not treating him better before. Of course, if there is a chance, he can also try to let the other party secretly be with him. After all, the latter has not awakened his talent, and he doesn't know what to do in the future. He followed by Zihan to Sirius, and it is obvious that he will live a good life in the future. Maybe he can just take out some worthless resources to make Baijin, who has a hard life, bow his head. After all, apart from anything else, Baijin is really good looking. But what about now? Baijin seemed as if nothing had happened, his expression was calm, and he looked at him as if he was looking at garbage. How could he bear this, feeling sorry for the equipment, angry that things didn't go as he had imagined? Weiichi's face was almost as black as charcoal. But now, he still had to win over by Zihan, so he took a deep breath and suppressed those emotions. Just as he was about to say something, he looked up and saw the Tianlang aircraft coming to pick people up. What? How is this possible? He called out the panel in disbelief to check the time, and almost thought that they had walked for half an hour for such a short distance. Bai Zihan, who was walking beside him, was still walking with his head down, but he also raised his head. Then, his face turned pale. Although he has a healing talent, which is relatively rare, this thing is not unique after all. Less healing is just a smaller proportion in comparison, not like the panda. And healing is different from healing. Although he has a healing talent, he is just an ordinary healing, and he doesn't even have the initial skills. In this situation, how dared he let the people of Tianlang wait before he even enters the guild? Bai Zihan ran over there without even thinking about it. Weiichi followed him naturally. When he got there, he didn't dare to think about the unhappiness just now, and hurriedly forced a smile to apologize. Baijin naturally didn't know about all this. At that time, he was still arguing with the artificial intelligence about deleting chat records. As for now, he is carefully studying his personal panel. In addition to those values, there are also some games that he has played before. This is really a game for everyone, even children are no exception. The original owner was an orphan, single, and started to earn money to support himself at the age of 6. These are all games suitable for minors. When you start playing at the age of 14, you can play some more exciting games. Games played after the age of 16 are more open. The original owner's game ID is very coincidental, similar to the one Baijin often uses. His name is Abai. Why did Bai Zihan call him Brother Abai before? It turns out it's because of the game ID. After simply understanding all this, Baijin prepared to enter the God Realm. According to the previous artificial intelligence, even though he is a homologue, he can't awaken the talent of the original owner. In other words, even though he is not a native interstellar person, he can also awaken the talent. Since the talent follows the soul, then this body has a new soul, so the talent must also be changed. The premise is that he is not a talentless person. After Baijin figured it out, he found the entrance to the game, and clicked to enter directly. The God Realm can no longer be considered a large-scale holographic game, but another world. Of course, it is not only the consciousness that enters, but also the body. Everyone who enters the game for the first time will see an awakening button. The original owner has already pressed it, but now the button is still lit. It means that Baijin's guess is correct, and he can also try to awaken. He pressed it. According to the original owner's memory, generally speaking, there will be a clear difference between successful and failed awakening. This is something that can be strongly felt by oneself. The game panel will also change. The original owner's awakening time was too long, so if there is a special situation, generally the result can be obtained at that time. Sure enough, Baijin first felt that his body became lighter. The light shining on his body is very comfortable. The game panel began to jump. It is detected that the player's soul is special, and does not exist in this galaxy. Because the player has never played any game in this galaxy, in order to balance the strength and make you feel at home, you will be able to successfully buff the awakening talent and get the opportunity to intelligently select talents. Intelligently selecting talents. It was detected that the game the player was playing when he came was somewhat similar to the God Realm. It was detected that the profession the player was playing at that time was called the Goddess of Light. The talent awakening began. Baijian, ? He has been playing DPS all his life, and he only logged in to help his friends complete a task. What's the matter? He became a nurse. Chapter 4. Baijian is a famous head killer in the game, and he is very good at playing all kinds of attacking professions. Of course, he likes to play long range the most, especially the mage, because the feeling of melting other people's health bars silently is really cool. Of course, physical attacks are not bad either, and every arrow hits the flesh, which is particularly exciting. Especially when the sound effects are turned on. He also said that he would never play a nurse, because he couldn't stand a gamer who could only take a beating but not hit others. But as we all know, at least half of what people say must be eaten back. Baijian does not have his own nurse account until now, but he's still got a nurse account. There is no way. The nurse girl who plays with him has something to do, so she asked him to help her trumpet with a limited time skill task. Even if it's your turn, you have to help. After all, they have been friends for so many years. At that time, he actually finished the game, and was ready to switch accounts back. After all, that scumbag who swears all the time and wants to swear at the female account is still waiting for his punishment. However, it was obvious that he had not had time to change his account, and was passively transported here. But no matter what, Baijian still knew about this profession. After all, although he was not a healer, he was either being healed or beating healers all day long. Those who often play games know that rookie players use skills randomly, ordinary players use their own skills, and experts estimate the skills of opponents and teammates. Therefore, although Baijian himself does not play a healer, he knows how to play a healer, how to use skills, and how long the CD is. Not to mention that he has personally logged into the Goddess of Light and done quests. Therefore, he knows too well that this is a version god. It has just been released for less than a week, and it has not been nerfed yet. Even with low equipment points, it can still heal a lot of healing. Player talent has awakened special talent, Messenger of Light. You are the Messenger of Light, the Darling of Light. Your ability will be improved in places with light. Baijian understood. It seems that it is not a one-to-one copy. Yes, the Goddess of Light has more than 20 skills, big and small. And the awakened talent here will only have one initial skill at most. The game panel is still reporting. Congratulations to the player for drawing the initial skill, Holy Light. Holy Light. 50 mana. Holy Light slowly falls. At least 66% of the maximum health value of friendly players in the range is restored. The fewer people there are, the more health is restored. Big bonus, or a big bonus in the group range. Baijian was deeply impressed by this skill, because this is the reward for the limited time skill task. It can only be described in one sentence, and everyone who has used it says it is good. Percentage blood recovery, regardless of equipment attributes. Even if you only have one weapon, you can still add amazing blood. If the number of people in the circle is less than or equal to 2, the blood recovery can return to more than 90%, which can be said to be able to almost pull from empty blood to full blood in one go. No one doesn't think this thing is a big bug, and no one doesn't think this skill will be nerfed in the end. Baijian's nurse friend also wants to experience it before it is nerfed. She said she had never seen such an arrogant skill before, and if you don't try it, you can't say you have played a nurse. It can be said that among all the skills of the Goddess of Light, or the blood recovery skills in the entire Yugong, this is T1 level. The only drawback is the long cooldown time. The CD is 3 minutes long, which is the longest in the game. Similar skills of other professions usually last from 90 seconds to 105 seconds. Baijian always remembers the key points. He immediately clicked on the skill introduction and took a detailed look at the CD. However, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The skills in the God realm have no CD. But no CD does not mean that you can use it all the time. One skill requires 50 mana points. You should know that Baijian's current mana is only 10 points. That is to say, if he wants to use this skill, he must first find a way to stack 40 mana points before he can use it once. Talent extraction is complete, and personal panel attributes have been updated. God realm welcomes you. Baijian was stunned, and then quickly opened the attribute panel. The value above was refreshed. This was something the original owner did not know before. After all, the original owner was an orphan, and there was no elder to tell him about the God realm in detail. All I know is from the Star Network forum, and what I heard from others. And this does not include the increase in attribute points. Baijian's eyes fell on the prompt interface. Special talent, could it be because of this? At this time, when Baijian didn't know, there was an official post marked in red on the game forum. A player awakened the special talent of the Messenger of Light. Let's congratulate him together. As soon as the special talent came out, The already lively forum instantly went crazy, and posts were posted one after another. A closer look showed that apart from those who were envious and jealous, most of them were asking who it was. There were also people asking about the talent. Messenger of Light, what does this talent do? What category is it? No matter what he does, his special talent must be extraordinary. Haven't the major guilds found out who it is? What about him? Why don't you say a few words about such a good talent? He must have contacted the big guilds. If I were him, I would definitely contact the God Guild as soon as possible. If I could get in, I wouldn't have to worry about it in the future. Bai Jian didn't know this. He was still looking at the panel values. The first thing he looked at was of course mana. After all, his only skill now requires 50 mana points, and the previous panel value was only 10. He had to see how much it increased. If it increased less, he might not be able to use even one skill. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. Mana, 110/110. It increased by 100 points. 2 holy lights. Bai Jian muttered. In addition, his health points also increased by 100, and now the total is 200 points. The spell strength was also increased by 100 points. As for strength and defense, the increase was not that much. Strength increased by 30, and defense increased by 60, and the two added up to less than 100 points. While thinking, Bai Jian had already checked the forum and was ready to check the matter of awakening talents increasing attribute points. It was at this time that he realized that the forum had exploded. He flipped through a few posts and found that they were all talking about special talents, so he ignored those posts with the same focus and clicked on an old post that had just been pushed up. A brief talk about special talents. After opening the post, there was not much content in it. Because the entire God realm was open, there were not many special talents. Before, the original owner did not know that awakening talents would increase personal attributes, and because ordinary talents did not increase, few people talked about it. Even for special talents, the amount of increase is different. Bai Jian took a glance and found that most of the values that were revealed only added 2 or 3 types. For example, a swordsman adds life and strength. Talents like tanks add health and defense, while mages add more, with mana in addition to health and spell strength. There are almost no people like him who had all attributes. Bai Jian thought about it, and felt that this was related to the game mechanism he played before. The Goddess of Light is a new profession in the game, and it is also specially designed by the game to attract new players. The main feature is that you can play well even when you just get started, and the equipment requirements are low. Therefore, in addition to skills, the attributes are also much better than other professions. After all, although the blood volume is increased by equipment, the nurse can't be a paper-thin fragile skin that falls when it is injured. Where do the attributes come from? Naturally, it depends on personal attributes. As for the power that the nurse can't use at all, everyone agreed that it was for the sake of the game's appearance. It's impossible to add everything else but not this one. And it's useless to add it. After all, the Goddess of Light doesn't have a skill that adds physical damage. After figuring this out, Bai Jian closed the forum. Of course, he also glanced at other posts, mainly to make sure that no one knew that the special profession was him, and no one could find out who he was with the existing functions, so he was relieved. When I went offline, I saw someone on the forum saying, "Is there still no news? With such a good skill, you didn't go to the big guild to recommend yourself. Maybe the big guild is also hiding it. After all, they are afraid of being snatched away. Big brother, you are too low-key. Come out and meet me. I speak nicely and have good skills. We can play together." Bai Jian was so amused. He knew this ID. Isn't it Wei Jiao, the original owner's ex-boyfriend, a scumbag? But he didn't see the other scumbag Bai Zihan. He flipped through it twice and didn't see any news worth paying attention to, so he went offline directly. There is no rush to enter the game. It is almost noon now. It's time to eat. He opened the original owner's backpack and found some bread, milk, and other food in it. Generally speaking, games for those under 18 years old can only get these relatively basic living supplies. The original owner is quite powerful and has played some complex games, so there are 2 plates of fish-flavored pork shreds and 2 small flour rolls. However, Bai Jian's eyes are not on this. See the hand green. He saw the mushroom in the corner of the backpack at a glance. The original owner seemed to be preparing to make a slow blood loss medicine to fight monsters. This is a mechanism in a small game. But Bai Jian only had one sentence in his mind. This thing is delicious. He had eaten it once when he went to a certain place before, and he kept savoring it. It's a pity that they don't sell this thing there, and even if they did, he wouldn't dare to buy it himself. He has no experience, and he is not from a certain place that has been eating it since he was a child. If he doesn't do this well, he will end up in the hospital, but what if his life is over? But now, he is not afraid at all. With the instantaneous blood-adding skill that can instantly fill up the blood, maybe the uncooked giant shocking is nothing. Even if he eats it raw, he may be able to eat it. This giant shocking, he, Baijian, is going to eat it today. Chapter 5. It's said to eat, but it's not that easy. After all, Baijian didn't want to eat it raw. Not to mention how poisonous it would be, the taste would definitely be incomparable to cooked ones. He did it for the food, not for the challenge of swallowing poison. In the past, the mushrooms were already in hand, so he just fried them in water. However, it was different here. There was no pot in the original owner's house. And water is also a precious thing. Fortunately, the mushrooms here don't need to be washed, and they are guaranteed to be cleaner than washed ones. Baijian thought about it, and probably couldn't eat fried ones, but he could roast them. There was no kitchen knife, but there was a dagger. Baijian got some long sticks, and strung the cut green onions into strings. If it was in the past, he would never dare to do this, but now, with the holy light shining as a base, he was not panicked at all. After stringing them together, he looked for them again, and fortunately there were seasonings such as salt. Light a fire, and start grilling. Baijian had only grilled pork, mutton, and beef skewers before, and this was his first time grilling giant shocking, so he had no experience. But the original owner had a lot of ingredients, and he actually grilled it after a few attempts. The seasoning was not complete, and the taste was a bit light, but it was just the original flavor. After eating it, there was only one feeling. Giant shocking is really delicious. And, fortunately, there was holy light. I don't know if he didn't grill it well in the end, or if this thing can't be grilled at all. Anyway, he ate a lot of food and lost a lot of blood, but fortunately there was holy light. If it were before, I guess he would have been lying on the bed. Baijian looked at the remaining skewers, thought about it, and put them back into his backpack. It's really delicious. He will eat it in the evening. There is only one good thing about coming here. Many things that I didn't dare to try before for the sake of my life are now free. What's wrong with drinking beverages? He drinks 3 bottles a day. What junk food? As long as it tastes good, he will make it now. But now there are many things he wants to eat but he can't, so he still has to earn game coins in the game. Baijian opened it, and saw that the original owner's savings were only 320. It doesn't look much, but if you think about the fact that the scumbag and the scumbag have less than 100 yuan, you will know that this amount is actually not small. It is mainly a game that can be accessed by people under 18 years old. It is easy to get food, and you will not starve to death, but it is really difficult to make money. He logged into the game again, and changed the settings in the game again this time. He turned on some reminders, and turned off some unnecessary functions before entering the novice area. The God Realm is different from the games Baijian has played before. The previous games had more than a dozen, or as few as 7 or 8. In short, there were not too many professions. And for the same profession, everyone has the same skills. The God Realm is different. Although the talents of the God Realm are collectively classified into 3 categories, there are many subdivisions within these 3 categories, because his skills are not automatically given after upgrading like in previous games, but obtained through various methods. Dropped by monsters, given by tasks, and of course bought by fan trades. For example, some passive attack adding skills, if not particularly rare, may be equipped by players with swords, and players with sticks. But there is no such commonality between the 3 categories. Without the talent of the nurse type, you cannot equip the blood adding skills, and although the talent of the nurse type can equip attack skills, generally no one will do so. After all, the skill bar is limited, and the nurse player is generally the core, so naturally they need to be fully equipped with blood adding skills. This is also the reason why Baijian, who is now a big nurse, is unwilling to join any gang. No, the guild. He is a natural bohemian and freedom-loving person, and his skill bar will never be arranged by others. Or it can be said that he has too many ideas. Generally, it is easy to arrange for novice players, who have no ideas, and they are also willing to listen to the opinions of the old people. But Baijian, as a high-level player, has always been a guide. He has his own understanding of how to match and use skills, and sometimes it is different from the mainstream. It was like this before, and now he is going to join a guild, so it can be imagined that the difference in opinions will be even greater. Yes, he is not going to play a pure nurse. He can't stand the days when he can't kill a monster after fighting for a long time, and can only passively take the beating to add blood to himself. He couldn't adapt to the nurse in the pure game before, let alone the current game where it is not much different from reality. He is going to equip attack skills. It just so happens that his initial strength attribute is already high, and his special talent has some bonuses, so he will have no problem playing attacking games, especially in the early stages of the game. The Novice Guide has been opened. New players should first change to equipment that is more suitable for them. Please go to the right to the Novice Equipment Change area. Baijian followed the instructions, and found that many people were also receiving Novice equipment. The resources in the God Realm are the most and best in all games. Even Novice equipment is generally better than the full-level equipment in other games. The original owner's equipment is considered good, but the attributes are only between 5 and 6, while the Novice equipment of the Divine Sword has 10. Baijian picked and chose a set of equipment with strength attributes. He chose a crossbow as his weapon. No matter what time, he still prefers long-range weapons. Especially in the past, it was okay to get close to the monsters on the game screen, but now you have to get close to the monsters in close combat. He still prefers the feeling that he can hit others while others can't touch him. He also put on the jade pendant he had taken back from the scumbag. The attributes of the jade pendant were useful even in the God Realm at the beginning, so it's no wonder that Weiichi felt so painful when he handed it over. It adds all attributes, and it has 15 points of attributes. It has 5 more points than the Novice equipment in the God Realm. It is quite good for the transition period of the Novice period. I will definitely change it in the future. If I can use it all the time, the scumbag may not be willing to return it easily. It is detected that the player has changed the equipment, and the Novice Guide is completed. Baijian's mouth twitched slightly. This is really a genuine Novice Guide, that's it. Fortunately, he had long known from the original owner's memory that there was no task navigation in the God Realm, so he could understand it. He simply glanced at his data and decided to go and kill monsters. The giant shouting at noon was delicious, but how could you only put salt in the barbecue? The barbecue ingredients must be sprinkled. Of course, if you can make an iron pan, it will be fine. He pours oil and stir-fries it, which is also very fragrant. In this regard, Baijian is still very easy to reconcile. He focuses on doing what he has. If other delicious food is revealed in the middle, he doesn't mind not poisoning himself at night and eating a safer one first. Of course, it's not that he doesn't want other good things, but at his current level, he definitely can't make anything else. It's good to have some food and supplies at the beginning. As for doing quests in the God Realm are always hard to come by, and there is no fixed refresh point. If you don't have a little luck, forget it. However, quests are hard to find, but monsters are not difficult. After leaving the area where you get equipment, you can walk out of the city in about 10 minutes. There are bushes and trees outside, and the air has finally gotten better. No, it's even better than where Baijian used to stay. Not far away is a group of cattle and sheep, and there are more wild monsters in the woods. Baijian decided to test the nearby cattle first, from attack damage to attack distance. Then he found that they were all melee. Hey brother, how do you beat them? Although these cattle and sheep have low blood, they are a group of monsters. If you provoke one, you will provoke a group. The damage is not low. When the people passing by shouted in shock, Baijian had already started. Let's not talk about the damage of these monsters, but their movement speed is quite fast. Fortunately, Baijian had already found a way out. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately turned around and ran to the place he had aimed at. There was a tree there, with a suitable thickness, and he rushed up. Before the brother, who was calling for help, finished shouting, Baijian was already on the tree. Then he raised his hand and raised his weapon. Compared to the arrow that requires 2 hands to pull the bow and shoot the arrow, the crossbow can be controlled with 1 hand. Baijian held the tree trunk with 1 hand and shot at the cattle and sheep below with the other hand. The brothers passing by below were stunned and closed their mouths for a long time. Still, can it be like this? The monsters with high attack and low blood will be useless once they can't hit people. Especially since there are groups of monsters, they can be pulled together in a large group. Baijian stood on the tree and could clear out this group without moving. After a while, white light flashed below. And there were many more things in his backpack space. All of them were dropped by monsters. This is more convenient than the games I played before. Even if I installed the plugin before, I had to walk nearby to pick up the drops. Baijian cleared all the remaining monsters with a few arrows, and then sat on the tree to see the results. As he expected, they were all food and daily necessities. Bread, milk, eggs, and the like were the most, and there were also some milk tea, happy water, and other kinds of drinks. Of course, Baijian also saw a bed sheet and a coat. TSK. This really can be achieved by playing games to achieve food and clothing freedom. Baijian took out the happy water and drank a few sips for himself, then jumped down to prepare to refresh again. In such a short time, these monsters have refreshed again. He refreshed back and forth 3 times before he paused, because the durability is not much. For players who spend a lot of time outdoors, when the durability of their equipment drops to 20%, it is like a mage finding that his mana bar is about to run out, or finding that his phone battery is running out when he goes out. In this unstable environment, Baijian is not going to wait until the durability is completely used up before dealing with it. When he left, he found that many people who were attracted by his appearance of killing monsters saw him leave, and hurried over to prepare to do the same. There were about 4 or 5 people, and they didn't fight, but agreed to team up to kill monsters. Among them was the player who reminded Baijian at the beginning. He was very jealous of the monsters being killed like this, but unfortunately Baijian was killing steadily and easily, and he was embarrassed to ask for help. Now that the people had left, he could finally give it a try. The 5 of them cooperated, although the damage to a single unit was not as high as Baijian, but because there were more people, the speed was not slow. The main one to attract hatred stood on the tree, and the others were pressure-free output. No blood loss, no need to buy big red medicine, which saves a lot of expenses. After deducting the money for repairing weapons, the rest is pure profit. Those who can appear here are players who have just entered the game not long ago. It is really a stroke of luck to have such a stable monster spawning point. After Baijian repaired his equipment, he sold some of the things in his backpack. Leaving the rations for the past few days, and some necessary things, he calculated his income and found that although it was not much, it was still good. He didn't rush to kill monsters again, but searched for equipment repair. It was too troublesome to come back to repair equipment after each fight. He wanted to know if there were any tools to carry with him besides fixed points. Then he really found it, and there were many styles. But when he looked at the price, the cheapest one cost 10,000 game coins. Look at his current savings, less than 500. Ha, Baijian thought, this thing is not worthy of the noble me. Chapter 6. The noble Baijian silently closed the search box. He never thought that the original owner left him little money, because he didn't leave much for the other party. But he was different from the original owner. He was poor purely because he had just bought a high-end computer worth more than 14,000 yuan. And the original owner, why couldn't the original owner leave him an equipment repairer worth more than 14,000 yuan? Or the one worth 10,888 yuan would be fine. He didn't have to have the expensive one, although the expensive one looked good and had better functions. But he also understood that the original owner, an 18-year-old boy, was not as well off as him, a 20-year-old young man, who made him 2 years younger. 2 years later, he should be able to afford the repairer worth 88,888 yuan. Baijian walked out of the city again, with a weapon, with a durability recovery of 100. When passing by the previous monster spawning point, he saw the group of people spawning in full swing. It seemed that there were 2 more people. He didn't care too much. After grinding for a long time, he already had some idea of what the monsters there would drop. They were basically basic supplies, nothing special. You could get something just by grinding, but obviously not too much. It was just safe. Baijian had already mastered the use of the crossbow in his hand by using those monsters, and was ready to go into the forest to try it out. He stretched out his hand to sweep away the branches blocking the way, and walked a little further inside. When he was fighting monsters and climbing trees before, he found that the game here was very similar to the real world. For example, walking, climbing, running, and jumping, all of these depended on personal physical fitness. If he couldn't climb trees, or climb slowly, he couldn't become faster in the game. But there are some differences, such as aiming assist when using a crossbow. 2 game coins per hour. Baijian spent an hour to get used to it, and quickly turned it off. Fortunately, he was interested in weapons. Of course, he would never touch guns and cannons, so he tried to play with bows and crossbows. Otherwise, it would take a while to learn just this, and the already limited game coins would have to be reduced. After jumping over a small slope, Baijian stretched out his hand to support the tree trunk, stepped on the tree trunk on the other side, and jumped onto the tree. This is not his unique skill, but the original owner's physical fitness can keep up. If it were Baijian's previous body, even if he could use clever strength, he would not be able to do it. There are not many people here, but there are some. Several people who saw Baijian widened their eyes, and said in disbelief, "What is he doing? There is a ready-made road here, but he has to open a new one himself." Baijian occasionally heard it, but he didn't take it seriously. He was familiar with the terrain. Or to say, he was getting familiar with his current body, such as how fast he could run and how high he could jump, and how long it would take to pass through obstacles. It would be useful when fighting monsters or escaping. Then he successfully got stuck in the tree. Bai Jian frowned. According to his estimation, he should be able to pass through this with. He was about to exit and take a closer look when he heard the light computer ring. Huh? He couldn't figure out who would contact him at this time, but Bai Jian still exited the God Realm first, returned to the original owner's cabin, and turned on the light computer. At first glance, huh? What a scumbag, bad luck. I should have known not to quit the game earlier. He didn't know what this rubbish wanted to do with him. Bai Jian first found a place to sit down, then took out a bottle of happy water, and connected the communication while opening it. Wei Ichi was dissatisfied because he had been waiting for too long. He used to call Bai Jian, and the other party would always answer immediately. So as soon as the call was connected, he said impatiently, "Why did you answer so late?" He called Bai Jian just to see his current state. He didn't quite believe that Bai Jian didn't have any feelings for him. He also wanted to show off where he lived now, so that he could see what the planets that were ranked hundreds higher looked like, so that he would regret it. To be honest, Bai Jian's face was still good looking. However, before he started to complain, Bai Jian unscrewed the bottle cap, and without even glancing at him, he casually said, "Maybe it's because I don't think you have anything important to do." He raised his head and blinked. "Are you going to delete each other? So you specially notified me?" "Actually, there's no need for that, and I'm not planning to keep it. You don't have to take the lead when talking to people, but you must have it when talking to scumbags. The rhythm must not fall on the scumbag. Otherwise, he can say any trash talk with confidence, and Pau is self-taught and very good." Bai Jian was not particularly focused when he spoke, and he didn't forget to drink a cup of happy water to replenish his energy halfway through. Then he looked up and continued what he had not finished before. "I didn't plan to leave your contact information. After all, a good ex-boyfriend should be like dead. You crossed the line today." There was a slight accusation in his tone. Bai Jian's irresponsible parents are both bosses. He doesn't know how they treat their children born from remarriage when they go home, but they are so stern to Bai Jian. The tone of a superior leader. Sometimes you have to figure out where you are wrong. Besides, Bai Jian has seen this many times, and he doesn't need to learn this kind of character. It will be exuded from the inside out when it is used. And Wei Ichi has never seen this before, and his defense was broken on the spot. "What do you mean you? What's wrong with you?" Bai Jian interrupted him with concern. "I said it very clearly. Don't you understand such a simple word now? Did you hit your head on the aircraft today? You. Wei Ichi was so angry that he couldn't even speak. He always knew that Bai Jian was not easy to bully, and spoke very harshly. But he never felt it himself, and he didn't think it was so lethal. And now their identities have reversed. He has walked out of the garbage planet, and Bai Jian has no talent. I'm afraid he will waste his time on it until his death. Why can he still be so confident to challenge him?" Wei Ichi was so angry that he said the word "you" 3 times. Then he saw what Bai Jian was drinking and immediately mocked. "You could only drink this now." Bai Jian was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with happy water? Then he realized that freshwater resources in the interstellar are actually very difficult to obtain. For example, he fought monsters for a long time today, and all he got were milk tea and happy water, and no pure water such as mineral water or tap water. Scarcity makes things valuable. In the interstellar, drinking water is high-end, and other things are substitutes for replenishing water. However, Wei Ichi seemed to be very proud and raised the cup beside him. There was a small half cup of water in it. Bai Jian's mouth twitched when he saw it. He used to drink boiled water for health preservation. After all, drinking too much beverage is not good for the body. However, now he has no such concerns, so he naturally doesn't love boiled water so deeply. Seeing the scumbag showing off by tasting this glass of boiled water, like high-end red wine, he just thinks he is stupid. Wei Ichi didn't notice it at all, and still showed off. "It's good to have a high planet ranking. I saw the tree when I came in before. To be honest, I still have feelings for you. As long as you are willing to wait for me to gain a foothold, Can we still be together?" Bai Jian suddenly asked softly. Wei Ichi was immediately proud. He knew that who would not want to seize the opportunity to reach the sky in one step. "Of course I recorded it, and sent it to Bai Zihan. I hope you can give him a reasonable explanation." Bai Jian's face changed faster than turning a book, and his voice became ruthless and indifferent in seconds. At the same time, he ordered the smart assistant, "Send the audio just now to Bai Zihan." "Okay, sent. The artificial intelligence performed the task easily, and Baijian even smiled. The only person who couldn't laugh was Wei Ichiu. Baijian, don't be complacent. You are a person without talent on a garbage planet, and you are so good-looking. Do you think those people will let you go? He couldn't help cursing angrily. The curse was very dirty, but Baijian didn't look angry at all. He just said to the artificial intelligence, "My dear, you see, scumbags are like this. They are very nice when they coax you, but once they find that their purpose cannot be achieved, they instantly turn into evil ghosts." The artificial intelligence obviously does not have the function of chatting with you, but replied very seriously, "My dear, the content has been included. You see, scumbags are." Baijian laughed so hard that the happy water in his mouth almost sprayed out. Wei Ichiu on the other side was greatly upset. He felt that even an AI assistant dared to laugh at him, and he threw the cup in his hand in anger. Wow, he is still a violent person. Such men are not good. The rest of the words were not transmitted because the optical brain communication had been hung up. It turns out that there is nothing serious. Baijian sneered. He is not a good person either. Let alone breaking up with the original owner and climbing up the ladder. Just say that he relied on others to enter Tianlang and change planets, and then turned around and thought about the more beautiful ex-boyfriend. He is really eating soft rice to the extreme. For scum, Baijian never pays much attention to them. Especially when he thinks of the other party's last words, as if he has no talent, he will have to live on his knees in the future, and then remembers that the other party was also called very powerful on the forum before, if you want to play with his special talent. It's really a clown behavior. He finished the small bottle of happy water in a few gulps, and was about to get up and throw the bottle into the recycling bin, but accidentally hit the table leg with his toes. Damn, Baijian thought, it's over. He just changed his shoes into slippers for comfort, and now his feet are going to suffer. The pain when his feet hit the table legs in the past was very impressive, and now he just felt unlucky. But unexpectedly, this time it was all over in advance, and he didn't feel any pain. He looked at the panel again. The health value decreased by 0.5, and then in just a short while, it increased by 0.1. If there is a damage prompt, Baijian thinks it should be like this. The player hit the table leg and suffered 0.5 damage. The damage suffered by the player is slowly healing, and the health value is restored by 0.1. It is estimated that after a while, it will be almost as painful as before, and the little blood will be restored. After Baijian figured it out, he couldn't help but hit the table legs twice again. Well, it really doesn't hurt at all. If nothing else, he really wants to give a thumbs up to this point, since he traveled through time. No wonder he used to mutter that he wanted his life to be like a game, to recover blood at any time, to not feel pain when injured, and that there is no terminal illness. Just based on this, it is normal for him to mutter. Chapter 7. Baijian couldn't help but kick twice more. He was just relying on the fact that it didn't hurt to use his toes to compete with the corner of the table to see who could withstand more impact. He was having a lot of fun. On the other side, Wei Ichi's life was not so good. Although he couldn't wait to show off to Baijian, he really didn't get any good treatment in Tianlang. Not to mention him, even Bai Zihan was only better than some newcomers with offensive talents. Not to mention that they were late before, and they were scolded by the people on the aircraft before they got on. If he was really doing well, he wouldn't even think of Baijian at this moment. It was because he was not doing well that he wanted to find a sense of superiority from Baijian, and see if he could take advantage of him. Who would have thought that he didn't get any benefits, but was tricked instead? The communication here had just been hung up, and Bai Zihan rushed over there. Brother Ichiao, what do you mean? The base of the Tianlang Guild is very large, but not everyone is inside the base. Some of the senior and powerful people have their own houses outside, and some are in the game. But because the total number of people is relatively large, there are still many people in the base dormitory at this time. When they heard the noise, they all poked their heads out and raised their heads. Everyone knows that a new person with healing talent has come to the base, and some people are thinking about snatching him into their team. Because of the high attention, naturally they also know about Wei Ichiao, the boyfriend who was brought along. A waste who was born on a garbage planet, awakened an attack profession, has no initial skills, and has low panel values. It can be said that before Wei Ichiao showed up, some people wanted to see what he looked like, how handsome he had to be to make people loyal to him, and they were willing to lower their own treatment to bring him along. It can be said that half of the people who poked their heads out now did not enter the game just to see him. In the end, no one expected to see such a lively scene. And Wei Ichiao, no matter what, was able to get close to the original owner first, and now was brought to Tianlang by Bai Zihan, So he was obviously not stupid. He knew it was not good when he saw this scene. Although he felt that he had done nothing wrong, he probably knew what kind of reputation he had in Tianlang now. Originally, he was going to slowly change other people's views, but he didn't expect that he was late at the beginning, and now this happened again. If Bai Jian's recording was leaked at the door, then no matter how successful he was, he would not be able to survive in Tianlang in the future. Therefore, he didn't think about it, and pulled a person into the house. Come in if you have anything to say. Look at you, you are in a hurry. You are running so fast. Aren't you afraid of falling? He is not particularly good looking, just above average, but his features are very friendly, and he is always gentle and amiable. The key is that when chatting with people, he can always talk to the other person's heart. When he is with Bai Jian, he mostly goes along with what the other person says. He studies what the other person likes, and tries to have common topics. Now he can't use this trick against Bai Zihan. This kid has been secretly in love with him for many years. Although he has to rely on him now, Wei Yiqiu doesn't intend to be a dog. He pulled people in and accused and cared about them, which made Bai Zihan confused. Even though he still remembered what he was here for, he was no longer as angry as when he first came. Why are you angry? I came to serious with you. Could it be that I have anything to do with Bai Jian? Wei Yiqiu pretended to be confused. Do you still think that Bai Jian, a useless guy with no awakened talent, can come here and continue to harass you? He can't even afford a ticket for the spaceship, Bai Zihan said without thinking. He was easily diverted from the main point, but was still hesitating about the content in the recording. But didn't you say you? That was just a joke. You saw his attitude. He had to coax him first, and then let him down? Wei Yiqiu helped him sit down at the table, and then continued, otherwise, are you willing to swallow this loss today? Bai Zihan was of course unwilling. He had suffered a huge loss today. Not only did he not see Bai Jian's good show, but he was also late. Thinking of this, his anger went to Bai Jian again. Wei Yiqiu also guided him to find the water cup on the ground at the right time. It's a pity that I failed. He made me so angry, and I accidentally dropped the cup on the ground. Bai Zihan was no longer angry immediately, but instead joined in denouncing Bai Jian with a common hatred of the enemy. He used to be like this, relying on his ability to fight and being very arrogant. He would give me some suggestions when I was equipping equipment, fearing that others would not know what he was capable of. Is there anything wrong with what I have equipped? Wei Yiqiu's eyes drooped for a moment, thinking, don't you know if there is something wrong with what you have equipped? Moreover, Bai Jian was just suggesting that after coming to Tianlang, you can wear whatever others tell you to wear, including skills that you cannot choose by yourself. But he obviously couldn't say this to save Bai Zihan's face. He didn't intend to be a licker, but he didn't want to step on others' heads. Now was not the time. So he skipped this topic and mentioned something he cared more about. You just ran over like that, and others thought we had some misunderstandings. What are you afraid of? Just say someone is trying to sow discord between us. Bai Zihan said. Anyway, Bai Jian did have bad intentions. Wei Yiqiu was satisfied. He was not as stupid as Bai Zihan, so he naturally knew how many people in the Tianlang Guild were waiting to see his ability. But he just didn't have excellent talent, nor did he have a face like Bai Jian. He continued to provoke Bai Jian, not necessarily because he was afraid that he would rely on his face to get some backers and cause trouble for him in the future. If you hold someone in your arms, you can take advantage of him without any worries. As for what Bai Zihan thought, I originally wanted to coax him, and then trick the jade pendant into coming to me. He deliberately sighed. The attributes are still good. Much better than the initial equipment given by the magic sword. As Bai Zihan's nurse, Tianlang would naturally provide him with a set of equipment that is better than the initial equipment, but Wei Yiqiu obviously didn't have it. Now hearing him say this, he couldn't help but blame himself. It's all because I'm not good enough, otherwise, you wouldn't have to think so much. See, Wei Yiqiu thought, it's so easy to coax. Much easier to trick than Bai Jian. At least when he treated Bai Jian, he was more or less sincere, and there was also the affection they had when they were young, otherwise he would definitely not be this boyfriend. It's a pity, after coaxing for so many years, how come he is still a waste? Fortunately, there is another S-card around him, and now he has jumped out of the trash star. It doesn't matter how the people of Tianlang see him now, he is not a person who relies on his face and talent. As long as they get along for a long time, he will make everyone treat him as a friend. He is the best at pretending to be a good person. He followed Bai Zihan out of the door, ready to say hello to everyone, and then explain what happened this time without leaving any trace. However, no one cared at all, just looked at each other, as if thinking, although he doesn't look good, he can coax people, but he is coaxed to be happy. Wei Yiqiu, Weiichi's smile paused, but soon it returned to his face. It doesn't matter, he is better looking than these guys anyway. And he is indeed not stunning at first sight, but his strengths are not his appearance or talent that can be seen at first glance, but the long-term relationship with others. As long as he is given the opportunity to talk, he will definitely be able to gain a foothold in Tianling. However, no one gave him a chance today, because Bai Zihan was soon called away by a small manager of the guild, saying that there were some arrangements. Weiichi wanted to ask what about him, but the other party just glanced at him. You also want to participate in the training and treatment project? Weiichi stopped talking immediately. And once Bai Zihan, the interesting treatment, left, naturally no one paid attention to him. Weiichi watched the crowd turn around and leave, and even the smile on his face could not be maintained. He was so angry that he pounded the wall after closing the door. Damn it, everyone looks down on me. One day. He was pounding the wall helplessly while Baijian was fighting the table legs with his toes. The difference was that Weiichi was furious, while Baijian had a good time. After all the trouble, he changed back to his comfortable equipment shoes and entered the game again without thinking. He still remembered that he got stuck before he quit, and didn't pass through a gap that he should have been able to pass through. So the first thing he did when he went online was to go back and take a look again. Not passing through this is a small matter, but making such a mistake when running for life in the future will be... Huh? Just when he said running for life, he saw someone running for life. Let me go, brother. This thing is really high damage. I don't want to die. Coincidentally, that person also took a fancy to the road where Baijian was. Good fellow, you are also planning to pass through here, but unfortunately, Baijian said as he stepped back, it will get stuck. We can't get through here. His figure is standard and a little thin, and the man in front of him has a bigger frame than him, and he is holding a big knife in his hand. If he can't get through this place, the other party will definitely forget it. However, he said this too late, or inertia can't stop the car there, anyway. It's stuck. Help, I really don't want to die. This is the fourth time. This fourth time is not the fourth time today, but this month. There is no level in the God realm, and the damage depends on the panel skills and equipment. Of course, you won't lose level if you die, but you will be offline. If you die today, you can't go online, you can only wait until tomorrow. And if you die for 3 consecutive days, you can't go online for a week. This big brother mentioned the fourth time, probably because he had died once in the past 3 days. It was like he had entered the password incorrectly twice, and if he entered it incorrectly again, the system would be locked. It was impossible not to be anxious. Brother, help me. He screamed, as long as you save my life and help pull this monster away, I will make up for the loss of death later. Ah. As he spoke, the monster had already slapped him. Screams sounded instantly, and seeing Baijian not moving, he became even more desperate. You are not going to do it for the fourth time, are you? It's over. Why am I so unlucky? Baijian was observing the monster. In addition to the cows and sheep he killed at the beginning, Baijian also passed by many monsters along the way and killed 2 of them. They were all animals, but this one was a humanoid monster. And although he was a novice in the God realm, he also had some knowledge in games. Based on his experience, this must be an elite monster. He watched the Minotaur slap the big brother, and in an instant, half of his blood was gone, leaving only a bloody skin. The damage was similar. How much blood and defense do you have? Baijian asked. 98 blood points, 11 points of defense, what's wrong? Nothing, very good. Baijian converted it, and found that his blood volume was twice that of the big brother, and his defense was 60 points more. Although the opponent's initial equipment attributes seemed to be better, he had a talent bonus and a jade pendant, so he still had an advantage. Therefore, this elite monster would not lose so much blood when hitting him. In addition, with the holy light, this monster can be hit. So he raised his hand and shot an arrow. He also said to the big brother, unfortunately, your fourth time may not end here. Chapter 8. Baijian shot an arrow and took the aggro, but he would not stand there and get hit. He immediately jumped back and distanced himself. Another arrow, only a fool would get close to the monster from a distance, so Baijian naturally planned to play it by slipping. The reason why I calculated the damage was to know how many times I had room to make mistakes. After all, in the past, if you failed in the game, you could just revive and challenge again. Once this thing fell, there would be no fun today. He took the aggro, and the big brother with a little blood on the other side finally came back to life. Brother, you are so loyal. The first thing the man did was not to retreat from the place where he was stuck, But to open the panel, don't worry, brother, I will pay for all the losses after you die today. There is a price for this kind of thing in the market, but because it happened suddenly, and the other party might not have been willing to do business with him originally, but only took action because he was crying so miserably, so he decided to add 20% as a thank you fee. However, wait, brother, your friend refused to add you. Open it quickly to add him. Otherwise, where can I find you if you die later? Wait, what's going on? The man with half of his body stuck in the tree fork was stunned for a moment. Hengdao Lima was originally planning to go there to kill some rabbits. Rabbits are easy to produce cute little pendants. The equipment attributes are not very good, but they look good on the head. Of course, he didn't plan to wear it himself, but to give it to his little cousin. Who would have thought that he would run into this person when killing a rabbit, and knocked off half of his blood in one go? At that time, he used the fastest reaction ability in history and ran away quickly. He ran all the way to now, the broken monster couldn't be pulled away, and it kept chasing him. I thought I was going to die today, but I unexpectedly met a good man. But he thought that the hero who saved him from the fire and water was finished, but he didn't expect that he was still alive. I hit him with a palm and lost half of his blood, but now I didn't touch that big brother for a long time. Baijian still maintained full blood, while the monster lost blood. He ran and fought, and didn't run far away, but fought nearby. After all, he just finished running here, and was familiar with it. He knew clearly where to go, and where to get stuck, and he had already run 3 times in a blink of an eye. Hengdao on the tree immediately opened his eyes, and opened his mouth, and it took a long time to come back to his senses. Awesome. Then he remembered to pull himself out of the middle of the tree fork, and then took a big red medicine without saying a word. 2 yuan each. 1 pill can restore 10 HP, he took more than 20 pills in a row, and finally restored his HP, and then he felt a little safe. It's a big loss, he thought. Including the pills he took before, he almost finished a group of 100 HP pills today, but he didn't kill many rabbits. And he has to pay Baijian later. The other party saved his life. No matter whether he used the traditional method of taking away hatred and dying for him, at least he can survive today. So he has to pay this account. It's just that he looks like a big boss. Didn't he prepare a little less before? Hiss, can't think about it too much. The more I think about it, the more distressed I feel. Over there, Baijian was already in the 5th round. He saw Hengdao coming out immediately waved his hand to let the other party hide, and then rushed towards the tree fork with the monster. Ah! Hengdao Lima was dumbfounded again. Brother, you reminded me before that I couldn't get through. You saw how miserable I was when I was stuck. Why did you rush up too? Are you tired of sliding and ready to die? But Baijian had already rushed to the front, but he bent down and went around the tree. The monster behind him was obviously not so flexible, and he didn't have the brains to do so. He went straight to the tree fork. Baijian and Hengdao Lima were stuck there one after another, and now it was finally the turn of the humanoid monster. People know to retreat when they are stuck, but the monsters in the game may not have this brain. At least the one in front of him didn't have this brains, and he was still rushing forward in vain. And Baijian was standing in front, shooting arrows one by one. Because the monster was stuck, he didn't have to worry about being approached, so he could stand a little closer, and the damage would be higher. In addition, the output of standing still is always the most violent time of output. In just a moment, the monster's HP was reduced by another 20%. Adding the 9% reduction when he was escaping, the total HP has been reduced by half. Hengdao immediately reacted, and he felt that this big brother was really amazing. Not only was he very good at moving and escaping monsters, but he also had ideas. Otherwise, why would he get stuck on the tree fork himself, while the big brother could let the monster get stuck? Brother, I help you fight too, hurry up. He was afraid of being misunderstood, and added, don't worry, I'm not trying to steal the monster, and I don't want it to fall. No need. Baijian said, I'm just testing the damage. If you're bored, sit there and tell me how to provoke this monster. Okay. After being rejected, Hengdao immediately stopped moving, and he also found that although Baijian was standing still to output, he didn't stand in one place. Sometimes it was close, sometimes it was far, and it was not shot at the same place. If the arrow could only stay on the monster for 3 seconds, this monster would have been stabbed into a ready-made hedgehog by now. But he couldn't explain how he provoked this monster. I'm also wondering about this. I was shooting rabbits there, and suddenly it appeared. I didn't see where it came from. Wait! He suddenly realized, this can't be an elite monster. Before, he was thinking about escaping, but now, he realized that he actually ran into an elite monster. Oh my goodness! Hang Dao couldn't help but say, "This is the first time I have seen an elite monster in my life. No, this thing is always hard to come by. You can't just hit it if you want to." He has been in the game for half a year, and this is the first time he has seen it. Of course, he doesn't think he is lucky at all. If he can beat it when he sees it, it is good luck. He can only run for his life. Let's calculate how many game coins were lost because of this crappy elite monster. With his words, Baijian could be completely sure of his previous guess. This monster's health is far more than those small monsters he had fought outside the city before, but once it is stuck there and outputs, it is only a matter of time. Soon, the monster's health bar was empty to 79%. Hang Dao's mind was full of information about elite monsters. In addition to the unpredictable refresh, the biggest difference between elite monsters and ordinary monsters is that they have high damage and thick health. Oh, and skills. Has this monster not used any skills yet? Baijian gave him a stern look. Then why don't you retreat quickly? Hang Dao reacted instantly. Yes, he hasn't used the skill yet, maybe he will soon. It was a one-on-one duel just now, so he had no chance. But if the monster used a skill, it would usually be a group attack, and he would be affected even though he was standing close. He turned around and ran back, but unfortunately, he was still a step too late. In the blink of an eye, the monster's health had dropped below 10. He suddenly stretched out his hands to both sides, and shouted something in a gibberish, and palm prints were slapped all around. Fuck, is this the Tathagata palm? Hang Dao was so scared that his legs went limp, and he hadn't completely run out of the attack range yet. Baijian was much faster than him. He was not just testing the damage when he was moving forward and backward before. If someone had been paying attention to his monster fighting, they would have found that he usually retreated at an integer. Now he was just at the right distance, and he wouldn't be out of the battle, and he was the farthest away. In this way, if the range of the boss's skills is not wide enough, he can deal with it without injury. If it is wide enough, the farther away, the lower the damage. Facts have proved that he is right. The boss was incompetent and furious for most of the day, and even Hang Dao Lima only lost a little blood, and the damage suffered by Baijian was even more negligible. As soon as the big move ended, Baijian stepped forward again and made up a few arrows, lowering the blood line again. Not long after, the monster's blood bar was emptied and fell, and Baijian got the reward. He didn't rush to see the reward, but looked at Hang Dao Lima. The latter immediately ran over. "Boss, add friends. I transfer money to you." While he said this, he was also looking at Baijian, who was wearing a novice outfit, so at first, he treated him as a novice, and wanted to buy a chance to die for him. This situation is very common in the God realm. Generally, the big guys have some machines to test, but they don't want to waste their deaths. So they find some players to try, and those players are generally not very strong, and they don't fight for resources much. They are naturally very happy to get more game coins without doing anything. But Baijian is wearing a novice outfit, and his body skills and damage are definitely not what a novice can have. "What are you looking at?" Baijian asked. Hang Dao immediately shook his head. He is not stupid, and he knows that this may be a hidden big guy. So he didn't dare to say more, added friends, and transferred the money. Baijian took a look and found that it was indeed a very fair price. This is not surprising. Hang Dao did not run away when he was fighting monsters, and even offered to help. It can be seen that he is a kind person. Moreover, this person is a little smart. He added friends to transfer money just to prevent him from dying and going offline. But now the scene is safe, and it is okay to trade in the God tree without adding friends, but he still brought it up. Probably because he thought he was a big shot pretending to be a pig and wanted a friend position. Baijian didn't dislike this little trick, so he didn't expose it. Moreover, both he and the original owner had just come into contact with the God realm. Even if they had some understanding before, they were definitely not as good as this player who had played for a while. There was no harm in knowing an old player with good character at this time. After the two sides completed the transaction, Baijian's game coins increased a lot. Hang Dao immediately realized that he had met a big shot. He resisted his curiosity and didn't ask why the big shot was wearing a novice outfit, but asked, "Big shot, is there anything else you need? If not, I go back to continue hunting rabbits." Baijian shook his head. He walked into the forest because he felt that the rewards given by the cattle and sheep at the door were not much. In addition, he wanted to familiarize himself with the skills. Now that he had beaten the elite monster, he should have continued, but he looked at his equipment. Good guy, the clothes were okay. After all, he was hit only once from beginning to end, but the durability of the weapon dropped to 54% again. Let's go back and repair the equipment, there are still a lot. But if I don't repair it, I'm 54, and I've used almost half of it. When will the portable equipment repairer be worthy of my noble self? Bai Jian looked at his balance of less than 1,000 yuan and thought. Chapter 9. Forcing himself to ignore the durability of the equipment, Bai Jian said goodbye to Heng Dao, who was going to hunt rabbits, and then looked at the elite monster rewards. Clicking on the treasure chest, several empty spaces in the backpack were occupied in an instant. Bai Jian looked at them one by one. First was a red envelope. He clicked it, and saw that there were 666, a big red envelope, almost catching up with his entire fortune. Then there was a box of bottled water. Bai Jian thought to himself that it was no wonder that the scumbag was so proud of drinking water. Look, elite monsters usually drop red envelopes and equipment, but water can also squeeze in. It can be seen that this thing cannot be hit by small monsters at ordinary times, and even if it can be hit, the delivery rate is extremely low. Scarcity makes things valuable. And jumping over these two, I saw a weapon, but it was not the crossbow he used, but a knife. The attributes are pretty good, with a 25 strength attribute bonus and 50 points of life value. Looking further back, there is a set of blue medicine and a set of red medicine, 50 pills each. Bai Jian quickly put them in the front for easy access. Things like big red medicine and big blue medicine, Bai Jian naturally has them on him. Because he has the blood recovery skill, Bai Jian mainly bought blue medicine when he bought medicine before. Sure enough, red medicine can also be used in emergencies, but he didn't buy much, and he only bought a set of 2 together. After all, 1 pill costs 2 game coins, and a set of 100 yuan is gone. Now he suddenly got 2 sets. How can he not be happy? Since then, he has 90 blue medicines and 60 red medicines, which are enough for him to use for a while. Elite monsters are indeed extraordinary. Although it is more difficult to fight them, the overall time is much shorter than the previous fights with cattle and sheep monsters, and the durability is not as high as that time, but the rewards are much better than the former. Bai Jian read all the above, and then looked at the last grid. His breath tightened immediately. Skills. It turned out to be skills, even though he was always very lucky in playing games, and his friends nicknamed him Emperor Bai Jian never thought that he would see skills on the first day of entering the God Realm. He took a deep breath and clicked on it. 1 against 100. This skill is a diffusion skill. All your normal attack damage will be converted into 100, upgradable, and radiate from different directions around. It's still an offensive skill. Bai Jian immediately equipped it and tested it. It was found that this was quite similar to the last big move of the elite monster. The normal attack of the elite monster was to slap people with a palm, and the big move made it look like the palm of the Buddha. And he used a crossbow, and the arrows scattered in all directions. That was really a rain of arrows from all directions. It even went against the basic law a little bit. How could the arrows shot by people fly from behind? But thinking that this is a game, bread can be dropped by killing monsters, so it doesn't matter. Maybe someone will summon a fire dragon in the future. At least he is still on the physical level. Bai Jian has a new skill, so he wants to find some monsters to try. However, at this moment, the optical brain rang again. Bai Jian, It won't be another scumbag trying to make a presence. Is this going to end? If you can't take advantage, people with a little bit of brains should stay away. He muttered a few words, went offline and took a look, and found that it was not Wei Yizhou. It was the first academy of Apocalypse. Apocalypse Star ranks 3rd, and you can tell its value just by looking at this ranking. And the first academy above is one of the best in the entire galaxy. It can be said that those who can pass the exam are undoubtedly academic gods with outstanding grades. Bai Jian didn't remember one thing until the other party revealed his identity. The original owner had left a way out for himself. Although it is called a game, the God Realm is not the kind of game that Bai Jian played before. All beings are equal when entering the game. Some have the difference of Krypton gold, and some can only look better in appearance even if Krypton gold is used. The entry into the God Realm can be regarded as another reincarnation. But this time, the difference is no longer gender, family, and appearance, but talent. Although I feel that my chance of awakening is very high, it is not 100%. So the original owner has prepared 2 paths for himself a long time ago, and the other one is naturally to take the entrance exam. Unlike those planets with higher rankings, there are no schools on garbage planets like 2538. But the lack of schools does not mean that you can't study. There are also courses on the Star Network. Not only the original owner, but everyone will learn more or less, otherwise you can't understand the words when playing games. It's just that how much you learn makes a difference. The original owner and Baijian are the same. Both of them are very smart. Baijian got the top score in the college entrance examination, so the original owner is naturally not bad. Baijian didn't pay much attention to this before, one because the game was right in front of him, and the other because he grew up from elementary school and didn't think going to school was a special thing. Now that it's mentioned, I finally remember that the original owner was studying 2 courses at the same time, until he failed to awaken some time ago, so he focused on studying 1 course and spent 2 days taking an exam for it. Because he was not sure whether he could pass the exam, he didn't say it. In addition, he had just failed to awaken in those 2 days, and Wei Ichio and the others thought that he was unable to bear it, and was sad in seclusion. Later, after the test, he felt that the questions were not difficult, and he also said that it would get better and better in the future. Unfortunately, Wei Ichio did not believe it at all, and did not even think about it. He knew that the original owner would read books and study in his spare time, but he did not think that he could learn anything. After all, the planets with lower rankings pay more attention to games and schools. Let alone universities. Even a primary school cannot be found. I think the scumbag probably thought that the original owner was just pretending to be rich. Especially after Baijian awakened the healing skill, he felt that the original owner was finally afraid, thinking that he was not strong enough, and was afraid that he would not want him. It can be said that people think about what they think, and Wei Ichio himself is such a person. When he thinks about others, he naturally thinks about this aspect. And now, the communication from Tianqi First College is to inform Baijian that he has been admitted. The school starts in 1.5 months, and considering his address and orphan status in the information, the other party said that a spaceship ticket would be issued along with the notice. In addition, because of his outstanding grades, he can bring 2 places with his relatives. Baijian is an orphan, so these 2 places can be used by others. The teacher introduced some rules and restrictions in detail to him. In fact, the original owner had seen it a long time ago, because he wanted to take Wei Ichio and Baijian with him. It is said to be a restriction, but in fact it is mainly to block some people who have committed crimes. And if the people brought do something bad, Baijian will also bear some responsibility. Because he was an orphan, the other side emphasized the latter point to him, reminding him that if he wanted to bring someone over, he needed to pay more attention to this aspect. After all, there were people who sold the quota for money at a high price. Some were safe, but occasionally the buyer made a big scene and implicated himself. The reason why the school mentioned it was because they were afraid that Baijian would also bring people for a high price, reminding him not to lose the big picture for the small. After hanging up the call, Baijian clicked on the information sent by the school. There was the basic layout of the school, and some introduction inside. When you clicked it, you would see the magnificent school gate. Going further in, you would see a smooth and clean cement road. On both sides, there were rows of trees and flowers, which was the greeting style that Baijian used to see. Only after crossing this road could you enter the first college completely. There were several campuses inside, as well as a special living area and a landscape area. The whole landscape area is quite large, with various small bridges, tree-lined paths, and a fountain. These are all aerial photos, but it can already be seen that it is different from the garbage planet. The environment is secondary, the main thing is the mind. The original owner wanted to go this way, so he also checked it out. The higher the ranking of the planet, the more attention it pays to education. On the contrary, small planets, like the original owner, only pay attention to games. After all, you can get anything you want in the God realm, and if you awaken a good talent, you can completely achieve class crossing. But in the top-ranked planets, those who have no talent but are good at studying are also very popular. Like this time, just because the original owner's score was high enough, they paid enough attention to him as a student. Baijian opened another file, which contained a specific map of the school. This time it was a flat map. After a brief understanding of each campus, he closed the file. Going to school is a matter of a month later, and now his primary goal is still the God realm. His new skills are not yet satisfied. However, today he seemed destined to have little time to spend with the new skills. As soon as he entered the game, he found that someone added him as a friend. Baijian's friend function was turned off, but this was only for strangers. The person who added him this time was someone who was already in the address book and lived nearby. He was about the same age as them, and they occasionally played games together. Baijian learned from the original owner's memory that this person got along well with the scumbag Wei Ichio. As soon as the person added him, a photo was sent over. There was only one tree in the photo, and the surroundings were empty. It seemed that it was taken from a high place. It looked like it was on the 4th floor. If the single-story height of this building was not high, it might be the 5th floor. Bai Jian was puzzled. What's this? The message from the other side arrived the next second. Wei Jia's circle of friends. He is really doing well now. Didn't they take you with them? Are you sick? You love to show off your presence so much. Chapter 10. It has been less than 8 hours since Bai Jian came here. Wow, it has been one thing after another. I didn't think it was a big deal at first, but now looking at that lonely tree and thinking about the landscape garden of the First Academy of Apocalypse, it is no longer a difference between heaven and earth. The scumbag even posted it on WeChat Moments to show off. If he had made the decision one day later, the original owner would have received good news. But it is also a good thing. Seeing the two people who have been following him is better than being backstabbed in the future. Even without these two people, the original owner's future development is bound to be better. But no one expected that he would awaken his talent at that time. And this talent is unreasonable, and is activated directly. Even the thoughts that had passed through his mind before are counted. Not only was Bai Jian confused, I'm afraid the original owner didn't react until the person passed away. What talent has awakened, and can there be things like the past? If the artificial intelligence is still there, Bai Jian has to say something. So, that guy ran away after transferring his memories. Could it be that he was afraid that he would defend his rights? Bai Jian looked at the annoying message on the screen and looked up the person in the original owner's memory. There is no contradiction. He was quite attentive before. TSK, this is really a mess. He is in trouble. All the monsters have come out. Bai Jian was too lazy to deal with such scum. He directly deleted and blocked the person. By the way, he sighed, he is really gentle now. If it were the past, he would not be named Bai if he didn't insult people to tears. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to, but the main thing is that he is waiting for him to try out the one-on-one against 100. Before, he just let it go to the air, but everyone knows that it doesn't show anything. If you want to test the damage, even if there are no monsters, you must have a wooden stake. The magic sword has no wooden stakes, so it is best to find some groups of monsters, and the group of cattle and sheep before is quite suitable. He didn't want to waste time on garbage, but he didn't expect that the opponent was already mad. Brother Joe, what's wrong with you? Bai Jian doesn't want to come? Someone couldn't help but ask. They were fighting monsters, and no one knew who came up with this idea. Climbing up the tree to attract the hatred of these cattle and sheep. You can kill monsters without damage. They were all very happy, but Brother Joe said he would call Bai Jian, and then it was like this. Brother Joe rolled his eyes at the person who asked the question and continued to look at his message screen. I heard that Wei Ichiu ran away with Bai Zihan. Wasn't he very good to you? Why doesn't he want you anymore? The message failed to be sent. You are no longer the other party's friend. I've told you before, don't be too arrogant. You don't like this one and don't like that one. This is not okay. Look, you've been dumped. The message failed to be sent. You are no longer the other party's friend. He was actually deleted by Bai Jian. Brother Joe became more and more angry. He sent a friend request again, but found that this time it couldn't be sent at all. He was about to ask his little brother to add Bai Jian, and when he turned his head, he saw the other party coming here. Bai Jian, you blocked me. Bai Jian, who came over, didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that the people who killed monsters here were changed, and they knew each other. But it's not surprising if you think about it carefully. Although Xinjiang is a game, it is more than one server, but is divided by planets. So the people in this server are all from 2538 stars. Both sides live close to each other, and have the same birth point. If these people hadn't run away to change positions, the possibility of a collision would still be very high. It's really an eyesore. Bai Jian's hand holding the crossbow was a little itchy, and this person dared to get close to him. But the other party not only got close, but also ignored the monsters, and ran over directly. Bai Jian, why are you still so arrogant? Wei Ichiu doesn't want you anymore. I tell you we are. Bai Jian raised his hand and shot an arrow, which hit the heart of the person neatly, and cleared him off the line. Oh, do you think I can't lift the knife? The rubbish dared to jump so happily. In reality, I can only beat you up, but I'm still spoiling you in the game. His movements were neat and close, and the damage was directly off the charts. This was too fast, and people didn't react. Then the group of people fighting monsters exploded. What are you doing? Brother Joe. You are crazy, Bai. Bai Jian glanced at them. Why, you want to be tolerated for your bad mouth? He is good looking, not the tough type. His delicate and beautiful face looks very soft and easy to bully at first glance. However, with this glance, it seems that the wind in his eyes is cold, and his smile has faded a bit of sarcasm. The people who originally gathered around paused, and then reacted and continued. Brother Zhou said it in a bad way, and besides, isn't it the truth? Bai Jian thought to himself. So you also know that he speaks badly. And how did Brother Zhou let you down? We finally found the monster spawning point, and he was the first one to notify you. The group of people talked at once. You have no talent now. Why are you still so arrogant? It's because Brother Zhou likes you that he approaches you. Apart from your good looks, what else do you have? Like? Bai Jian laughed completely now. He thought this person was someone who was taking advantage of someone's misfortune, and it was even possible that he was sent by Wei Yiqiu. Because he had deleted the other person, he couldn't show off to him in his circle of friends, so he sent a mouthpiece on purpose. After all, this Zhou guy used to be closer to Wei Yiqiu. But he didn't expect that he was actually secretly in love with the original owner. At this moment, those people have begun to denounce him one by one. But because the previous contacts between the two sides were mostly caused by Wei Yiqiu, there was nothing much to say, except that he was blind before, and didn't like Brother Zhou and chose Wei Yiqiu. Another person raised his head and said proudly, "Did you see the monster spawning point we found? I saw others spawning like this." Bai Jian laughed. "I just finished spawning here this afternoon." He didn't mention that he was the first to find this thing, but this sentence alone broke the defense of these people. What? How is it possible? It must be fake. But the man was still thinking about the previous topic, gritting his teeth and saying, "Anyway, we didn't know you already knew it. Brother Zhou was thinking about you, otherwise he would have wanted to find you as soon as possible. It's not a bad word, but it's also a pity that you can't make it." Gong Zhong Hao Gao was stunned and said, "You treat him like this? He doesn't say that he can't make it, he deliberately belittles me, so that I feel inferior and think I'm useless, and then I think he's so good when he shows me a little bit of good face. To put it bluntly, this kind of thing is more disgusting than simply kicking someone when they are down. Hurting others in the name of love. You're talking nonsense." Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, he knows it in his heart. If he likes someone, he should chase him and show his kindness, instead of criticizing him like a piece of trash. Also, if he is excellent, how can he be favored by him? It's disgusting enough for others to use such means. The original owner didn't have much contact with this group of people because he thought they were not good people. Sometimes, I really have to say that the original owner is basically accurate in judging people. The only black history is Wei Yiqiu, and the other two. But Bai Zihan used to shrink his head, and because he had the same surname as him, the original owner took more care of him. As for Wei Yiqiu, he was just helped him when he was just stranded on this planet. The original owner always remembered the help in childhood, so he naturally had a good impression when he met him again after a few years, so he didn't think much about it many times when he felt something was wrong. Now that Bai Jian has come, without this natural filter, he can naturally see Wei Yiqiu's little thoughts. As for the guy surnamed Zhou, Bai Jian didn't think much about it at first. Now that he had exposed himself in front of him, it would be strange if he couldn't see that the guy's previous reaction was wrong. But he didn't figure it out. If he figured it out, he would think that the sword shot just now was a good one. This kind of trash should be buried in the resurrection point and abused repeatedly. But there is no such game in the God realm, because the earliest time to log off and log on again is tomorrow. But in terms of losses, this side is still bigger. Since everyone was killed by him and logged off, Bai Jian was too lazy to dwell on it. He glanced at these people and was about to tell them to stop talking nonsense and let the monster go quickly if they wanted to fight or not, because he still had to fight. The group of people looked at each other, and then suddenly ran away. The cattle and sheep being pulled by the people on the tree didn't lose much health because the people they beat ran over. At this time, the person who pulled the monster committed suicide to clear the hatred, so they ran back again. Bai Jian, He took a look. It happened that the place where he stood was exactly where the monsters were refreshed, so the place where the group of monsters ran was also his side. No wonder these people suddenly stopped talking. It turned out that they were trying to get revenge on him in private chat. He took a step back, but unfortunately stepped on a buried trap. It was the skill of the only talented person in the group. If it was not powerful, it could only control people for 2 seconds. And these 2 seconds could also delay Bai Jian, so that the group of cattle and sheep ran over. And the group of people actually couldn't run a few more steps, but Bai Jian was in front of them. They thought, well, when Bai Jian died, they would be able to run far away. At this time, they were winking while running, but they didn't notice that because the clam caught Bai Jian, they were judged as attacking. In Bai Jian's eyes, their team became red name attackable targets. Looking at the cattle and sheep running in front of him, Baijian thought, what was he originally here for? Oh, to kill these monsters. So he raised his hand and drew his bow, and for the first time, he didn't shoot into the air. 1 against 100. The skill was activated, and hundreds of feather swords spread out from all sides, just running towards the cattle and sheep running in front. The health of the monsters was not much, and it was basically cleared by 1 arrow. There were only 2 or 3 farthest ones left, and they were also easily made up by Baijian. A group of people behind him, who were also swept by the range of fire, lost a lot of blood. What's going on? Is this a skill? Didn't he have awakened talents? Where did the skills come from? Not all people with awakened talents have skills. Someone reacted, he still has the initial skills, who said he didn't have awakened talents. It's Weiichio. These people were wearing equipment, and had more blood than the monsters, so although they lost blood, they were still alive. Baijian made a light TSK sound, and had to shoot a few more arrows to kill them one by one. He received a string of curses, but he didn't care. He had seen many scenes of people being killed after trying to trick others. But the person who was hiding and watching not far away. He turned his head and smiled at the other person. The latter shuddered and ran away immediately. Damn it, this is too cruel. I have to go back and tell the boss that he must not have any ideas about Baijian. No matter how good looking he is, he can't be the eldest sister-in-law. It will be scrapped. Chapter 11. Speaking of which, Weiichio had cursed Baijian when he was angry before. His words were very harsh and vicious, but it also indirectly showed that being good-looking here would indeed bring some trouble. As for why nothing happened before, it was because they were not yet adults. The protection of minors is not a joke. The counterattack of artificial intelligence does not care who you are. It will use flashlights immediately. If you don't electrocute yourself, it will not count. But if you are an adult, and still don't have any self-protection methods, it will be another situation. Before, there were Weiichio and the other two, and later there was the matter of Baijian awakening the healing talent. So many people were watching, but once it was confirmed that Weiichio and Baijian, 2 members of the Tianlang Guild, would not care about him, they would start to take action. The boss of the younger brother, who ran away before, also liked Baijian. In the past, firstly, she had a boyfriend, and secondly, Baijian was so good at fighting that he looked like he might awaken his talent. He knew he had no chance. But now it's different. His boyfriend broke up with him, and his longtime teammates left. How could he not have a chance? But now it seems that this is not the case. Did you really see it? Bahu, the one who had a crush on Baijian, asked. The younger brother nodded immediately. It's absolutely true. It was a group of monsters, and there were several players. He killed them all by himself. He emphasized again, and the arrows scattered in all directions. No matter how you look at it, they are all skills. How can a person shoot such a rain of arrows? Another younger brother couldn't help but say, initial skills, definitely initial skills. He has only awakened for a few days, and his equipment is still novice equipment. It's impossible to hit the skill. You don't need to tell me that. Bahu interrupted dissatisfiedly. Although skills can be bought in addition to those obtained by fighting, how many people on their garbage planet can afford to buy skills? And Baijian is definitely not one of them. But didn't it say that he didn't have awakened talent before? That was said by Weiichio. Didn't they have a falling out? Didn't Weiichio think that the healing talent has more prospects, so he said nonsense after dumping Baijian? Maybe he still wants to mislead us and make us fight against Baijian. That's right. If we suppress Baijian at that time, he won't have to worry about Baijian's revenge in the future. If we haven't played Baijian, we can also cause him some trouble. The key is that if we are unlucky, Weiichio will not suffer any loss. Because of this, the younger brothers have become paranoid and think that this is Weiichio's conspiracy. That's right. No wonder you told everyone that Baijian was a useless person who hadn't awakened. What's useless? If you haven't awakened, you're useless. Have you awakened your talent? Are your panel values higher than Baijian's? Bahu couldn't help but roar. Why didn't he react before? For those big shots, people who haven't awakened their talents are too lazy to even look at them. But where are they? This is a garbage planet. There aren't that many people who have awakened their talents. There may be more talented players on other planets, but there are very few here. On average, 1 out of dozens of players is good, and their talents are often not that good. For example, a healer like Baijian was booked by a big guild as soon as he awakened. They didn't suspect Weiichio of lying before because Baijian didn't leave. His panel stats are good, so even if his awakened talent is not very good, no one will want him. Who would have thought? Damn it, I don't know why he didn't leave. But no matter why, Wei Ichia must know and plan this. Baha was very angry. If it were in the past, he would definitely not let this way go. But the other party is now a member of Tianlang, and he has no way to retaliate. Baha was so angry. Don't let me find a chance. If he finds one, it will definitely make that pretty boy named Wei look bad. Baijian didn't know about this, of course. He just found someone watching over there, and the look in his eyes was not right. Not like he was just watching the fun. But he just thought that there was something else in mind, such as wanting to see if there was any advantage. So he warned him, and that was it. But he didn't expect there would be such a thing later. As for now, Baijian went to repair his equipment again. There is no way. The durability is almost gone again. Originally, he had 54 arrows left after defeating the elite monsters, but he tried the skill of 1 against 100. This skill would consume the durability of 10 arrows, and it dropped to 44 arrows. The reason why he chose to come back to find the cattle and sheep monsters instead of looking for another group was because the durability was really low. Now he used the skill of 1 against 100 again, and also killed the cattle and sheep and those garbage, and suddenly there were only more than 20 arrows left. This must be repaired quickly. By the way, he sorted out his backpack again. He paused when he saw the box of bottled water, and then decided to sell them all in the mall. The original owner had never got water, so naturally he had never drunk it, but Baijian lived in a different place after all, and grew up drinking tap water since he was a child. White water is not that attractive to him. After all, there are milk tea and happy water, and he still prefers the latter. Although according to the Star Network, the water tastes sweet, Baijian thinks it should be because of the good water quality. According to many old people, the deep well water they used to drink is sweet. If he was not short of money, Baijian would definitely not mind opening a bottle to try, but now he should sell it first. After it is posted, the recommended price will be automatically displayed, and you can adjust it yourself. Baijian's bottle has increased by 2 yuan, 32. He didn't care about it after posting it. Unexpectedly, when he looked again after repairing the equipment, it had been sold. There are 24 bottles in a box, and 768 yuan has been credited. He tried to put other happy water and the like on it. Sure enough, it was gray, showing the item is not valuable and has no value to sell. Well, actually, it can be understood. After all, unlike water, which is difficult to get, these will be found by killing monsters at random, just like stones picked up on the street, and basically no one will buy them. Fortunately, these systems still recycle them, but the price is not very good. Milk tea and happy water are both priced at about 2 yuan, which can be summed up in 2 words: cheap. Baijian only kept some for his own use, and simply cleared the rest. In this way, his account balance finally exceeded 2,000 yuan. Although it seems that he made money quickly, he made more than 2,000 yuan in less than half a day, which is really a high salary. But the bulk of it is all on elite monsters, and these things are generally not encountered, and even if they are encountered, ordinary people can't easily beat them. Not to mention the cattle and sheep monsters that Baijian killed, he didn't lose blood and saved a lot of big red medicines, and because there were more monsters, he saved more time. If a normal player comes in, he definitely can't get so much. Just the amount that Hingdao gave him earlier is more than what a normal player can get in a day. That's the market price, and he added a little bit. Generally you can't get so much. But it is said that many people specialize in this kind of work. Baijian can understand it. After all, if you compare it to a game, playing it every day is related to survival. That's work. It's like a person only gets 300 yuan a day, and he has to pay for his own transportation and meals. As a result, someone now says he will give you 350 yuan, you can go home today, and come back to work tomorrow. Do you think he will do it? It was actually dark when he finished these things. Baijian thought about it, and simply went offline to eat, and continued playing in the evening. Dinner was still green from what he didn't finish at noon. And this time, he roasted it for a while longer, and found that he didn't lose much blood. It seems that the fact that he didn't roast it well at noon was indeed related to it. Of course, this one at night might not be fully cooked either, or it really couldn't be roasted and eaten. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he showed off, and he was alive. After showing off, he didn't stay outside for long. After all, the environment was not good. There was no lazy sofa in the house, and even the bed was hard. There was no need to stay. He entered the game directly, and went straight out of the city. At this time, a new group of people had changed to kill cows and sheep monsters. Baijian passed by and walked into the forest. When he was selling water before, He also looked at the prices of other things and found that there was a headdress worth more than 2,000 yuan. He took a look. The attributes were not very good, but it was really beautiful. It was probably wanted by some girls, who were not short of money. There are only 6 equipment slots in the God realm. Clothes take up 2 grids, shoes take up 1, weapons take up 1, and the remaining 2 are more casual. Earrings, headdresses, jade pendants, bracelets, etc. are all fine. Some people wear all of them, and can change them at any time or not. Therefore, some equipment with poor attributes but good looks are very popular. The headdress he saw before is one of them. This thing is obtained by killing rabbits. Rabbits do not cause much damage, but they just run faster, so they are not difficult to kill. But the key is that it is not easy to get. It is said that the probability is quite low, and you still need to kill 7 fragments to successfully synthesize one. According to someone on the forum, he killed for 7 days, and only got 5 fragments. Bai Jian had nothing else to kill anyway, so he decided to give it a try. And he remembered that Hingdao Lima also said something about killing rabbits, and he wondered if it was this. If it was, we could still communicate. Just thinking about it, Hingdao Lima's message came. Boss, are you here? The dungeon has been released. Do you want to fight? It was followed by a coordinate. Fight? Bai Jian immediately raised his hand and replied, wait for me. There is a dungeon, so it's a waste if you don't fight it. Chapter 12. The dungeon mode is another difference between God Realm and the games Bai Jian played before. It's not that there were no dungeons in his previous games, of course there were, but those dungeons were always there, waiting for you to challenge at any time. The dungeons in God Realm are different. They appear at random times and locations, and the duration of their stay after they appear is also uncertain, ranging from 1 day to 7 days. Bai Jian was still on the way, and Hingdao Lima sent the dungeon information to him. It is a short-term dungeon, which lasts only 1 day. In other words, if you don't play it within 1 day, it will be gone the next day. It also means that the difficulty of this dungeon is not too high, and you can play it. Bai Jian immediately abandoned the plan to play the rabbit and rushed to the dungeon site first. When he arrived, there were already quite a few people. After all, Hingdao Lima was not the first person to discover it, but he had more friends, so someone knew about it and notified him. Hingdao Lima was waiting there, and when he saw him, he waved his hand quickly. Here, boss, here. When Bai Jian walked over, he saw quite a few teams recruiting people. Is there any violent output? But no one looked at Bai Jian. After all, most of the people who appeared here had changed their equipment, and it was rare to see Bai Jian wearing pure novice equipment. There were also a few people who looked at him deliberately, as if they were wondering if he, a newcomer, came here to die. Just entered the game, and didn't change his equipment yet, but he wanted to play the dungeon. Some people also muttered and complained, there is not even a nurse, and every time we play the dungeon, we rely on the big red potion. It's a big loss if we can't pass it. You still want a nurse. It's good to have a high attack talent. Bai Jian walked through the group of people, and came to Hingdao Lima, and found that there were already 3 people standing next to him. Boss, this way, Hingdao Lima called him over, and then introduced the people around him. This is my cousin and cousin, twins, and this is their classmate. He then said to the others, this is the boss I mentioned, who saved my life this afternoon. While speaking, Hingdao Lima's invitation had also been sent, and Bai Jian agreed to join the team on the spot. However, he took a closer look at his cousin. Although she was called a sister, she was not much younger than Hingdao Lima, only a few months. But she was indeed very petite, with 2 long ponytails, and looked very cute. Of course, Bai Jian took a closer look, not because she was cute, but because the headdress she wore on her head was the kind that you get when you hunt rabbits. When he noticed his gaze, Hingdao immediately said, it looks good, I just got it today. This is all thanks to the big brother who saved my life, otherwise I would not be able to collect the fragments. My cousin and cousin had agreed to arrive tonight, and he wanted to get a headdress for his little cousin. As a result, his luck may not be very good these days. He died twice in a row. If he was really killed by the elite monster this afternoon, not to mention that the headdress could not be brushed out, he would not be able to log in to play the role of the host when his cousin and his friends arrived. But in the end, he was lucky. Not only was he fine, he also got the headdress, and now he ran into the dungeon. He said to Bai Jian, big brother, don't look at me as useless, but my cousin and cousin are from other planets, and they have talents. His classmate even awakened half a year ago, which is amazing. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. He wanted to sell Bai Jian, because he wanted to do something good. Today they brought Baijian to the dungeon. Later, when he got into trouble, Baijian would help him if he was in a good mood. His cousin and cousin also meant the same thing. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to form a team with this configuration. Especially after entering the dungeon, his cousin changed a magic staff on the spot and gave everyone a buff. It's a damage increase. It's not an auxiliary talent, it doesn't add much. The cousin explained, I'm a Nani, but I haven't joined a guild, so I haven't got the right skills yet, so I installed a damage increase first. But he has an initial skill, which can buff people and restore 3 points of health per second. In fact, they just awakened not long ago, and the equipment is purely because of the help of their family. The attack talent awakened by the cousin is better, and the skill book is easy to get. But the Nani's is not easy to get, and I didn't think I would awaken this before, so I didn't prepare at all. So there is no big bonus. If you lose a lot of blood, just take medicine yourself. Heng Dao immediately made a summary. As for the other 2 people with offensive talents, there is nothing to introduce. Anyway, you will know it after a fight. There is no need to know how much damage to teammates, as long as the boss knows it. This is a bit dark, and Heng Dao's cousin immediately took out a lantern. Seeing everyone looking over, he immediately said, it's empty without a skill position, so I bought the lantern summoning one when I saw it. This kind of skill that does not increase damage is relatively cheap, and it is not too bad if you don't use it after buying it. Baijian, who has not been matched by the equipment repairer until now, silently moved his eyes back. As far as he knows, no matter how useless a skill is, it has never been less than 10,000. As soon as the lantern came out, Baijian suddenly felt a lot lighter. This was not an illusion, after all, he had a buff that was a favorite of light. Where there was light, his ability would increase, and all attributes would be improved by a percentage. No matter what kind of light this was, the light emitted by the lantern was also light. The more he looked at this cousin, the more he liked him. There was no way, DPS naturally liked Nanis and Nanis, and this was a Nani with light, who could not love him. The group walked forward for about a dozen steps, and many monsters appeared on both sides. Heng Dao Lima and several people immediately chopped up. Because the road was not too wide, everyone walked separately. Heng Dao Lima and 3 people walked in front, cousin and Nani walked in the middle, and Baijian was behind. At this moment, they encountered monsters, and 2 of the 3 people in front drew their knives, and 1 drew his sword, so Baijian did not move. The monsters were not difficult to fight, and they cleared them quickly. Soon they saw the first boss. There is no plot for the boss in the God Realm, and you can directly fight the monsters when you go over. Baijian and others walked over, and Heng Dao Lima made the first cut, and then everyone attacked the boss together. Heng Dao Lima wielded a big sword with great vigor, and his cousin was not much behind. Although she was petite, she jumped quite high, and every time she jumped, the damage she dealt was always higher. It was probably a jumping skill, and there was also a horizontal sword blocking. It would reduce the damage to her from the boss. When her health was low, she would retreat immediately, and leave the responsibility of bearing the damage to others. Baijian took a quick glance and found that the damage of this boss was not as good as the previous elite monster. At least it did not knock off half of the blood of the sword in one shot. As for the other student holding the sword, he was flexible. Except for standing still when it was his turn to take the damage, he was moving around the boss at other times. It was obvious that these 3 had played together for a long time and cooperated well. Of course, what Baijian liked most was not how well they played. After all, you can meet people of all levels in the game, the key is that you know fewer people. There will not be the kind of people who dislike this equipment before entering the dungeon, and dislike that technique after entering the dungeon, but when you turn around, you will find that he is also an idiot. When he was paying attention to these 4 people, others were also looking at him. But this boss actually didn't show anything. Until now, it hasn't launched a range attack, and Baijian just stood there to output. Especially after finding it safe, he stood closer. But even so, some things can't be hidden. For example, they found that Baijian's damage was higher than they thought. In response, Baijian said that if he could not deal any damage even if he stood still, he would be useless. Moreover, the damage in this game is not completely affected by equipment. If you can hit the same place continuously, the attack will be doubled. Baijian did not go for the large areas of the body, but aimed at the forehead. It is a vital point, and it is often doubled, so the damage is naturally high. After everyone exchanged a round of hatred, the health of this boss was almost the same. Heng Dao was immediately happy. It is really easy to fight. However, the cousin looked at Baijian for a second time, and thought that this big brother was very interesting. He would shoot at the boss's forehead, even if he would miss the target due to the boss's movements, and he would not change to a larger and easier to hit spot on the boss's body. Everyone knows that shooting at a key position will cause more damage, and that hitting the target in succession will cause more damage, but that is too difficult, and few people usually do this, because it is a waste if you miss. If it were an ordinary teammate who didn't know much, he wouldn't know how much more damage Baijin had done, and would only see that he always missed. And because he had to add blood, he had to look at everyone, so he could see it very clearly. The damage of other people was basically fixed, except for Baijin. His arrows were sometimes high and sometimes low, depending on whether he hit the target or doubled it. But the overall output was definitely much better than the damage he could have done. It's no wonder that my cousin said he was a big shot. Ordinary people definitely don't have this awareness, and they can't think so far. In fact, he just thought he was an ordinary player who was good at playing and wanted to sell himself well. But now it seems that it is definitely more than just being good at playing, and he will definitely not stay on this planet in the future. After the group cleared the first boss, they saw a treasure chest. Whoever has a red hand, open the box. Baijin felt that his hand was very red, but he did not rush to open it, but letting Dao Lima, you do it. First, although this person has the lowest damage, he is the bond of the whole group. Second, he thinks that the other party is definitely not a sly hand. After all, elite monsters can be hit by him. The three people in the cousins group also shook their heads, and said that they would not open it. Hang Dao Lima was not polite, and went straight forward to open the box. The treasure chest was opened, and the rewards inside were clear at a glance. A box of water, a weapon, and 3 pieces of equipment. The weapon is a sword, and 2 of the 3 pieces of equipment are healing equipment, which increase magic power and mana, and the remaining 1 increases movement speed. It can be said that they are all good things. The box of water was opened first, and the 24 bottles could not be divided equally. However, Hang Dao Lima didn't care. He took 4 bottles on the spot, and then gave 5 bottles to each of the others. As for the remaining equipment, how to get it, follow the rules? Baijin had no opinion. In fact, there is nothing to argue about equipment and weapons. The ones that are released are for the nurse and the swordsman, and others can't use them. When no one knows that Baijin is a nurse, the only ones who need it are his cousin and his classmates. Although Baijin is a nurse, he obviously doesn't plan to get the nurse equipment. On the one hand, he goes for the attack flow, and on the other hand, he can't afford it. But he can see that he can make a lot of money after winning this dungeon. Chapter 13. Baijin was just mumbling about how much he could earn, and whether the equipment repairer would be good enough for him after the fight, when he saw a puppy beside him. It was an equipment repairer. He took a look and saw that the item belonged to the classmate holding the sword. The other party said, repair all the equipment first. The next boss was coming soon. No one knew whether it would be easy to fight. We couldn't let the equipment run out of durability halfway through the fight. Baijin took a few game coins, and threw them into the dog food bowl in front of the puppy. Then the game coins turned into dog food and were swallowed by the puppy. Looking again, the durability of his weapon was back. Otherwise, he wanted to buy one. Look how convenient it is. Otherwise, they would have to quit and repair their equipment first, and then come back to continue the fight. They did nothing all day, and just ran around. When the other person took the puppy back, Baijin looked at it reluctantly for a few more times. He has always been a cat person compared to dogs, but at this time, he had to say that he liked this dog. At this moment, the price has been calculated according to the market price. The equipment in the dungeon is obviously much better and more expensive, and Baijin's money in his hand has exceeded 10,000 in an instant. Well, equipment repairer, you are finally worthy of me. After everyone opened the box and divided the rewards, they prepared to go to the next boss. Hang Dao immediately opened the forum and took a look. Sure enough, there is no team faster than us. This server is discussing this new dungeon, and no one has cleared it yet. There are several groups who died and are complaining on the forum, saying how difficult it is to beat the first boss, the damage is very high, and they can't take drugs. I think it's okay. Hung Daolima said, we fought quite easily. His cousin couldn't help but look at him. Brother, you think it's easy because our damage is high. And your sister has a blocking skill. Not only can she bear more, but there is also a nurse here to add blood. Although the recovery is not much, it is much better than taking big red potions all the time. And the exchange of hatred is not a big deal if the cycle is good, but once the cycle can't be connected, the problem will be big. In fact, this boss is still a bit difficult, especially after marking it for a day. Many people are careless and easily come in unprepared. Baijin is also thinking The key is that it can't be resurrected. Don't say battle resurrection. Even leaving the battle and coming back is not possible. Once the magic sword is offline, it will be tomorrow at the earliest, and it will be too late to come back. The tolerance rate is too low, and they are all new books, and there is no strategy. There is a reason why each person can get 10,000 yuan just by defeating a boss. High risk, high return. Wait, someone else passed it, and got a gear book. Hung Dao immediately said enviously, "This is a big win. Why didn't I get it?" He couldn't help but say again. He was like a person who bought a lottery ticket and bet 100, and was obviously very happy, but suddenly found that someone next door got 5,000, sighing and regretting that it wasn't him. He also muttered that if he had known to let someone else open it, maybe he could get a skill. He also used extra strength when killing the monsters later, and the big knife was swung vigorously. Not long after, the 5 people saw the second boss. It was in a not-so-big cave. Except for the entrance, the rest of the place was invisible. Empty, no rocks to hide under, no way to go forward. It seems that there are only 2 bosses in this dungeon. Heng Dao looked around and said. My cousin said, the place is too empty. If something goes wrong, there is no chance to make mistakes. My cousin and classmates also frowned. Few bosses mean it is difficult to fight, especially the second one can do too. This empty space is not conducive to their performance. There is no place to hide when the boss uses skills. It's not easy to fight. My cousin looked at Baijian, wanting to hear his opinion. But he saw that the other party looked like he was reading the forum. No one will easily open the monster for the time being, he said. Baijian certainly knew this. They are the fastest, and the subsequent people have not arrived here yet. If they arrive, they will have to wait a while before opening, and there will be no news on the forum. He was looking at something else. These people either had been playing for at least half a year, or had been awakened for a while, and it was obvious that they had been taught by their elders. Baijian didn't have any, and the original owner didn't have many masters of the God Realm around him before. Most of the news was hearsay, and what he saw on the Star Network. The God Realm has its own forum, and the discussions on the Star Network are very vague, and many of them are only understandable to those who have played. He knows about the God Realm, but obviously not that much, such as the difference between 2 and 3 bosses. He doesn't understand such details. So he has to check it again. After checking, he said, 2 bosses don't give much, but the rewards are generally very good. It depends on fate. Heng Dao was still thinking about the skills. Although the chance of getting good things is high, if you are unlucky, it will still not come out. Baijian ignored his words and said directly, I checked, it doesn't say that the second boss will double the damage. The most talked about is high damage and many skills. So, as long as it is not 1 or 2 hits to kill a person, it is still possible to fight. The cousins obviously have no intention of retreating. They are all standing here, and they definitely want to fight. But this thing is not something that can be tried once. If you die, you will not be able to play today, so everyone still needs to agree. Some people are unwilling to force themselves to fight, and it will be easy to talk about it later. Once they don't fight well, they will complain. The 4 of them are all family members. They have known each other for a long time, and there is no such problem. Therefore, Baijian's thoughts are very important. But now it seems that the intention of others to fight is stronger than theirs. Baijian really wants to fight, to open up new land. He used to do this kind of thing, and he also likes the feeling of finding a way to find the mechanism. He is not interested even if it is easy. The point is that although the tolerance rate of God Realm is not as high as his previous games, it is not without tolerance rate. It is not a one-life system. If you die, you can be a hero again tomorrow. This risk is totally worth taking. Even Heng Dao Lima, who will be banned for a week if he fails again today, is happy to play. He also said, it doesn't matter. At most, I won't play for the next week. I have made a lot of money by playing this game today. My damage is low, it's okay, cousin. If it comes to a critical moment later, you can let me go and heal them first. He was as excited as a child going on an outing, and his eyes were shining as he stared at the boss. If I can open the box again, I must use the skill. Forget it. Since everyone agreed, they stood in position and prepared to fight. It was a little dark in the cave, so my cousin didn't put the lantern back. Baijian felt his own bonus, and couldn't help but look at him again. My cousin noticed his gaze, and smiled at him. When Baijian turned back again, the monsters had already been fought in front of him. Just like before, the little cousin was the first to fight. She had a blocking skill, and was more or less half a tank. The boss dealt damage, and knocked off less than a quarter of her blood. Not bad, the damage is not as high as before, she said. My cousin gave her a blood-adding buff, changed her equipment, and the blood-adding amount increased slightly, slowly recovering at 4 points per second. Baijin calculated that it can recover in a total of 5 seconds. One skill is 20 points of blood. Although it doesn't add much, the mana consumption is definitely low. Throughout the game, although my cousin was taking mana potions, the frequency was not very high. Yes, if it was like his holy light, which would consume 50 mana points at a time, this only added 20 points of blood, it would be better to take a big red potion. Although he was paying attention to the field, Baijin's movements were not slow. 3 arrows were shot out in a flash, and each arrow was more accurate than the last. Not to mention my cousin, even the other 2 who were standing nearby couldn't help but look at him, but they were just holding their swords and riding their horses, and their eyes were only on the boss, so they didn't notice it. The superimposed damage was doubled and doubled again. This time, plus the burst of others, the boss's blood volume was instantly reduced to 9%. There is a chance. The cousin was greatly excited. However, the next second, the boss's health dropped to 10%. Baijin vaguely felt that there was something around him, and he retreated without thinking. After a closer look, it turned out to be a small monster. But although he reacted quickly, the others were a step slower, and were slapped one after another. Gong Zhonghao was stunned. Quick, quick, take drugs, the damage is too high and can't be added. The classmate with the sword reminded. The cousin also spoke at the same time, help me clear the monsters. This time the boss summoned a total of 10 small monsters, 2 of which were around him. Caught off guard, except for Baijin, everyone else was slapped. Fortunately, although this small monster has high damage, it is cute and fragile, and one sword can kill one. The 3 people in front of them quickly dealt with it, but when they turned around to chop the small monster, they were slapped by the boss again, and their blood loss was a bit scary. Each one held a knife in one hand, and took drugs in the other, so busy. Baijin pulled away, and helped his cousin shoot the 2 to death first, then kicked the 2 that were coming towards him one by one, and then shot 2 with 1. 3 arrows were enough, and he quickly turned around to continue fighting the boss. The cousin took a blood potion, and first gave each of the 3 people in front a continuous blood recovery, and then he gave himself another. The health of the 4 people slowly began to recover, and he couldn't help but glance at Baijin, who hadn't lost blood yet. The monsters just appeared too suddenly, but he seemed to know it in advance and dodged it directly. Of course, the most cool thing was the 2 kicks. Soon the boss's health was going to drop another 10%, there may be more monsters. Do you want me to withdraw and help you clear them? Heng Dao asked immediately. His damage to the boss was not as good as the others, but clearing the monsters was no problem, anyway, one by one. The cousin shook his head, no need. He also wanted to try to kick the monster, to ensure that he would not be as panicked as before. However, before his beautiful dream began, he heard Baijin say, don't worry about the monsters, I clear them. While he was speaking, the boss's health was 80%. The monsters appeared. The monsters did not appear. Baijin used his skills to fight against 100 at the moment the monsters appeared. The monsters just popped up, and before they could move, the arrows had already arrived. Hundreds of arrows were shot in all directions, not to mention 10 monsters, even 10 more would be no problem. Chapter 14. This move was so cool that even Heng Dao Lima, who didn't quite understand it before, was dumbfounded. Awesome. He couldn't help but say, Big brother, you calculated it too accurately. If it was a little faster, the monster would have shot over before the arrow was released, and this skill would have been wasted. But it was just right, neither too early nor too late, the timing was just right. Everyone couldn't help but look at him more. Unlike Heng Dao Lima, who only said it was awesome, others knew that it was not easy. Of course, they were more curious. Do you have skills? At first, Heng Dao Lima said that this might be a big guy pretending to be a small account. Later, when they entered the game, they thought that this person had good skills and was a big guy, but the equipment was obviously not worn intentionally, but he really just entered the game. Thinking about which planet they are on now, it is not difficult to understand why there is no other equipment to wear, and can only wear free novice equipment. Who would have thought that after a circle, he actually has skills? The main thing is that I didn't see him use any of them before, and I thought he didn't have any initial skills. Why didn't I see you use it before? Heng Dao Lima didn't think too much about it, he just thought it was strange and asked. Baijin said, group attack, but the damage is the same as normal attack, and the durability of 10 arrows is reduced by 1 use. Others, then this skill doesn't work. Heng Dao Lima laughed dryly. But it doesn't matter, the initial skill doesn't take up the skill bar, and more group attacks are good. The cousin retracted his gaze, and thought that it was no wonder. There is only one boss, so there is no need to use the group attack skill at all. Other people's group attack skills also increase damage, but is the same as normal damage. It's no wonder that the sword doesn't work when it's opened immediately. It really doesn't work without adding damage. Even if it looks cool, it's not good if the damage is not increased. But after all, it's an initial skill, so it's good to have it. And group attack is not completely useless. Look, it's quite useful in this situation now, otherwise they have to spend some effort to clear the monsters. With Baijian's one-on-one, the group of monsters that should have tested coordination and reaction is no longer a problem. Even though the number of monsters increased twice later, they were not affected at all. Soon, the boss's health dropped to 50%. Pay attention, the cousin reminded. While he was talking, he noticed that Baijian had retreated to the farthest point. If he went any further, his crossbow would not be able to reach the enemy. What kind of AI is this guy? The mechanism is triggered when it arrives, and the reaction is so timely. He is obviously a novice, but he is so stable. The last time I saw someone who didn't make mistakes in the novice period was Chu Yuan. Baijian retreated in time. Almost the next second after he retreated, the boss used his ultimate move, and the sound waves spread out in circles. He retreated quickly, and only a little blood was scratched. The cousin took a look at the few blood points that were lost, and he didn't waste the blood on him. It was easy for the two of them to be far away, but it was not possible for 3 close combat. There was no place to hide. This time, half of the blood was cut off. And watching, the boss raised his hand and opened his mouth. Baijian thought it was not good. Based on his experience. There is still one round, put someone in front. Before he finished speaking, his cousin and classmates over there instantly understood what he meant. My cousin stayed in the position to take the damage, and my cousin quickly buffed her. Although it was a small blood-adding countdown, it had no CD after all. If he was fast enough to refresh 3 in 1 second, he could refresh 3 in 1 second. The only disadvantage was that it consumed too much mana, but he couldn't care less at this time. And the swordsman classmate had already taken the horizontal sword and hid behind them. The sonic attack of the boss also came steadily. My cousin quickly used a block to reduce the damage. This time, with her blocking, the other two basically didn't lose blood, and her own blood loss was not as much as expected. The second time didn't do as much damage as the first time. She said. Everyone dispersed and continued to fight monsters, and slowly the blood volume rose back up. And the next 10% also arrived. This time, they had experience. When they saw the boss raised his hand and opened his mouth, the 3 people standing close to him kept their previous positions. And Baijian had already retreated to a safer position. With preparation, this move is not difficult to defend, and it can even be easily dealt with. Moreover, the 3 people in front can take turns to bear the 2 waves of sonic attacks, and the damage is not obvious. It can be said that they are very comfortable in this way. Soon there was another sonic attack, and the damage this time was higher than the previous 2 times, but they cooperated well and easily dealt with it. 2, we have passed them all, there should be no other tricks left. Before Hingdao Lima finished speaking, the boss, whose blood was reduced to 20%, began to roar. The little cousin prepared to block, and the classmate also hid with Hingdao immediately. Baijian and his cousin naturally retreated, but they didn't expect that they roared for a long time. No skills? Don't worry about whether there is or not. It's better if there is no, just fight. The cousin saw that the boss had begun to recover its normal attack at the beginning, and hurriedly said. Baijian was also a little strange. It didn't make sense that every 10% had it, but it was gone when it was almost over. In the end, it really didn't. At 10%, the boss howled again, and then nothing happened, and they easily pushed it down. After the fight, Baijian was still very strange. Could it be that the boss in the God Realm was particularly different? But looking at the reactions of the 3 cousins, it didn't seem like it. To be honest, he thought that he couldn't recover the blood at the end, so he had to use the holy light. Unexpectedly, the latter part was even simpler than the former, and the third skill didn't appear at all. Hingdao Lima didn't think so much at all, just knew that he passed it. He was very happy. A copy. This is a copy, boss. He passed another one. Unboxing. This time he didn't believe in his luck, boss. How about you open it? He looked at Baijian. Baijian asked, open the box, don't you want to? Before, he saw that he was eager to try, so he gave in directly. Hingdao immediately shook his head. I have already opened one, you open this one. It's impossible for him to open all the boxes in a copy. It's okay to ask him to open a good thing every time, otherwise everyone will come to try it. Baijian didn't refuse. After all, he thought he was lucky. Seeing that others had no intention of opening the box, he walked over and opened the treasure box. In an instant, golden light flashed. The magic suit has appeared. When the special effect came out, Hengdao was immediately very happy. Boss, your luck is too good. Baijian looked over and found it was still a crossbow. Everyone looked at him. Baijian asked a few rich guys without hope, "Don't you want it?" Several people gave him a look of "What do you think? Are we crossbow players?" He drew his sword and said, "Boss, this is tailor-made for you. This is a divine weapon." Of course, it is only a small divine weapon now. There are two kinds of equipment in the god realm. One is the one Baijian has now. There is no need to upgrade it, and it cannot be upgraded. You can use it and change it when you find a better one. But divine weapons are different. Divine weapons can be upgraded as long as you get the materials. In other words, this weapon can be used forever. And as you can imagine, the price is definitely more expensive than ordinary equipment with the same attributes. Baijian looked over woodenly. I can't afford it. He hasn't even bought an equipment repairer yet. Everyone may have sensed his poverty from his novice outfit, so they were silent for a while, and finally said, "Let's look at other things. If there is a good skill book." A box of water. 10 sets of big red medicine. Hengdao Lima looked at it, and suddenly said speechlessly, "Why is the big red medicine also in it?" Baijian thought it was so strange. A box of water was only more than 700, but 10 sets of big red medicine were only 1,000. Why can't they be in it? But he also knew what Hengdao Lima meant. After all, big red medicine can be bought at any time, and water is much scarcer in comparison. He moved his eyes away from the two, and looked at the last one. Skill book. Hengdao Lima said, a skill book really came out. This time, the other three also became interested. They all came forward to watch. Golden needle passing acupuncture points. It takes 2 seconds to perform the exercise, and after 2 seconds, the target will recover 10 health points plus 10% of the magic power. This skill consumes 10 mana points. Wow! Hengdao couldn't help but say, it's actually the skill of the Nani cousin. The cousin's eyes were straight. I saw it. He still doesn't have a skill book that really suits him, and he even brought a lantern. Now that he sees the blood-adding skill, how can he not be excited? His family is helping him find it, but he didn't expect that he would come across it when he came to see his cousin. Wait, I asked my mother for money right away. Of course, he has money in his hand, and he is much richer than Baijian, who just started the game today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take down the equipment without blinking, but it is obviously not enough to buy skills. But unlike Baijian, he has the support of his family. As expected, the cousin ran to the side to make a call, and the money would arrive soon. He divided the money into 5 parts according to the market price, and Baijian and the other 2 took 1 part each. The remaining one was his sister, so the family saved this part. In the blink of an eye, Baijian had a huge sum of 80,000 yuan in his hand. If he saved a little more, he could buy the 88888. The equipment repairer was a brooch. You don't have to worry about it after you put it on. As long as there is money in your account, it will automatically repair your equipment at any time. In other words, you don't have to worry about the durability problem when fighting. It is always 100%. Baijian was thinking about it, and then he heard Hengdao Lima said, "Boss, don't you want this equipment now? It's a magic weapon, and it's not easy to get it. And it may not be a crossbow. If you miss this time, you don't know how long you will have to wait for the next time." Oh, right. With the money from the skill book, he can take a look at this magic weapon. Because the initial attributes are not high, even if it is a divine weapon, it is naturally impossible to sell it at a sky-high price. Weapons with the same attributes are only 30,000 at most. Divine weapons have upgrades and may have special attributes, so they will be several times more, but only about 100,000. The price is not as good as skills. After all, skills can be used forever and do not need to be upgraded. Baijian checked and found that the market price is 150,000. I have to say that since I came here, I have always been in a situation where I want to buy things, but I don't have enough money. Chapter 15. The market price of 150,000 yuan is divided into 5 parts. Even if you don't pay for your own share, it will still cost 120,000 yuan. Baijian looked at his savings, 80,000 yuan. After searching and picking up, he found a few bottles of water that could be sold for a few yuan, but it was obviously not enough. As he was thinking about it, he heard Hengdao Lima say, "Boss, we are all family, we can give you a discount." It's not a big deal to have these 30,000 or 20,000 yuan. To be honest, if I can get a healing skill today, I will make a lot of money. The cousin also spoke up. That's not right. The cousin also spoke up. If you didn't get it yourself, you want to buy it at this price, you're dreaming? So you still have to thank the boss for his good luck. Look, my cousin also opened the box, but he didn't get anything. Hey, hey! Hangdao Lima immediately said, at least he got a few pieces of equipment. Baijian knew at a glance that they must have discussed it in private chat before speaking up. But if he could get it, he really didn't want to give up. What my cousin said was right. The price I got from the game was the market price, but if I went out to buy it, I would definitely not be able to get it at this price. Not only my cousin's healing skills, but also his weapon. Not only is it hard to find, but the price will definitely increase when the time comes. It would be a pity to miss it. So even though he was thinking about the 88,888 brooch before, he was actually still staring at the weapon. I saw that he was interested, so I immediately persuaded him. Otherwise, the artifact would not be difficult to sell. Although it would be a bit troublesome for them to take it out to find a buyer, each person could get at least 2,000 more. Now that it has come to this, Baijian did not refuse. And he is not really that short of money. He still has a weapon. He still had the knife that the elite monster had killed. He originally thought that the durability of the equipment here would drop faster than he thought, so he kept an extra weapon in case he really ran out of durability and could still draw the knife to kill the monster. Now it was just right, so he took it out to make up for the loss. The price of weapons has always been more expensive than equipment, and the properties of this knife are pretty good, so it can be sold for at least 25,000 yuan. Then he put together the other things in the backpack. There were more than 10,000 yuan left. Add me as a friend, and I make up for it later. No, no. Hangdao immediately said, it's just a few thousand yuan, just make friends. Yes, 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 if you're not a big guy, we can't fight so easily. But he didn't want the money, he still had to have friends. Bai Jian and his cousin added him as a friend, and found that Hangdao was in a daze immediately after adding him. Others noticed it and asked, what are you doing? Posting to moments. Hangdao Lima said, I cleared the dungeon and got a magic weapon and skill. I have to brag about it. If any of his friends didn't know about it today, he would have failed to publicize it. If his cousins and classmates weren't at his house, he would have run out of the house to tell his friends in person. Oh, of course he was also browsing the forum at the same time. Seeing how others couldn't beat him, and then pretending to show off a few words. You have to pretend to show off casually, and then enjoy the envy and jealousy of others, and be called a big boss. Bai Jian and the others looked at Hangdao Lima with a smug look on their faces, and were about to look away speechlessly, but saw that his face suddenly changed, and then he took several more photos of the fallen boss, and then he obviously went to browse the forum again. Several people, Bai Jian thought about it, opened the forum, and found that the top post was indeed Hangdao Lima's. The boss has been taken down, easily, no one died, and artifacts and skills were opened. There are a lot of people calling him the boss, and some people want to see the skill book and artifacts. Baijian saw Hangdao Lima reply to several people, and the main one was calm, as if this book was really easy. There are only 2 big moves, and it is quite simple to find a way. Of course, my teammates have high attacks, so I just did it. It is impossible for someone who can get into the boss's team to be bad. The host is modest. The host came here to dream. Do you really believe it? If I hadn't beaten it before, I would really think there were 2 big moves, but the second boss clearly has 3. Is this true or not? Please come out and tell me. In fact, there is no need for anyone to urge him. Hangdao Lima is already inputting like crazy. I think you are dreaming. There are obviously 2 types. From 90% to 30%, we are ready for the next 2 stages, but nothing happened. The boss just screamed for a long time. In order to prove that he really beat it, he even posted pictures. It was the ones he just took. No wonder he suddenly started taking pictures of the boss falling down. It turned out to be because of this. God Realm is worthy of being a national game. In just a short while, many people have come out to say that Hangdao Lima is bragging, and he used the excuse that he has not released the artifact and skills. As a result, when the picture came out, I was immediately dumbfounded. It really is this boss. Damn, the OP really beat it. Then why did you say there are only 2 skills? Are you fooling people? Hangdao Lima. There were originally 2, and the one who said there were 3 was the one with unclear motives. Why didn't I see the third one? Hangdao Lima really thought so, but he didn't expect that the person saw what he said and immediately posted a picture, which was a picture of 2 big bosses gathered together, one of which had a countdown on its head, and the other was summoned. And looking at the picture, this was when the health was at 20%. When the screenshot was taken, there were already 2 people lying in this person's team, and the health of the others was not healthy. The third skill, you see, can summon the previous boss over 2 together. Who can beat this? This time, Hengdao Lima was completely stunned. Baijian reminded, asked them if they encountered anything different when they fought. Hengdao Lima was about to ask, and the post below was refreshed again, and someone else cleared the level. Cleared the level, just like the original poster, did not see the first boss being summoned. However, more people posted pictures of being punished by the sudden double boss. As the pictures got more and more, someone soon discovered. Some of them encountered this, while others didn't, so the OP was really lucky. And I looked at the people who encountered this, and the time the boss was above their heads was different, some longer and some shorter. What's going on? Is this dungeon still based on luck? You deserve to be in a group if you're unlucky. If this is the case, how can you beat it? The difficulty is different. Impossible. There must be other reasons. Baijian ignored these words and focused on the pictures, comparing the time differences and the team professions. Suddenly, he thought of something. It's time. Hengdao Lima was just catching the horse. How could he have thought that a bragging post could be so messed up? And it was even more impossible for him to know why. At this moment, he looked over immediately after hearing Baijian's words. Boss, what did you say? It should be time. Baijian said, the faster you beat the first boss, the shorter the time it takes to summon it. If it's faster, it will be 0 seconds. The damage of the teams that can pass the level now is not low, and they beat it quickly, so we didn't see this trick. At that time, it seemed that the boss should have a big trick, but it didn't use it in the end. So it's impossible for some people to rely on luck and not have it, and looking at the configuration of those teams, the fewer high-attack professions there are, the longer the countdown is. It's possible. Hengdao's eyes lit up immediately. Boss, can I say it on the forum? Baijian asked him to do whatever he wanted, and Hengdao immediately went to the forum to output. With his words, others began to count the time. Many people don't count when playing the game, but some people do count. With more people and more data, it's easy to see. What the boss said turned out to be true. It really has something to do with time. No wonder he cleared the level early. He has high attack and ideas. If he doesn't clear the level, who will? Hengdao immediately said that it was not his credit. He was just slacking off during the game. The rules were discovered by the boss who led him. However, the focus of the post has completely shifted at this moment. Everyone is comparing the time. Baijian didn't read it anymore, but he could guess that when more people participate, no matter what time it takes to defeat the first boss, they will not be summoned and can be pushed out by these players. He is now looking at his newly acquired crossbow. Not to mention, the appearance is much better than the novice outfit he used to have. The whole body is silver white, only the tail of the arrow is a little black. The texture is also much better than the previous one, and it feels heavier in the hand. He gestured with it, and decided to try the new weapon later. Of course, he is not the only one like this. His cousin who has newly acquired a skill is even more excited. He didn't care if others were at full health or not, and just used healing on others. Baijian was also killed, and he felt nothing when he was at full health. Or the cousin couldn't stand it anymore. Why don't we find something else to fight? Although she didn't get anything, it was obvious that she hadn't fought enough. The quiet swordsman classmate took out the equipment repairer puppy again. Baijian went over silently to get some. But he found out. Oh my god, he spent all his money on buying weapons, and there was no gold coins left to repair equipment. Chapter 16. What is sad? Sadness is when you work hard all day, but not only do you not earn an equipment repairer, but you even have no money to repair the equipment. A hand silently stretched out from the side, and the cousin paid him the money. Thank you, Baijian said. The cousin twitched his mouth and said, it's okay, it doesn't cost much. This is the truth. Baijian was not hit much during the whole process, and the durability of his clothes basically did not drop. As for weapons, he now changed to a new one, which is even full. The reason why I came here is that I want to repair it to the fullest when I see it is not full. However, the equipment of others dropped a little bit. After all, the front row still has to bear the damage. Several people came forward one after another, and immediately took Hengdao, who was still immersed in the forum, to repair the equipment, and then left the dungeon. There are more people in front of the dungeon door now, and it is more chaotic. Since the first boss had to be defeated quickly, everyone has been eyeing high attack. Of course, there are also those who don't think they can beat the second boss at all, and just want to get the first reward. Of course, This has nothing to do with the 5 of them. After passing the level, they can't fight anymore. The 5 people jumped over the crowd and walked out, ready to find a place to spawn monsters. On the way, the cousin couldn't help but say, "You have a good sense and strong operation." Not bad. It's all thanks to his previous game skills. But Baijian is proud, but he also knows that he is still far from it now. The God Realm is different from the games he played before. Many skills are interchangeable, but many are completely opposite. He still needs to adapt more. For example, he looked at the crossbow in his hand. In the past, as long as you choose a person, it all depends on whether you have a high hit rate or the opponent's dodge is better. But now it's different. Everything has to be practiced by yourself. Fortunately, he had this hobby before, and he lives in a country with strict gun control. Since he can't play with guns, he can only find something else, and the crossbow caught his eye. Otherwise, he probably still uses a scope, and he may not be able to shoot accurately. Heng Dao immediately followed behind everyone, and was obviously still walking and outputting on the forum. He just closed the forum and heard his cousin mention Bai Jian's ability. He immediately boasted, and the big brother's skill is not completely useless. It is very useful for clearing small monsters and killing rabbits. He used to cut one knife, and then run to another place to chase another one and cut another knife. He almost went crazy from killing rabbits. If he had that skill, he could just stand there and use the skill. Baijian said, "Before you came to me, I was going to kill rabbits." No. The cousin immediately said, "The damage of rabbits is so low, if you don't lose blood, how can I try new skills?" Now the only 3 words in your mind are new skills. The cousin couldn't help complaining. It's the same when you just got the skills, and all the monsters around you are in trouble. The brother and sister quarreled, and they walked through the forest. The monsters in this area are relatively easy to fight, and they are going to the main city to find a teleportation array. Baijian encountered small monsters on the way, and basically he took care of them with one arrow. It has to be said that the attributes of the new weapon are good. Of course, he killed monsters not only to adapt to the new equipment, but also to get some things to exchange for money. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the money to repair the equipment. Poor him, the equipment repairer was about to be in his hands, but now the progress is reset to 0. However, Baijian looked at the new weapon in his hand and thought it was worth it. The equipment repairer is right there, and can be bought at any time, but this weapon is different. It is not easy to find a suitable one. Just like that, Baijian followed Heng Dao, and the 4 of them immediately found some monsters that are more difficult to fight. The 5 of them immediately prepared to fight. "Cousin, you must heal me well, I am the worst." The cousin twitched his mouth. Got it. He was actually most concerned about Baijian. Of course, it was not that Baijian was difficult to heal. In fact, he basically didn't have to worry about him in this regard. The main reason was that the others had known each other for a long time, and had a clear understanding of their levels, but Baijian was different. At first, they thought he was just a person who played well, but later they found out that he should be a big boss. After a dungeon, they confirmed that he was a talented big boss. When clearing small monsters on the road before, he noticed that the other party should be because he was not used to the new weapon, so he shot at a larger target, and sometimes he would miss and shoot again. But now, even if he missed, he would shoot at the vital point. He thought about it, and thought that he was in a hurry on the road, and didn't want to waste too much time to make them wait. Now that everyone was trying out their skills, they didn't require so much accuracy, so he changed his approach. This person really wanted to become stronger all the time. And look at the others. Needless to say, his cousin was having a great time hacking around. I guess he didn't dare to come to this area to hack these monsters before, but now that he had the chance, he was having a great time hacking. Anyway, he didn't have to think about the rhythm of the moves, it was good enough if he didn't get hacked. And his sister and classmates didn't seem to be any different, they were just cooperating with him. Losing blood, waiting for blood to be replenished. Originally, they had always been like this, and he didn't think it was a big deal, but now there was a comparison around him, and he suddenly felt that he was not working hard enough. Baijian didn't think so much, he just tried to do his best in everything, of course, except pretending to be a girl. In the past, when he played games, he would practice some difficult combos and so on. Now that he has come to StarCraft, this game is basically equivalent to life, and it is even more impossible for him to rely on his healing talent to play badly. It was actually just after 8 o'clock when the few people finished the game, but in the end, they worked until 2 o'clock in the morning. When Baijian logged off, he was still wondering if all people who play games like to stay up late. Especially when they are addicted to the game, they will be more energetic the more they play. The people he knew before were, but he didn't expect that the games in this world are not just games anymore, and it seems that the people in them are still the same. Anyway, he saw Hangdao Lima still looking unsatisfied when he logged off. At this moment, Hangdao Lima was really happy, and he experienced the beauty of having a big guy to lead him to kill monsters. If you go with us to Apocalypse, you can experience this feeling every day, the cousin said. They came here before school started, mainly to persuade my aunt and her family to go to Apocalypse with them. Even if my aunt and uncle are used to this place and don't want to leave, my cousin can go out with them to see the world. There's nothing wrong with that. It just so happens that the two of them have 4 people to take with them. However, Hangdao immediately shook his head when he heard it. I won't go. I'm staying well in 2538. The cousin and cousin looked outside at the same time. The sky was full of dust, and the air was dry. They both had a little difficulty adapting after just arriving. The planet they were staying on was only in the top 500, which was nothing compared to the planet of Kanchi. He could understand his aunt and uncle. After all, they had been living here for a long time, and they might not be able to adapt after going out for a few years. Their parents, for example, were unwilling to go with them because their connections were all on their original planet. But his cousin was not too old. Wouldn't it be better for him to go out and try his luck? Who knew that Hangdao Lima also had his own ideas? There must be many masters on the big planets. I'm so bad. I'd be despised every day if I go there. And all his friends were here, and he would have to get to know them again when he went out. If he had the ability to meet that big guy today, he would definitely not be afraid of these, and others would be scrambling to meet him. But he was obviously not like that, and sometimes he couldn't stand being bad. The cousin said, "Don't we still have us? Forget it, you will all go to school by then, so how can you spend so much time with me? Besides, the environment on Apocalypse is too good. I will definitely not be able to adapt after staying there for a few years." He can't always cling to his cousins. They have a place in school now, and if they do well in the future, they may be able to settle there. But other people's parents don't bother their children with this trouble, so how can he, a cousin, have such a big face? Not to mention, the prices on the big planet must be expensive. Although you don't have to worry about food and drink, housing prices are a big problem. And everyone wears good equipment when they go out, but he is the only one wearing this, so he should not show off. You just stay here for a few more days, and take me to brush more good things. He was very happy. Today is enough for me to do nothing for the next few months. Come on, have some fruit. The aunt came over with the cut fruits. When the crisp and sweet apples were served, it seemed that the dry air was moistened a little. Several people took small forks and started to eat. The cousin wanted to persuade her again, but Hangdao Lima mentioned Baijian, the big guy I told you about is really powerful. The cousin thought that it was not true. Originally, I couldn't persuade you, and I wanted to do you a favor, but it seems that he obviously can't stay here for long. And speaking of it, it can't be said that they led the other side in the game today. On the contrary, the guy named Abai reminded them several times, and made them fight more smoothly. Several people talked while eating, and Baijian was eating over there. After all, it was more than 2 o'clock when they logged off, and they couldn't digest the dinner no matter how full they were. He scanned the backpack and followed Hangdao Lima to fight monsters. Although they were testing their skills, they also killed a lot of monsters, and there were a lot more things in their bags. He looked around and chose to eat the steamed dumplings. He added another bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. This amount was obviously not enough for Baijian, who looked thin but had a big appetite. And he just wanted to fill his stomach, and his ultimate goal was the fruit area. There were 20 big durians there. In the previous world, this would cost at least 3,000 or 4,000. Of course, he was not short of money, otherwise he could not afford his hobbies, but he had never bought so much at once. He could eat until he was full but obviously could not finish it. Durian freedom, here he comes. Chapter 17. Many things produced in the game are delicious. Baijian had discovered this before. Apart from other things, the fruits are all very fresh. This durian seems to have just ripened and been picked from the tree. It tastes completely different from the various frozen durians he had eaten before. It's so delicious. He had thought about going to the durian-producing area to eat durian when he made more money later, but he didn't expect that he could realize it by sitting at home. He showed off several durians in a row. This durian is really good. Every one is big and plump with a small core. Enjoy it. The consequence of enjoying it is that you can't sleep. Baijian simply didn't sleep. He opened the door and decided to go out for a walk. If you want to say what's good about the planets ranked lower, you can only say that there are more talented people. Although the original owner's house is empty, it is actually not too small. There is also a small yard outside. Of course, there is nothing to decorate. The whole planet is just soil and stone, and there is nothing to put. The yard was just a circle of stones, and the door was a wooden board. Bai Jian recalled and found it from the original owner's memory. It was from a certain game. The wooden board was a hole, and the original owner didn't change it much. It was just a decoration anyway. After all, there might be other things here, but there were really almost no thieves. Everyone's things that were a little valuable were in the game backpack, so you couldn't take anything if you came in. As for personal safety, the original owner was a miner before, so there was no need to worry about this. If there was any worry, it should be the people who attacked him. So this door was just a showpiece. I remember Wei Yiji was quite stable and polite. Bai Zihan often climbed over the wall to enter the house, as he didn't like the trouble of opening the door. This kind of behavior usually means that he has a good relationship with the owner and doesn't distinguish between you and me, or he doesn't respect the other party. Judging from the current situation, Bai Zihan should be the latter. No matter how he behaves on the surface, he must be hostile to Bai Jian in his heart. This can be seen from the fact that he poached the house and showed off. Bai Jian walked around the yard for a few times, and felt that he was not so full, so he looked at the wooden board. After a while, he came forward and smashed a shallow and small pit on the wooden board with a stone. The pits were everywhere, up and down, and the arrangement was not neat, which was a mess and had no aesthetic feeling. But he didn't do it for this. Bai Jian finished, returned to the door, took out his weapon and started shooting. 1 arrow for each hole. If you miss, shoot again. Since I can't sleep, I go out and practice. It was just a hobby before. He would go to the club to play when he had free time. Although he is serious, he has many hobbies, and most of his mind is still tied to study. That is to say, he has some talent. Otherwise, with his training, it is impossible to have the current accuracy. But many times, talent is just a stepping stone, and it is absolutely impossible without hard work. Bai Jian shot arrows one after another, because it was dark, or there was only a little moonlight, so he couldn't see clearly. Fortunately, his eyes are no longer as nearsighted as before, and it is not an exaggeration to say that his vision in both eyes is the clearest he has ever enjoyed. Before, let alone hitting the target, he couldn't even find the target. The original owner really had a good body. In this regard, the original owner suffered a great loss when the two exchanged. But when I think about the fact that this exchange was entirely caused by the original owner's innate skills, I feel that the original owner didn't suffer any injustice. He is unlucky, Bai Jian thought, but his hands didn't stop moving. It has never been his character to complain about the world and worry about people. Now that things have come to this, he will only try his best to make his life better. And now, practicing the crossbow well is the first priority. Arrows were shot one by one, aiming at the pre-marked points. The wooden board was thick, produced by the game, and the quality was guaranteed, but it couldn't withstand such tossing. In the end, it fell down. A person in a corner not far away looked at this scene and shrank back. Like Bahu, their boss also had ideas about Bai Jian. There was no way, Garbage Star had never seen anyone whiter and more beautiful than Bai Jian. Especially those eyes. Their boss said that they looked innocent and lovable. I didn't see anything innocent about them, but I admit that they are pretty. But now I just want to shake their boss and shout, look carefully, where is the innocence? It's clearly cruel. Less than half an hour later, this little brother went back to report. Bai Jian went crazy, shooting arrows at the door, shooting the door into a hedgehog, and it flew out 2 meters and fell there. All the little brothers were confused. What is he doing? I don't know. The little brother who came to report shook his head, but you didn't see the scene. It was too scary. I think the boss should forget about it. He was just dumped by Wei Yijiao. He must be angry, and if he comes to the door now, he will be shot with a few arrows, and there will be no place to complain. The boss paused, and accepted the younger brother's suggestion very sincerely. Then wait a little longer. Bai Jian didn't know that his digestion activity saved him a lot of trouble. After digesting the food, he didn't care about the door. He carried it back, and put it somewhere, and went back to sleep. The next day, he got up late, which was normal, but it didn't affect his show-off. The monsters in the advanced area are difficult to fight, but the things they drop are indeed rich. Last night, in order to show off the durian, Bai Jian only tried steamed buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. This morning, he can try something else. Bai Jian scanned the various dishes, and decided to eat prawns. Early. No, not really early breakfast. He also made himself a plate of cherries. In addition, there are 2 bags of nuts in the backpack, namely macadamia nuts and pecans, which are all peeled. I have to say that although money has not been easy to get after crossing here, I am really not wronged in terms of food. It is clean and hygienic. You don't need to worry about whether it is fresh or not, and you don't need to worry about whether there are any additives. It is really comfortable and refreshing to eat. Eating well makes you energetic, especially if you sleep until the morning. Even if you stayed up all night last night, it doesn't affect you at all. Baijian went into the game and sorted out his backpack first, and repaired the durability of the equipment that was destroyed by shooting the wooden door last night. 20 big durians are too many, not to mention that he also likes to eat other fruits. So he sold a few. After all, it is something from the advanced area, and the price is several times higher than the previous happy water. After finishing all these, he went to fight monsters. I didn't see Hengdao Lima today. Baijian had just entered the God Realm, and he only had a few friends, none of whom were online. But it was normal. It was hard to meet each other, so he couldn't just stay in the game all the time. Without help, he could just kill the monsters by himself. It was a good opportunity to try to escape from the monsters. In this way, for several days in a row, Baijian stayed in this area to kill monsters. The monsters in the high-level area were not easy to fight, and he often had to fight for a long time to kill one, but it required higher positioning and accuracy. Baijian was very active in killing monsters, going back and forth between repairing equipment and selling resources and killing monsters. On this day, his game coins finally reached more than 10,000. Then he divided it into 4 without saying a word and transferred it to Hengdao Lima and the other 4. Although these people said that they would let the remaining money go, when they played the game that day, Baijian couldn't really let it go. If it was in the previous game, he would definitely not be polite. After all, more than 10,000 gold coins would not be much money when converted into money, but now it is different. That's a real 10,000 yuan, many people can't earn that much in a month. He wasn't being polite when he said he would make up for it that day, and he paid it back right after he got it. But he was smarter than before. Last time, he didn't even have the money to repair his equipment, but this time he still had a few hundred yuan left after paying off his debts. Hengdao Lima's online time has been erratic these days. He just sent his cousin to the spaceship today, and just now, he went online and saw the payment reminder. He was stunned for a moment, and after figuring out what was going on, he sent a message to his cousin. After seeing the message, the latter opened his light brain and took a look, and found that everyone had received it. Hengdao immediately cut off contact with his cousin and began to reply to Baijian, "Boss, didn't you say you don't need the rest? If you really want to give it to me, you can wait until later. It's more important to change the novice equipment now." Baijian said, "It's okay, it's enough for now." Hengdao immediately thought, yes, he later heard from his cousin that the damage dealt by the boss was not inferior to that of his 2 cousins, but even so, wouldn't it be higher if he changed to better equipment? What is enough? Who would think that their damage is high? Baijian certainly knew the benefits of changing equipment or getting an equipment repairer first. The former can kill monsters faster and gain more, and the latter can make fewer trips, and is also very useful. In the long run, it is obviously more cost-effective. But he has never owed anyone money since he was a child, and he feels uncomfortable owing money to others. It would be fine if he really didn't have it before, but now that he has it, he still has to pay it back quickly. Equipment and repairers can wait for the time being. Hengdao immediately saw that he insisted and didn't say anything. After all, he was not very rich. He was sincere when he asked not to take it before, and he was naturally happy to get it now. Baijian said a few more words to him, then closed the dialogue box, and continued to fight monsters. Before school starts, he has to change his equipment, and get the equipment repairer. It would be nice if there was another elite monster. He looked not far away, hoping that there would be another Hengdao Lima with an elite monster shouting for help. But obviously this is just like hoping for a pie in the sky, when you have no money. It is an unrealistic fantasy. In the next 3 days, Baijian did not wait for Hengdao Lima number 2 to send the elite monster, but waited for the school's notice. A survey of freshmen. Baijian raised his eyebrows. A survey? Didn't the previous exams have everything that should be surveyed? There was no such thing in the original owner's memory. When he opened it, he found that it was not an intelligence survey, but a 4 survey this time. Chapter 18. The first Apocalypse College is the one that pays the most attention to technology research and development among all the colleges. The first batch of hovercrafts was made by them, but it does not mean that they do not pay any attention to the God Realm. The school also recruits many talented students every year and conducts a comprehensive survey before the start of school. But in the past, This had nothing to do with the manufacturing department like Baijian, and it was all the business of the talent department. The rules have changed this year. In addition to the talent department, other departments must also participate. And the reason was not mentioned. But in school, sometimes it is normal to do whatever you want. Baijian did not have a classmate to discuss with. After all, school had not started yet, and he did not know anyone from the same school. Baijian opened the time and took a detailed look at the time, and found that it was more than half a month later. The time was quite urgent. Not only was the environment of 2538 Star not good, but the location was also remote. To go to Apocalypse Star, it would take about 10 days just to get there. This was also the reason why he attacked the wooden door. After all, he could not live there for a few days. Otherwise, even if it's just a decoration, it's better than nothing. It's just that he originally planned to stay there for about half a month, but now he has to leave quickly. Otherwise, the test has already started, and he might still be on the spaceship. Baijian didn't enter the game again, but glanced at the room. Well, there's nothing to bring. The good thing about having a game backpack is that you don't have to worry about luggage. And the optical computer here is directly tied to the brain, so you don't have to worry about forgetting to bring your mobile phone. There's no need to mention the ID card. You can just scan your face when the time comes. The spaceship to Star 2538 goes every 3 days, and today is the 3rd day. Baijian glanced at the time and thought it was still in time, so he went out and headed straight for the airport. When he passed the wooden door that was shot into pieces and pierced like a hedgehog, he stopped for a moment, then lifted the door and installed it. Well, it looks about right now. After taking a look at the place where the original owner had lived for more than 10 years, Baijian turned and left. Because he was in a hurry, he was almost jogging. Thanks to the original owner's good health, and Baijian's habit of running at night, this activity was nothing to him. He had discovered before that although it didn't hurt, the basic feelings of tiredness and fullness were still there. This is also a difference between reality and the game. There were not many pedestrians on the road, but they were definitely not few. Everyone was wearing equipment and holding weapons, but there were almost no real fights. After all, the backward resources of 2538 stars belong to the entire planet, and you can't get anything useful by robbing others. If someone really has good things, you can't beat them. Once there is no interest entanglement, who would easily fight to the death. Of course there were conflicts. At this moment, Bahu and his brothers were fighting with another group of people. If Baijian was there and found out that night, he would have found that the group was the organization of the brother who was staring at his door and was scared silly. The Shamat brother was standing inside. The conflict between the two sides was not a day or two. The two bosses stood there with airs, and the brothers were scolding each other. Then he got really angry while scolding. What's the point of just talking? If you have the ability, show it in the game. Come on, do you think I, Bahu, am afraid of you? Then the two sides agreed to fight to the death in the game. If they killed more opponents, those people would not be able to play the game for resources on that day, and they would make money. The Shamat little brother shouted, "Brothers, go and fight for the boss's love." Bahu sneered, and said love. Baijian didn't dare to think about it. But he would never tell this guy that he had awakened his attack talent and initial skills, and waited to see his old rival fall into the trap and get into trouble. They fought hard here, and they kept thinking about it. But they didn't expect that the people they mentioned had already arrived at the airport at this moment. Baijian had changed the electronic ticket issued by the school, and he just caught up with it at the last moment after the spaceship took off. 2538 stars are behind. There are few spaceships, and not many people get on. Even the spaceship does not go directly to Tianqi Star, and it needs to transfer through several planets in the middle. Baijian has browsed the process on the optical computer, mainly picking out the differences from his previous flights and writing them down. Not to mention the process, the biggest difference is actually the scenery. Before, there was the sky and clouds outside, but now there is a sky full of stars. Without the scattered light of the atmosphere, the space is actually dark, which makes the stars appear brighter. Baijian stood by the large viewing window for a long time, and his heart became more and more peaceful and leisurely. If it were in the past, where could we enjoy such a view? So no matter where we land, there will always be a good side. He looked for a while, and went to find his own position. Because there were few people, the surroundings were empty. When Baijian sat over, there were few people around. The spaceship flew very slowly for a while after taking off. The people closest to Baijian were a family, and the three of them were playing poker. Baijian glanced at it, and saw that it was still Landlord. He was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that after traveling through time, He could still see such a familiar form of entertainment. 2 cards left. The cheerful voice of a child sounded, and while speaking, he looked at his parents, wondering if their cards could beat his own. Baijian retracted his gaze, leaned back, put the back of the chair in a comfortable position, and prepared to take a nap. He played a little late last night, and received a notice from the school early this morning. He was busy catching the spaceship, so he didn't eat or sleep well. I was sleepy and didn't want to eat, so I took a nap first. Because there were few people on the spaceship, it was not noisy at all. Occasionally, the cheerful voices of children winning the game were heard, and Baijian took it all as a sleep aid. He was a light sleeper, but he was not picky about the environment. His roommates in the school dormitory played games, and shouted so loudly that the dormitory next door couldn't stand it, but he could still sleep when he needed to. After sleeping for about half an hour, someone passed by. "Tell me, you finally came across a dungeon, and you didn't play it. I heard that there are several people who open artifacts and skills. You finally came here. What are you looking at?" The man followed his gaze, and found that it was a very good-looking boy. "You are not. Are you in love?" His tone is ambiguous. Even if he didn't say it, people can easily understand the meaning. However, the person walking in front didn't even pay attention to this exciting topic, retracted his gaze, and continued to walk forward. The person who was talking had to follow. "Tell me, why are you so serious? She's so pretty, you must be attracted to her. What are you looking at?" When the voice disappeared, Baijian didn't hear the answer. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands. If he was right, the man's gaze should have been on his hands. He had nothing in his hands, because he didn't get any similar equipment, so he didn't wear any accessories. There are rules for boarding the spaceship. Everyone knows that you have weapons, but you can't go up with a knife or a sword. So Baijian's weapons were stored in the game backpack, and he didn't take them out. So what was that person looking at? Thinking about it, he slowly closed his eyes again. Still sleepy. He slept strangely. No matter how noisy someone was next to him, it didn't affect him, but he couldn't bring his name or approach him, or he will wake up immediately, as if he has sensed something. But this does not mean that he has woken up. If there is nothing to do, he will close his eyes and sleep again. It was lunchtime when he woke up, and there was food for sale on the spaceship. But since they were all from the God realm, the prices were all market prices, and there was no such thing as more expensive. After all, everyone has food in their backpacks, and the food sold here is just to prevent passengers from wanting to eat more varieties. Baijian took a look and found that the button of the magic sword was still gray. As expected, although he didn't need to turn off his phone when riding a spaceship like he did when he was on a plane, he couldn't play games like the God realm. So it's no wonder that family played landlord to kill time. Fortunately, the game backpack and game coins are not in the God realm system, but are connected to all games, so they are not affected at this time. He naturally had food in his backpack, but the spaceship sold ice cream that he didn't have, so he went to buy 2 small balls after eating. Matcha flavor, his favorite. On the way back to his seat with ice cream, Baijian heard a familiar voice. He turned his head, and saw a person talking excitedly. The voice was not very recognizable, but after all, he had just heard it not long ago, so he still remembered it. It was the 2 people who passed by his seat. Unfortunately, when he looked forward, he only saw a back figure turning into the corridor on the other side. It's quite high, Baijian thought. He was 1.8 meters tall, which was not considered short, and this person was at least taller than him. His stature was also broad, with narrow waist and broad shoulders, and he seemed to be a circle larger than his body. Although it was just a glance, he could see that his arms were very strong. He must be a master. He thought. Was he looking at his hands before because he admired other people? He couldn't be curious about whether he was wearing a novice outfit and holding a novice weapon. Then this person has good taste. He could see his excellence at a glance. Although he thought so, Baijian didn't take it seriously. But he didn't pay much attention to why others looked at his hands, but happily enjoyed his ice cream after dinner. After eating, he turned on the light brain and started reading. Chapter 19. The original owner had good grades, and of course Baijian was not bad either. But there were still differences, and the things they learned were different. At least history was a huge difference. Although he had the original owner's memories, Baijian still planned to go through some special points himself. This was something he had decided long ago, and the time was set when he couldn't play the God realm on the spaceship, so that he would not waste time getting stronger in the God realm, nor would he delay his studies. Time passed slowly in the process of learning. Baijian was almost always reading, eating when it was time to eat, and occasionally going to the restaurant on the spaceship for a meal. When he was changing planes, he took the opportunity to enter the God realm and kill a few more monsters before getting on the spaceship. At first, he didn't expect to leave so quickly. If he didn't kill a few monsters, he might not have food on the way. He went to the restaurant for a meal because there was not much stock left. Other than that, everything went smoothly. Although it was the first time to ride a spaceship, there was a light computer navigation, and the procedures were very clear and understandable. There were no problems along the way, and we arrived at the last connecting flight. I have to admit that the closer we get to these big planets, the newer the spaceship looks and the more complete its functions are. Finally, I'm coming back. It's not easy to go out. I can't play in the God realm for many days. I must have fun when I go back. A familiar voice came, and Bai Jian looked sideways. This person seems to be very talkative. Every time you see them, you can hear his voice before you see them. However, along the way, they have met several times, but Bai Jian has never seen the face of the tall man. This time he turned around, and it was the same. The person on the other side was walking forward without stopping, followed by the chatterbox Bin Lao. When turning the corner, Bai Jian saw half of the face, and there was only one word to describe it. Good-looking. Of course, Bai Jian himself was also good-looking, but this person's good-looking was different from his. If Bai Jian was delicate and beautiful, like a delicate flower in the morning with water, then that person was a pine tree standing proudly in the wind and snow, not very delicate, but hard to hide his character. Bai Jian still had the picture of that moment in his eyes, and couldn't help but look at the same place a few more times. But the person walking there had changed at this moment, and became the chatterbox behind him, who kept chattering. The chatterbox seemed to notice that someone was looking at him, and looked back and found Bai Jian. He was also stunned, but his foot had already stepped out. The next second, the side of both sides was blocked by the wall. It's that pretty girl you saw before, Chu Yuan. He's looking at me. Do you think he's interested in me? Maybe because you're so ugly. In front, the person who had never spoken to him finally spoke. Chatterbox couldn't stand it anymore. Why are you making personal attacks? How can I be ugly? I'm considered romantic and unrestrained. There's a long line of boys and girls who like me every day. Chu Yuan, that means he thinks you're noisy. What are you saying? I haven't talked to him. How can he think I'm noisy? Chatterbox talked as he walked. Of course, because he was far away, Bai Jian didn't hear anything. He found his seat and sat down. Unlike on planet 2538, the spaceship here was full. But this is the last time to transfer. This time the spaceship can go directly to Tianqi Star. For several days in a row, although the environment on the spaceship is generally better than the original owner's cabin, it is really not as comfortable as staying at home. Bai Jian just finished watching part of it, so he went to the viewing window to watch the stars. He is not the only one here. There are several people standing by the large viewing window, but one team has finished watching and is ready to leave, so Bai Jian fills the position. The crowd moves back and forth, but it is not very full. Anyway, it is not crowded. Bai Jian did not pay much attention, but focused on looking at the starry sky outside. Suddenly, his eyes paused. Someone went out of the spaceship. It should be a flying device, pure black, with a little starlight on it, and it is very fast. As soon as it left the spaceship, it merged into the space. If it were not for his good eyesight, he would not have noticed it. He turned his head to look at other people, and no one had a special reaction, as if they did not see it. The aircraft passed by, and Bai Jian captured the trajectory of the other party. Although the colors are similar, it is easier to see the moving ones than the static ones. It was not until the other party stopped moving that Bai Jian had a hard time looking at it. He almost thought it did not exist, just a piece of starry sky. But the next second, he was stunned. Because outside the almost non-existent starry sky, a strange thing appeared. Bai Jian's body tensed up instantly. Then he saw that thing fighting with the people on the aircraft. Later, because the speed of the spacecraft was very fast, although Bai Jian did not move his eyes away, he gradually could not see that far away. In fact, he even suspected that he saw the light of the skill in the last fight, but he couldn't be sure. But what exactly is that strange thing? The original owner's memory doesn't have anything like this. But that thing does exist, and it can be confirmed that at least the people on the aircraft know about it, and the spacecraft also knows about it. Because even if people didn't notice that the aircraft went out, the spacecraft would have to open a special cabin, and the radar couldn't fail to scan the movement over there. Bai Jian stood quietly by the viewing window, and saw the aircraft flying back from a distance. Then he got on the spacecraft. The passengers didn't notice that they went out, and it seemed that they just went out for a turn. Baijian almost thought that the first glance at that time was an illusion, but his poor imagination could never imagine the kind of monster that looked like a bug but not a bug, a cow but not a cow, and a turtle but not a turtle. He didn't stay at the viewing window for long and prepared to return to his seat. But before he went back, he said in a nonchalant manner, "I seem to see a flying machine flying over just now." "Impossible." The uncle standing next to him immediately said, "I have been standing here. If there is a flying machine, how can I not see it? My eyes are better than my son's. I don't know why his eyesight is so poor because his mother and I both have sharp eyes. He didn't inherit any good ones." Baijian smiled and said, "Maybe he inherited too much in other places." "That's right," the uncle said happily. "He has better talent than me and his mother. This is all because of our good genes." Baijian said a few more nice words, then ended the topic and returned to his seat. Sure enough, he didn't see it, he thought. The uncle didn't lie, and while they were chatting, the expressions of the others were also very normal. Baijian turned on the optical brain and started searching. Insect body, turtle shell with horns. A long row of search results quickly popped up, and the first one was a monster from the god realm. It was a humanoid monster with a big turtle shell on top. There was also an introduction below. Big back turtle, high damage, extremely high defense, anyway, I can't beat it. Baijian twitched his mouth, didn't read the similar comments below, and went to see the second one. It was still a monster from the god realm. This time it was a bit similar. It was a bug with horns. A double-horned bug, high attack, average defense. The double horns really hurt. The host was offline at the time. Scrolling down, it was also similar. There was also a bug body with a turtle shell, with a shell and horns but not a bug body, and when he turned to the back, Baijian finally saw something similar. I don't know what it's called, you've all given it a name. So let's call it a two-horned turtle shell with hornworm. The OP encountered it 2 days ago. It has a huge damage and high defense, you know? A combination of a two-horned worm and a big back turtle. Does anyone know how to beat it? Come out and talk? Look at the time. It was 3 years ago, and there are very few replies below. Is there anyone wondering if there is such a thing that is not meant to be beaten? Baijian simply glanced at these unimportant comments and looked at the picture. It's very similar, but it looks different. Looking at the picture, it's just a monster, but the first glance made his hair stand on end. The picture was clearly taken very clearly, but the glance he saw from a distance was just a moment, and he could only remember a few obvious features. But the gap between the two sides is so obvious. He searched for monsters in the starry sky again, and this time, there was more news. Some people said that they saw someone riding a flying vehicle to fight monsters, but the statements were different. Some said it was just a bug, and some said it was a turtle. Some said it had wings like a bird. Some people believed it, some didn't. Most of them joked that there were too many in the god realm, and they were dazzled and saw the monsters in the space. Those with wings are normal, but how can those bugs and turtles crawl in space? Do they crawl in the air? A row of people laughed and floated by, and Baijian turned off the screen. It seems that there is something, but not everyone knows it. He opened his eyes again and looked at the school notice. No matter what it is, he will definitely know it when he goes to school. Tianxing is a large star system. The first academy recruits many talented people every year, but few of these people join the guild. They all join the Tianqi army. It is considered one of the official troops of Tianxing. Baijian was thinking before that not all the people in the Apocalypse army were from the Apocalypse planet. If a war broke out between the planets, these people would be in chaos. Can they follow Apocalypse to fight their own planet? Now that I think about it, the existence of the Apocalypse army is not for mutual deterrence between the planets, but for dealing with foreign enemies. It's the kind of thing with an insect body, ox horns, and a turtle shell. Of course, there may be more than one species, but they are all bad things anyway. Chapter 20. Baijian opened the school history. It has been 1,000 years since the establishment of Tianqi First College. The first principal was not the most talented person at that time, nor did he have special healing talents. He was just an ordinary person. But he had a good brain and developed a small program, which was installed on the optical computer, so that people from different planets could communicate with each other. After that, it was a period of technological explosion. Like the spaceships and flying vehicles we use now, they were all developed one by one over the years. Baijian turned the pages one by one and saw the Tianqi army. Of course, the principal was not just one person. His good friend, the vice principal, was a gifted person. At the beginning, the manufacturing department was led by him, and the talent department was managed by the vice principal. As for other departments such as the history department, They all came out slowly later. In fact, there were not many people in the Tianqi army at the beginning. But the manufacturing department of the school produced talents, and it became popular after several consecutive circles. With the first principal who connected the planets, the reputation became bigger and bigger, and the students recruited became more and more high quality. Under the virtuous cycle, it has become a well-known school today. With more students, the Apocalypse army has gradually increased. Now, it has formed a powerful scale. Bai Jin flipped through it, and found that he could not tell from the Apocalypse army when they knew about those monsters. Because their development is normal, every increase in the number of people has a reasonable reason. The most recent one, which is also the largest one, happened a few years after the spacecraft was created. It seems that because of the appearance of the spacecraft, the various planets are connected, and the students are all outstanding talents from different planets. The source of students has been raised to a higher level, so there are more outstanding talents staying in the Apocalypse army. But now that Bai Jian has discovered that strange monster, he can't help but connect the two. Could there be a connection in this regard? But now, no matter how you think about it, it's just a guess. Whether it's true or not, you will know it in the future after going to school. Bai Jian turned off the optical brain and started eating. The spaceship changed, and the food on it became more and more abundant. The prices vary, but there is no situation where it is too expensive to afford. The prices in the God realm are like this. No matter how expensive the food is, it doesn't seem to be that expensive. On the contrary, equipment and skills are more expensive than each other. Before boarding the spaceship, Bai Jian took out a box of blueberries. This thing is good for the eyes, so he decided to eat it all. Although there is no myopia, he found that everyone's vision is still different. Just like he found the aircraft before, but the people around him didn't see it. Of course, this is also psychological comfort. After all, this is an era where overuse of the eyes can also be used to recover blood. After eating the fruit, someone passed by and discussed going to exercise. As the spaceship became more luxurious, its functions became more complete. This spaceship bound for Apocalypse Star had a special training room with a full range of functions. And it was all free, and you could use it by scanning your face. Of course, Bai Jian couldn't miss it. It would be a waste if you didn't try it for free, and he hadn't been to the God realm for several days while riding the spaceship. Of course, the range of activities was limited to this, and the amount of exercise was obviously not enough. He walked over according to the navigation and entered a training room. There were quite a few people inside. Bai Jian picked a project that no one was around and started, and then it was time for dinner. The original owner's body is easy to use. I repeat, Bai Jian came out of the gravity room and felt the difference in physical fitness. You know, those who went in with him had already run away screaming, but he could still hold on. On the one hand, there was indeed holy light shining, so he was not afraid of anything really happening, and on the other hand, he did have the strength to continue. In the remaining days, Bai Jian went to training after reading books, and became more and more familiar with this new body. Finally, on this day, he arrived at Apocalypse Star. Unlike the dusty sky of 2538 Star, the air of Apocalypse Star is particularly good, and the sky is particularly blue. You know, the sky of 2538 Star is yellow, and Bai Jian hasn't seen the familiar sky for a long time. White clouds floated by, and it seems that the rumor that the top-ranked planets can operate independently without relying on games should be true. After leaving the airport, various hovercrafts were parked in a special place. Bai Jian scanned his face, paid the bill with a light brain, and then got into one of them. He doesn't know how to drive, and the original owner has never driven one, but it doesn't matter. It has automatic driving. After entering the destination, the hovercraft automatically took off and drove all the way to the destination. How convenient. Thinking of his experience of jogging all the way on planet 2538, Bai Jian couldn't help but sigh. Tianqi First College welcomes you. Bai Jian scanned his face again to confirm his identity. The school gate opened, and he walked in. Unlike the university he went to before, he didn't see any seniors welcoming the new students. But the light brain popped up a program the moment he entered the school gate, arranging everything. Many programs were done directly on the light brain, and then the dormitory was assigned. The school is very big, and there are mobility scooters inside. However, it is said that only students from a few departments can use them. For example, the talent department is not allowed to use them. The school said that you can't even handle this amount of exercise. It's just lack of training. Bai Jian is from the manufacturing department, and he is lucky to get a mobility scooter there. The mobility scooter is very simple. It looks like a wheelchair, and it is also self-driving. After Baijian sat on it, the car started. He arrived late. Many classmates arrived a few days in advance, and there were not many freshmen at this time. In addition, the procedure was simple, so there were not many people at the door, and only one student cast an envious look at him. Then he was discovered by the parents around him. What are you looking at? You are a knife-wielding person. How can you compare with others who are engaged in culture? Are you so delicate that you need a mobility scooter? The delicate Baijian twitched his mouth, and then took the mobility scooter to the dormitory. However, there was no elevator, and all departments had to climb the stairs. His dormitory was on the top floor, a single room. That's a good point. Baijian knew that the others were all in four-person rooms. From this point of view, it's worth climbing a few more floors on the top floor. He spent most of the next day getting familiar with the dormitory. Then he looked at the school's class schedule. Of course, the class will take at least a month, mainly because of the freshmen's orientation in 2 days. The previous notice only said that they all had to participate, but when they arrived at school, they realized that they were just runners-up this time. The one who fought hard was still the talent department. It is said that some of us will be hostages, and some may have to follow the action. The main thing is not to drag our feet or something, and we have to know how to protect ourselves at critical moments. Baijian logged onto the campus forum, and opened the small forum of the manufacturing department. He saw that some students said this. Of course, some also said, the principal seems to be fed up with our laziness. It is said that he is thinking of canceling the mobility scooters. There are only parents of students these days, and they will all be withdrawn in a few days. This news immediately blew up many people. Is it true? Do we have to run with the talent department in the future? The school is so big, do we have to walk? Horror.jpg. Can't we wait a few years before implementing it? When I graduate, he wants students to crawl to class. The younger students said this is not okay. The topic instantly changed from why they also came to investigate this year to whether the mobility scooters can still be used in the future. Baijian closed the group chat and entered the God realm. As soon as he went online, his cousin sent a message, Brother Bai, why do I see that your game ID is bright? The server is divided by planets. They went to planet 2538 before and added Baijian as a friend. Now they have arrived at Apocalypse Star. Normally, Baijian's ID should be blue like his cousin's. But now the ID is lit up, indicating that the person is online. You are also in Apocalypse? He asked. Baijian replied, I just arrived today, you are all here too? He glanced at his cousin, and the swordsman classmate, all of them were lit up. Cousin, yes, we are going to school, what about you? Baijian, going to school. The cousin responded quickly, you are not in the same school as me, are you? I am in Apocalypse First College. What a coincidence, but you just came today, the time is just right. If the next ship arrives, we will miss the test. We arrived 3 days ago, earlier than your last ship. If we had known earlier, we would have gone together. Baijian thought that he didn't talk so much last time, but thinking about how Hengdao arranged everything for everyone immediately, there was really no need for others to talk too much. It was enough to just listen to Hengdao. And at that time, they were not familiar with each other, unlike now, where they are classmates after all, and the relationship instantly became closer. After talking for a few more words, the cousin said that they were killing monsters, and asked Baijian if he wanted to come and join them. Everyone had a good time together last time, and Baijian didn't refuse. He asked for the coordinates and found that they were not far away, so he rushed all the way there. As soon as I got there, I heard a fool say, is that him? Why is he wearing a novice outfit? My cousin said, don't look at the novice outfit, Brother Abai's output is very good. Forget it, what can you do with poor equipment? The man looked dissatisfied, I only killed monsters with you guys, who just awakened because you are a nurse, and you are wearing a novice outfit. While speaking, he raised his knife and pointed at Baijian, and the tip of the knife almost cut his face. When Baijian looked over, he met his eyes full of ridicule. A pretty boy, what do you mean by high damage? Don't you think he looks good so? He took out his weapon without saying a word and shot. When playing games, he never tolerated such idiots. The distance was too close, and he was shot in the chest again. The man found that he was only a bloody skin before he finished speaking. Then Baijian kicked the man in the chest and knocked him over, and put his weapon on his head. Brother, I teach you a lesson. Don't wave your knife in front of others, either fight or hide. After saying that, he was about to draw his bow and shoot another arrow. The cousins who were shocked by his action came over, and an unfamiliar classmate stepped forward and said, we are all classmates, don't do that, Don't do that. Although he tried to stop the fight, his movements were not big. Baijian pretended to be surprised when he heard it. So he is also from our school? There are such people in our school? There is no one on our 2538 planet who is so rude to wave a sword in someone's face. The classmate, The next second, Baijian received a friend request, and then a sentence, brother, give you a thumbs up. It's so cool. He has long disliked this old guy, but there is nothing he can do. They are all classmates. What else can he do? It's finally cool now. Chapter 21. This classmate was happy, but the one who was stepped on the chest by Baijian was not. His face was as black as charcoal. What do you mean? Are you saying that I am not as good as the people on the garbage planet? I didn't say that. Baijian sneered. You have a feeling, admit it first. The environment of 2538 planets is indeed not good, but Baijian does not think that the people there are bad. Isn't the original owner from there? Of course, there are people like Wei Yiju and Bai Zihan, but are there no scumbags on other planets? But the person in front of him obviously felt that he was cheap compared to the people on the last planet, so he didn't mind using it to stab people. It is true that he stabbed the person and broke his defense, or maybe he was stepped on and broke his defense. The person went offline without saying a word. That's it? Baijian speechlessly retracted his foot that was stepping on the air. He was not unstable because the things under his feet suddenly disappeared. He just felt that this person's fighting ability was too weak. He turned around and looked at the others and asked, didn't you tell him what happened? Yes, said the classmate who had tried to persuade him to stop fighting. He said that the equipment was not very good, but the output was very good. He knew how to play, and we had no objection. This is just that guy is sick, looking for trouble. These 2 days, he has relied on his awakening earlier than them, and despised them for their lack of experience. He also often pointed fingers at them, and there were a lot of things. I just didn't expect that they would do such a thing after all the good things they said. The cousin's expression was also hard to describe. Sorry, I really didn't expect it. He really wanted to play with Baijian, who could have expected that there would be such a thing. Baijian thought to himself, who would have thought of this? It's normal for a rubbish person to do something without considering the environment, location or cause. But then again, you think my equipment is bad, but his equipment is really good. He was shot in the chest with an arrow at such a close distance, and still had a skin of blood left. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard his cousin say, no, it's all defensive equipment. It's ridiculous that the defense is not high if the T wears it. Baijian was really speechless. Are you sure this is a student from our school? A knife-wielding guy was so scared that he wore defensive equipment. Cousin, he said he would take on the monster later. Baijian was completely speechless. When they played a dungeon before, there was such a big boss, and no output wore defensive equipment. This guy also has ideas, but he can't understand the kind of ideas. I'm really sorry about this. I don't know him well. We were just assigned to the same dormitory, so we are together. I can see it. Baijian thought to himself, your unfamiliarity is too obvious. 2 DPS who know each other are fighting. Others would be fine, but you, a nurse, didn't even think of giving the dying one some health when he was offline. Isn't that obvious enough? But that guy also proved a truth. Education does not represent character. Baijian can understand this very well. One of his first roommates was a top-notch person, and his behavior was something that normal people could not agree with. But Baijian never tolerated such people. Soon after, the other party failed to take advantage of him, and got into trouble, so he changed his dormitory. But he saw that his cousin did not have the same personality as him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure the past 3 days. And what happened today? Then I have to endure it from now on. How miserable. He looked at the classmate who had tried to stop the fight earlier, thinking that this was probably the other person in the dormitory. He is not someone who can discipline a top-notch person. After all, it has come to this point, and they have obviously chosen sides, but he still gave them face and liked their posts in private chat. He is not someone who can tear his face off and give trash a hard time. The one who was looking for trouble has gone offline, and the remaining 5 of them went to kill monsters together. You know what? The atmosphere is much better. The guy who tried to stop the fight said. The atmosphere must be good if no one is looking for trouble. Baijian raised his hand and shot an arrow, hitting the monster on the forehead. While saying this, it did not affect his attack. I admire you for being able to tolerate that guy for 3 days. He didn't say such excessive things before. I think he was jealous of your handsome appearance. At this point, the other party turned around and looked at Baijian. Your weapon is a magic weapon, right? No, buddy, you are wearing a novice outfit and holding a magic weapon? Baijian shot another arrow. It's cool, right? I spent all my money to buy it. As soon as these words came out, the three cousins who knew the inside story suddenly looked strange. Yes, it was indeed a loss of money, and even owed foreign debts, but they remembered that day Baijian not only took out a knife weapon, but also emptied the water that had just been distributed in the backpack, and took out all the big red and blue medicines that were left. In the end, not only did he not collect enough, but he also ended up with no money to repair the equipment. However, you've been here for so many days, and you haven't gotten any equipment. You should know that the monsters they are fighting now also drop equipment, but the probability is not high, and the value is not as good as the dungeon equipment, but it is definitely better than the novice equipment. In this regard, Baijian could only say, the food has been very good recently. Only food was given out. No equipment was given out. Only the one who persuaded the fight did not know the whole process of the incident, so when he found that the monster had only half a tube of blood left, and was shot dead by Baijian, he was shocked. Brother, your damage is a bit scary. He turned his head, and looked at his cousin who was adding blood to them. Brother, you are too modest. This brother's damage is not only not low, it is off the charts. Baijian said, just good luck. All three arrows were shot at the same place. Even if the damage of one arrow is not high, thanks to the doubling setting, the damage doubled twice is considerable. You should know that a piece of paper folded in half 27 times can exceed Mount Everest in height, which is enough to show the horror of this doubling setting. That is, it is too difficult to hit one position in a row, otherwise the damage later would be terrible. The few people happily killed monsters for most of the day, and agreed to continue together the next day. It's so fun to play like this. When he went offline, Brother Chuanjiao was still thinking that this was much better than the dormitory team building and Shu Qiqi's uniforms 2 days ago. He happily went offline and prepared to go to bed, but saw a pair of eyes staring at him quietly. Brother Chuanjiao looked at his cousin and Jianka classmate, thinking what was he doing? Then he heard the one staring at him speak. He is so happy to bring Xiao Balian. He played 2 hours more than we did a few days ago, before he was willing to go offline. Damn! Brother Chuanjiao was furious at the time, and his cousin was also a little unhappy. He was the one who called Baijian here, and the result was so chaotic, not to mention that he was still saying this now. He immediately frowned. Little white face, you were kicked down by a little white face. That's right, said the man who was trying to mediate the fight. If I hadn't pulled you out quickly, you would have been killed long ago. This was great. He almost made the other party jump off the bed. What are you talking about? I just didn't react at that time. How can he be like this? He just hit his classmates casually. What does he want to do? Does he want me to be unable to take the test? And you didn't help me when I was beaten, and you just stood there and watched. Brother, what do you mean by not helping? It's right to help you bully people. And if I hadn't stopped you, you would have been killed by now. You have no reason to blame me if you don't say thank you. He was still talking about reason, but the quiet swordsman classmate was too lazy to talk at length, and only said one sentence. You are so mean, you deserve it. Hey! What do you mean you? However, the swordsman ignored him, threw the quilt, and went to bed directly, proving with his actions that he didn't want to talk to him. He looked at his cousin again, and his cousin slowly made the bed, and then went to bed. Seeing this, brother, who was persuading the fight, simply went to bed. That's right, go to bed early and get up early. He still has to fight monsters tomorrow. How can he have time to reason with this idiot? He doesn't look like someone who can understand. He can vaguely hear the voice of the person on the ground breaking his defense. Hey, this is a classmate, this is a roommate, a pretty boy has taken them all over. It turns out that all good-looking people are bad. You said the damage is high. What kind of damage can a novice outfit do? The man who tried to stop the fight thought that his damage was much higher than yours. We have spent 2 more hours grinding today, which proved it. He opened the chat box and found Baijian, who had just been added today. Brother, I have finally understood. This guy may have had his girlfriend robbed by a good-looking guy. He looks like a loser. Baijian opened it and took a look, then said, oh. What does it have to do with him? It wasn't him who robbed her. He would definitely not be bullied if someone came to target him. He closed the chat box and prepared to go to bed. We have an appointment to continue to grind monsters together tomorrow. He also planned to grind out at least one more piece of equipment. After all, although the test said that they only needed to be good hostages, it was just gossip. What if there was more? He was very surprised. He had opened skills and artifacts on the first day of going online, but why couldn't he open any ordinary equipment in the past few days? Was that day the legendary day when novices always win, But no matter what, on the day of the test, Bai Jian was still wearing a novice's outfit. And the gossip was not wrong. Some of them were indeed hostages. Others followed the team and were protected. One side's goal was to rescue the hostages, and the other side's goal was to capture all the protected people. Bai Jian was chosen as the hostage. There were a dozen people with him, and they were all tied up in a warehouse-like house. "We just stay here," one of them said. Bai Jian said, "Don't we need to run away?" The man pointed to his tied hands. "How can we run? We just need to wait for someone to rescue us. We are hostages now, and there is no danger unless there are special circumstances." Bai Jian was about to nod when he saw the students who played the kidnappers come in. These people all had a blue ribbon tied on their arms to prove their identity as kidnappers on the blue side. And Bai Jian's was pink, proving that he was actually a hostage. But this is not the point. The point is, there is a person who looks familiar among the people who came in. The cousin looked at Bai Jian. Bai Jian looked at his cousin. This is really a coincidence. Just when he said that he could stay here unless there was a special situation, this special situation came. The cousin's eyes widened, and he pointed at Bai Jian and asked the people around him, "What's going on with him? Are the red rescuers mixed in with the hostages?" Chapter 22. It's not my cousin's fault that he thinks this way. The hostages are basically from the manufacturing department, history department, etc. It's not that all the people in these departments are ordinary people, but even if there are people who have awakened their talents, there is absolutely no way that Bai Jian is like him. He doesn't look like a researcher at all. What is he researching? How to shoot a crossbow more accurately. However, his classmates didn't understand his doubts. They looked in the direction he pointed and found that it was Bai Jian. This one, from the manufacturing department. I heard he has no talent. My cousin's eyes widened. Who do you say has no talent? Where did those arrow feathers come from? Who has no talent but initial skills? Do you think he has no common sense? He looked at Bai Jian, and Bai Jian looked at him with an innocent face. "Hello, my name is Bai Jian. Please don't point your finger at me." The tone is innocent and pitiful, and it can be seen that he is a weak and soft-tempered classmate. The classmates around him quickly pressed down his cousin's hand. "What are you doing?" "We are pretending to be kidnappers, not real kidnappers. Be polite." The cousin was also stunned. Are they twins? However, a second later, he heard a classmate behind him say, "What Bai Jian? Isn't it Bai Jian? How can there be a second person like this in our school?" "Cousin, you are really good at pretending. Undercover this has been discovered, and Bai Jian is still here." Bai Jian, manufacturing department, an ordinary person with no talent, but excellent grades, was admitted as the second place. Oh, the first place is Gong Sun family. They have a family background, and have an advantage in additional questions. Someone had already found out about this. After all, Bai Jian is so good looking that someone who had taken a photo of him had posted him on the school forum. Bai Jian's face went numb when he heard this. The hostage brother next to him was still saying, "Brother, you are really famous." The cousin also wanted to say, "Fortunately you are really famous, otherwise you would have fooled me today." However, what do you mean by no talent? Who asked about this? He clearly. Bai Jian saw that it was not good, so he immediately took out his weapon and shot at the crowd on the opposite side with a one-on-one attack. A group of students who came to see the weak hostages did not react before they reacted. Some of them were shot, and those who were closer immediately lost 1/3 of their blood. Shit! What's going on? Everyone was in chaos for a while. The red team is coming? How did it come from inside? Bai Jian took advantage of this opportunity to run past the crowd and ran out the door. There were also some who reacted quickly, regardless of their own blood loss from being shot, and threw skills at Bai Jian. But he took a look and dodged what he could, and if he couldn't, he just took it hard, and then continued to rush out the door. The cousin reacted quickly, but he was a nurse and had no control skills, so he could only run 2 steps towards this side, and found that he had no way out. Now was the beginning of the exam, and the teachers were sitting there, holding tea and watching steadily. The students on each screen were making initial preparations. There was not much to watch, and they were not watching very closely. As a result, while talking, a screen was in chaos. Quick, zoom in to see what's going on. When zoomed in, Bai Jian's delicate and beautiful face was the first to be seen, and then his conspicuous novice outfit. He was the first to run into the woods. Behind him followed a group of blue kidnappers, who were screaming, "Teachers, you look at me, I look at you, what's going on? Why did the fight start right at the beginning? And judging from the straps on the arms, this is a hostage. Did the hostage run away? The blue kidnappers at the scene didn't understand it any better than them. At this moment, someone was still chasing and asking, "What's going on? Why did the fight suddenly start?" "I don't know, a hostage suddenly attacked us, and then ran away." My cousin couldn't help but say, "That's not a hostage. He must have pretended to be a hostage to sneak into our base camp." Although everyone knew each other and exchanged real names, no one asked each other which department they were in. After all, they all assumed that it was the talent department, and as for the division of classes, there was really nothing to talk about in this regard. But my cousin didn't believe what his classmates said behind him. He just thought, this guy is too cunning. He relied on his good face, arranged in advance, and pretended to be an ordinary person to sneak into the hostages. I don't know what he wants to do in our base camp. Damn! So shameless? Who? This is the same team that heard the noise in another direction just now. The brother who persuaded the fight ran desperately and finally caught up. Who is so shameless? The cousin spit out 3 words. Baijian. Brother Bai? The brother who persuaded the fight was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly continued to chase him, saying as he chased, "I was wondering why the back was so familiar. I thought I saw it wrong because the weapon was not right." It turned out to be him. It turns out that good-looking people have many minds. At this time, he strangely empathized with his roommate who annoyed him to death. "What's going on? You all know him?" someone asked. In an instant, all the students who were chasing him looked over. It was very stressful to persuade him, but it didn't stop him from saying, "Of course I know him. We fought monsters together for several days. His damage is higher than mine, but it seems that he has never used any skills. He only has one skill. The cousin has more say in this regard. It's a group attack. Everyone has seen this." A classmate shouted, "The blood on my body was knocked away by his group attack." Someone else asked, "By the way, he was tied up. How come he was fine?" Baijian untied himself. Although his parents were not very responsible for him, they were too rich after all, so Baijian had also encountered kidnappers. For the sake of his own life, he had learned a lot of these little tricks. Besides, maybe this group of people didn't think they could run away, or they had never been kidnappers before. A group of naive college students, who had just entered the school, were not very good at kidnapping. Baijian almost didn't need to spend any effort to untie them. And this also made people feel that he had been prepared for a long time. This was definitely not a hostage. Behind him, someone was shouting, "Catch him, he must be very important in the red team. If we knock him off the line, we will win half the battle." Baijian, Look, he knew that he would be misunderstood like this. So when he saw his cousin, he knew that an accident had occurred. After finding the opportunity, he ran without saying a word. For no reason, he didn't want to go offline. A group of people were chasing each other, but a teacher looked back at another place and found that there were still people guarding the hostages. He nodded with satisfaction. It's okay, he didn't get too excited. Others were more concerned about Baijian. This kid has ideas, he can even think of planning ahead. It's a pity, he met a classmate he knew, and he was exposed at a glance. He said it was a pity, but his face was full of a look of watching the fun. It's still not rigorous enough. Another more serious teacher said, he should have thought of this earlier. For a freshman, it's already very good. A teacher said something good and clapped his hands. Well done, this move is quite good. Baijian jumped up on the field, stepped on the tree and turned around to use another skill. He shot many people at once and added a knife, sending one of them with thin blood directly offline. After shooting, he didn't even look at the result, he turned around and ran. There was a panic behind him, and my cousin continued to chase while giving everyone a continuous attack. How comfortable everyone was when they were teammates before, how powerless they are now. This guy is too fast. Someone spoke his mind at this moment. The teachers also noticed that Baijian was fast and ran in a very methodical way. If it was someone who ran slower, he would have been attacked and knocked off the line by now. They all nodded and thought, this person is a good choice. Apart from being recognized by accident, there are no other problems. And he led most of the people away by himself, so the pressure on others to rescue the hostages will be much less. As they said, they looked at the red team. Huh? Why is there no movement? The teacher thought he had switched to the wrong screen and even looked at a marked group number. After all, the school recruited a lot of students, and it was impossible for them to be piled together. So they were divided into several groups for this test. He just thought he saw the red team of another group. But he confirmed it again, yes, it was this group. Who is this commander? Why is he so bad? He didn't know how to seize such a good opportunity over there. A teacher was so angry that he slammed the table, thinking that the students were too bad. Turning around and seeing Bai Jian, he said again, "And him? Didn't he know how to arrange it before sneaking into the enemy?" Bai Jian didn't know any of this at all. He was being chased by a group of people. He originally thought that these people would just chase for a while. After all, it was not appropriate to divide so many people to chase him alone in a group battle. Unexpectedly, these people were still so persistent, so they couldn't help shouting, "Your home is about to be robbed." The other side was stunned for a moment, and then angrily said, "Nonsense, we didn't receive any news that the red team attacked. If there is no news now, maybe there will be news in the next second. Why do you only know to wait for people to come before reacting? Isn't it too late? There are not many people guarding your base camp now? What are you thinking? How can you make such a mistake?" Bai Jian shouted while running, with a strong breath, and his crisp voice spread throughout the forest. Although he was irritated by chasing him all the way, the blue team still couldn't find fault with his words. Indeed, it was a loss for so many people to chase only one person. At first, they just followed him out, and later they thought it was the same to kill one person and go back. In the end, who could have expected that he would slip away for so long? You go back first, and leave a few people to chase. In the end, the blue team made a decision. The teachers who saw the scene were thinking, "Are you the teacher or am I the teacher? Why are you interrupting us? Besides, why are you sending people back instead of continuing to provoke and give the red team a chance?" Chapter 23. After the teachers were puzzled, they looked at the red team. "Oh, your teammates didn't plan to seize this opportunity at all. They guessed. What kind of tactics are they using? Don't mention it. Compared with the standard games elsewhere, this one is more interesting. That is, why do I feel that this is divided into two halves, and the red team is indeed standard?" One of the teachers wondered, "Why does it feel like the two sides are not in the same map?" "Ha ha." A teacher joked, "It can't be that there was no prior discussion, and the red team doesn't know about this." They switched over and listened carefully to the voice, and found that there was really no mention of anything about Bai Jian's side. The spies sent by the red team said that there were not many people guarding the hostages on the blue side. "Can we seize this opportunity to save the hostages?" someone suggested. "I think it must be a conspiracy of the blue team. The large army is hiding and waiting for us to take the bait." Someone else said, "At this time, we should keep an eye on the remaining civilian students and don't let the other side take advantage of our attack and come here to arrest people?" Teachers, you look at me and I look at you. You have been thinking about the plan for a long time, and you are just like this, just like this? No team spirit, absolutely no team spirit. A teacher immediately slammed the table. This Bai Jian, he has many ideas and brains, but he doesn't care about the team at all. Is he going to do it all by himself? If this kid enters my class in the future, I will definitely correct his idea. Calm down. Students are still good students, and capable students are more likely to be troublesome. You have been a teacher for so many years. Why don't you understand it? They didn't want to look at the red team's imaginary things that didn't exist, but looked at Bai Jian's escape. After the blue team reduced the number of people, it was actually easier to chase. After all, although having more people may seem to be an advantage, when running, you block me and I block you. Sometimes short people running behind are easily blocked from vision, and some even step on the heels of their shoes. At that time, I had already thought about how to discipline them when I saw them, and now that there are fewer people, many problems have been avoided. My cousin also went back. He wanted to catch Bai Jian himself, but he is a nurse after all, and his role with the group is greater. Although he can't add much blood now, everyone is happy to hear that there is a nurse. There are 2 faster people left among the 5 people, and 3 ranged attacks. However, 2 of them are holding bows, and 1 is throwing darts. Of course, he also has a knife in his hand. After all, darts are a natural skill, but he can't really hit people, and his accuracy is worrying. So I took a knife, and recently I was fighting monsters in close combat, occasionally taking out a dart to throw 2 darts at close range. However, the Bai Jian I was chasing today was not a monster, and he obviously would not stop for me to chop him at close range. Therefore, it was very difficult for this person to chase, and the teachers couldn't help but shake their heads. This kid needs more practice. However, one of the 2 people holding bows had obviously practiced before, and had some accuracy. However, Bai Jian was agile, and didn't give him any chance to shoot at me. Instead, he turned around and shot me with an arrow when he had the chance. Good accuracy. A teacher praised. Of course, this doesn't mean that Bai Jian is so powerful that he is really on par with the teachers. But compared to the people chasing him from behind, his strength is clearly revealed. When others shoot him, they aim at the side, But when he turns around and shoots a few arrows, the chance of hitting is quite high. Some teachers even notice that he aims at key parts. And he specifically chooses the forehead. He also shot a few arrows at the throat when he had a chance, but rarely at the heart. This position is obviously the most suitable, with a large volume. Even if you can't hit the key position like the heart, shooting a few arrows at other places will still cause damage. Just thinking about being cool, don't know what practicality is. How could he know that Bai Jian didn't want to shoot at the heart? He knew that it would be more effective. But he used to be a law-abiding citizen, not a lawless Zhang San. He knew how to play with the crossbow purely as a hobby, but he didn't have a hobby of shooting at people. He didn't study medicine, so how could he know where the heart was? He was lucky enough to estimate where his heart was. Like in some TV novels, a knife is inserted into the heart, but in fact most people can't do that. You can't find it at all, and if you stab it, you might stab it on the ribs. So for him, it is better to shoot at the forehead than the heart. This target is obvious. He can recognize where it is. Of course, the neck is also obvious. As for the more cost-effective position like the heart, it is invisible and intangible for him, and it is not considered at all. He ran and turned back to shoot, and the people behind him were chasing him while taking big red potions. This is too fast to run. A bowman couldn't help but say. He looked at his companion next to him. Don't you want another big red potion? No. The man said, the big red potions are limited. I will ask the nurse to add blood when I go back. It's more cost effective. I've calculated that his equipment is too poor, and his damage is not high, so he can't kill me in one blow. He had a clear goal. I run fast, and I try to catch up with him this time and stop him. Before he finished speaking, Bai Jian changed his weapon with his backhand, took out the artifact, found the opportunity for him to catch up in one fell swoop, hit the target in one blow, and sent him offline. Then, he leisurely changed back to the novice weapon, and continued to run forward. The students of the blue team, following behind, were all dumbfounded. He changed his weapon. The weapon flashed with golden light. It's an artifact. It's an artifact. It's true that he deliberately pretended to be weak to sneak into the hostage group. He is really scheming, and even changed into novice clothes. The teachers were also stunned for a moment. They never expected that at this time, he could still come up with new tricks. But it's normal to think about it. How can this operation be in a novice outfit? But since he has been exposed, why doesn't he change his equipment as well? Well, maybe there are other arrangements? What other arrangements can there be? You can't let others think that you have no equipment. Look at the artifact you just revealed. How stupid would you be to believe this? Bai Jian continued to run and took down one person unexpectedly. Others quickly filled up their blood. It wasted the big red potion. What if this guy directly used full equipment and shot another arrow next time? The brother, who was eliminated, died unjustly. The teachers were also talking about this matter. The damage was calculated well. What a pity. What a pity. I didn't expect the enemy to have other equipment. I underestimated the enemy. I was clearly slipped all the way to here, and I thought I could catch up easily. Now, victory is in sight, and he will surely keep rushing forward. He shot this arrow without even a prediction, and it hit the forehead steadily. But this kid is also a cunning guy. He brought an extra weapon when the weapon repair frequency is stipulated. And he is very smart. His skill of firing thousands of arrows obviously consumes durability, so he rarely uses it, and he shoots it with the novice equipment. After all, it is only used to disturb the enemy's sight and delay pursuit. The damage does not need to be too full. The enemy will come back after replenishing blood, which is a waste of the durability of your own equipment. Until now, the artifact has only shot one arrow, so it is basically brand new. Just as he was talking, Bai Jian changed the artifact and fired 3 arrows in a row, successfully sending a chasing classmate out. Another one offline. The teacher was just realizing that the pursuit was too dull in the palace, and turned to other places, and found that another one was gone. Someone who was watching carefully said, I was anxious and thought there was a shortcut over there. Needless to say, it was actually a trap. That was not a shortcut, it was a dead end. Bai Jian, who was running in front, had already discovered it, and left it for him to run, and then took the opportunity to shoot 3 arrows, and directly got another head. 5 people chasing one, and 2 of them were killed in a row. This was a huge blow to the morale of the blue team. Not only the 3 people chasing were angry and scared, but the others were also angry. Are you 5 capable? You killed 2 people in a 5-on-1 fight, and now you tell me that they just lost a little blood and didn't even take a big red pill? Someone couldn't help but say, if you can do it, come on. See if this guy is easy to chase. The one chasing him was also very aggrieved. I have never seen someone who can run so fast, and his shooting is so accurate. When a group of people were chasing him before, wasn't one of them stolen? They couldn't catch up with him, and on the other side, a small team sent by the red team collided with a small team of the blue team. Before the red team could react, the blue team rushed up with red eyes. Brothers, charge, kill these bastards, who are playing tricks on people. Who can be more cunning than them, pretend to be a hostage and sneak into their base camp? That's not to mention, they even made arrangements in advance, and they all believed that he was a talentless person. As a result, he raised his hand, and arrows flew all over the sky, and there was no place to reason. Charge, avenge the 3 dead brothers. They rushed up in a large crowd, and the red team naturally couldn't wait to be beaten, and they also followed and fought back. The 2 sides started fighting. While fighting, they were talking. I say you red team are too shameless, you even sent someone to be an undercover. What undercover, are you still dreaming? Fuck, you still don't admit it? The students on the blue team who played the kidnappers were even more angry. So your people sneaked around us for a long time, took 3 heads, and now you are still pretending to be innocent? Especially at the scene. Thinking of Baijian's expression when he called himself Baijian, he was even more angry. These guys simply don't take our blue team seriously, beat them up. Fuck, who doesn't take you seriously, stop making a scene. Look, he's still pretending. Both sides used skills randomly and fought in a mess, with chaotic condemnation in the middle. One said the other side was too despicable and shameless, and the other said the other side just wanted to fight and put the blame on others. The teachers who saw the whole scene clearly, the one who slammed the table before couldn't help but say again, look at this Bai, it's all his fault. He doesn't share his ideas with the team, he just wants to be a hero. This Baijian, put him in my class later, I will definitely teach him a lesson. You said that, the class hasn't been divided yet, maybe he is in my class. Another teacher said immediately. Don't look at him as a thorn, but a capable thorn is also a teacher's favorite. Even a teacher who has always been very quiet spoke up to grab him. I think he is very suitable for my class. No. Teacher Zhang who slammed the table couldn't help but stand up. This Baijian must be in my class. What do you mean your class? Because there are still some things to do, and his students are all hostages, there is nothing to see. The manufacturing department teacher who came late heard this sentence as soon as he arrived, and said strangely, isn't Baijian my student? What does it have to do with you? Chapter 24. The new manufacturing teacher's words controlled all the talent teachers for 3 seconds. Then everyone turned around and continued to fight for people. On the other side, the old professor of the history department gestured for people to sit next to him and explained, I'm not talking about your student, this term's freshman, a boy named Baijian, don't say it, I think he's quite interesting. The teacher of the manufacturing department was still confused. Are there 2 freshmen named Baijian in this term? The old history professor naturally didn't know. Maybe, he said, after all, there are many people with names like Yijian and Yijian, so it's normal to have the same name. He pointed to the screen and said, but your student is definitely not as good looking as this one. Nonsense. The teacher of the manufacturing department didn't admit it. My student is very good looking, and his grades are also good. He is the second in the whole school, only 1 point behind Gongsun Miaomiu. So there is really such a person? They discovered Baijian's cool operation before, and they also took the time to watch the replay, and they also heard the information that the student recited. But later, with the cousin's words as a basis, they thought that this was just Baijian's own rumor to make his identity as a hostage seem more real. As a result, this guy also found information about someone with the same name and surname? What do you mean there is such a person? There must be one. He also took the exam this time. The teacher of the manufacturing department didn't care what was playing on the screen that the history teacher pointed to, but went to find his own students first. As a result, he looked for a long time among the hostages, but didn't see him. Where is he? He lowered his head and flipped through the information, wanting to see which group his proud freshman was assigned to. After finding him, he looked up and saw that he was not among the hostages. He asked, where is my student? He is in the 3rd group. He was arranged as a hostage. They are all there. The red team in the 3rd group is not good. We haven't started to rescue them yet. The old history professor paused. Wait, one of the hostages over there ran away. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. That person happened to be called Baijian. It was such a coincidence that it could not be explained by the same name. The old history professor, look quickly, is that your student over there? The manufacturing department teacher looked over quickly. It didn't matter if he saw it, it was his precious student. What are you doing? He was immediately shocked and stood up. 3 people chasing an ordinary person and shooting arrows? My student is going to be a hostage, not to fight with you guys in the talent department and be bullied. How can he, who has no talent, win? At this moment, the old history professor was shocked. The other teachers stopped arguing and looked over you. What did you say? Is this really from your manufacturing department? It must be fake, and he has no talent. Does he agree with the arrows flying all over the sky? Being bullied? The 3 students who were killed and eliminated will cry when they hear this. What's wrong? The manufacturing department teacher looked at his student nervously and felt that he was running so dangerously. At the same time, he did not forget to answer the questions of several teachers. What else? This child is from the 2538th planet, a small planet, and he probably hasn't seen such a scene. How could he be a hostage and become like this? Everyone, who caused this mess? You should check your conscience before saying this. But when I think about it, this person just came and didn't see Bai Jian's flirtatious operation just now. So a kind-hearted teacher gave him a wonderful collection without saying anything. Originally, it was edited and shown to students, so that those offline people could see clearly how they were eliminated and where they made mistakes. Now it just happened that it appeared in front of Mr. Zhao from the manufacturing department. Zhao Luosher watched Bai Jian first use a move of arrow feathers all over the sky, then jump over the crowd and run out of the warehouse, and then sneak away from a large group of people for a long time, and even collected a head in the middle. Later, my goodness, it was not 3 chasing 1, but originally 5, but the other 2 were gone. Looking at the real-time broadcast on the big screen, Bai Jian had collected another head. When he ran back, he was so cool, and even blew a long whistle. Zhao Luosher, He looked at the big screen in disbelief, then at the small screen on his desk, then looked up at the big screen, then at the small screen. He still couldn't believe it. He flipped through the roster and compared the names one by one. Other teachers followed suit. Although at this point, the possibility of Zhao Luosher recognizing the wrong person was almost 0. But what if this was the real Bai Jian? After comparing, the number of people was correct, no more and no less. The people were also correct. Everyone on the red and blue sides could match, and Bai Jian was the hostage. So, we are almost imagining a TV series here, and this is really a hostage? There was no advanced planning, no sneaking into the base camp, just simply obeying the school's orders to be a hostage. As a result, he was recognized by the enemy students, who thought he was not a hostage and wanted to get rid of him. He resisted angrily. Why do I not believe it? There is nothing to be unbelievable. Another teacher was so stunned that he leaned back on the chair and said, "This also explains why the red team knew nothing, because this was all impromptu. There was no personal heroism, nor was he deliberately showing off his strength. It was really that God did not let him be a hostage quietly. What kind of thing is this? Look at the others. The red and blue teams over there have already been really angry because of this. As for Bai Jian, there are only 2 people left chasing him, and in the situation of 5 missing 3, these 2 people are chasing very cautiously. And Bai Jian is no longer running like he did at the beginning. His speed has slowed down, and he is deliberately hanging people and looking for opportunities. The result can be guessed without looking, and it is as expected. Soon, one of them was caught by Bai Jian and killed out. As for the other one, he understood the situation. If he chased him, he would be giving up. He might not be able to beat him even if he stopped. He turned around and ran away. However, it was too late. His running gave Bai Jian an opportunity. Zhao Luosher was looking at this scene with a confused face. He finally understood why these talent department students wanted to snatch him. But, isn't he untalented? Other teachers looked at him speechlessly. Are you sure? Zhao Luosher immediately called up the information. Look, it's written in the information, and he's a student who just reached adulthood. Several teachers came over to take a look, and it was true. Looking at the photo above, it was indeed the person who was sitting on the tree after showing off his skills on the screen. But looking at the date of birth, your birthday just happened to coincide with the exam day? That might be because you hadn't awakened yet when you filled in the application. You just awakened, and you're still an orphan. No wonder you're wearing a novice outfit. They had been thinking for a long time why they didn't change, but now the truth is out. It's all because there's nothing to change. You're lucky to have got a divine weapon. You've got this kind of strength just after awakening. He came all the way from planet 2538, and he couldn't enter the God realm for nearly half a month. He's only been playing games for a few days. Such a talented freshman should go to our talent department. Zhao Luosher was still confused, but it didn't stop him from slamming the table when he heard this. Nonsense, He applied to our department and got a high score in the exam. What does it have to do with your talent department? What are you talking about? It's a waste to put this kind of strength in your department. At this time, the other teachers of the manufacturing department also arrived one by one. Before entering the door, he was still muttering, "Why do we have to come and see, just as a hostage? Why are we arguing?" After hearing this, he immediately refused to listen. "What do you mean by letting our department go as a waste? Our manufacturing department is the foundation of the school." "That's right." The colleague next to him immediately followed up. "Everyone knows that our school is most famous for the manufacturing department." "What are you talking about? Our talent department is also very powerful. Everyone knows the Tianchi army now." The teacher of the talent department said, "Students should go to where their specialties are. Bai Jian is born to be a good seedling of our talent department. Heh! He applied to our department, and the students' wishes should be the first priority." Zhao Luthor showed Bai Jian's results. "Look, he's still a good seedling. It's just the entrance test. He hasn't really started learning the real things yet. How can you see his talent? On the contrary, what he did today was just born for our talent department." The two sides immediately started arguing about this matter, and occasionally involved a dispute between the talent department and the manufacturing department. They are used to arguing. Whoever is more powerful will get more funding. You can't not compete for this, of course. Students also want it. Bai Jian naturally didn't know all this. He escaped the pursuit and simply repaired himself. "I found that the clothes were okay, the durability didn't drop much. There were still 80, but the weapon equipped by the novice was almost lost. Fortunately, the durability of the artifact didn't drop much. There was still 90%. His blood volume was also relatively healthy. Because of the holy light, he was ready to lose blood to lure the people behind him. Unexpectedly, this trick didn't work later, but his blood volume basically didn't drop. There are still 75. Holy light is a big bonus, and this little bit of health loss is really not worth using. As for taking the big red potion, there is no need to mention it. Not to mention that this thing costs money. It is not as good as the mana, but at least it can be recovered. Just say that this time the bottom line is that there is a fixed amount of red and blue potions. Each team has a certain number of totals, and they will be distributed by themselves. And Bai Jian, the hostage, obviously has no share in his hand, and it is obvious that there is no share to take at this moment." He thought about it, jumped off the tree and went back. Halfway through the walk, he met two people who were running out together in confusion. Bai Jian saw that these two people were wearing pink ribbons like himself. "But I didn't see them when I was a hostage before." They were the civilian players who followed the red team. "What's going on?" He stepped forward and stopped them, asking, "Where are the red team members? Why didn't they send anyone to protect you?" The two of them took a look at his pink ribbon, and Bai Jian explained, "I'm a hostage." "Oh!" They nodded one after another. "No wonder you don't know. When the fight started, they couldn't take care of us at all. Those people were crazy. If we stayed there, we would have to go to the battlefield." Bai Jian wanted to say on the spot, "Didn't you get a few heads with them?" When he saw these two, they didn't even have weapons. "Oh, they are strictly following the human resources and society. Now they are protected objects. They have to run away when they encounter danger. But everyone plays God Realm, and they have weapons in their hands. Don't you want to join in the fun?" Although they have no talent, they really want to try fighting and killing. "But we are civilians now. What does it matter?" Bai Jian said. "Who among the civilians outside can't pick up a weapon? Not to mention those people in the guild, each of them is so cruel." "That's true." The man was successfully persuaded and said eagerly, "I know where they are fighting, let's go there." The other person also nodded. "I have other civilians' contact information, I will talk to them now." All of them have played God Realm. Even if they have no talent or skills, they have killed monsters and fought. Although the game here is different from the game in Bai Jian's previous world, how can teenagers of this age not love this? After hearing this, everyone responded. "Shall we go now?" "No hurry," Bai Jian said. "Go and rescue all the hostages first." As soon as he said this, the other party looked at him instantly. "Didn't your hostages run out?" "No," Bai Jian said. "I'm the only one who ran away." Damn, a group of people who could see him and couldn't see him were all looking at each other in an instant. He was indeed the one who organized the civilians to fight back against the kidnappers. The other hostages were all obedient, and he slipped out first. "However, brother, didn't you run with everyone at that time?" "The situation was urgent, and I had no choice but to run." Bai Jian thought, how could he have expected that he was still talking to his classmates, and his cousin came in over there? However, the unaware people obviously couldn't understand that he had no choice. After all, if he was outside, the kidnappers were too cruel and inhumane to do something to him. But this is a school, and they are still taking exams. The teachers are watching. No matter what, those classmates can't be so excessive as to force the hostages to run, right? They all think that this should be understood as, yes, the kidnappers are too bad, we fought back because we had no choice. Baijian, that's not true, he just likes to fight. He set a coordinate, and asked those who were close to go and see if the hostages were still there, and if there was anyone guarding them. It turned out that the red and blue teams might be fighting too fast and too anxiously. The hostages' nest that he knew was still there had not been abandoned. The hostages were still inside, and there were even a few people left to guard it. When Baijian rushed over, these people were also going to support the battlefield over there. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and shot an arrow. 1 against 100. He still used a high attack artifact. At this time, there is no need to save durability. You don't have to worry about not getting heads if you scatter when dealing damage, because there are companions behind to help you finish off. If there are more than 5 people on the opposite side, it is very cost-effective to use it once. When he made this move, the civilian students behind him picked up their weapons and rushed up. Several blue kidnappers didn't react at all. Didn't they say that the red army was over there? How come there were enemies here too? When they looked again, weren't they civilians? The leader was still the hostage who ran away. However, their counterattack was destined to be too slow, and 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Even if they were picked up individually, they could beat the group of students behind Baijian, but when a group of people rushed up, they were chopped off by one person with a knife. Not to mention that Baijian had reduced his health in advance by fighting 1 against 100. After the kidnapper was dealt with, everyone was very happy. They followed Baijian forward and entered the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the hostages were tied up and sitting there leisurely. They were also discussing, is this rope the same? Why can that big brother untie it, but I can't? Baijian just came in and couldn't help but said, can't you let others help you untie it? There is no one watching here, so you can do whatever you want. Everyone was stunned and saw him coming in with a group of people. No, what's going on? Brother, why are you back? Where are the people from the blue team? No one stopped you. No, you are not out yet. Or the exam is over, who won? A group of people rushed up to untie the ropes for them, and they were talking at the same time. They are still fighting. After we rescue you, we will go over to kill the enemy and kill the kidnappers. Yes, in retrospect, I am also someone who can beat the students from the talent department. Hurry up, you are too slow, I will do it. Everyone rescued the hostages, and then a group of people followed Baijian to the place where the 2 sides were fighting. In front, right in front. The student who led the way said. In fact, Baijian had already heard the sound of fighting, and the sound became louder as he walked forward. They were even more excited when they saw the people, and a group of people rushed over, and those with knives and swords went up. Baijian was naturally unwilling to fall behind, and he prepared the magic weapon early, and he shot it with his hand raised. At this time, it depends on who has a better eye, and he specifically picks the one with less blood volume. The blue team was originally short of manpower, so they even called over the hostage guards. After all, they were outnumbered at the beginning. But the red team had to protect civilians and rescue hostages, and they had more tasks to complete. They only had to guard the hostages and kill civilians, so the difficulty of the task was obviously lower, so it was normal to have fewer people. Up to this point, it was still balanced, but who made them abandon the hostages, ignore the civilians, and go straight to the red team? In this way, the small number of people was obviously a disadvantage. That is, they took advantage of the red team's unpreparedness to fight a few games in the early stage, and the people were angry and their fighting power soared. Otherwise, they would not have been in this situation, and would have been defeated long ago. But no matter how hard they persisted, they were already at a disadvantage, and now another group of people rushed over. Damn! Why are the hostages and civilians here too? Looking again, it's that Baijian again, all the people he brought here. New hatred and old grudges. Brothers? Someone shouted, we can lose the battle between red and blue this time, but the guy named Bai must die. Chapter 25. The man with the surname Bai must die, but it is not easy to kill him. A group of blue team members rushed towards Baijian, but the latter could run. Their pursuit was equivalent to exposing themselves completely to the knife of the red team. The red team already had an advantage in numbers, and now there was a group of helpers. How could they miss such a good opportunity? The cousin stood in the middle, and had no hope of life. He never expected that this would be the result. He tried to persuade them in the middle, but no one listened. He now suspected that those who shouted to kill Baijian were spies sent by the enemy, and were undercover agents in this game. But it was easier to incite everyone to rush than to calm them down. He could not stop them at all, and could only watch these people seek their own death. Oh, or take him with you. He could already foresee what the results would be like this time. But who could have thought of it? He looked at Baijian dimly. This guy could actually disguise himself as a hostage, and he also arranged in advance, making people think he was from the manufacturing department. Until he was eliminated, my cousin didn't know it was a misunderstanding. Even most of the red team members didn't understand the situation. Because they played differently, their group was the fastest to come out. At this time, the other groups were still testing each other, and the fastest group had just started to cut and rub on a small scale. That was them. A large number of people died, and the people who came out of other groups were dumbfounded. They didn't even look at the follow-up of their own group, and all gathered to see what their group could do. When a group of people came out, they met the eyes of this group of people that were hard to describe. Of course, this was even more true for the red and blue sides. The cousin took the lead and found Baijian with the fight conciliation brother. When they met, they first used a continuous attack to restore his health, but they did not forget to accuse him. "You are really shameless," Baijian said innocently. "I just don't want to die." "I can't tell," the cousin said sarcastically. "You don't want to die and come to pretend to be a hostage. Isn't it dangerous to be a hostage?" "That's too dangerous." The fight conciliation brother also said, "You pretended to be a civilian, and we can believe that you don't want to die. If you pretended to be a hostage, if you reacted a little slower at that time, you would be looking for death." He couldn't help but sigh. "But brother, you are a runner. How can you run so fast?" The cousin snorted coldly, but seeing that one continuous attack didn't fill up the blood, he still gave Baijian another one. Not far away, the red and blue sides were still arguing. "You still don't admit it. Is it any use not to admit it? It's all recorded here. The teachers have seen how you play tricks." "What tricks?" "You suddenly hit everyone you see like chicken blood, and put the blame on us?" Hee, just pretend to be stupid. The hostages and civilians who rushed over in the end were also arranged by you." "That's right." Someone on the red team remembered. "What's the situation with the hostages and civilians? Who rescued the hostages? Why did they rush over in the end?" "I don't know." The blue team also shouted to kill the surname by. "Who is it?" Hee, still pretending. It's not that no one realized that it might be wrong, but now there are so many people and noisy, it's hard to tell. My cousin was in a unique position. As soon as he came out, he found Baijian hiding on the side. At this moment, looking at this scene, he asked the doubt he had before. "When you did this, didn't you discuss it with your teammates?" After Baijian ran away, they went back to the warehouse, and didn't move because they wanted to take the opportunity to lure out the other party's troops. This was his suggestion after he was angry, but he didn't expect that no one came to rescue the hostages, as if Baijian's efforts were in vain. Because of this, he waited for a long time in vain, and no one listened to him afterwards. He thought he was just overthinking. He felt strange at the time. The red side used this trick very well, but why didn't they follow up? At that time, he thought that it might be because Baijian was discovered too early, which led to a little problem in their plan, and the people on the other side didn't follow up. Later, the two sides collided, and the people on the red side seemed to not understand what they were saying. That's fine, it's normal to pretend in the game field. But now that everyone has come out, there is no point in pretending anymore, so... He looked at Baijian and asked. Baijian looked at him deeply inside. "Is it possible that I am a hostage?" As he said this, he took out his admission notice. The big words Baijian, a freshman in the manufacturing department, on it hurt my cousin's eyes. The brother who persuaded him, My cousin, My cousin even rubbed his eyes, preferring to think that his eyes were broken rather than believe this fact. "So," his voice was hoarse, "we fought against the air in vain?" My brother who persuaded him was also dumbfounded. "No, is it true, you, the manufacturing department? Is it really not the school system that is wrong?" Baijian blinked innocently. He was good-looking, and when he acted innocent, he looked really naive, simple, and ignorant of the world. If we ignore his previous behavior and only look at this scene, who cannot believe that he is a weak and naive manufacturing department? Ignoring the quarrels over there, they have already started looking for Baijian, the real owner, to speak out. There are still a few classmates who glanced over here, but because they were half blocked by their cousin and the brother who tried to stop the quarrel, half of their innocent and beautiful faces were exposed. Some of them stopped to take a second look because of the beauty in the world, but none of them reacted that this was Baijian. After walking for a while, my mind suddenly became clear. No, isn't that good-looking Baijian? What a pretty boy. He must have put down his butcher knife and become a Buddha, right? He doesn't look like he has just done something wrong. When he looked back and was about to tell everyone where Baijian was, he saw a teacher coming over not far away. Baijian and his friends also looked at the teachers who came over. My cousin finally digested the fact that the enemy lurking among the hostages was actually a hostage. He said, I am the main culprit in this situation, and you are also responsible. The teacher will definitely scold you later. Baijian didn't think so. It's normal to have unexpected situations when rescuing hostages. Otherwise, why didn't the school put a few cotton dolls as hostages, but had to use real people? On the one hand, I guess they want to train us students who are usually lazy to move, and on the other hand, they want to see your ability to adapt to changes. So Baijian didn't think there was anything wrong with him doing some fancy things as a hostage. And he also thought that others had too few ideas. To be honest, it is indeed a good idea to blend into the hostage group. Not only the red team can do it, but the blue team can also do it. When the time comes, the red team will rescue people, but who knows that the person rescued is actually an undercover kidnapper. Because the teacher came over, the students' positions changed a little. Someone who saw Baijian move a few steps to this side heard this. He couldn't help but say, yes, good idea. Why didn't you get assigned to our blue team? The cousin and the brother who persuaded the quarrel were speechless. Blue team. He is from the manufacturing department. He is either a hostage or a civilian. It is impossible for him to be assigned to the blue team. At this time, several teachers have come over. Of course, their faces are not very good. That's for sure. If you lose the quarrel and the students don't get it, it's strange that your face can be good. Looking back at this group of students who fought in a mess and didn't understand the situation for a long time after coming out, they couldn't help but feel upset. Originally, they were going to come when everyone came out, and then give a summary speech. However, they didn't expect that after such a scene, several students who just lost the quarrel couldn't help but want to educate this group of students. It's so chaotic, too chaotic. Look at what you are fighting. If you encounter this kind of situation in the future to rescue hostages, will you also rush up and fight with others in such a large group? You don't care where the hostages are, you just cut off half of your own people to play with, right? And those who play the kidnappers, don't laugh, you are even more cruel, a bunch of people chasing one, and when you come back, you fight with the air with half courage and half wits. Speaking of this, the teacher paused, remembering that they are also members of the brain-filling tribe. His expression suddenly froze, and he immediately skipped this topic. You go crazy when you see the red side? Are the real kidnappers as brainless as you? Standing on the stage, the people below can be swept away at a glance. The teacher looked from left to right, and accidentally saw Baijian standing in the corner against the wall with a leisurely look on his face. Suddenly, he was furious. And you, why are you running? Baijian was not afraid of being called out. He stood up slowly and said slowly, report to the teacher, I just don't want to be killed. After a pause, he added, I think that any normal hostage, under that situation, will not obediently accept death, and will definitely run away. The teacher's expression paused. Indeed, he really didn't blame Baijian for this. If someone really has the ability to run but doesn't, and is eliminated because of playing a hostage, they will scold him. It's just that this kid's attitude looks obedient, but why does it always feel so irritating? Sure enough, he is still a thorn. He looked at Baijian, angry and fond of him, and a little helpless. How could such a thoughtful and capable student be in the manufacturing department? In the end, he simply turned a blind eye and prepared to turn around and continue to scold other students. However, after he named him, everyone saw Baijian and saw his cute and lovely appearance. You are so good at pretending in front of the teacher, right? Someone couldn't help but say, teacher, don't listen to him. He came here to pretend to be a hostage. Is he afraid of being killed? He did it on purpose. If we hadn't discovered it in advance, we don't know what he wanted to do. Many people agreed on the spot, of course. There were other voices. It's that pretty boy again. I said he is not a good one. A voice sounded, looking at the cousin with disdain, you must be tired of taking care of him these days, and he pretends to fight easily. With his tricks and the novice outfit, he is just a rip-off. This person was the roommate in my cousin's dormitory, who was almost killed by Baijian. He was in another group and had just come out, so he didn't understand what happened. But as soon as he came out, he heard everyone accusing Baijian. He almost spoke up without thinking, and didn't forget to educate his cousin who was in the same group with him. Look, he still looks so innocent now. A student of the talent department, He looks weaker than the manufacturing department. I don't know how he got admitted. Only you, such a rookie, coaxed me that he has high damage for his face. But he didn't expect that when he said this, the people who heard it nearby stopped talking and looked over. What's wrong? This person still looked confused. Didn't he cheat you? He must have made a big mistake. Am I wrong? He heard that these people were saying that Bai Jian cheated people. However, when he said this, the eyes of the people around the palace became even more strange. Even because the quiet here came, the other people who looked over also fell silent. Even those on the red team, who didn't know the situation at first, now understood what was going on after hearing the accusations. There was a teammate on their team who quietly became a hostage and then caused a big incident. This is what they thought. Most of the hostages and civilian students also thought so. But no matter who was present, they couldn't deny that although Bai Jian was a big jerk and a troublemaker, his strength was still good. Otherwise, if they tried someone else, with so many people rushing in, he would have been killed long ago. Not to mention that few people can escape from the eyes of so many people in the warehouse. They can barely recognize him if he is a pretty boy. After all, his face is really white, and he is really good looking. But a noob? This guy must have done it on purpose. One of the people who was close was sent offline by Bai Jian. If Bai Jian is a noob, then what is he? He can't even beat a noob. Is he a complete noob? If the teacher wasn't there, he would have let this kid see if he is a noob. The eyes of the people around him became more and more weird, and his roommate naturally noticed it, but he couldn't figure out why. So he was still outputting. He is just a waste who could only sneak attack, and he is nothing once he fights in person. Someone looked back at the stage. Oh, the teacher was still there. Why can't the teacher disappear for a few minutes and come back? At this time, someone said leisurely, "Why do I listen to you? Were you killed in offline?" My roommate was immediately furious. Nonsense, I logged off by myself. Yes. My cousin said affirmatively. She was trampled on the ground with only her skin on her body. We stopped her, and she survived. Then she took the opportunity to log off. My roommate was angry. You? Is he shameless to bring this up in front of so many people? He couldn't help but say, I was wearing the wrong equipment that day. He was just shameless to attack me. Didn't you point a knife at me first? My cousin was already unhappy, but her brother and the others kept saying that harmony brings wealth, and we were all in the same dormitory, so it was not good to make things awkward. Now she was being taught a lesson again. No one stopped her, but she just kept attacking. The people around her understood it now. Oh, that's jealousy when you can't beat them. Another person patted his roommate on the shoulder. Brother, listen to me. If you are not as strong as others, you have to admit it, and practice more and fight back. It's wrong to plot against others behind their backs. The person who was killed by Bai Jian before was not so angry at this time. He said, that's right, although this Bai is really hateful for his scheming, he is really strong. I took the opportunity, and I was careless, and the person was gone. This is also the reason why they shouted that the Bai must die in the arena, but no one went to settle accounts with him after they came out. It's really angry, but you have to admit that you haven't played him. But that kid is pretending to be well-behaved now, which makes people angry. When they found out that the one who spoke arrogantly was a person whose defense was broken, they didn't care. Even Brother Kai turned back and continued to denounce Bai Jian's deceiving behavior. Now that he had heard more, unlike when he first came out and only heard about the cheating, his roommates seemed to understand what was going on. His face turned pale, and he turned to look at his cousin in a bit of anger. He is so powerful. Why didn't you mention it before? His cousin didn't want to pay any attention to him, and turned around to find other girls she knew. Oh, asking this now, it's not like they didn't say that he had high damage before. As for how powerful he was, the cousin thought she just found out. She had to ask the girl she knew about what was going on. If the other party was eliminated early, there might be a video recording. She didn't know yet that her brother was among the group of people who were tortured. Asking her brother for the truth was actually the fastest and most truthful. Bai Jian was criticized, and the teachers were not happy to see him look calm and composed. They thought that he should be more aggressive. So they looked back again. Don't you have anything to say? Bai Jian stood up straighter this time. Then he lifted his legs and crossed the crowd, and just stood on the podium, coughed dryly, and tested the microphone. Teachers, Bai Jian said, say a few words. Didn't you ask him to say it? His eyes were filled with this sentence, and several teachers did not move, all wanting to see what he could say. This is a large square, and the stage is full of miniature microphones buried underground. Although it is far from the mouth, the sound reception effect is very good, and it is much more convenient than the handheld one that Bai Jian used before. He raised his hand to ask the people below to be quiet, and then said, "Classmates, there is no way. Life is always full of surprises and accidents. Although your on-the-spot reactions were not satisfactory, not fast enough, and the rescue was not timely, and even the other party did not get the news and seize the opportunity in time." The whole audience was silent. The teachers widened their eyes, thinking that we should say this. The classmates were even more speechless. "Good guy, you did such a thing, and now you blame us for our lack of ability? This kid deserves a beating. He must be beaten up." However, before they could rebel, Baijian immediately said, "Of course, I also have big problems, such as taking a bunch of civilians and students from both hostages to participate in the melee. You know it too." Everyone, at this moment, looked at him together. "But it's nothing." Baijian's voice was very steady, and clearly heard by everyone. "On the contrary, I think this is normal. If we can now have the strength and mind to match the Apocalypse army, can react in time, deal with it quickly, seize the opportunity, do everything perfectly, and can't find any faults, then why do we still come to school? We are now a member of the Apocalypse army. It is precisely because we don't know anything that we need to find out the bottom line, so that the teachers can see what we are like, so as to train in a targeted way, so as to become." "Wait a minute. A teacher couldn't listen anymore. Did we ask you to come up and say this? Isn't it?" Baijian blinked his innocent big eyes blankly. "Didn't the teacher see that I have a good bone structure and am a good material for public speaking, so they came up to help you motivate the students?" The teacher looked at Baijian, and then at the group of students below. "I asked you to come up and say this? Why don't I know?" Chapter 26. The teachers looked at each other, and really admired the boy's thick skin. They called him up, obviously to let him give an explanation to the students who were unhappy with him, and to embarrass him. Of course, the students below also understood this. But they didn't know Baijian's identity in the manufacturing department, and just thought that he was asked to give an explanation for pretending to be a hostage. Who could have expected it? Who could have expected that Baijian would say this when he went up? Amid the speechless crowd, only Baijian himself was particularly adaptable. He also asked, "Teacher, there are a few more sentences to say. Should I finish them all at once?" Teachers, This student. If this was their student, they would definitely have to practice well to kill his arrogance. However, the man was from the manufacturing department, and this thorn was from the manufacturing department. They didn't snatch it away. Seeing that the people from other groups had come out, and the teachers from the manufacturing department had also come over, they didn't have the energy to do anything anymore, and waved their hands to let Baijian go down. Baijian followed suit and stepped down from the stage, and then returned to his original position. The cousin was staring at him in shock. "Are you really not afraid of being beaten? What are you talking about?" Baijian disagreed. "My classmates are all good classmates, harmonious and kind, helping each other. Why do you want to beat me for no reason?" The brother who tried to stop the fight said faintly, "I really want to beat you now." Baijian, "Then you must have drunk too much." "Damn, this guy is really thick-skinned." The brother who tried to stop the fight was convinced. No wonder he didn't give his roommate face when they first met. He started fighting as soon as he said so, and then he acted as if nothing had happened after the fight. After what happened today, most people would worry that the group of blue team students would hate him to death, but Baijian didn't take it seriously at all. He even stood on the platform, and still talked nonsense, and called a deer a horse. What did the teacher ask him to go up and motivate people? That's it. No wonder they disciplined the best, while they tolerated the trash. I'm talking about their roommate, who is always a troublemaker. He thought his roommate was a troublemaker, but he didn't know that the other party was also complaining about them at this moment. It's their fault for not making it clear in advance. If they had said earlier that he was such a character, would he have offended him as soon as they met? Then he thought. He deliberately wears a novice outfit to mislead others, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Does he think he is the protagonist of a novel? It turns out that good-looking people are not good things. They are unrealistic and do fancy things all day long. He muttered in a low voice. Fortunately no one heard it, otherwise he would be stared at by strange eyes again. After all, although no one knows that Baijian has only one set of novice outfits, he also thinks that it is okay to wear it like this when pretending to be a hostage. If he wears a set of magic clothes to attract people, wouldn't that make it more difficult for himself? The teachers on the stage have also arrived and are saying some opening words. Today is originally an entrance test, used to test the strength of these students who have just passed the exam, and then divide them into classes according to their personal strengths and talents. After the test, there is nothing for the students to do, so they don't listen to the following words seriously. Almost all people are muttering below. After all, Baijian did a lot of work. At this moment, those who knew about it and those who didn't haven't fully digested this matter, so we have to talk about it. Until the end of the game, people's voices of discussion became louder. And the video of the game was edited and put on the school forum. I don't know which class this Bai is from. Does anyone know? I hope he is in the same class as me. There will be frequent competitions within the class. I must take revenge. This is one of the people who was knocked offline by Baijian. Isn't there anyone who knows him? Ask him. Which class is he from? At this moment, another post that originally posted Baijian's photo and claimed that he was the second in the manufacturing department also changed from admiring the beauty of the world. This is the first time I have seen such a play. We are still bragging on the forum at school, and they spread false information to mislead people, just to act as hostages. How did he know the news was correct? What if this wasn't a hostage situation? 325th floor, is this Baijian's smurf? No, this account is a female one. Is she his accomplice? 325th floor was slandered miserably, and a black pot was put on him out of thin air. Impossible, she said. This is the news I got. I told you kindly. How could he be an accomplice? In fact, she was also confused, and she went to inquire about it, and found out that it was correct, that Baijian was from the manufacturing department. However, no one believed it. Sisters, look at what he did. How does he look like someone from our manufacturing department? Don't say that, his face is still similar. Don't be funny. Anyway, he is definitely from the talent department. Now, has no one found out which class he is from? Where is his roommate? Who lives in the same dormitory with him? After discussing for a long time, everyone found that no roommate showed up. They just thought that this guy was still hiding and didn't even let his roommate speak out. But they didn't know that Baijian's roommate didn't exist at all. He lived in a dormitory alone. There were also many people looking for his cousin. After all, everyone knew that he knew Baijian, so did he have any news? His cousin did, but he didn't know how to say it. Thinking of the 3 words manufacturing department on the admission notice, he felt dizzy now. I don't know how to tell others that he was really a hostage, and he made a mistake, and ended up forcing him to rebel. I always feel that this is not good, but he didn't say it here, and the brother who tried to stop the fight also had a hard-to-explain face. He didn't expose his roommate's stage, which made everyone think. Is that by going to do something big again? No way. It will only be tonight at most. There will be military training tomorrow. Isn't it just a matter of seeing which class he stands in? After all, if you can fool your classmates, can you also fool the teacher? The teacher has a list of names. Everyone decided to go to bed early today and open their eyes tomorrow to see which class Baijian is in. Of course, there are also rumors that he is really from the manufacturing department and has nothing to do with your talent department. Among them, the 352nd floor of that building was the most excited and declared it everywhere. Many people actually believed it, but some people thought it must be a conspiracy that Baijian laid out in advance, and you still believe the fake news until now. As soon as this was said, many people understood it instantly. That's right, he doesn't look like a manufacturing student at all. I look more like a manufacturing student than him. It was just that they had a good idea, but when they went to the military training the next morning, they looked around and found that Baijian was not there. While the teacher had not arrived yet, these people asked each other. He is not here. Report, he is not in our class either. He is not in our class either. I checked one by one, and he is definitely not there. This kid knows that he has caused trouble, so he is preparing to arrive at the last minute. As a result, after waiting for a long time, the teacher came, but Baijian did not show up. Could he dare to be late? Someone said incredulously. It is not impossible. Suddenly someone said, that kid dared to talk nonsense on the stage in front of so many teachers. What is there to be afraid of being late? Maybe he will say that the teacher is considerate of him and knows that he did not sleep well, so he was specially approved to be late. Will the teacher accept this? Whether it is acceptable or not, I think this sounds like something that Bai can do. In an instant, this statement was deeply agreed by everyone. The teachers glanced at them, and the group of people immediately stopped gossiping. However, seeing that they had finished calling the names with the roster, no teacher called Baijian, let alone asked why Baijian didn't come. Someone got anxious. Report, Baijian didn't come. Someone stepped out of the line. The classmates couldn't help but look over, wanting to see which warrior this was. The cousins and others recognized him at once. Isn't this her brother's, weird roommate? There were also those who were close yesterday, and they knew that this was also a person who was killed and broken, so it was normal for him to lose his temper at this time. And someone took the lead, and others also began to ask about this matter. Yes, teacher, where is Baijian? That's right, why can't I see classmate Baijian? Did he ask for leave? Which class is he from? Teachers, It's been a day, and you still don't know that he is a student from the manufacturing department? The cousins who knew about it had strange expressions, and the cousin even raised his hand to cover his face. Someone nearby saw it, and had a bad feeling. This situation, could it really be from the manufacturing department? Sure enough, the next second, a teacher scolded. Stand up, what are you doing? The manufacturing department came to school early to cooperate with you to find out the basic situation at the beginning of the school, not to accompany you for military training. Who shouted the loudest just now? Step out. Classmates, In an instant, the teacher could no longer suppress the boiling excitement. What? Manufacturing department? Classmate, I think there is something wrong with my ears. Did you hear it just now, manufacturing? I heard it. Manufacturing department. The student was also shocked. No, he doesn't look like a manufacturing department. Thinking back, that group of manufacturing department and history department did join the war in the end. Don't talk nonsense, how can they be the same? Someone couldn't help but yelled back. Others were fooled and pulled together, but he was the initiator, grabbing heads happily. He is so murderous, a manufacturing department? Why don't you just say that he is not an attacking talent, but a good healer with a kind heart? Listen, how outrageous is this? Why is it that there is a rumor that he is a manufacturing department, but no one believes it from beginning to end? Isn't it obvious enough? How can this guy look like a manufacturing department who needs protection? Those who participated in the melee yesterday, and those who did not participate in other groups, but watched the video were silent. Is this what a human would do? You are a manufacturing department student. Why don't you be a hostage properly and make such a big fuss? Oh, I remember. Yesterday this kid said that he didn't want to be killed. Everyone's eyes instantly turned to my cousin. After all, he was the first to give Baijian a fake hostage, a cunning and incompetent identity. Cousin, Cousin waved his hand to cover his face. He knew it would be like this. Don't you say something? The classmate standing next to him said faintly. Cousin put down his hand covering his face. With a wooden face, it happened suddenly, who could have thought of it? He never told me that he was from the manufacturing department before. As soon as these words came out, he was instantly forgiven. Yes, who could have thought of this? The students who had seen the other party run away and kill others in a cool way still couldn't fully accept that it was a manufacturing department, let alone a cousin who had played with them. It was normal to suspect that it was a talent department undercover at first sight. The reactions of the people were different, and the roommate who stood out first was also frozen. What? What happened? That pretty boy was actually from the manufacturing department. However, the teacher didn't give them time to react at all, and called the most noisy group to run in circles, while the rest of the people continued to stand here. He also mentioned Baijian, and they were already very upset that they couldn't snatch the person away yesterday. Run in circles. However, running in circles didn't cool down, and the students felt that this thing was more magical the more they ran. The little eyes conveyed more frequently than when they were flirting with each other, and they wished they could go back to the dormitory and chat for 88 minutes. However, with the huge pressure of the teacher on their heads, the students below can only behave themselves. The first day will not be too tiring, and those who could enter the talent department will not have bad physical fitness. After all, they have changed planets, and many people are not used to the weather. For example, these few days are the hottest days of the year on Tianqi Star. The locals still avoid the sun, let alone them. Therefore, when the sun gets hot in the middle of the morning, it is not very comfortable. It is even more unbearable until almost noon. How pitiful. Baijian thought, you can't even pretend to faint. After all, even if the weakest person comes, you will be given a big red medicine as soon as you faint, and you will be well replenished. Oh, maybe you don't need the big red medicine. Although there are few treatments, you can find some in the talent department of Tianqi First Academy. You can get your blood back with any skill. But there are also benefits. You don't have to worry about heat stroke or something. This obviously makes it more convenient for teachers, and they don't have to worry too much about students not being able to bear it. It was a warning to the freshmen on the first day. At first, these freshmen could still hold on because of their good health, but by noon, they were hot and tired. I was still very hungry, and I wanted to eat a cow at this time, but they didn't disband, and a group of people had to stand there in military posture. One guy licked his lips. It was okay if he didn't move, but he was even thirstier when he moved. You know, he used to play games for 8 hours in a row, and he didn't feel so uncomfortable now. Stand up straight, what a mess. The teacher stood there and stared, and some of them, who just wanted to change their movements to slow down, quickly stood up again. The sun was getting hotter. Bai Jian came over at this time. He was still wearing the novice outfit, but he looked so refreshing. Unlike other students, he had played God Realm all night last night, and just got up from bed. After enjoying a good breakfast, he came to watch others' military training. The students who were tired, hungry and thirsty saw a familiar figure coming from afar. After a closer look, they found that this was the person they had been looking for since early morning. This was nothing. They had been here for the whole morning, and there were also students from other departments passing by. But this Bai Jian, he was actually eating a popsicle. If it were normal, then a thing made of ice and sweet syrup without much milk would not be on their menu at all. Milk tea is so delicious, ice cream is so delicious, or ice cream is also good. Who eats popsicles? However, at this moment, milk tea and ice cream are not as attractive as a popsicle. It's cool and thirst quenching. Just by looking at it, you can almost feel the icy coolness. Why would you eat this when you don't have to do military training? At this time, the naive classmates thought Bai Jian was just passing by. It was a whole morning, and even seeing the exhausted body of the Lord of Bagua seemed to have regained some energy. But then, they found that Bai Jian was not just passing by, because he stopped under the shade of a tree not far away. He took out a small stool and sat there. He ate the popsicle in a few bites. He took out a plate of watermelon, which was cut and chilled, and it looked cool. This guy just sat there and ate leisurely. Cool. Bai Jian thought. It was the iced watermelon he had made last night. It was sweet. However, the students who were suffering from military training didn't think so, and the eyes they shot at him seemed to stab him to death. Bai Jian looked at them one by one. Oh, so embarrassed. He put another watermelon in his mouth, and the students were thinking, this bitch. It's so hateful. He went to the manufacturing department. Didn't he just want to do this day? No one knew whether it was for this day, but they only knew that Bai Jian was enjoying it very much now. He was still looking at their embarrassed appearance. Of course, there were some people who were not embarrassed, and they stood upright in military posture. Bai Jian looked at them twice more. He always admired this kind of people. After all, he was a very casual person. Maybe people are born with nothing and yearn for something. Bai Jian himself has no self-control, so he has a special feeling for people with strong self-control. Just like when he was playing games before, he heard that a player could go to bed at 10 o'clock every day without fail, and he was deeply shocked. He was also surprised at one point how he did it. It was amazing. Therefore, when everyone else was about to lose their standing posture and had to twist and turn, those who stood in a particularly standard posture were very eye-catching. And most of these people were familiar to Bai Jian. Not only did others watch his video yesterday, he also took the time to watch the games of other groups. These people were all the more outstanding in those groups. Either they were outstanding in strength, or they were calm and composed in the face of things, and they were not in a hurry. If these people were in the blue team yesterday, he would be in trouble. Just as he was thinking, the time was almost up over there, and the teacher called for the class to be dismissed. In an instant, all the wolf-like eyes shot towards Bai Jian. Bai Jian, eh? Without saying anything, Bai Jian swallowed the watermelon in his mouth in 2 or 3 bites, left the rest where it was, and ran away. Everyone's eyes instantly fell back on the watermelon. It's not that they didn't want to chase him and beat him up, but he was tired and thirsty, and it would be a pity to be dragged around the campus again, and even if they beat him up, it wouldn't sound good to tell others. A group of talent department bullying manufacturing department. Watermelon is still better. Those who run fast have already rushed over to eat, and those who run slowly can't grab it, and scold them for not saving some. Of course, they also have milk tea and other things in their backpacks, but compared to iced watermelon, the latter is obviously more popular. Mainly because the way Bai Jian ate it just now was both annoying and comfortable to watch. Who wouldn't want to try it? But now that they can't grab watermelon, they can only make do with milk tea and happy water. Some even went so far as to sit down under the shade of the tree and have dinner. Some people did catch up with them, and it was my cousin and his friends. Bai Jian saw that they were the only ones and stopped running, so he stopped and waited for a while. The cousin looked at him with a complicated expression. Are you really not afraid of being beaten? The man who tried to stop the fight thought intuitively, this guy wouldn't praise his classmates for being harmonious and friendly, and not hitting people. Then I heard my cousin speak again. What are you doing this for? Yesterday, it could be said that he had no choice, but today, it was just to stir up hatred. Bai Jian looked at him. You don't understand, this is a dream. When he was a freshman, He watched the seniors enjoying the military training. Of course, he wanted to try it in his sophomore year, but he was busy during those days, and didn't make it. As for his junior year, it's not necessary to mention that when he came here, the freshmen hadn't started yet. This dream was repeatedly aborted, and he finally got a chance. How could he let it go? But he also knew that he deserved a beating. And it happened that he woke up late, so he chose this time. Although it was only for a while, it wouldn't attract too much hatred. After all, everyone could eat and drink once the party was over. The cousin and others were in mixed feelings, thinking that it was fortunate that this was not their talent department, otherwise they didn't know how many things would happen. In comparison, the manufacturing department followed the rules, and was generally stable, and there were not many conditions for making trouble. He was about to ask if they wanted to go to the God Realm together in the evening, when he saw Bai Jian staring straight in one direction. What's wrong? Hey, it's Chu Yuan. The man walking towards him not far ahead had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Not only was his posture straight, but even his walking seemed to be measured with a ruler. Behind him, there was a familiar chatterbox. Beside him, my cousin couldn't help but say, "This guy is a real boss. Sometimes I suspect he is AI. I have never seen him make a mistake. Every step he takes is very accurate, and his skills are amazing." Bai Jian didn't look away. Just thinking, oh, so he looks like this. Chapter 27. Both parties started from planet 2538, and took the same spaceship all the way to Apocalypse. There were several transfers in the middle, and the route and time did not change at all. Bai Jian had met the other party several times along the way, and he had heard the voice of the chatterbox more often, but this was the first time he had actually seen his face. Before, it was either his back or half of his face. Many people look good from the side, but not as good from the front. Some people are extremely beautiful from the front, but their beauty is not obvious from the side. Chu Yuan is consistent, as handsome as ever. There are just slight differences. I knew he was good-looking, cold, and hard before, and Bai Jian only thought he was serious and old-fashioned. However, looking at him again now, he did not have that feeling, but only felt that he was as cold as the moon, unattainable. Bai Jian had seen people like this who were cold, noble, and strictly educated, but the person in front of him was a little different from these people. Bai Jian couldn't tell exactly what was different. He just felt that this person looked cold, as if he didn't care about anything in the world, but everything was in his eyes. The two sides were not far away when they met, and now they were close after a few steps. The cousin and the brother who was trying to stop the fight had stopped and grabbed Bai Jian. The two watched Chu Yuan getting closer and closer, ready to watch him go away. Unexpectedly, when they got closer, Chu Yuan stopped. "Cousin, Brother who was trying to stop the fight, Chu Yuan stopped there, and looked at Bai Jian. Bai Jian raised his eyebrows, with obvious doubts. The chatterbox behind him was also puzzled. "Chu Yuan, what are you doing? It was this little brother last time, he was still asleep. You just stopped by and watched for a while, come again today?" Chu Yuan frowned and ignored him. He looked at Bai Jian and said, "You are looking at me." "Yes." Bai Jian was stunned for a moment before asking, "Is there a problem?" Chu Yuan was silent for a while and said, "No." Then, he took the chatterbox away. Leaving Bai Jian with a raised eyebrow, he secretly wondered what this meant. The cousins around him were dumbfounded. "You are really brave, brother." He raised his big finger and said, "I was about to stop breathing just now, and you still asked me if there was a problem?" The brother who was trying to persuade the quarrel said faintly, "Aren't the three of us looking at the problem together?" But the boss only asked Brother Abai. "Yes." This time, even the cousin asked, "Why did he only ask you? Do you know him?" Bai Jian retracted his gaze, and left 3 words, "I don't know him." Then he continued to walk forward. It is true that he did not know him. But even his cousins could see the problem. So how could Bai Jian not see it? There were 3 people in total. As for the gaze, he dared to guarantee that the gazes of the 2 fans beside him would definitely be more conspicuous than his, but he was asked alone. Previously on the spaceship, they also stood there inexplicably looking at his hands. The 2 cousins followed him, and Bai Jian thought of the name he just mentioned. Chu Yuan. Bai Jian asked, "Is he famous?" Of course. The cousin was very excited when he mentioned this. His God Realm ID is Sui Feng Ershing, and his talent should be related to the wind. It is an auxiliary profession, but it is very powerful. Should? Even others don't know, and he himself has never said it. The brother who persuaded the quarrel spoke immediately, and it seemed that he also knew this big man Chu Yuan very well. But he moves very fast, and 2 of his skills are related to wind, so everyone guessed that. The cousin added, "It's mainly because the wind system appeared early, and his name is related to wind, but I think his light skill is more useful. If I had seen it earlier, it would have been more like a talent skill. To be honest, if nothing matched, I would have thought that the messenger of light was him. He doesn't look like an ordinary awakener." Bai Jian, the real special talent holder, remained silent. On the other side, the chatterbox Bin Lao was also annoying Chu Yuan. "What's going on? It's the second time. You have a different kind of attention to him. People are looking at you. Don't you know how famous you are? There are so many people who come to see you along the way. They specially stop to ask, 'Hey, are you aroused?'" "No." Chu Yuan interrupted him. "I thought he was in trouble. It would have been fine if he didn't explain." Once he explained, Tanhua was even more confused. "No, if he has something wrong, wouldn't he go to the teacher or the principal? Are you his father? Why do you care so much? Just go up and ask if he has something wrong. Now it's okay, he asked you. Is there a problem?" Tanhua now just wanted to say, "Are you okay?" However, Chu Yuan didn't pay any attention to him at all, as if the explanation just now had used up all the words he had to pay attention to him today. Tanhua had never been able to do anything with him, so he could only spread his hands and skip the topic. The topic on the other side turned to him. The person next to Chu Yuan just now was Tanhua, who is also a big shot, but it is said that he is very talkative and can't stop talking. Bai Jian thought he had figured it out. They had met several times, either talking or talking, and many times during the journey, he could only hear their voices but not see them. He was very sure that he had come to Tianji Star with these two people, and Tanhua's voice played a big role. On the rest of the way, Bai Jian heard his two cousins tell him about Chu Yuan and Tanhua. One of them was more of a supporter, and the other was more aggressive, and both were free men. They were the kind of people who had neither entered school, the army, nor joined any guild. There were actually quite a few such people in the Interstellar. The downside was that without a guild, they lacked initial resources, and there was no one to lead them. Of course, there were also advantages: freedom, no constraints, and no need to be controlled. Chu Yuan's fortune was very fast. He was strong and lucky, and his equipment was upgraded quickly. It is said that on the first day of the game, Chu got a weapon, and it was a magic weapon. Bai Jian thought how familiar this plot was. He also got a weapon on the first day. However, later, the next day, he killed an elite monster and got a set of clothes. Can you believe it? The brother who persuaded him couldn't help but say, at that time, someone tried to snatch the elite monster from him, but he was no match at all. Chu Yuan was good at killing monsters, and he was also good at killing people. The monster snatcher didn't last 3 rounds under his hands. So don't think that Chu is a support system, but he is also very good at attacking. My cousin also said, at that time, many support systems who knew about it also followed suit, but few of them played well, and a large number of pitfalls were produced. If you are not a big boss, you are a big boss. If others can do it, you may not be able to do it. So, the brother who persuaded the fight side, don't think that the big guy is just a support profession, he is also very good at fighting. Bai Jian believed this. He is still a healer, and he still killed a lot of attack professions. The God Realm is the most free game he has ever played. Unlike previous games, no matter what you are like in the real world, you only look at the attributes when you enter the game. The attributes of the God Realm are connected to the person. Even if you awaken the auxiliary talent, it will not affect your original strength, etc. People with great strength are still strong. Just look at him kicking over the monsters before. And weapons and other things are also taken casually, which gives people a lot of room to play. Chu Yuan's initial attributes should also be very strong. Bai Jian thought. The body he just saw looked very powerful, and it was the kind of top-notch figure that looked thin when wearing clothes, and should still have some meat when taking off clothes. The two cousins praised Chu Yuan a lot, and mentioned, he is good at singles, and even better as a support. It is said that there is no scene where this person cannot support, especially when there are many people. The timing and skills of his skills are as if they have been carefully calculated, and will never go wrong. The famous AI-type support, that's him. Bai Jian listened to the two people praising him all the way, and finally praised him for his good luck. It took about a month, and a full set of equipment was complete. This is not just about strength, it also requires good drops. Instantly, Bai Jian thought that in addition to the first day, he had skills and artifacts. It has been nearly a month since then, and the novice outfit is still on him. Haha, thinking back to Chu Yuan's handsome face, it seems that he is not so handsome anymore. The dormitories of the manufacturing department and the talent department are not in the same building, and are even a little far away from each other. After all, the campus has changed. The two sides had to separate after walking for a while. Before parting, the cousin couldn't help but ask the question. The school forum was so chaotic yesterday. I really don't want to mention the misunderstanding I made, but why didn't any of your roommates come forward to say that you are from the manufacturing department? Well, Baijian raised his eyebrows. Because I don't have a roommate. Cousin, no roommate? Damn. The quarrel-reconciling brothers suddenly understood. I heard that the top 3 in the manufacturing department live on the top floor, in single rooms, and there are separate bathrooms inside. And in the rumors they heard about Baijian in the manufacturing department before, it was said that this guy got the second place in the exam, second only to Gongsun Miaomiu. Living alone, the environment is pretty good. The cousin said, but there's no roommate, isn't it boring? Yeah, the dormitory is empty, and the key is that you can't play games in the dormitory. At this point, the quarrel-preventing brother thought of a roommate in their dormitory, and suddenly thought, in fact, living alone is pretty good, right? The cousin was silent. Originally, he was quite happy to continue to share a dormitory with his classmates. There were only 2 strangers in the dormitory, and then there was this one. Baijian could only sympathize with this. After all, he couldn't rush into the dormitory and throw people out of the school. Waving his hand, he walked towards his own campus. Compared to the 4-person room downstairs, the dormitory on the top floor is indeed much better. The bed is a double bed, and it's not made of hardwood. Before Baijian returned to the dormitory, the room had been automatically cleaned. Ventilation is complete. The air humidity and temperature have been adjusted to the appropriate temperature. The sun is scorching outside, but the temperature inside the house is very suitable. As soon as you come in, you will feel a cool breeze. But in fact, there is no wind in the dormitory. The walls and even the floor around it will emit a cool feeling. And in winter, these will emit a warm temperature. This design can be called spring all year round, but it is not from the game, but from generations of scientists. Of course, it is called the manufacturer here. The manufacturing department is to support these people. The house that Baijian lives in at 2538 was created by the original owner in the game. Although it also has a self-purification function, it is built into the game. However, the entire Tianqi First Academy was built by itself, and all the technology inside was created by the manufacturer. Unlike the game products that focus more on efficacy, and do not bring any extra, the artificially made ones are more in line with people's needs. For example, the big bathtub in the bathroom. It is still very comfortable to take a bath. But the water is expensive, and you have to pay by face recognition if you want to use it. The price of a bath is really painful. At least Baijian feels pain. There is a small green plant next to him, a cactus. Looking at it, Baijian couldn't help laughing. It seems that in terms of ease of maintenance, even in the interstellar, there are not many things that can compete with it. He lives on the top floor with a good view. Looking out the window, he can see most of the campus. Leaning against the window, the touch of the part of his body immediately becomes softer, and the temperature is not so cold, but more adapted to the temperature of the human body. It is really considerate and thoughtful everywhere. Technology really changes life. The technology in the era when Baijian lived before was already very developed, but it was obviously still a step behind here. He thought of the original owner. The original owner took the manufacturing department exam, so naturally he had also learned some of this part. The additional questions were about this part at the time. Because of his memory, this knowledge is now in Baijian's mind. He studied almost the same major in the original world. At that time, it was unrealistic to think about buying a cannon and putting it at home, but he could work hard to make a cannon. When the time comes, entering a state department and making one to put in a unit is not a dream come true. So apart from anything else, Baijian is not worried that the original owner will not adapt well. After all, he has technology beyond that era in his mind, although not a lot, but it is enough. At least if he wants to go in to make cannons, he will definitely get in. But if I can change back now, I still want to go back, Baijian murmured. After all, this is the world he has lived in for 20 years. Even if he thinks there are some places here that are better, if he has to choose, he will still prefer the original world. And if he can go back with a good awakening talent, even if there are some restrictions there, but he can recover blood. Although Baijian despises it when playing games, it is very useful in reality. After all, you can't use attack skills when you go out, but it's not necessarily the case to add blood. In his previous world, humans are not sick. Even if they are not sick and in a sub-healthy state, they don't need blood recovery skills. The whole thing is to add blood when you go out. No one doesn't need it. Just as he was thinking, the light brain rang. Baijian clicked it, and saw that it was a number he had never seen before. He raised his eyebrows, and picked up the phone. Student Bai. The other party said first, I am your class teacher. Baijian immediately straightened his attitude and stood up straighter. Hello, Teacher Zhao. Apart from anything else, before he came to the school, he still looked at who the teachers in the school were. Especially those in the manufacturing department, he checked them out. Teacher Zhao Luosher was among them, and he was quite famous, with several inventions under his hands. Not to mention that their manufacturing department was divided into classes early, almost as soon as the exams were over. As the class teacher of their class, how could Baijian not know him? Seeing his attitude, Zhao Luosher was quite satisfied. He had a gentle attitude, and he didn't slam the table like he did yesterday when he was competing for students with several teachers in the talent department. He first showed concern for Baijian, asked him how he was doing in school, whether he was used to it, and told him to find him if he had any difficulties. Then he asked, Teacher, I saw that the talent column in the information you filled in earlier was no talent. Is there any reason for this? When I filled in the form, my talent had not yet awakened, so I filled in no talent. Baijian said. Zhao Luosher nodded. He probably guessed it. After all, the talent department has to wait and see if the talent will awaken before filling in the form, but the manufacturing department does not require talent, and it doesn't matter whether the awakening succeeds or fails. So many people will fill in advance, and occasionally forget to change it after awakening, and Baijian's birthday is too close to the exam day, so this situation is even more normal. He didn't come here today to ask this. Logically speaking, those who have taken the manufacturing department exam should prefer this line of work. But Baijian looks too unusual. Not to mention the teachers in the talent department, even he thinks that this guy is a troublemaker in the talent department. He doesn't look like a person who is obedient and does research. So in order to prevent the precious student from being abducted, Zhao Luosher called Baijian to keep in touch with him when he heard that Baijian went to the military training site of the talent department today. He also asked around. I heard that you went to watch the military training. Are you interested and want to try it? How is it possible? Baijian immediately said, who would be willing to do military training? Zhao Luosher smiled kindly. I thought you wanted to try it. After all, you went there on purpose. Baijian stood there obediently, with a face full of resentment. Teacher, you actually know that I went to watch their military training. You should also know what I did. Yeah. Zhao Luosher thought, that's too much to hear. He is indeed a thorn in the side. However, he advised, it is better to leave a way out for others otherwise. Baijian thought it was okay. He was not going to military training anyway. Then he heard Teacher Zhao say, you also know that the rules have changed this year, and you may also have military training together in the manufacturing department. I saw you go to watch it, and I thought you liked it, so I was going to tell you this good news. Baijian, ? What? Wait, if I go to watch the fun today, will I be watched by others tomorrow? When he is training, those students from the talent department will not come to watch in groups. Teacher, is this news true? Baijian asked eagerly. Chapter 28. Zhao Luosher finally couldn't help laughing when he saw him like this. Why, you finally got scared? Don't worry, even if we really have to have military training, it won't be too late, and they probably won't have time to come and see you make a fool of yourself. Baijian thought to himself that that wasn't necessarily true. If it were him, he would have to find a way to watch the fun. How could he expect the enemy to be merciful? Baijian asked, since we have to have military training, why don't we go together? Zhao Luosher, who saw through his thoughts at a glance, said, because we haven't decided yet, we're still discussing it. Baijian understood that this time, let these students from other departments arrive at school early. Running with them to help with the test is secondary. The main thing is to let them have military training before school starts. Recalling the previous forum mentioning that the mobility scooters should be cancelled. It seems that this time, the school wants to improve the physical strength of these students from other departments. After hanging up the phone with Teacher Zhao, Baijian immediately went to the forum. He found that some students were indeed good at spreading rumors. Sure enough, someone had mentioned this matter, but he had not visited the forum much in the past 2 days, so he did not see it. There was a lot of wailing below, and because this news was posted on the general forum, other departments could also see it, so the content was very chaotic. There were students from the talent department who gloated over the misfortune. There were also those who lamented that they were really unlucky, and there was no such thing in the early world. Of course, Baijian still saw many of them saying, well done. The 4 words were copied all the way down. After walking to many buildings, someone broke the formation. Well done, when the time comes, add me to the group to watch, and I will stand in front of Mr. Bai and eat popsicles. Well done, is the news true? Let's celebrate together. Bai Jian closed the forum woodenly. Ha! He knew it. Teacher Zhao Luozhi contacted him earlier, not only to talk about this matter, but also recommended some books to him. Bai Jian must read it. 1 page, 2 pages. No. Swish to close the light book. Bai Jian switched back to the forum. I saw that the discussion on the forum had already begun on how to watch him. Brothers, I still have a set of chairs I got last time, not many, only about a dozen. If you need it, please contact me. I can provide ice water. The 2 boxes of water I got last time are still there. Put them in the school's public refrigerator to freeze, and then drink in front of Mr. Bai. I'm not as arrogant as the brother above, but I got 2 small tables last time. Just right to put things next to it. Isn't it just iced watermelon? We have it too. I have 3 big ones in my hand. Count me in, I have one too. I just cut it up, and put it in the refrigerator to freeze. Good man, they really are all united in relying on Bai Jian. As the one being relied on, Bai Jian couldn't be happy, especially since his cousin and others sent screenshots one after another, happily asking if they could also join in the fun. This boomerang is really... The boomerangs are life-threatening. Bai Jian looked at the higher and higher floors, and couldn't help saying, leave a way out for others. You don't have to do this. Leave a way out? There is no way out. Don't leave any. That's right. Leave a way out. I have to watch the military training of the Bai family. No matter what I say, I have to watch it carefully. We don't need to be friendly, we can fight, Bai Jian. Okay, I got it. What do you know? Why is the person upstairs talking so strangely? The one who said friendly is also him. Wait, this tone, it can't be Bai Jian himself. Brother, don't tell me, it seems to be him when you say it. What does he mean? No. Is he scared? Why do I feel that he is not so easily scared? Who knows what he wants to do? What else can he do? If he has the ability, he can ask the school to cancel the military training of the manufacturing department. Wait, didn't this news just come out, and it hasn't been decided yet? What if it's just discussed this year, and will start next year then? Damn, we've been so happy for a long time. Isn't it for nothing? I don't know if it's for nothing, but in the afternoon, they finally understood what Bai Jian's no meant. This guy shamelessly plagiarized all their ideas. It's still under the shade of the tree in the morning. The difference is that the small bench has been replaced with a comfortable chair, and there is also an extra table. There were iced watermelons, and iced mineral water on it. This guy even created something new by painting a yellow piece of red cloth on it. I love military training, it makes people happy. I really want to rush up and beat this kid up. Not only the students were unhappy, but several teachers also looked over. Bai Jian smiled and waved at them. Would you like a drink, Teacher Wang? After being rejected, he asked another person, what about you, Teacher Qi? Teacher Qi's team was closest to him, so he walked over. Are you really not afraid of being beaten? When he asked this question, the students who were close to him pricked up their ears. I want to hear what this guy has to say. Then I saw Bai Jian handing over a bottle of water and said, what are you afraid of? Although it is said that students from the talent department are hot-tempered and like to fight, aren't they usually fighting within the department? Can they fight against me, a weak person from the manufacturing department? Several students had only one sentence in their minds. Bah! Shameless. Are you still weak? Teacher Qi was also very speechless. Not only him, but even Teacher Zhao, who was not at the scene, was very speechless. His students went to the talent department to make trouble again. It's not that students from the 2 departments didn't fight before, and teachers fought for resources. How harmonious can students be? But often, what they throw out from the manufacturing department are research results and professional papers. How can they provoke each other so openly? Bai Jian doesn't care what others think. He is obedient to the teacher. If you don't know what he did, just look at his appearance, and you really think he is a good student who abides by the law. However, there was no teacher present who had not seen him sneaking away and killing people during the exam, and entangled with hostages and civilians to fight kidnappers. Teacher Qi was not polite to him. He took a sip of water and asked again, you know, you may also have military training in this world. I know. Bai Jian pointed with his hand. See, this idea is what they thought of on the forum, and they will form a group to watch me like this. Teacher Qi, so you know what you will encounter in the future, so you want to take revenge in advance? No, this is what he started first. Wait, Teacher Qi suddenly found something wrong. Why does your desk look familiar to me? During class. Bai Jian said casually, this is in the classroom. I don't have a desk, so I can only borrow it first. Teacher, don't worry, I promise to move it back after use. Teacher Chi, Others who heard, You kid moved the desk here, and you dared to tell the teacher about this openly? Everyone who heard about this couldn't help but look over. Even those who were farther away saw this uniform movement and looked over, and whispered, What's going on? What can go wrong in a good military training? But everyone was looking at Baijian. Oh, it's normal for this guy to do anything. Although he has only been in school for a few days, the later ones knew about this surname by only yesterday, and the earlier ones didn't know it 2 days earlier, but it's enough to understand how much trouble this person can make. Teacher Chi did not live up to expectations. He drank the water with a smile and said, You came here both in the morning and afternoon. You must be very interested. How about running 2 laps? Baijian blinked his big eyes. No. Let's run. Teacher Chi put down the water bottle. Don't worry, I watched the things for you. No one will move. It's not because of this. Baijian stood up slowly. He has always been very practical. When he heard this, he knew there was no room for negotiation. Teacher Chi saw him stand up and said with satisfaction, Then you run first. Teacher, I'm going to run. Baijian interrupted. I listened to you and run 2 laps. When the voice fell, the man had already run far away. He stood up so slowly, but when he ran out, he was like an arrow, and he ran far away in a flash. He just threw away all the remaining words of Teacher Chi. TSK. What a thief. Teacher Chi couldn't help but say, 2 laps is usually 2 laps. He was going to let this kid run 10 laps first to see. That is, the opponent is from the manufacturing department, and he doesn't look very strong. Otherwise, if he changes someone, he will have to run 20 laps at the beginning. As a result, now 2 laps are over. After all, he is not his student, so it is not easy to find trouble to run 2 laps after running. If he really does that, the guy surnamed Xiao will kill him on the spot. After the incident of snatching people yesterday, that guy has been keeping a close eye on his precious student. I thought that after what happened in the morning, I must talk to Baijian and persuade him not to get too close to the talent department. Thinking about it, Teacher Chi called Xiao Luosher. Old Xiao, your student is here to run to our talent department again. Is it okay for me to let him run 2 laps? Look, I said he must be inclined to our talent department. Just let the child transfer to another department. We should respect students. I asked him, and he said he would not transfer. Xiao Luosher said. Of course he did not ask, but he hinted and found that Baijian did not have the idea of going to the talent department. Old Chi, we are all teachers, and we have to set an example for our students. How can you talk nonsense here to alienate us teachers and students? Who is talking nonsense? He is still here. He is here to watch the fun. Just let him run 2 laps, but not more. That kid looks skinny. It's okay in the game, but he may not be able to finish the race in real life. Teacher Chi listened to this, and turned around to look at the person running in circles. He really thought that Zhao was overthinking. Not to mention 2 more laps, even 20 laps would be no problem for him. Baijian running in circles there did attract a lot of attention. Although it was only 2 laps, many people felt happy. There were also many people like Xiao Luosher who thought that he was strong in the game, but his body might not be able to keep up in real life, waiting to see his joke. You know, although it was only 2 laps, this lap was not short, it was 2 kilometers. But more people didn't have much hope. After all, just looking at the posture in the game, you can tell that it can't be bad. In the game, you just won't get tired, but skills can't be generated out of thin air. Running fast and slow is naturally different, and different postures also have an impact. And Baijian's appearance, no matter how you look at it, looks very skilled. The God Realm can only be played at the age of 18. Can this be cultivated in a short period of time? It can only be that he is good at this aspect in reality. They are just guessing. Teacher Chi has seen a lot. At a glance, he knows that 2 laps are just a warm-up for this kid. Humph, he is still unwilling to run more. If his students are so lazy. But looking at Xiao Luosher on the opposite side, he thinks it is too cheap for this kid. You say such a good seedling, how come he went to the manufacturing department? Is he talented in this aspect? Teacher Chi couldn't help asking. Xiao Luosher immediately said, Didn't I say it a long time ago, second place? Don't you understand what this means? Do you think your talent department recruits people? The additional questions are about whether or not you have talent, and what kind of talent. It's not certain whether you can be a god or a ghost when you really use it. If you don't have some knowledge and ideas, you can't do the additional questions. There is basically nothing that can't be learned by those who can pass the exam, let alone the top few. If it weren't for Gongsun Miaomia this year, the two of them would have bumped into each other, and Bai Yijian would have been the first. Coming from a planet like 2538, he can get such a score. You say he has no talent in this area. Zhao Luozhi wanted to spray this ignorant person to death. Teacher Qi didn't take it seriously. How could he not know this? He just had a mentality of just in case. What if, right, he looked at the students in his class, who couldn't even stand up, and looked at Bai Yijian, who was still running. He turned around and said, "Your student is too good at making trouble." The more Luozhi laughed. What can he say? He had recommended several books to him, telling him to stop wandering around and concentrate on reading, but it was only a few hours and he was like this. But he should protect his students. Although he is a teacher, he is not unaware of the private affairs of his students. What's more, it has even reached the school forum. He immediately put the blame on others. I was fine when I contacted someone at noon, but it was your students who provoked me on the forum. Who can tolerate this? I move a refrigerator and put it there with all kinds of cold drinks, so you can only see but not eat. Teacher Qi looked at him speechlessly and turned the camera to let him see the tables and chairs in the classroom. Look, let him move it here. Zhao Luozhi, knowing how to use the things around him, good. Teacher Qi was speechless. Zhao Luozhi had something to say. What's wrong with moving a table and chair? If he has his own, does he need to move the things in the classroom? At this moment, Teacher Qi also remembered Bai Yijian's information. Planet 2538 is originally a planet with scarce resources. It cannot be said that there are no rich people on it, but there are very few. Not to mention that Bai Yijian is still an orphan and has not awakened for a month. The key is that this kid also got a magic weapon. Even if he is capable, he will definitely be poor after spending a lot of money. It is indeed unrealistic to let him get the tables and chairs by himself. But can this move the things in the classroom? But Zhao Luozhi obviously didn't care about this. He just asked that my students did a good job. What can Teacher Qi do? It's really not worth it for him to argue about such a small matter. If Bai Yijian were his student, he wouldn't pursue it, but he still needs to teach him a lesson for being so arrogant. Just run a few more laps. Looking at Bai Yijian running so easily, think about how this kid made so many troubles on the forum. But in fact, it's not a big deal if you look closely. Although he made a fuss, he still had some sense. Teacher Qi couldn't help but say. Zhao Luozhi was proud. Right, we in the manufacturing department are not better than your talent department. What can we do again? Teacher Qi, you said that, and I wanted to scold you, but when I think about the possibility that you might be slapped in the face by your own student, I feel like laughing again. Looking at this, the guy surnamed Bai is different from your previous students, who were immersed in research. Zhao Luozhi stopped talking immediately. Bai Yijian started talking to the students, who were running in circles. One of them said, "You look relaxed." Of course, Bai Yijian said, "We are just getting there. There are no hovercrafts on our planet. Even if there are, they are not for me. I have to run everywhere. I have to run even if it is far away." Someone couldn't help but ask, "What else can I do if I don't run?" Bai Yijian also talked about the fact that he received a notice and had to catch a spaceship that day. He spent 2 hours running all the way to the airport. Fortunately, it is close, otherwise I couldn't run even if I had 3 legs. In fact, it's not that there is no means of transportation at all, but public transportation is generally long distance and takes only 1 trip a day. There are also trips to the airport, which also require time. Bai Yijian doesn't live near the station. It's not much closer to the station than to the airport directly, so he went there directly. Most of the people in the First Academy of Apocalypse are from planets that rank relatively high, at least around 1,000. There are very few people behind them, so the listeners all widen their eyes. Is it so terrible? Many people in their school's talent department don't have a car for transportation, and they want to cry out that it's unfair. It's hard to imagine what it's like to rely on walking for transportation. No wonder you run so fast, you've been running since you were a child. They instantly felt that it was normal that they couldn't run faster than Bai Yijian, who told them that they hadn't suffered that hardship. So Teacher Qi was surprised to find that after a round, Bai Yijian had become familiar with this group of people. Didn't you have this attitude before? Bai Yijian even ran another round with this group of people, and then returned to the original place to pack up. Teacher Qi, not continuing? Bai Yijian shook his head. Let's go! I just came to see my dear classmates. I can't always show my face here. Teacher Qi, Bai Yijian put away his things, and didn't even bother to put the table into his backpack. He just picked it up with one hand and left. I have talked to these people today. They are all freshmen who have just arrived at the university. How could they have any bad intentions? It's normal to fight and play. It's not that there is a big grudge. We can play games together later, and the previous little things will be over. It's not that no one saw through his little thoughts. Someone said leisurely, "Don't think that you can avoid military training just because you are familiar with them. They are definitely going to go." Baijian spread his hands while running, looking helpless. "If you want to come, come. You are willing to come to accompany me in the hot weather. What a good relationship." Anyway, he left in a while. The students who saw his movements all felt that it was meaningless to go and watch military training. No matter how cool, it was under the shade of the tree. Could it be as comfortable as in the dormitory? Chapter 29. Baijian went out and made friends with a bunch of classmates, easily resolved his situation of being the public enemy of the whole department, and also gained a lot of friends. Everyone agreed to play in the God Realm together in the evening. In the afternoon, Baijian read the book recommended by Teacher Zhao for a while, and watched a video when he got tired. It was Chu Yuan's. Baijian was a little curious when he heard about it from his two cousins before, so he naturally had to search it out when he had time. What does it look like when a big man who is only 20 years old and already financially free fights in the God Realm? There are not many videos on the Star Network. After all, Chu Yuan himself did not open any live broadcasts. They are all from other people's perspectives, and some are very messy. In fact, the person in the video was beaten and rolled over, so the angle of the video was naturally biased. Don't get me wrong, it was a monster that beat him. Baijian watched a video of them fighting in a dungeon. At first glance, this boss was much more powerful than the one he and Engdao Lima and the other four had fought before. Apart from anything else, the blood volume directly increased by dozens of times. The outfit he was wearing was not the same as when he met him today, and the video he watched was from the past. It can be seen that his teammates are not rookies either. But Baijian's eyes were still attracted by Chu Yuan. This man stood there with a straight posture. Even when he was fighting monsters, some of the others had twisted their bodies for convenience, but he still looked like that. But his movements were very chic, and he did not delay the casting of skills at all. As my cousin said, he had a good grasp of the timing of casting skills. And he also had a strong control over the overall situation. When he had time in the middle, he would also fight monsters with his hands, and the damage seemed not low. When he waved his hands, it was as smooth as flowing water, and the skill movement seemed to have been set, which was pleasing to the eye. When Baijian was watching the video, although he turned off the barrage, he found that there were many people who were obsessed with appearance after just a few glances. Especially when others were beaten to pieces by skills and rolled around, he actually avoided it lightly. How did the video not capture it? The person who took the video was caught off guard by the boss's skills, and might have accidentally switched the perspective from the global perspective to the personal perspective. Entering his own perspective, it was just turning, sometimes seeing the ground, sometimes seeing the sky. However, with just a few glances, Chu Yuan was indeed not as embarrassed as they were. And switching to a single-person perspective, even people who are not very good at watching can feel that many of Chu Yuan's skills are just right, which makes people feel very comfortable. Baijian watched them finish beating the boss, and then cut to the next video. There are more skills of Chu Yuan in this video. And one of the light skills should be the one mentioned by my cousin. It is indeed very useful, and looks very gorgeous. The light from the sky fell, somewhat like the effect of holy light, but it lasted longer, and was brighter than that. Of course, the range was also wider. This should be a group damage reduction skill. As soon as this skill came out, the blood volume of the team members, who were losing blood like blood, immediately stabilized. Although it was still falling, it was not so scary. At this time, I took a big red potion to replenish it, and the nurse used another skill, and my basic life was definitely not a problem. Baijian speculated and thought, this light is really dazzling. You know, his passive depends entirely on light, and the brighter it is, the higher the attribute added. There is little bonus in the dark. Last time, the cousin released the lantern and it instantly got much better, but it is still far less than in the daytime. These are not reflected in specific values, and can only be experienced by oneself. Now he feels that the light of this skill can still provide him with a high bonus even under the sun. Baijian watched several videos in a row before stopping, switched back to reading, and continued to read the book in his hand. Yes, he projected the book in front of his eyes, and turned it into a page-turning mode, which looked like reading a physical book. There is no need to care too much about the image in the dormitory. He leaned against the head of the bed, found a comfortable posture casually, and continued to read page by page. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. He thought of the hard-moving light again. It would be great if he had a similar skill. But this is obviously different from his cousin's lantern. That lantern is not only affordable, but also easy to buy. This skill is different. It is very difficult to get it, and it will definitely be very expensive if it is really obtained. Bai Jian couldn't help but search it. Sure enough, apart from Chu Yuan, no one else has ever got it. He gave up completely and closed the search. He started to read seriously. There was a bottle of happy water next to him, and he drank it from time to time. There was also a bag of milk cake on the side, so he could take it and eat it whenever he wanted. He got this last night, and it was quite delicious. It lacked technology and hard work, and it had a freshly made taste, which made Bai Jian exclaim that all the food he had eaten before was in vain. It was not a thing of the same level at all. When not reading or eating, it's another matter whether you read a few pages, but the food is always consumed very quickly. It always makes people suspect that something sneaked in and ate together. When Bai Jian closed the book he was halfway through, he had eaten only 2 pieces of the milk cake in a bag. He put the things away, scanned the bed sheet with his sharp eyes, and found that there was indeed no food residue on it. After confirming this, he got out of bed with confidence. Don't say, I feel a little full. Bai Jian got up and went downstairs, ready to run 2 laps to digest the food. This time was just when the military training of the students of the talent department was dismissed. Everyone went back to the dormitory in groups of 3 or 2. When passing by the manufacturing department, someone saw Bai Jian from a distance. The latter was circling the building. What happened? Did Teacher Qi ask him to run less? The outgoing one shouted at Bai Jian on the spot. Bai Jian, what are you doing? Bai Jian didn't hesitate and shouted back on the spot. I'm full. Digestion. Everyone, This kid is really annoying. He knows they are hungry now. Someone else whispered. I think he is full too. No one asked him to run, but he still ran. The cousin looked over. Haha, in fact, he didn't need to look to hear that this was the one in their dormitory again. If he didn't know that they didn't know each other before, and he asked Bai Jian to join the team to fight monsters when they first met, he would have thought that the two had a deep hatred before. Why didn't he say a word of good things? Others didn't feel that much, they just frowned. That's a bit too much. After saying that, he waved his hand and called Bai Jian over. You can't eat alone. Kid, what did you eat to make you so full you have to share some? Seeing that the noise was going on here, some people came over to join in the fun. I want some too. Bai Jian was not polite to them, and he came over and threw out the bag of milk cakes with 2 left. Of course, 2 were not enough for so many people, so everyone just tore them apart and shared them, complaining, only 2. He ate them all, otherwise he would be full. Although 2 were not enough, no one really needed this little food, they just enjoyed the delicious food snatched from their friends. Don't mention it, I haven't eaten it before, it's really good. Someone suddenly said. That's right, I used to eat it often, it's delicious, made of milk. As soon as this person said this, he was immediately besieged. Good for you, you've eaten it before, and you're still snatching it from us. That's right, it's too rude. A group of people were fighting, and they all jumped on him. The classmate who had several big men hanging on his body was howling. Chen, come down quickly, I'm going to be crushed by you. It was lively and happy, and Bai Jian was laughing happily beside him. The cousin came over. I didn't expect it. I thought they would beat you up anyway. What you said is true, we are all classmates. Who is really so serious? Bai Jian said indifferently. Besides, I didn't do anything that is intolerable. The brother who persuaded the fight twitched his mouth, thinking that you have done a lot of things. But if you think about it carefully, it is true. Not fighting in the exam field means that you are not as good as others. Of course, there are people who are not convinced, but revenge is obviously not necessary. As for today's military training, it is not a big deal, but it looks a bit like a beating. Many people don't care at all, and those who care just want to treat him the way he treats them. He couldn't help but look at Bai Jian speechlessly. It was all because he did too many things every day, making him think he had done something unforgivable. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, this guy always said that his classmates were friendly with he and so on, and it didn't seem to be nonsense. But why did I always feel that he was talking nonsense at that time? It must be that this guy surnamed Bai is too rude. The brother, who was trying to persuade the quarrel, was speechless when he heard someone muttering around him. It's just a lump of milk, what's the big deal? The little white face is worthy of being from a garbage planet, just petty. Get out. He really couldn't help but say. Sure enough, there are all kinds of people when there are many people. Even if someone can be as rude as Bai Jian, It's really rare that he doesn't annoy people. There are also some guys who look normal and don't play around, but they are just so mean and annoying. For example, his roommate, and his roommate. Not only him, but others were also dissatisfied. But they had different personalities. Some would just look at it and let it go, while others could not bear it. That's right. What are you talking about here? I don't even dislike you. If I don't want to eat, don't eat. If I don't want to see you close your eyes, my legs are on your body, and you want me to get out of here for you. The roommate's face suddenly became very ugly. You guys. Get out now. The classmate continued. Don't force me to curse at you. I hate you the most. The roommate's face became more and more ugly, but looking at the group of people around him, no one stood up for him. He didn't dare to say anything anymore, and turned around and left. As he walked away, he angrily said, one or two of them are idiots. They don't care about anything just because they see someone good-looking. The rest of the classmates were speechless. Has he been hurt by someone good-looking or what? Who knows what's wrong with him? He even discriminates against other planets. I just can't stand people like him. Speaking of which, someone broke the news on the forum yesterday that Brother Abai was from a garbage planet. It was extremely unpleasant. Could it be him? My cousin immediately frowned and looked over. Is there such a thing? Yes, but no one believes it. They all think it's just to attract attention. After all, there were a lot of discussions yesterday about which class Baijian was from, and some people tried to prove that he was from the manufacturing department. I couldn't handle it. An obviously malicious post was obviously not attractive enough. After being scolded for several floors, I don't know who reported it, so it was blocked. Now that I think about it, the truth was in the hands of a few people yesterday. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that it was really from the manufacturing department? I was so surprised this morning that my jaw almost dropped to the ground. Who can believe him when he says such ugly things? Everyone thought he was a member of the blue team today, and he was biting people here because his defense was broken. I don't know where the sense of superiority comes from. The person who spoke was speechless. Besides, how many people from the planets who come to Apocalypse can be considered bumpkins? If he really wants to say that, he should discriminate against himself first. That's right, it's just rustic. I just haven't seen many of them, so I'm here to see them. I heard that the hot pot on Apocalypse is a must-try, and I was thinking about eating it, but after coming to school, I didn't have time to go out, so I haven't eaten it yet. I heard that, too. It seems that the vegetables are all grown by themselves, and the base is also cooked by themselves. I am also going to go. When the time comes, we can go together and order a pot. Baijian suddenly remembered something when he heard it. I saw a lot of vegetables planted in an area inside the school. Who planted them? I don't know. It's for landscaping. It's for landscaping. I didn't see anyone picking them. Wait for me to ask. Baijian contacted Zhao Luosher on the spot, and found out after asking, it was originally planted for eating. Whoever wants to eat can pick it, but generally no one wants it, so it's left there for landscaping. What's wrong? I want to pick some to eat, Baijian said. Zhao Luosher was stunned, and almost thought that his favorite student was too poor to eat. But then he thought, no matter how poor he was, he could have food by fighting monsters. It's not like he couldn't beat them. Thinking about this kid's personality, and seeing the people behind him, he probably wanted to do something weird again. Then go ahead and do it. Don't make it too bad, or it will be embarrassing. Finally, he still said one more thing. Baijian nodded obediently. Don't worry, I know my limits. Zhao Luosher waved at him, thinking that he couldn't do anything, so he let him go. Baijian hung up the call and turned around to say, let's go pick some vegetables, and make hot pot for ourselves. What? Everyone was a little stunned. You can cook this for yourself? How to do it? We need to find a pot first, right? The cousin asked. Yes. Baijian said, I made one yesterday, and it was automatic, so I just used it. Others, oh. But what else do you need with a pot? They have never cooked before. Can this work? However, Baijian is already talking about picking vegetables. Everyone followed, but they couldn't help wondering, can this really work? Can it be eaten? Just treat it as a game. It doesn't matter whether it's edible or not. If it doesn't taste good, just eat something else. The brother who persuaded the quarrel said, anyway, I have to see what he is going to do. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and then they all looked away. Who wouldn't be like this? I have prepared 3 groups of big red medicine. It's okay. It's poisonous, but you won't die. Why eat big red medicine? We have a nani. Really? Someone patted his cousin on the shoulder. It all depends on you then. Everyone followed with laughter, But when they got to the vegetable field, they were confused. Which one should I pick? Baijian went straight to the peppers. He came mainly for this. How can you eat hot pot without peppers? Of course, this is just for seasoning. The key to eating is to look at the vegetables. He asked everyone to pick some lettuce, which is the soul, just like mutton and beef. It's just that the latter is eaten first, and this must be eaten at the end. Turning around, he saw coriander, which he also wanted. Scallions? Can't let go. Pick a few. Pick 2 white radishes. Baijian scanned again and found cucumbers, so he must pick a few to take back. Shihong City? See if there are any ripe ones. If there are, pick them. Although this piece of land is not big, it's only about 2 or 3 acres, but it really grows everything. Baijian picked a tomato, which looked quite clean, and stuffed it into his mouth directly. Although he always had to wash the vegetables he bought home before, in fact, pure natural and pesticide-free vegetables can be eaten right after picking, and at most rinsed with water. Seeing him eating, some of the others followed suit and picked some to eat. It tastes pretty good. A group of people ate and took some. No one left empty-handed, and followed Baijian back to the dormitory. Then Baijian took out the pot and prepared to make hot pot base. Whether the hot pot is delicious or not, the key lies in the base. He planned to fry it himself. It just so happened that he had beaten some butter some time ago, which is really indispensable. If he didn't have it, it would be difficult to make the base today. Let me see. The brother who persuaded the quarrel came over. What are these? Green pepper, bay leaves, cinnamon. Baijian counted several kinds in a row, and people were stunned by what he heard. Finally, he murmured, "You didn't sell any of them?" He had beaten some of them before, and then sold them directly. It's not worth much. Baijian shook his head. In fact, he was going to make barbecue ingredients at first. After all, the roasted giant shucking had a certain flavor, but he always wanted to try the whole ingredients. So when I came across the seasonings, I put them away later, because I couldn't sell them anyway. Actually, the hot pot base is not complete now, but I make do with it. As soon as he heard that the ingredients were incomplete, someone immediately asked what was missing. As soon as Baijian said it, the latter immediately said, "Wait! The system's price is very low. If they raise it a little, someone will sell it. I even received dry chili peppers. This is good. There is no way to stir-fry the base with fresh chili peppers. It is not as good as dry ones in actual use. And it is not resistant to cooking." He was performing homemade hot pot base here, while on the other side, his roommate was also busy. After being driven away, this person was very angry, and went back to the dormitory, cursing all the way. He went to the school forum, and found that fewer people had previously shouted that they wanted to watch Baijian's military training, and most of the messages they posted were jokes. And the fans who like him actually. The handsome guy actually left so early in the afternoon. I'd like to let a handsome man like Baijian watch my military training. Come and see me. I don't think he can come again, but we can go see him then. A bunch of idiots, who only know how to look at faces. While cursing, his roommate contacted a few people he met yesterday. These people were the few who agreed with him in the building that was reported and deleted. A few people gathered together and formed a small group, and cursed Baijian. In the end, a few people with similar tastes decided to give Baijian a good time in the game. I know where he is. The roommate said, I heard them when they agreed to play games together in the evening. I remember Baijian's coordinates clearly. He said it was a bit far away, and he would run over after dinner. And now, it was obviously not too late. A few people discussed going online quickly, and then ambushing. In order not to be recognized, and accused of being embarrassed by a few talented people beating a manufacturing person, they changed their clothes and covered their faces. Then they waited and waited. Why hasn't Baijian come online yet? At this time, in Baijian's dormitory, a group of people were watching the pot. This is about to be cooked. The fragrance has come out, and it must be delicious just by smelling it. Oh my god, you are really good at it. You actually succeeded. It's amazing. That's right, Baijian thought. Even in their previous world, there were a lot of college students who would eat hot pot, but there were not many who could cook hot pot base. It was also a coincidence that one of his roommates in the dormitory had a hot pot restaurant. And there was no need to buy ingredients, they cooked everything themselves. The other party had helped at home since he was a child, and he was also a good cook. During the dormitory dinner, the other party showed off his skills, and Baijian was curious at the time. After asking, he found out that it was not a special secret recipe. What they sold was solid and fresh ingredients. Seeing that he was interested, the other party also told him how to fry it better. Now it is used. Bai Jian saw that it was almost done, so he poured out some of it, leaving the amount for normal hot pot, and then added water to it. Okay, now wait for the water to boil and add the dishes. He looked at the tomatoes and cucumbers, and thought that the tomato base was actually easy to make. But he only had one pot here, so he would leave it for next time. The cucumbers were smashed, and the tomatoes were sprinkled with sugar, and the two delicious side dishes were ready. When he adds some small ingredients, the bottom of the pot will boil. Oh, there is also the happy fat house water. This must not be missing. When the water boils, put the mutton rolls in first, and the time for a group of people to grab the meat has come. I go first. I test the poison for everyone. Wait for me to eat first. Look at what you are saying. What do you mean by testing the poison? You can see that you don't believe in our brother Bai's cooking skills. It's okay. I'm not afraid of poison. I go first. Bullshit. Who said there were 3 groups of big red medicine before? Start grabbing. Chapter 30. The lamb rolls were provided by Bai Jian. It was because he had won this yesterday and had a pot, so he thought he could have a hot pot. The beef was provided by a classmate, who even took out a chicken, saying that he had recently won and had not had time to sell it, and asked if he could use it. Bai Jian refused the chicken and cut the beef into thin slices. Because of the seasoning issue, everyone tried to buy some fish balls, shrimp paste, etc. in the game. The one who was addicted to buying even said, "There are also shallots here. Do you want to buy some?" Bai Jian refused on the spot, and said that the chopped shallots were definitely enough. After all, it was just for seasoning. It was impossible to put shallots in the hot pot to eat. After a long time of struggling, everyone finally tried it. It was amazing after one taste. Delicious. So this is hot pot. I've had small portions before, but they're not as delicious as this. The kind that's in small portions, with vegetables and meat inside, that you can eat right away? I haven't played it, but the ones sold in the game are really expensive. Our brother Bai's cooking skills are amazing. I think this condiment is even better than the ones in the store. Everyone looked over immediately after hearing this. Well, there's someone who's been to a hot pot restaurant here. The man said, well, I went straight there as soon as I got off the spaceship, and only entered the school gate after eating. Others, good guy, they all went straight to school. But it's a good idea. If we really come to school, we won't be able to find time to go out. But think about it, we're not at a loss. With Brother Bai's meal, I don't think it matters whether we go to that hot pot restaurant or not. That's right, this meal is absolutely amazing. Everyone was eating with chopsticks, and during the meal, Bai Jian was promoted from Brother Bai to Brother Bai, and gained countless amazing things. Compared with those who had trained for an afternoon, Bai Jian, who was still digesting food before, was obviously not that hungry. He picked out some of his favorites and ate them, then slowly drank the happy water. This pot is really good. There is no wire, but it actually uses a kind of energy, and this kind of energy is everywhere in Apocalypse. Just put it anywhere and turn on the switch to use it. If they had this black technology before, would they still have to worry about the teacher checking high-power electrical appliances? Alas, when you are full, you have to recall the past. Bai Jian looked at the others eating enthusiastically, and couldn't help but pick up 2 more chopsticks. No, I can't eat anymore. I'm really full if I eat more. Of course, I was full in the end, but this time everyone was full. So, a few minutes later, there were more people walking around the dormitory building to digest food downstairs. The group walked around for a few times, and when they were almost done, they ran back to Bai Jian's dormitory. No, they hadn't packed up yet. Everyone brought their own bowls and chopsticks. After all, Bai Jian didn't have so many. The same goes for the chairs. Even the big round table belonged to one of the classmates, and Bai Jian remembered something when he saw it. Sure enough, the classmate said while packing up, I said I would put it in your military training place to display your things, but I didn't expect you to use it here first. Bai Jian, But I have several more there. How about I leave this one with you? Bai Jian, Your idea is so good that I feel like the abacus beads are going to fall on my face even from such a distance. After everyone packed up, they all prepared to go back to their dormitories. There were even a few more people who were fighting monsters at night. After agreeing on the coordinates for the gathering, they all went downstairs and left. Bai Jian closed the door and went directly to the God Realm. He noticed something was wrong as soon as he came up. And as expected, the next second, several people rushed up together. Bai Jian retreated without thinking, but because the distance was too close, he was still hit by 2 swords. Such high damage, he thought. Those who hit, and those who chopped missed, but just a moment later, seeing that no one was fine, they rushed over again. Bai Jian immediately straightened his face. This was not like the previous time, when he was too close to people during the exam. Even if he could ensure that he was faster than these people, this speed was not the difference between a rabbit and a turtle. Before, he was able to scare a group of people away completely because he took advantage of their unpreparedness and opened up the distance first, but now it is not so easy. However, the more this happened, the calmer Bai Jian became. He dodged the damage that he could avoid, and took the damage that he couldn't avoid. He managed to pull a little distance with this move, and then he shot out with 1 against 100. At this time, he obviously couldn't save durability. This time, he really managed to hold the opponent back for a while, and he retreated a few steps. Then, relying on the fact that he often spawned monsters here in the past few days, and had the advantage of seeing the terrain first when he came here, he ran from one side and rushed into the woods in a few steps. Damn! He ran away. Why don't you chase him? Didn't I tell you that the damage of his skill is not that high, you can take it head on? My roommate couldn't help but say, if I had rushed in head on just now, that kid would definitely not have been able to escape. It's easy to say, with so many arrows coming at you, can you face them? His position wasn't much ahead of us, he stopped at the beginning, and then rushed forward. Someone pointed out, you're pretending now, why didn't you go and finish the blow? Stop arguing, he's just a skin of blood left, hurry up and chase him. This group of people had been waiting for a long time before. After all, it takes time to stir-fry the hot pot base, and it takes more than 3 or 2 minutes to eat hot pot, and he even went downstairs to digest the food. After waiting for a long time, they were already impatient. They were not good-tempered people, who would give in to whom. This was a fight of poison with poison, and they had already had a round of arguments. Suspecting that the coordinates were wrong, suspecting that the information was wrong. Originally, they were about to disperse, but Bai Jian appeared. Although these people rushed quickly when they started just now, they were actually not so united. Especially looking at the roommate, it was he who provided the coordinates and information, so everyone was mainly arguing with him before. At this time, he dared to point east and west, so naturally no one would give in to him. If it weren't for Bai Jian, who was out of health, they could have another round of quarrels on the spot. He ran so fast, even if he took blood potions, he couldn't give much back. Someone said, but we have to catch up quickly. As a result, the next second, the person they saw was full of blood. Although he was full of blood, it was not that full. Bai Jian used holy light on himself. He was the only one in the circle, so he could have filled up his blood, but it was still a little short. There should be someone around, he thought. It's not a red name yet. It's because there are more than one person in the circle, so the amount of blood recovery is not that impressive. Bai Jian roughly estimated that there were only 2 or 3 people. He didn't have time to think about it. It didn't matter who the passers-by were. He ran away in the next second. And here, 2 people came over. It was Chu Yuan and Tan Hua. The people who saw Bai Jian's full health also saw them, and their footsteps stopped. Then they continued to chase without thinking. Anyway, their faces were covered, so who could know who they were? However, was that Chushin's skill just now? He gave Bai Jian a damage reduction? Are you stupid? No one was attacking him at that time. Why did Chushin give a damage reduction? It was just a coincidence. But that kid is really fast at taking drugs. You know, although the big red medicine is useful, it is put into people's mouths and eaten. It's easy to chew and swallow one, but try 7 or 8 at a time. You can choke on Shanza pills if you eat them like this. It's only been a while since he's been running, and he's already finished eating? What a glutton. The roommate couldn't help but curse. No wonder he had to digest his food before. He's not eating, he's just pouring it into his stomach. If I didn't know that Chushin's skills don't add blood, I would have thought it was his skills that helped him recover. Who said it wasn't? They haven't really experienced Chu Yuan's skills, and they don't even know about holy light. There's always a little difference between the videos, so it's not clear that it wasn't the light skill that they thought it was. They confused the two, but in Bai Jian's eyes, the difference between the two is still quite big. Although they are both light, holy light is a slowly descending light, while Chu Yuan's skill is more like the Tyndall effect. A beam of light descending from the sky appears at that moment. It's faster and brighter than Bai Jian's. And it lasts longer. After all, one is an instant blood recovery, and the other is a damage reduction skill with a duration. At this time, Chu Yuan and the others were also discussing the skill just now. It's very comfortable to fall on the body. It's a blood recovery skill, Tan Hua said. Chu Yuan, yeah. Such a wide range of group addition, and so many additions. Suddenly such a character appears, how come you are not surprised at all? Tenhua was speechless. Well, you have always been like this. After that, he muttered in a low voice, it's as if you knew it all along. Oh, you didn't really know that he was a big tits, so you paid special attention to him. As he said that, he looked at Chu Yuan, but the latter's expression did not change at all, and he looked at him as if he was looking at a dreamer who was talking nonsense. Really not going to get in touch? Tenhua was still unwilling. Such a good seedling. If he can join us, then in the future, his life would be so comfortable, with a big milk here, and Chu Yuan as an all-round assistant. Hey! Walk slower, wait for me. On the other side, Bai Jian didn't pay attention to who took away his treatment, but he couldn't help but pay attention to who the people following behind him were. In the past, it's not that no one surrounded Bai Jian in the game, to be honest, there were quite a lot of people. But that was a portrayal of his bloody gaming career, all with causes and consequences, and the grievances between each group of people could be pulled out for 3 hours, not to mention 3 days and 3 nights. So it was not strange for Bai Jian to encounter such a situation at that time. Everyone had an ID on them, and he could tell which group of opponents came to seek revenge at a glance. However, this group of people were masked, so it was impossible to see who they were. But, after Bai Jian came here, there were not many people he had conflicts with. Maybe there were still a few on star 2538. When he came to Apocalypse, he had not had any incidents of monster snatching during the past few days. How could he offend anyone? He was brutal when playing games, but he was not a fool who would kill anyone he saw. And this group of people had a clear goal. They were coming for him. Who did he offend? While running, Bai Jian glanced back and unexpectedly found a familiar red hair. He remembered that his cousin's roommate was red-haired. Among the people who only covered their faces, he also covered his hair, but maybe he moved too much while running, so a bunch of hair was exposed. He turned on the friend function and saw that his cousin was online, so he asked, "Is your red-haired roommate in the dormitory, or is he playing games?" His cousin asked, "What's wrong?" He is not stupid. Why would Bai Jian ask about that guy? There must be something wrong, Bai Jian. It's nothing serious. It's just that a red-haired guy led a group of masked people to attack me. The cousin said, "Damn it," and immediately convicted him. It must be him. He is the one who can do such a disgusting thing. Are you okay? Where are you? Do you want us to help you? While he was talking, he went offline for a while, urging the brother, who was still struggling to persuade the quarrel to go online quickly. However, as soon as he came online, he saw Bai Jian said, "Don't bother so much. I remember that among the people who had dinner today, there was a person named Su Sengxi. He has a skill called ground sinking, right?" Su Sengxi was also online at this time. His cousin also formed a team for everyone, so of course he also saw this sentence. He immediately said, "Yes, brother Bai, you even know this." Bai Jian, I am a person who has watched the exam video once. You go to this coordinate, use a skill here and wait. Su Sengxi immediately said, "Okay, it's not far away, I'll be there soon." And Bai Jian was still running here. He even had time to say to the people in the team, "It may not be useful. If you can't catch up, everyone knows to give up. After all, don't chase a desperate enemy." However, Bai Jian overestimated these people. Although the opponent has not caught up, he is still trying hard to chase. Maybe it's because Bai Jian didn't have much blood left in the first blow, so he thought there was a great hope if he caught up. Stupid. Bai Jian thought to himself, don't you know that one of the major illusions in playing games is called I can kill? I thought I could kill if I caught up, but I didn't know it was just a death. Bai Jian arrived at the place, leaped across the open space in 2 or 3 steps, and even made a gesture in the middle. Su Sengxi, who had been waiting on the side for a long time, immediately activated the prepared skill, and the ground collapsed. In an instant, the group of people chasing him fell down one by one, like dumplings. Ha! Bai Jian stopped and clapped his hands. So easy. Su Sengxi was also sighing. He had got this skill for a while. Because it has a delay, this skill is activated immediately after casting, and the pit is very shallow, basically the height of a step, so it is rarely used. I didn't expect that after accumulating power for such a long time today, I could actually create a 3-meter deep pit. So many people fell down. What a face! He couldn't help but say, my skill is really face-saving this time. But for those who fell down, this is obviously not a face-saving good thing. They were not slipped by Bai Jian in the last exam, but they just thought that there were too many people chasing them, and they didn't use their full strength. Some of them didn't even participate, and they just thought that the others were too useless. I can do it. I'm definitely better than you. Several illusions filled their minds, and the fact that Baijian ran away with almost no blood left before made them very confident. No one expected to fall into the pit. Originally, they were going to kill the people and leave quickly, and then no one would know that it was them who did it. But now it's like this, and their identities will definitely be seen. It's embarrassing enough for a group of talent-type people to attack a manufacturing-type person and set an ambush. If they fail again, they will be nailed on the pillar of shame. It is foreseeable that everyone will mention their embarrassing deeds in the future school life. Baijian raised his arrow and shot. You can't go offline during the battle, haha, isn't it an ambush for him? He is now closing the pit to beat the dog. First, 2 ranged 1-on-100 skills. This skill is not impossible to avoid. If you meet a master, you can still avoid it, but obviously these people in the pit are not masters. After 2 skills, each person is left with only a blood skin. Baijian is not in a hurry. 1 arrow per person. While shooting, he said, "Don't worry, you work for me, I will definitely leave you a blood skin." After killing them offline first, it's not too late for you to replenish blood. As soon as these words came out, the few remaining people looked at each other, all very angry. Their idea should have been foolproof, but how could it fail? The palace was stunned and ended up in such a situation. It turned out that there was a traitor. The red-haired roommate was the first to shout, Who is so shameless? Then Baijian sent everyone around him offline one by one. He was the only one left. You could almost see the look in his eyes when he was the second to last to go offline. It clearly read, Traitor, who? Him? The red-haired roommate was immediately angry, but all the temporary teammates were killed and offline, leaving only him. What others think? He is not a fool, so he naturally understands. Immediately, he glared at Baijian even more angrily. You did it on purpose. Baijian looked at him and said, What else? Why did he have to shoot arrows at a time when he could deal with 100 with one? At this moment, my cousin and his friends came over, all with complicated expressions. It's really you. How come we have lived in the same dormitory for so long, regardless of whether we are on good terms or not? It's fine if this disguise is used to fool strangers, but you can recognize him at a glance. Not to mention that this guy even spoke. When he saw them, the red-haired roommate was even more dissatisfied. Is it you? Are you scheming against me? My cousin was speechless, and he saw what it means to be the wicked first to complain. And the red-haired roommate looked very reasonable. You deliberately leaked the news to me, and then specially prepared this, right? The brother who was trying to persuade the quarrel couldn't stand it anymore. Don't say it's not true. Even if it is true, you deserve it. If you hadn't been thinking about scheming against people all day, how could you have fallen into the trap so easily? It would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once he said this, his red-haired roommate was even more convinced that this was a trap set by them together. Shameless, despicable, shameless. Baijian threw a stone. The damage was not high, hitting the calf, and it was a small stone, and the blood loss was probably only 0.01, but it could still drag people into the battle. The cousin was puzzled. What are you doing? Why don't you send him away when he curses so badly? No, Baijian said, drag it on for a while. At this moment, several classmates, who were killed and offline appeared in the group one after another. Who is it? Who is it? Someone immediately exposed the red-haired roommate. It's him, I'm the second to last. If you don't believe me, look, this guy is still offline. And he was the one who contacted us in the beginning. Okay, this is deliberately luring out those who have a problem with Baijian, and killing them all at once. It was that guy who came up with a bad idea, but he didn't expect that there was a spy he had planted in advance among us. And so, when the red-haired guy got tired of scolding and was killed offline, the people in the group had already kicked him out, and said, damn it, let's form a group to beat him tomorrow. Whether these people still like Baijian is one thing, but now the one they want to fight the most has become the red-haired roommate. Chapter 31. My cousin and the others arrived late, and it was only later that they heard what Baijian had said. They all raised their thumbs. Great. Letting this group of people fight each other, amazing. How did you think of that? But we killed him in the end. Will he use this to explain himself? We should spare his life and give him some more blood. Baijian smiled. He's so good. If you want to be more realistic, you have to do this, but that kid is obviously not worth it. Besides, are you willing to let him go after you give him full blood? My cousin and the others were silent. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed a bit unwilling. And whether this thing succeeds or fails doesn't make much difference to Baijian. If it succeeds, it's great, but if it fails, it's just a matter of 2 words. He killed a person and didn't let him go. It was just a shallow layout. The battle here ended, and the deep pit created by the skill slowly recovered. Bai Jian looked at the land that had become flat again. Although he could use skills in the outside world, and it looked similar to the game in many cases, there was actually a big difference. Death was the most important one. The consequence of such a skill was another. The arrow he had shot on the door at night would have remained there if no one had moved it. And if this was done in a game, it would be like this land that had become flat again, the arrow disappeared, and the wooden board was restored to its original state. But no matter what, after dealing with a group of people who had done something behind their backs, the group could finally go and fight monsters with peace of mind. They were many people, so they chose a place and divided into 2 groups. The distance is not far, and we can take care of each other at any time. This way, we won't waste output. After eating together and fighting monsters together, the relationship between the group of people suddenly became much closer. In addition, the others had to undergo military training, and they had to complain about this. When they finished fighting monsters and logged off, the relationship was so good that you were my half-brother. If Bai Jian didn't have classes in the morning, he would go to bed late and get up late. Even if he came to StarCraft and changed his body, he still couldn't change this bad habit. And the others must get up early tomorrow, and they still have to do morning exercises before military training. Therefore, everyone went off very early, and in the end, only Bai Jian was left to continue to fight monsters. Fortunately, he was used to it, and didn't feel that he couldn't fight alone. Just fight while you are on your way. While fighting, he suddenly thought of the video he watched this afternoon. Chu Yuan's posture when fighting monsters seemed to be always so chic, standing straight, and it was pleasing to the eye. Bai Jian is not a person with bad posture. His back is straight, and he stands very steadily, but he is a person who is naturally more casual. It's okay for him to stand when walking on weekdays, but if he has to wait in line for a long time, it's impossible for him to stand so straight all the time. He must do it in a comfortable way. For example, when fighting monsters, his standing posture is not standing at attention, but depending on the situation at the time, he chooses a posture that is more suitable for moving forward or backward. After a long time, he does it in a comfortable way. In short, he doesn't look messy, but his posture is really not good. It doesn't look like anything on weekdays. After all, everyone is the same, but compared with Chu Yuan, he is so handsome. Is it because he stands straight? Bai Jian thought. Yes, he pondered for a long time here, not because he felt that he was not as elegant as others when killing monsters, but because he was thinking about why a person could be so lucky. Bai Jian's monster killing rate is actually quite good. How many people can't even see a good weapon in a month, let alone artifact skills? But people are not afraid of anything else, but they are afraid of comparison. Bai Jian remembered that many people used to watch their hands and choose positions when drawing cards, and some people even had to pick a lucky song to play. So many people tried it. Maybe this metaphysics is really useful, so his standing posture is really more regular. However, it is obviously not easy to maintain for a long time. Who doesn't want to be handsome? Many people have tried to do this. But you have to run and take action, so it's not just about standing well. Especially Bai Jian is alone. It's easy to be cool when running away from monsters, but it's not a simple thing to be as cool as Chu Yuan. After trying for a long time, the effect is not good enough, and I almost got scratched by the monster. Bai Jian really felt that fighting monsters like this was simply challenging the limits of human beings. Some physiological reactions had to be endured. For example, sometimes you could avoid an attack by bending backwards, but now you had to endure this habitual action and choose to take 2 steps back. Too many unnecessary actions. Bai Jian stopped killing monsters and went to the forum to search. Sure enough, he saw a lot of, "It looks cool, but it's hard to play. I have tried it, I have lied down, and I see you tomorrow." It's not that Chu Yuan is an AI player. Not only can he cast skills accurately, but his body movements are also something that ordinary people can't learn, although it's very cool. Drooling.jpg. I tried it, but I don't quite understand how he did it. It feels too anti-human. Bai Jian spent a long time browsing, but didn't see a single useful and serious comment. Someone mentioned that doing so was indeed beneficial, but it was either ignored or ridiculed as Chu fans mindlessly protecting the real master. Later, fans and haters quarreled. Bai Jian, He closed the forum, and simply found the video again. In the afternoon, I just thought that the posture was elegant, but now I can find many details when I watch it again. For example, some places look casual, but in fact they have been prepared for it earlier. Bai Jian has also had such preparations, such as when he was playing a dungeon with Ingdao Lima and others before, he found that when the boss was about to exert its strength, he had already retreated or prepared what to do next. But his actions are actually very obvious, and anyone who is not a novice in the game can see them. In comparison, Chu Yuan's actions are not much. Even if Bai Jian didn't observe carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it. It seems that he didn't notice it at all in the afternoon. Bai Jian watched all the videos he could find. By the time he finished, the sky was already a little white. He looked out the window and thought of the sentence, "Have you ever seen the sun at 4 in the morning?" Bai Jian waved his hand, and the smart sensor helped him draw the curtains. The room returned to darkness. In fact, it was not too dark, and there was a little soft light, which was said to help sleep. Bai Jian fell into a deep sleep in the soft light. Not long after, the students in the talent department began to get up, pack themselves up, and go downstairs to run. The sound of shouting slogans was very loud, but because it was separated by the campus and the dormitory was very soundproof, it could not be heard here at all. After waking up, I felt so hungry that I could eat a cow alive. Hot pot base is not enough for one meal. In the past, Bai Jian would put them in a mold to solidify, and then cut them into pieces and package them separately. Now it is not so troublesome. The backpack will be kept in a freshly cooked state. He divided some more, poured them into the pot, and added water. If you eat alone, you don't need so much water. He poured a small amount of water, waited for the base to boil, and started to put things in. There was not much left from the food we ate last night, especially the meat, which was basically a clean plate operation. However, there were still a little bit of vegetables like lettuce left, and Bai Jian took out the mutton rolls and shrimp balls he killed last night and poured them directly into the pot to cook. Although you can kill all the monsters, it is a bit particular to what kind of monsters you kill. For example, when Bai Jian was on star 2538, he mostly killed some cooked food like milk, fruit, steamed buns, etc. In summary, you can eat it as soon as you get it, like some nuts are peeled. On Tianqi Star, he recently produced a lot of things that cannot be eaten directly, like lamb rolls and shrimp balls. It is absolutely impossible to eat this thing raw. It must be cooked or processed in other ways. Bai Jian ate happily and stretched. He continued to read the books recommended by teacher Zhao. They are all about manufacturing. He also loves this industry, otherwise he would not have been able to go to a certain science and technology university before. After all, his grades gave him the opportunity to choose. His canon has not been made yet. You know? Bai Jian read the book seriously, and continued to fight monsters with everyone at night. In the middle, he also took time to study some of Chu Yuan's positions, PowerPoints, and other things. It can be said that if it was for luck at the beginning, then later he wanted to know whether it would really make him stronger. After all, to put it bluntly, luck is too metaphysical, but strength is real. For several days, the days passed in a dull and orderly manner. Of course, this dullness is only for them, but it is not dull for the red-haired roommate. That day, Bai Jian finally tricked him and deliberately sent him offline after a while. As a result, no one believed him no matter how he explained later. Even if he proved that he was killed and couldn't play the game, those people thought he was acting. They just haven't killed enough, and they want to team up with Bai to trick us again. That's right, they will laugh at us behind our backs for being too stupid, remembering to eat but not to fight. After these people made plans in the group, they didn't even eat the next day. As soon as the military training ended, they hurried back to the dormitory and entered the game to ambush. The red-haired roommate didn't have Bai Jian's ability, and he was easily killed as soon as he went online. See, it turns out to be such a simple thing. The reason why we didn't succeed yesterday was because we knew in advance that they were prepared. Someone said. Others also agreed, and they were more certain that the red-haired roommate must be Bai Jian's lackey. A group of people cursed for a long time and agreed to continue tomorrow. The red-haired roommate was not stupid. After explaining, he still scolded these people for being stupid. Summer insects can't talk about ice. He decided to go online early the next day, and then hide in a place to spawn monsters. He didn't believe that these people could find him. But everyone disbanded at the same time, and the dormitories were all in the same building, so how much faster could he go? What's more, there was another person living on the first floor, who went online much faster than him, so he naturally failed. The third day. There was no third day. In addition to the time when Bai Jian sent him offline, he had a total of 3 consecutive days of death experience, which made him unable to enter the God realm for the next week. The red-haired roommate was so angry that he pounded the bed. The 3 cousins in the same dormitory had already entered the game. Even if they didn't enter, they probably wouldn't pay attention to him. This made him even angrier. We are all roommates, but you always help outsiders. Of course, Bai Jian didn't know all this. His daily routine these days was very regular, of course. The kind of regularity of going to bed late and getting up late. He didn't go to the talent department to watch the military training, and occasionally invited everyone to have a meal together. When eating hot pot, of course, it is more enjoyable to eat together. Later, they unlocked more ingredients, such as enoki mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms, as well as white vermicelli and fried bean curd, and of course the indispensable beef balls. These are all provided by everyone. In the past, they didn't know how to eat them, and basically sold them directly after they were beaten. Now it's good, all are saved, and it can be considered a good meal. Bai Jian didn't have to do military training after all, and occasionally played games by himself after reading books. Especially today, he calculated that he would soon be able to collect enough money to buy equipment repairers. Of course, it was impossible to wait for everyone to play together in the evening. When he woke up, Bai Jian's mind was full of games. He almost forgot to eat. He slept late last night, and it was already afternoon now, and he even slept through lunch. But at this time, it was obviously impossible for him to have a good meal. A bowl of wontons, fried dough sticks, and 2 tea eggs made up for this meal that he didn't know whether it was breakfast or lunch. After eating, he went straight to the game. Calculating, if he played for about 3 hours, the money would definitely be enough. Bai Jian thought about it while logging into the game, but he found something wrong as soon as he logged in. This was not the place where he logged out, and the scene had changed. Someone came over, and Bai Jian had already shot an arrow reflexively before he could see who it was. The person who came was very skilled, and he actually blocked it at such a close distance. After a crisp sound, Bai Jian also saw the person. He breathed a sigh of relief and put down the crossbow. The person who came over was none other than Chu Yuan and the other two. The latter was standing 3 or 5 steps away at this moment, and it was Tan Hua who approached. And the arrow that Bai Jian had just shot was blocked by him with his sword. What a murderer! Tan Hua retracted his sword and couldn't help complaining. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise this sword would have gone straight to my head. Chu Yuan stood not far away and said, "You were too close to him." Damn! Does this mean that he deserved to be shot by an arrow? Tan Hua was choked to death by a word from his teammate. Although he didn't mean to blame anyone, it couldn't be all his fault. But Bai Jian was still looking at him innocently at this moment. When he saw him turn around, he said softly, "I was ambushed like this some time ago, and I couldn't react for a while. If you feel it carefully, there is a difference between the sword that is stretched out by a person and the sword that is chopped." But Bai Jian, who changed his location as soon as he came online, was already nervous, and he reflexively took action when he sensed the movement. He was also very straightforward. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you." What else could Tan Hua say? He looked at this and then at that. He just felt that these two people were in the same group. And speaking of that, it's true that I approached without saying hello. It's okay, it's okay. He waved his hand and said, "But your reaction is too fast, and you shot straight at my forehead without even looking. If I were shorter and didn't move, you would have missed it." "Intuition," Bai Jian said. "You stretched out your hand. Although I didn't react at first, I actually recognized it in my subconscious, so I calculated the position based on this." "Then you have something." Tan Hua couldn't help but praise. "This thing is not easy to practice. If I didn't know that the game has absolute protection for minors, I would think you are in danger every day." Bai Jian smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't encounter danger every day, but there were always some experiences that were hard to describe. He really encountered kidnappers, and of course, he would learn something to save his life later. Of course, this kind of thing is rare. The two elders in his family usually don't care about him, but they will use force when something happens. Just like when he applied for college entrance examination, because he did so well, they tried to interfere and control him. If he didn't have some skills and means, he might not be able to apply for a certain school. And it's true that he was born to like this, and he has learned a lot of tricks in his daily life. He didn't use them before, but after coming here, he felt that they were all put to good use. But there's no need to tell these to the people he just met. Bai Jian looked away and was about to say something, but he found that Chu Yuan was looking at him. His eyes were calm and deep, but he felt that he was seen through for no reason. What he wanted to say was stuck in his throat again. Tan Hua didn't notice this little episode, and was still flipping through the previous topic. Speaking of being ambushed, it can't be. He mentioned a time, and Bai Jian immediately realized that it was the day when the group of red-haired roommates chased him. It was that time. We just happened to pass by and saw a little bit. But at that time, I thought it was just a chase, but I didn't expect it to be an ambush. Those people must be so bad that they could escape even in an ambush. He was speechless. Baijian also realized that when he used the holy light, the people who happened to pass by were probably Chu Yuan and Tan Hua. The number of people and the time were all right. However, they didn't seem to react much to the fact that he was a nurse. But it was also true that most people would find it strange to see a nurse. But who is Chu Yuan? If he wants to bring a nurse, there are healers who are willing to do so. Although Tan Hua's reputation is not as famous as his, Baijian has heard that the school principal is his biological father, and he grew up in the school. He has seen many people with healing talents, so it is normal that there is no gossip. As expected, Tan Hua just talked a little more and quickly got back to the point. We just came online and suddenly appeared here. It is probably a random copy, and we just happened to run into it. Random dungeon. Different from the dungeon that Baijian had fought with Hengdao Lima and others before, it appeared there and waited for others to challenge. Random dungeons also appeared suddenly, but they would only suck in nearby players, and other people could not enter. It can be said to be a chance, because the rewards are very generous. It can also be said to be bad luck. Because they entered the dungeon suddenly, many people were not prepared. There was also a player who had lost all his durability, and was about to return to the city when he was sucked in. He was completely unable to fight. Of course, even if it was not such an extreme situation, it would not be easy to deal with. Because most people would have formed a team before entering the dungeon, but it was unpredictable for those who came in randomly. If you are lucky, you will be in a group together, and if you are unlucky, you will enter the dungeon alone. Of course, you may bump into others occasionally. Just like Baijian and Chu Yuan now. Although they have left the situation of being alone, the two groups of people together only have 3 people. They have not even formed a team of 5. The 3 of them were now in the outer circle of the dungeon. To enter the dungeon and see the boss, they had to enter a portal. We go in and fight the monsters in a while. Since we're in, of course we have to fight. Tan Hua explained carefully. Baijian, don't use your healing skills randomly. You don't have to add blood when you lose blood. We will call you when the time comes. Chu Yuan, you're so long-winded. Tan Hua was speechless. You have to explain this clearly. You don't know if you haven't led a novice. However, Chu Yuan didn't argue with him about this issue, but walked in directly. There seemed to be a faint voice. He can. But because the person had already walked away, the sound did not come out completely. Even Baijian, who followed him when he saw him move, only heard the word he. Tan Hua, who was behind him, naturally didn't hear anything. Wait a minute, when did you change your impatience? As he spoke, he hurriedly chased after him. As soon as he entered, it was dark in front of him, and Baijian frowned. This was actually another cave dungeon. Without light, the attributes are not increased, which is considered a weakening. I can't stand it. Chapter 32. Not only he cares about the attributes, Tan Hua also cares about it. The other party looked at his new gloves and couldn't help saying, I have a set of magic attribute equipment here, do you want to try it? Chu Yuan looked over. Are you kidding? No, his talent is a nurse. I know his attack is also very strong, but that's against ordinary monsters. Now it's obviously a big boss, so I'd better focus on adding blood. I just happen to have a blood adding skill. Give him the skills, and the clothes are not necessary, Chu Yuan said. After that, he took out a set of attack equipment and threw it to Baijian. Put it on. Why not? I have enough output, we are short of a nurse. Wait, you are wearing women's clothes. Tan Hua couldn't help saying. Baijian looked over, not only women's clothes, but also a skirt. Fortunately, it's not the kind of dress that shows the S-line, otherwise he really can't fight monsters in this dress. The dress Chu Yuan took out was off-white. If it was put on Taobao, the store would probably sell it with adjectives such as French style, Chanel style, waist enhancing, etc. In general, it should look good on girls, making the waist look thinner, and the waistline is high. Even if the skirt is long to the calf, people will subconsciously think that the person wearing it has long legs. But Baijian is a man. Tan Hua looked over in shock, thinking that his set was more attractive, but unexpectedly, the latter looked at the attributes and put it on without saying a word. No, buddy, you really wear it. Baijian looked back at him and said strangely, What's wrong? The attributes are very good. The attributes of this one are better than the previous ones he wore combined. He looked at it carefully again. It was to increase physical attack, that's right, and it also raised his health. It can be said to be very useful. Chu Yuan also looked at him and said, Pairing it with a pair of long socks will have better attributes than the same level of clothes and pants combined. Tenhua looked at their human-machine AI brother speechlessly. No, it's just a matter of a little bit of strength. This dress is for girls. However, he looked at Baijian, who put on the dress without hesitation and was trying to see if this kind of skirt would affect his movements. He just felt that among the three people, why was he more out of place than Chu Yuan, who was obviously normal? Baijian tried to walk a few steps and was quite satisfied. The skirt made him look thin, but not tight, especially the lower body. The skirt was very wide, so he wouldn't get stuck even if he took a big step. Baijian put on the matching long socks. Then, there were the shoes. It was normal sneakers, but they were white, so it didn't look strange with the skirt. With the weapon, the 4 pieces were done. The remaining 2, one is an earring. Baijian put it on neatly. He himself does not have pierced ears, but the original owner does. After all, the equipment in the God realm is diverse, and earrings are one of them, so basically everyone has pierced ears regardless of gender. The other is a necklace. Baijian was stunned when he picked it up. It was so bright. It was a platinum necklace, and the pendant on it was a small bead. I don't know what material the bead is made of, but it is actually glowing. Tenhua's mouth twitched. Looking at the same properties, this glowing one is 3 times more expensive. You didn't buy it, did you? What did you buy it for? I got it 2 years ago. I didn't sell it because I didn't need money, Chu Yuan said. Tenhua was speechless. Baijian also looked over at it dimly. Why wasn't he so rich? But then again, the glow of this necklace might just be strange or beautiful to others, but to Baijian, it was definitely an attribute adder. He looked at it again and again with joy, and then put it on. Even if it's not his, just using it means that he will be much more comfortable when fighting monsters later. In just a moment, the best attribute on Baijian's body turned out to be the worst equipment. Attribute points in the God realm are rare, and whether you can get them depends on your luck. Sometimes in the same copy, someone has them but you don't. The amount of bonus is not certain, but on average it is not much. And this is only the growth that people who have awakened their talents will have. People without talent have lost the opportunity to make further progress. In this situation, equipment is very important for both masters and ordinary people. Some elders in their families, who are doing well, can actually surpass their peers as soon as they awaken at the age of 18. For example, when we first met, my cousins had not awakened for long, but their equipment and skills were obviously much better, and they were confident to lead people to play dungeons. And now, Baijian also has this honor for a short time. He was made into a master by Chu Yuan's equipment. At least in terms of attributes, this can be counted. Over there, Tenhua also handed over the skill book on his body. I was going to sell it after I got it, but I didn't have much time to mess around with it. Anyway, I'm not short of money, so I just put it in my backpack and didn't move it. Poor Baijian was once again hurt by the 3 words no shortage of money. Think about his equipment repairer, it's only about 10,000, and he hasn't bought it yet. Tenhua's skill is a healing skill, called Jumping Light. This is not only a healing skill, but also has a certain offensiveness. Jumping Light consumes a certain amount of mana to cast a small light bead, which will jump between the enemy and the friendly, attack the enemy and restore a certain amount of health to the friendly. Baijian scanned it carefully again, and found that it was really just this point, how much mana it consumed. I really don't mention it. He glanced at Tenhua again. This guy always asked him to wear that magic suit. The spell strength will obviously affect the damage and treatment, and the amount of mana will determine the number of times this skill is cast. How much mana does it consume? Baijian asked. Can a person only be jumped once, or can it be repeated? I don't know. Tenhua spread his hands. I haven't used it, but it's hard to say for this kind of unclear skill. He was just thinking about it when Chu Yuan said, it depends on you. Yes. Tenhua clapped his hands and said, you can say that, it depends on you. This kind of skill is generally the same skill. Some people consume more mana, and some people consume less. And some people can achieve the effect of the skill, but others can't. So this skill is very powerful for some people, but it's useless for others. It's hard to say. You don't have to think too much. At most you can use it a few more times, each time you kill yourself or me, and then wait for it to jump to the boss, and then even if it can't be repeated, it can jump to another teammate, and then kill again. He explained it in great detail, as if he was afraid that Baijian wouldn't understand, and almost demonstrated it on the spot. This kind of consideration is very useful for real novices. After all, if they really encounter problems, they will find these suggestions very useful, and can effectively know what to do in the first place. However, Bai Jian didn't need it that much. While listening, he was thinking about the holy light. This skill is actually unclear. He didn't clearly indicate how large the range is. Bai Jian tried it himself, with him as the center of a circular range of 10 meters. But, now that Tan Hua said this, doesn't it mean that this skill may be 20 meters, 30 meters, or even only 1 meter for another person? If you can't do it now, you will never be able to do it in the future? He asked. Chu Yuan's eyes were more satisfied. Not really. Tan Hua interrupted him quickly and said, some people can't do it at first, but one day they can do it suddenly. It's hard to say. Bai Jian understood. That is to say, it starts with 10 meters, and the range may be wider in the future, or it is said that if you hang out with masters, even if you are not a master with limited talent, you will definitely not be too bad. Just these things, if I hadn't met Chu Yuan and Tan Hua today, and they were willing to tell me, it would take Bai Jian a while to figure it out. Or it is possible to see similar content on the internet one day, but it is definitely not so detailed. There are too many messages. Except for the targeted search, some messages may not be found for a long time, which is very normal. After changing equipment and installing skills, Bai Jian adapted to it, and they could start to fight monsters. Do you know the key point of this monster? Tan Hua looked at Bai Jian and asked. Bai Jian had seen this boss a long time ago, and it looked familiar. It was a long worm. When he was traveling from Star 2538 to Star Apocalypse, the spaceship he was riding once flew out a flying machine that was particularly suitable for hiding in space, and the other party faced a space monster. At that time, he had searched for that kind of monster. Several different types were found at that time, and this one in front of him was one of them. Insect body, ox horns. He remembered the characteristics were two-horned worm, fast speed, high attack. What's wrong? Bai Jian looked at Chu Yuan in confusion. It was rare to see him react to something. Looking again, Tan Hua was also speechless, and said with a headache, it's a two-horned worm, but I didn't remember it wrong. His fatal point is 7 inches. Try not to hit his tail, or he will go crazy. Bai Jian was a little silent. Anyone with a brain knows that if you shoot an arrow, it is not difficult to shoot a bear or a snake, just looking at the hit rate. This also requires that you cannot shoot the snake's tail. Okay, this bug is not a snake, but in fact, the thickness and length are similar. He understood what Tan Hua meant when he suggested that he change into a nurse suit as soon as he came in. This was because he was afraid that he would miss the target. It was better not to miss the target, so he would not hit the tail. That would not be a help, but a nuisance. This is actually quite important. But when Chu Yuan said that, Tan Hua did not insist. He felt that this monster was not too difficult to deal with, and he still believed that Chu Yuan's judgment would be correct. But no matter what, Bai Jian had already picked up the crossbow. Tan Hua was also ready. Although he just blocked Bai Jian's arrow with a sword, he actually had a magic talent. That's why he has a spare set of magician gear. Chu Yuan is fine, but it's even more strange that he can put together a full set of physical gear. The key is women's clothing. Bai Jian secretly glanced at the other party, thinking, could it be that he looks serious, but is actually a womanizer behind the scenes? Then he was caught at this glance. Bai Jian's palace was full of surprise, and retracted his gaze, thinking, no wonder there are so many people who admire Chu Yuan in the whole galaxy, and there are even more people who imitate him, but no one can surpass him. With this sharpness, it's like he has 18 pairs of eyes around his body. Ordinary people can't compare. Once the monster is opened, it is no longer as still as before. When the speed is fast, you can see the afterimage. Bai Jian's mind is full of carelessness. He knew that this guy is fast, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. I choose to wear magic strengthening clothes now. Is it too late? Another arrow missed. Bai Jian couldn't help but said, Chu Yuan, focus. Bai Jian was very focused, but that didn't stop him from making a little joke. It's impossible to change clothes, but this guy is really hard to hit. Not to mention him, even Tan Hua, just as he discovered just now, his attack missed. This person is worthy of his nature of being a chatterbox, and he started talking again. It's too late. I just wanted to say it. You are so easy to fool. I let you wear women's clothes, just for such a little attribute. What's wrong with attributes? Bai Jian couldn't bear to hear this. Attributes are so important. God knows what weird combinations he wore for attributes before, but he never put them on himself. Just listen to what Chu Yuan said about the good attributes. If it's so good, why didn't he see him wearing it himself? Tan Hua exposed him, saying, he also thinks it's not good to wear women's clothes, but if someone else wears them, he will act like he doesn't care, and looks like a big ghost. Baijian wanted to mutter, "How do you know he hasn't worn it?" Thinking that it would be bad to do it in front of a cricket, he didn't say it. But he couldn't help but glance over there again. Chu Yuan, no. What do you mean? Ten Hua didn't keep up with the rhythm, looked over here strangely, and was accidentally swept by the insect's tail. Damn! Baijian picked the right time and shot an arrow. The snake's tail swung 3 times, and there would be a small acceleration at the 3rd time, which is the afterimage. But when the afterimage ended, it was the slowest moment of the whole process. His arrow hit the vital point. Well done. Ten Hua couldn't help but say. Baijian was focused, and he didn't speak at this moment. His whole mind was on the 2-horned worm in front of him. Ever since he started playing God Realm, his arrows have actually had a very high hit rate. Killing monsters is a big deal, but even when it comes to hitting people, apart from the ones on star 2538, he has to deal with his classmates from the same school. To put it bluntly, everyone's strength is not very good, so he stands out. Although the center of a person's eyebrows is also a small dot, he is the fastest person he has ever met, and when facing this 2-horned snake, it is a world of difference. Completely different? The difficulty is naturally different. At this moment, he really has reached the point where he can only focus on the attack in front of him. Occasionally, he will cast a jumping light. This skill is full of indefinite forms. The mana consumption is uncertain, whether it will jump to the same person, and the amount of life absorbed and the amount of blood restored are not known. This is completely different from the rhythm when he and his cousin fought monsters. At least at that time, he didn't need to consider the issue of blood volume at all. With his cousin to add blood, those people would take drugs themselves. However, now, taking drugs alone can't make up. When Baijian takes action, he has to take mana potions to restore mana. What's wrong with your skill? Baijian couldn't help but say, why is the mana consumption fluctuating? Ten Hua immediately said, this skill is like this. Baijian's mouth twitched. In this way, it is very difficult to calculate, and you must pay attention all the time. The difficulty is really increased, and there are more things to pay attention to. Suddenly running from a simple game to this situation, another person may not be able to adapt. But Baijian has never been a person who refuses to admit defeat. The more challenging it is, the more energetic he is highly focused, and he didn't even have time to reply when Tan Hua talked to him afterwards. It will take away attention. At this time, I could understand Chu Yuan. He didn't say anything during the whole process. No wonder he never made mistakes. He also realized how amazing Chu Yuan's support was. He was always there when needed. Reducing the damage, Baijian gained higher attributes in the light projected from the sky. Now, he thought, and shot an arrow, hitting the 7 inches. At the same time, the small light beads cast by the jumping light also hit directly. This time it didn't start from himself or his 2 teammates, but directly hit the 2-horned worm. Then he jumped back to himself, and with the next arrow he shot, he hit the 2-horned worm again. The 2 started at almost the same time, and hit the same place. Jumping continuously, Baijian thought, but at this moment, that mysterious and wonderful feeling was gone, and the spiritual power did not jump back, nor did it jump to his teammates. The 2-horned worm's health dropped to 38%, and it suddenly went crazy, with a tail swing range attack, hitting Baijian and the other 2. Chu Yuan's damage reduction fell at the right time, but even so, Baijian was left with only a skin of blood. Fortunately, he changed his equipment before going into battle, otherwise he would not even have a chance to restore his own blood. When thinking about this, the holy light had already fallen, mixed with the damage reduction skill, and it was almost impossible to distinguish them from each other. Except for Baijian, the bloodlines of the other 2 people were directly full. And Baijian also had nearly 90% of his blood. He added another small light bead to himself. Take another blue medicine. Good guy, this is fortunately in the game, otherwise I would be full after taking this alone. Ten Hua closed his open mouth. At that moment, he almost shouted out the worded blood, and then he saw that his blood was full. Almost the next moment after losing blood, it was replenished. Okay, there is something. He couldn't help but say. This reaction ability almost made him think he was a veteran. And ordinary veterans may not be so fast, unless they know the mechanism in advance. And this kind of random monster in a random copy, who knows when it will go berserk before fighting. The reason why Chu Yuan is the first auxiliary is because he often reacts faster at such moments. Sometimes it is almost anticipating the enemy. As a novice who has just entered the God Realm not long ago, Baijian is already very impressive to be able to do this. Ten Hua couldn't help but praise him a few more times. Thank you. Baijian said calmly. I felt it when I saw the damage reduction. This kind of comfort of having someone walking in front to lead the way is something he has never felt before when he was playing the game. But I have to say, this feeling is quite good. The health of the boss is getting lower and lower, but it needs more attention. Even Tan Hua didn't say much. He even rolled on the ground twice to avoid the skills. Bai Jian had noticed it a long time ago. Maybe in order to reduce his pressure, these two people would not take the skills. Bai Jian himself is of course the same. He has always been in this habit. At this time, what Chu Yuan's positioning method he studied had long been forgotten, and he relied on instinct. Only Chu Yuan Ben Yuan still looked so cool. Finally, with the efforts of the three people, the boss was defeated. Bai Jian breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, his health was still good, but his mana was empty. After all, at the end, he used 2 holy lights in a row, and 100 mana points were used up at once, and his total mana value, the panel value, was only 110 points. It was still increased a little by various passive bonuses, but it was still within 150 points. After these 2 big additions, the mana was not full at all, and it was even more empty now. Fortunately, the boss was gone, otherwise he really couldn't make up for it in a short time. And there is. The equipment durability is going to drop. As he said, he looked at the other two. Chu Yuan silently released an equipment repairer, and when Bai Jian came forward, he didn't forget to say, "Brother Tan, come together." Tan Hua shook his head. My durability is still full. He was wearing the most expensive equipment repairer. As long as the durability dropped, it would be automatically repaired immediately. Bai Jian thought about it, and realized that he was too poor to buy it, but a big boss like him must have plenty of money. He was just stupid just now. Maybe he used up too many brain cells fighting the boss. But, Tan Hua suddenly mentioned, didn't you buy the equipment repairer? Bai Jian, It hurts. Chapter 33. Bai Jian's mood at this moment is like a person who goes to shopping websites every day to check which power bank is better to use. He has been looking for many days, and is very interested, but because of some practical reasons, he has not bought any. As a result, he turns around and sees someone using a magic baby. It is the kind of person who plugs the plug at home, at work, or anywhere else, and always has a full charge when carrying a mobile phone everywhere. As a result, this person asked him, "Don't you have a power bank? Is it polite to ask you?" In response, Chu Yuan said, "The equipment repairer you are using costs 88,888. If you give him 100,000 now, maybe he will have one." That's not necessarily true. Bai Jian said, "I haven't changed all my equipment yet, and I may even take out some money to do this. After all, the one worth 10,000 yuan is not unusable, right?" As he spoke, he had already walked to the treasure chest and looked at Chu Yuan. "Open the box?" Chu Yuan said, "Who opens the box will not affect the drops inside." Bai Jian, "Oh!" Then he continued to look at him motionlessly. Tan Hua beside him laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha ha ha, see, it's not just me, everyone thinks you have a higher chance of getting good stuff." Although Bai Jian did not respond to this, his expression was exactly that meaning. He even asked eagerly, "Brother Chu, if you kill monsters so elegantly like you, will the drops become better?" Tan Hua laughed even more happily. After fighting a whole game, he finally had such a moment, feeling that he was not the superfluous one, but a comrade. Now among the 3 of them, Chu Yuan is the one who doesn't fit in. In response, Chu Yuan said seriously, "No, don't believe these unscientific things." Bai Jian thought that wouldn't work, but he also understood Chu Yuan. After all, there is a saying that goes, "When I am lucky, what is metaphysics? But when I am not, no one can stop me from doing metaphysics." You talk about metaphysics with a lucky person, and he won't understand you. But Bai Jian didn't say anything, but his actions were still very honest. He didn't open the box. Just wait for Chu Yuan to open it. Tan Hua naturally didn't open it either, and the person who opened the box in their team was always Chu Yuan. Even if he repeatedly stated that this would not affect the drop, it was completely useless. His authority and professionalism in killing monsters, no one took it seriously. In the end, of course, it was Chu Yuan who opened the box. He's used to it. When the box was opened, a bright light flashed. Bai Jian had seen this light before. It was from a divine weapon. The sword in his hand had emitted light when it was opened. Looking inside, it was a sword. Tan Hua's expression changed on the spot. He looked very happy. He reached out, and picked it up, and waved it twice. "Not bad, better than the one I'm using now." Bai Jian looked at him strangely. "Aren't you a magician? Even if you want to make a backup equipment, it shouldn't be a sword," Chu Yuan said, "Cool." After a pause, he added, he thinks. Bai Jian took a second to understand. This is why Tianhua thinks it's cooler to hold a sword. No wonder. When he shot that arrow, the opponent couldn't dodge it just by dodging. He had to use a sword to block it, and then he made a beautiful sword flower. Now that he has a new weapon, he is also using it in a fancy way. Chu Yuan commented, not practical. Tianhua ignored him and looked at Bai Jian. It's cool. He sighed. This thing is harder to fight than the real thing, but the things it produces are pretty good. Bai Jian's expression suddenly froze. What do you mean by real? It's fake in the game, so how can it be real? Almost at that moment, he remembered the space monster he saw when he came to Apocalypse Star, and Chu Yuan and the others were also on that spaceship at that time. When I was on the spaceship, I saw a flying machine driving out. He suddenly said. Chu Yuan and Tianhua both looked over, and they obviously remembered that Bai Jian was also on that spaceship at that time. Tianhua looked surprised. You can see that? Originally, he was just suspicious, but now, Bai Jian was sure that Chu Yuan and Tianhua were on that spaceship. He smiled and nodded. I just happened to be looking at the scenery and saw it. Tianhua nodded. That's amazing, you have a good eye. Brother Chu's flying machine is the work of a master, and ordinary people can't find it at all. That's right, Bai Jian remembered that when he asked the people around him, everyone looked like they didn't see anything. However, since it was Chu Yuan and the other two who fought the space monster at that time, it seems understandable that the two had strange expressions when they heard the name of the double-horned worm just now. I guess in reality, this thing should have a more resounding name. What did you call it originally? Tianhua, A8011. Bai Jian, This, in fact, should be called a two-horned worm. This time, Bai Jian was the one who was not able to describe the name. Chu Yuan. It is the 80th space monster of category A discovered by people, and its strength ranks 11th among the currently known similar monsters. It is not a cannon fodder monster. Most people cannot defeat it, and many have died when they encountered it. Tianhua also said, the name of a two-horned worm sounds like a small insect crawling on the ground. Bai Jian thought it was not very domineering, but who made him look like a worm? It is already a worm. What else do you want? If you were a dragon, or even a snake, even if you were called a name like Pink Girl Snake, some people would shudder when they heard it. Of course, there was more than one thing in the treasure chest. In addition to the previous artifact, there were several other things. Bai Jian looked at them one by one and found that it was a high-level random copy after all, and the things opened were two more than their last time. Apart from that, there were no big red potions or water. All were equipment skills and materials. While admiring his new sword, Tianhua said to Bai Jian, take a good look at it, take any you like, don't be polite to your brother. In addition to the sword he had taken out, there were two pieces of equipment, a skill book, and some materials in the box. Those materials were needed to upgrade the artifact. To be honest, Bai Jian actually needed most of them. But after all, he didn't do it alone, and he definitely couldn't be considered the one who contributed the most. He looked at the jade pendant in the corner, which was very similar to the one he had worn before. Chu Yuan picked it up and threw it to him. This is a synthetic material. It's a synthetic prop. Tianhua came over and said, it adds all attributes. It looks good, but the single unit bonus is not as good as props of the same level. It's not very useful, it just looks good. You can play with it if you like. After all, the jade quality is really good. Bai Jian knew as soon as he got it that the jade felt warm to the touch, moist and full. The piece he had in his hand before was also good, but compared with this one, the difference in level can be clearly seen. Looking at the attributes, it is also 20 points higher than his previous jade pendant. Chu Yuan said, it's the same as your previous jade pendant. Two pieces are combined into one, which is the third level. That is to say, for jade pendants of Bai Jian's previous level are needed to synthesize such a piece in front of you. No wonder it is something from a high-level copy, and the level is also high. It seems that they are both artifacts, and Tianhua also holds the sword that is in the spotlight, and the attributes are far higher than the one in Bai Jian's hand. He needs to upgrade before he can compete with the one in the other person's hand. Of course, the remaining two pieces of equipment have good attributes. Unfortunately, it's women's clothing again. This time it's not a skirt, but a sweater and a small vest. Bai Jian looked at Chu Yuan, big brother, why don't you collect some? But speaking of women's clothing, Bai Jian took off his equipment and handed it back to Chu Yuan. He also took out the skill book and prepared to return it to Tianhua. As a result, he encountered the slippery iron furnace at the first time. Chu Yuan refused, it's useless for me to keep it. Then I don't want it either. Tianhua opened his mouth and said, he doesn't want it, and I look so stingy if I take it. Just take it, little classmate, as a gift from your brother. This guy's speech suddenly became strange from a while ago, calling him brother and little classmate, which was a bit frivolous. Those who didn't know would think he was teasing, but you could tell it wasn't, because Tianhua didn't even look over here, staring at the sword the whole time. Rather than saying he was teasing Baijian, it's better to say that he has fallen in love with the sword. The tone was so rippling, probably because of the sword. Didn't he have a sword before? Baijian couldn't help but said. Chu Yuan, it's not as good looking as this one. Swords are different from each other. Even if they are all artifacts, their styles and attack attributes are not exactly the same. The sword in Tianhua's hand at the moment changes from blue to white. There are gems on the handle and some small features, but it will not affect the performance when used. It seems to be better looking than the one he used before. Baijian, whose mind always values attributes over appearance, could not understand it. He chose to respect it. Seeing that these two big guys were so rich, they did not share the spoils like they did when they played the game with Ngdao Lima. This made him vision play the game with his trumpet. Except for special props, he did not care about other equipment. Alas, Baijian sighed. They are all unreliable. He could only sit here and check the prices by himself, and then start to distribute things. Put aside the women's clothes that no one wants. Tianhua's artifact is worth 30% of the total. The pile of materials is worth 30% of the total, and the jade pendant can barely be counted as 10%. The other 30% is on the skill book. As long as the skills from this dungeon are not particularly strange and rare, their value will only double, and double compared to the one that his cousin got before. Baijian sneered in his heart. Before entering the game, he was still working hard for the remaining hundreds of dollars. Now, he was distributing things worth millions with a wave of his hand. However, Chu Yuan and Tianhua didn't care, so he had to come. In this regard, no matter whether others want it or not, whether they care or not, or whether they need it or not, Baijian still talks about fairness. The three people will naturally be divided into three parts. Needless to say, Tianhua's artifact is his favorite thing he chose. The skill book will be given to Chu Yuan, and the price is not much different from the artifact. Baijian himself took 2/3 of the materials and the jade pendant. As for the remaining 1/3 of the materials and the 2 pieces of equipment, they were directly divided into 3 parts, 1 for each person. His materials and the other 2 people each got 1 piece of equipment. After the distribution, Baijian gave all his materials to Tianhua. After all, he had taken the jumping light, so he still had to make up for the money. In this way, the value is actually about the same. Anyway, Tianhua definitely did not lose. After all, although that skill has attack and blood recovery, it has several unknown attributes, just like opening a blind box. In some cases, it is indeed not as expensive as the one with clear attributes. Almost. Baijian clapped his hands, divide the things between these 2 people. After the distribution, Tianhua still couldn't help but say, "You gave me the money for the skill book, but why didn't you give him the money for the equipment? You really knew each other before, but you pretended not to know me." In response, Baijian said, "The skill book is indeed useful to me. So even if those materials can upgrade the artifact, he can put them aside for now and pay this bill first. But the equipment, he won't pay for something he doesn't want to buy." Chu Yuan said, "Even if this thing has been forced into his hands, it's the same. If you feel it's a loss, take it back, otherwise just treat it as a gift. Anyway, don't care about the price, don't expect him to pay a dime." Tianhua's attention is returned to his sword without knowing when, but he still couldn't help muttering, "You understand. But the little classmate is really hard to please. It's just a few things, just take them all." He had to calculate so clearly, and he didn't even earn a favor. The nurse with powerful initial skills can fight and heal, and has a strong sense. Although she doesn't look that strong now, she is improving very quickly. I think it won't take long for her to join the ranks of masters. It's definitely not a loss to sell a favor at this time. The dungeon has been completed, the scene slowly disappears, and they return to the original place. Baijian knew the location was correct after a quick glance. Because he was on the tree, if he moved, he would have fallen down or hung on the branches. And he was still in the same place, which meant he didn't move. It seems that the random copy just randomly puts people in, and they still come out at the original point. He was not in a hurry to get down from the tree, but looked at his gains in this copy. Put the pile of women's jewelry aside for now. Mainly look at the jade pendant and the skill. The jade pendant can be replaced on the spot, and the one that is replaced is not useless. When you collect 3 more pieces, you can synthesize one like the current one, and then upgrade the one in front of you. But this is obviously a matter for the future. Baijian put away the jade pendant and looked at the skills. The previous feeling still lingered in his mind. It was a very mysterious feeling. When he shot the arrow, the light spot also hit the two-headed snake in the same direction as the sword, jumped back, and hit the same position with the next arrow. Baijian tried to describe this feeling in words, but found that he couldn't find a suitable word. But he had a similar feeling before. Compared with some games, when flying in the air, the self in the head seemed to be flying in the air with the character, and even had a sense of weightlessness when falling vertically. But these were all very slight, not as real as falling in a dream. Although it was described like this, Baijian felt that it didn't seem to be exactly the same. At that moment just now, he felt that the ball of light was really under his control, and his mind moved at will, and he hit wherever he pointed. The only place he could see was the 7 inches of the two-horned worm. When the arrow went over, it also hit it. The casualness of fighting 1 against 100 or shining with holy light before was a little less. The feeling that he only needed to use skills disappeared, but he was able to control the skills better. Baijian had a vague understanding in his heart, but he couldn't explain it clearly. He just wanted to try again to see if he could find that feeling. He glanced around and didn't see any danger. Just as he was about to jump down, he saw the duo of Chu Yuan and Tan Hua not far away. As usual, one was walking in front, and the other was talking behind. Isn't this really a superpower? How can you tell at a glance that the little classmate can hold it? A8011 is not easy to fight. I was planning to let him heal and do nothing. But he really isn't curious at all. Did he know there were monsters in space before? Chu Yuan, no need to ask more. Tan Hua, ? He has already entered the first Academy of Apocalypse. He will know about this kind of thing naturally in the future. Chu Yuan suddenly stopped talking here and looked up, right. Tan Hua also looked up and saw Baijian. The latter pushed aside the leaves in front of him and jumped down from them. What a coincidence. Unfortunately, we just entered the same dungeon. We must be near the side. Tan Hua asked, but why are you on the tree? Baijian said, ambush. Since he was ambushed by his red-haired roommate last time, Baijian felt that the place where he logged in and out of the game was also likely to be discovered and attacked. So next time he logged out, he would find some places that were not easy to be ambushed. For example, the tree in front of him, the position where he stood before was the best position, and there could be no more than one person standing next to it, and it would be impossible to form a situation where a group of people would surround it. Even if he encountered a profession with long-range attacks, there were branches that could block the line of sight or simply block the attack. Tan Hua was shocked when he heard it. Awesome. He raised his thumb. Why do you have so many ideas? Baijian didn't say anything. He thought it was quite normal. When playing games before, that group of people had done everything from bugs to finding air walls. Compared with these people, Baijian thought he was still a decent player. Isn't it just finding a suitable offline point? It's a piece of cake. Tan Hua just said it casually, and then he mentioned, by the way, we are going to fight monsters. Do you want to come with us? No, I have an appointment with my classmates. Although he was a little tempted, he still refused. After all, it was already agreed. But, Brother Chu, I have a question. If you feel it is inconvenient to answer, you don't have to answer it. This sudden development made Tan Hua stun for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Then you think too much. This guy will definitely not feel embarrassed to refuse because he is embarrassed. He will only think that you are too inappropriate, and it is normal for him to refuse you. That's good. Baijian smiled and said, I just want to ask, you said before that fighting monsters like you won't make you lucky, but what I actually want to know more is, will it have any effect on the power of skills? Yes, Chu Yuan said. To Baijian's surprise, he answered very straightforwardly, a secret book of a strong man like this. Before he could think of anything, he heard Tan Hua's voice. This is his theory, but many people think it is impractical. They have tried it, and it doesn't work. Everyone is different. You have to find a way that suits you. Chu Yuan added. Tan Hua advised, little classmate, you have a lot to learn now. Don't follow his empty and unrealistic theory. Baijian didn't think so. On the contrary, he felt that Chu Yuan had taken that step, and there was a successful example there, which showed that it was feasible, so he could try it. What's more, he had this doubt after watching the videos several times before, and now he just confirmed this from Chu Yuan's mouth. For the rest of the time, Chu Yuan and the others went to fight monsters, and Baijian stayed where he was and continued to think about this matter. It wasn't until his cousin and others came online that he came back to his senses. As soon as everyone came online, they started to form a team, and Bai Jian was of course pulled in. It was very lively inside, and suddenly someone said, "Brother Bai, you said yesterday that the equipment repairer would be available soon. How about it, you have bought it now?" Bai Jian, Please don't mention it. Chapter 34. Bai Jian recalled that he had played a random dungeon this afternoon and had gained a lot, but the few hundred yuan he was short of still didn't come out. It was strange, he had played these dungeons, and it wasn't that he hadn't gotten any good stuff, but in the end, he was either in debt or just broke even. Of course, he got a lot of good stuff, but as for the money, he really didn't make a penny. There were some women's clothes in the backpack. Bai Jian's mouth twitched. He remembered the little episode when he divided the equipment. He had originally divided the 2 women's clothes and gave one to each of the 2 people. After all, although he couldn't wear them, he could sell them for a lot of money. In the end, the 2 people accepted the materials, but they refused to take the women's clothes. Chu Yuan, who was rich and powerful, said, "It's troublesome." Tan Hua also said, "These are just a few things, not enough to bother with, you take them, I see you look pretty good in them." Bai Jian, ? Chu Yuan added, "They are all physical output equipment, you can use them." Bai Jian's mouth twitched when he heard it. Now you two are back together, right? He is happy to wear all the equipment with attributes in the game, and it's okay to wear strange ones, not to mention normal women's clothing, but this doesn't mean he is willing to wear it like this in reality. He is already famous enough in school, and there is no need to add more topics for himself. Especially this kind of topics. Since his cousin and others have already come online, Bai Jian did not stay here any longer, but went to gather with everyone. They have become accustomed to playing together these days, and everyone is familiar with each other. So everyone knows that Bai Jian is saving money to buy equipment repairers. Seeing him coming over, they all asked, "How is it? Which one did you buy?" "I remember the one from Apocalypse that cost 10,000 yuan is a butterfly, let it out, and have a look, I haven't seen it yet." After coming to Apocalypse, Bai Jian realized that the style of the equipment repairer may change on each planet. The person who spoke came from another planet. Although they were all in the same price range, they were different animals. Now that I see someone else as a butterfly, I really want to take a look. However, Bai Jian is afraid that this wish cannot be fulfilled now. Someone else mentioned, "Speaking of which, you are here? Why don't you reply to the team? I thought you were so engrossed in the forum that you didn't even read the chat." Wait. The cousin felt something was wrong at this moment. What the thing he had been thinking about looked like when he bought it back was different for everyone, but it definitely shouldn't be like Bai Jian. "You haven't bought it yet." "That's impossible." Someone asked in confusion. "Didn't he say that it was almost done when he logged off yesterday?" "He was sleeping when we woke up in the morning, so the difference was even smaller then." "That's it. It's been an afternoon, and they haven't finished it yet? This isn't the competition activity that a certain game held a while ago. You can't kill the boss after a long time of slashing. The defense of the boss is increasing all the time. In the end, you just need to cut off 0.00001 of its blood with one slash. Is Brother Bai really so unlucky? It's the last minute, and the monsters are worthless. How much is left? Otherwise, I collect these tens of dollars for you." "That's right, Brother Bai. I feel it's a lot of effort just looking at it. It's not much money. Just think of it as a bottle of water for my brother." The cousin came over and sorted it out. "How much did you get in the afternoon?" He really wanted to know how to blacken this guy. "Why don't you tell me what the last monster gave out? It's not just a piece of bread." "That's not the case," Bai Jian said. "It's quite a lot, for pieces of equipment, a skill book, and a lot of materials." "Oh, for sides, wait, what?" The cousin was shocked. The others also looked over. "Really? You must be kidding. What kind of monster can give out so many, and I haven't heard of a copy?" "Random copy," Bai Jian said. "That's good." The cousin was surprised. "Look at your expression. I thought you haven't got the equipment repairer yet. With so many things, let alone the one worth 10,000 yuan, it's possible to buy one worth 88,000 yuan. That's right. Why don't you release the butterfly for the brothers to see?" Bai Jian didn't want to release it. He really didn't have it. The cousin's eyes suddenly fell on his waist. The jade pendant had been replaced with a new one. "Isn't this the one from before?" He took a look at the attributes, and then remembered the dungeon they played together when they first met. There were indeed a lot of good things, but Bai Jian didn't make any money, and he even owed them several thousand. This time, Gong Zhonghao was stunned. "You got something useful again? But this jade pendant is not very cost-effective to buy." The topic of the crowd shifted to this again, and they nodded in agreement. Yes, why don't you sell it and exchange it for some other equipment? Don't mention it, this thing is quite expensive. That's because it's high level. You should know that other equipment of the same level is several times more expensive than it. After all, even if all the attributes are added together, the attribute points given are indeed more than the same level equipment. But many people only need 1 or 2 attribute points, and the others don't matter much, so it's not good if a single item is not enough. Although it can be synthesized, everyone knows that this thing is not easy to collect. No, it's rare, so it has always been priced but not sold. Of course, it can't be sold at a high price. Only occasionally when someone is in urgent need of a certain type and is very rich, will they pay a high price to buy it. Everyone chattered, but no matter how bad it is, it's high level and very expensive. You may not be able to get so much money by beating ordinary monsters for a year. So you're still lucky. No one asked Bai Jian if he got anything else, because the value of this jade pendant is enough to play a random dungeon. Although Bai Jian had mentioned equipment, skill books, materials, etc. before, it is easy to imagine that such a dungeon must be played with random teammates, who are all strangers, and the accounts must be clearly calculated. It is actually okay to share one jade pendant among everyone. They did not know that because their teammates were 2 big guys, Chu Yuan and Ten Hua, there were not so many people who needed to share things. Moreover, these 2 people did not care about any drops at all. They looked like they just wanted Bai Jian to take everything except the sword. At this moment, everyone was still calculating how many pieces of equipment they could exchange for the jade pendant. Bai Jian shook his head and rejected their proposal. I think it's good, I won't sell it. The properties of this jade pendant are indeed a bit useless to others, but not necessarily to Bai Jian. After all, he is different from others. Although he is using a crossbow now, he is a real healer. Spell strength and mana are not completely useless to him. Okay. His cousin patted his shoulder. I really don't know whether you are lucky or unlucky. To be good, it has been so long since I have saved up an equipment repairer. But to be bad, he has taken the artifact, and now this jade pendant is worth a lot. Maybe this is what is called no luck with money. I don't know who said this. Bai Jian immediately looked over and said vigilantly, it must be impossible. Others are fine, but this is really not. No matter what you are not lucky with, you can't be not lucky with money. Everyone talked and laughed for a while, and then started to fight monsters. While fighting, other groups ran over. Brother Bai, take a look at this. Can it be put in a hot pot? Bai Jian took a look. Wow, it really is. Tripe, this is a good thing. He nodded, and the man immediately said, then I keep it, we eat it next time. This hot pot is really good. Not only is it delicious, but you can put anything in it. Although the other team went back, they started talking again. Like the goose intestines last time, they didn't look very good, but when they were put in, the taste was really amazing. The cousin also interrupted. I still prefer mutton, the meat is so delicious. Since they are twins from the same mother, the cousin's preference is more vegetarian. Mushrooms are still more delicious. He was talking about other kinds of mushrooms, but Bai Jian remembered the first meal after coming here. Roasted giant shocking. At that time, there was really no seasoning on me, so I just roasted it and sprinkled some salt on it. But now it's different. In order to eat hot pot, this group of people collected a lot of useful and useless seasonings. Why don't we get some giant shocking to eat? There were 5 people in their group. In addition to Bai Jian, there were his cousin and cousin, plus 2 roommates, the peacemaker and the swordsman. When Bai Jian spoke, the 4 were arguing about what was the most delicious. Hearing this, they all looked over giant shocking. I heard that this thing is poisonous, isn't it? It's okay if it's cooked, right? Bai Jian said, and even if there is a problem, we still have healing skills. His holy light shines everywhere. That is a skill that can be fully used. There is no fear at all. However, the cousin thought he was talking about him. With his 2 skills, he really didn't have the confidence to save a group of people under the poisonous mushrooms. How about one by one? He can still add them if they are separated. No, do we have to eat this mushroom? Isn't it good to eat meat? The cousin couldn't understand. The cousin immediately looked at her. You don't understand. Mushrooms are delicious. Although he had never eaten giant shocking, he believed that as long as it was mushrooms, the taste would not be bad. I want to eat it now. The cousin couldn't help but said, you are a glutton, didn't you just finish your meal? Bai Jian suddenly remembered when he heard it. Oh, I haven't had dinner yet. The other 4, The 4 turned their heads and looked at him. Are you serious? How could you forget to eat? I had lunch late. And I was in the game all the time. If I wasn't hungry, I really didn't pay attention to the time. It's normal to forget to eat. You four fight first, I'm going to have a meal. After saying that, he logged off first. He really wasn't hungry, but when he remembered that it was time to eat, he suddenly felt that he could still eat. Baijian didn't care much about eating alone, so he ordered a bowl of mutton offal with chopped green onions on it. Although chopped green onions alone may not be liked by everyone, anyone who eats it will know how delicious it is. Another Rigiamo. A hot thick pancake with chopped pork head, some chopped onions, and sauce on it. Baijian has always liked the taste. Although both of his parents are wealthy, he has always been down to earth. He may even live a less luxurious life than the two illegitimate children outside. Otherwise, why did others not suffer any harm? But he was kidnapped by the kidnappers. It's because he has no bodyguards around him, so it's easier to kill. After eating, he immediately went online to continue to fight monsters, and finally got his equipment repaired that night. A sky blue butterfly. It looked like a real butterfly, but you could still find traces of metal if you looked closely. Baijian admired it carefully for half an hour. It looked good. The main thing was that he finally got it. He didn't have to fight monsters, and then steal other people's equipment repairers. However, when he went offline, he heard some not-so-good news. Military training was about to begin. After several days of discussion, the school's top management finally decided that students from the manufacturing department would follow the military training together tomorrow for half a month. You don't even need to look at it to know what the forum looks like now. But Baijian still went up to take a look. As expected, they were all talking about this matter. Tomorrow, there is nothing wrong with the school. It is notified so late, we have to go tomorrow. Even if you delay it for one day, let everyone prepare. The principal decided. I heard that the principal said that when danger comes, you will not be notified 3 days in advance. The meaning is very clear, so he did not notify, which can be regarded as testing everyone's reaction ability. Bullshit. Someone was not convinced and said, if I sleep early today, I will still be stupid and don't know anything tomorrow. If I am late like this, will it be considered late? Baijian thought that it must be counted, but in addition to this notice, there should be a bell ringing tomorrow morning to remind you again. In short, it is a surprise attack. He closed the forum, but he didn't know that when he turned down, it was a topic about him. Ah! I said I wanted to watch Baijian's military training, but after counting, the manufacturing department's military training has ended, and we still have 2 days to finish. Same sorrow for the people above. We won't be able to see such a good-looking little brother sweating. There are crazy fans everywhere. It's okay, sisters. Is it enough that he came to see us? Did he come to see you? He came to show off that he didn't have to go through military training, and he made a lot of noise. What kind of person is he? I would say he deserves a beating, relying on a good face to do nothing. The red-haired roommate is getting more and more excited the more he inputs. He really didn't have a good time during this period. After all, students spend at least 1/3 of their time in the dormitory, not half of the time, but he doesn't have a good relationship with his roommates. Even in class, everyone would make an appointment to play games together. As a result, he couldn't log into the God realm. Others had made mistakes and were killed by monsters, to be honest, quite a few. But they couldn't log in on the same day, and when they came to class the next day to talk about their unlucky death, they could still get a lot of laughs or sympathy. And him? Not only did he take a long time, it took a week, but when asked why he died continuously, what could he say? Because he organized people to kill a manufacturing department student, but was killed in return and slandered. So the group of former accomplices turned their butcher knives on him and killed him for 7 days, and he didn't say a word when asked, and he didn't have a good personality to get along with. People who didn't know him thought he just didn't want to pay attention to them and look down on people. Therefore, he didn't have a good relationship with people in the class. It's all Baijian's fault. Before he appeared, he was fine in the dormitory, and the 3 people listened to him. But after he appeared, everything changed. The red-haired roommate was furious, and he typed more and more words. A bunch of idiots. They only know how to look at faces. They were fooled by a garbage planet. They don't even have brains. They just believe what others say. In the beginning, it can be said that he was targeting Baijian, but in the end, he was just a map cannon. In an instant, even the post above that scolded the flower maniac was ignored, and everyone came to criticize him. Go back to your dream, you idiot. Everything in the dream is yours. What's the matter? Why do sisters want to use you to control? If you are ugly, don't be too lenient. I don't feel anything for Baijian. This person is too jumpy. But what's wrong with you on the 357th floor? Star discrimination? Wait, why does your ID look so familiar to me? Were you the one who did star discrimination before? The red-haired roommate's post about discrimination against the star was actually reported after only a few posts, so not many people knew about it. But he happened to come out again today, and this time, it just triggered some people's memories. It was him. I took a screenshot at that time. Come and see, the ID and avatar are the same. Wow, immediately, the evidence was thrown out. What kind of hatred and resentment? It started so early. Look at the time. We haven't started military training yet. Pure malice. I can see it through the screen. Those who don't know would think that Baijian robbed his 3 girlfriends. What's this? You are still not well informed. I happened to see it when I was online that day, and recorded it for everyone to enjoy. Don't say that I don't think of you when I have good things. Immediately afterwards, it turned out to be a video, which was the scene of Baijian being chased and counter-calculated that day. Of course, the host of this post didn't shoot at all, only the last Baijian ran to the place, and then the group of people fell into the trap, and the things after that. It is indeed a good thing, but this is from a few days ago. Isn't it unfair to hide so many geniuses for everyone to see? No, I originally thought that he was at the peak of his powers by sneaking away from a group of people during the exam. It turns out that he was hunted down in the game. Who are those people? He is even covered with a mask. Can you be sure that this person who discriminates against the planet is also in it? I am sure. I know who is on the 357th floor. The red-haired one in it is him. In the end, half of his face was revealed. I can recognize him. In other words, he also led a group of people to hunt down Baijian. The above is more rigorous. It should be said that he led a group of people and was killed by Baijian. The follow-up is that the group of people killed him for 2 days in anger, and he still can't go online today. Damn, I seem to have seen someone I know in it. He actually did such a rubbish. After all, he is a talent department. He went to surround and kill a manufacturing department. This is fine, but the key is that you were killed in the opposite way. This is really true. There are many people. There are always some people with outstanding eyesight. Even if you cover yourself tightly, they can still see who you are. Therefore, within half an hour, a small part of these people were exposed. Good fellow. Everyone was so angry that they smashed things in the dormitory, and they hated it so much. This time, they didn't curse Baijian, but the red-haired roommate. Damn it, he is the one who caused all this. It was this guy who led the organization to ambush Baijian, and it was also because of him that he went crazy on the forum today and caused this embarrassing thing to be exposed. Just wait for me. And the red-haired roommate was even angrier than them at this moment. Why are these people trying to expose people's vests? A bunch of rubbish. They all posted his name and class to ask for it. Chapter 35. The forum was full of gory things. The red-haired roommate and his group of people stood out and got more attention than Baijian, although they might not be happy about it. As for all this, Baijian still didn't know anything. He closed the forum and went to bed. Military training will probably start early tomorrow morning, so I can't stay up late today. I thought I would not be able to sleep at this time because I got up late today. But in fact, the sleep-aiding lamp in the dormitory is really useful. It is not obvious at ordinary times, but it is obvious now. Baijian lay down and closed his eyes for only a few minutes before he fell asleep. The next morning, as expected, he heard the bell. Students from the manufacturing department, please gather at the playground of our department. Military training starts today. The time limit is 10 minutes. Please seize the time and don't be late. Baijian opened his eyes. Sure enough. He glanced at the time. It was only 4:30. He turned off his computer and climbed up with a sigh. It was really not easy to get up at this time. This bed was especially comfortable to sleep on. It felt like being in the clouds. Compared with this bed, the expensive custom-made beds in the past world were inferior. But there was no way. In life, sometimes you couldn't get up just because you didn't want to. Fortunately, clothes can be put on with one click, and washing can be avoided. As soon as you get up, you are a clean and refreshed young man. Baijian sighed. This is really convenient. It saves water and trouble. Look at your teeth. They are so clean, not to mention your face and body. It doesn't get dusty. Of course, convenience is secondary. Germs can't get on either. There are basically no infectious diseases here, because there is no space for the virus to spread. 10 minutes, mainly spent going downstairs. Baijian lives on the top floor. When he opened the door, he found a figure swooshing down. He thought about it, and realized that there were 2 students living on this floor. The one who was probably the third-ranked student in the manufacturing department this term. As for the first one, it was a girl in another female dormitory. When he went downstairs, there were classmates all around. Some were concentrating on running forward, some were complaining while running, and some were standing at the door of the dormitory and shouting to their roommates, "Hurry up!" In short, they were all running down in a hurry. However, even so, Baijian noticed that he always attracted the attention of others when he ran by. He thought that although he was good-looking, he was not to this extent. It was not that he had not met classmates from the same department a few days ago, and even created a group with classmates from the same class, but it was not like this. At one point, he almost thought that he had put on the wrong equipment when he got up and got the women's clothes on. How could he know that he was asleep? The forum was very lively last night. Especially the students in the manufacturing department, they were all very proud. Let you students in the talent department always say that we are nerds and lazy. Look, you students in the talent department are really good. A group of people beat one person, and he was killed. This is really good, therefore, when you see Baijin himself, you can't help but take a second look. Baijin himself went downstairs in a daze, and gathered at the playground. When he arrived, more than half of the students hadn't arrived yet. Looking at the time, there were still more than 5 minutes. Some of the students who arrived early were saying to their roommates, "What did I say? Fortunately, I woke you up in advance, otherwise no one would be able to get up at this time." This attracted a round of praise from the roommates. At times like this, the first floor is really good. Someone else was sighing about the good location of his dormitory. After saying that, he turned his head and saw Baijian, and was shocked. "Fuck, buddy, you are on the top floor. How can you run so fast?" Baijian glanced at the time. Not bad. In fact, if it was more urgent, he could run even faster. He was completely holding back, and it wasn't that he was holding back on purpose, but there were many students on the stairs, so it was not easy to run too fast. The classmates nodded in understanding. "Yeah, you are indeed a master of slipping." Baijian's mouth twitched at that time. "What is a master of slipping? Didn't you see that you got a new title last night? I think this is better. Or do you prefer to be called the king of counterattack? Some people are also calling this. Sorry, I would like to ask, what happened last night?" So, within a few minutes of this gathering, Baijian was recommended and quickly read yesterday's post. So when I went downstairs today, their eyes were looking at the god. Another classmate said, "It has been a long time since anyone from the manufacturing department has been able to beat the talent department. Even if they fight alone, this is the second time." As for the exam, because the scene was a bit chaotic and looked inexplicably funny, everyone was not very touched. More of it was, "Have you heard that Baijian went to watch the military training of the talent department? He was punished to run 2 laps. The talent department said that they would watch it back when the time comes. But yesterday's video was different. Later, someone found the scene where Baijian was attacked at the beginning. That was a real crowd breakout, an extreme escape. It makes people excited just by looking at it. Even many big guys in the talent department admitted that it was amazing. This was from their manufacturing department, and some of them had even fought the kidnappers together. So at this moment, Baijian was surrounded by a group of people. They didn't disperse until the teacher came over. The military training in the talent department was all done by teachers from the class, but it was not the case in the manufacturing department. After all, their teachers were doing research. So they also had teachers from the talent department as instructors. The teacher smiled kindly when he came. "You from the manufacturing department are not as tough as those from the talent department, so the teacher won't make it difficult for you. Just do a simple demonstration today, take it easy, and run 10 laps. As soon as the words came out, there was a wailing sound. Baijian heard someone muttering in a low voice, "Tell a joke, take it easy, and run 10 laps. Baijian thought, he really deserves to be a tough interstellar person. As expected of De Hongyao, he is really not afraid of running students to death. Not to mention the amount of training in the talent department, even the training in the manufacturing department, which is known for its weakness, is much stronger than his previous military training in terms of time and intensity. Anyway, as far as he knows, he has never heard of any school starting military training at 4:30. Run 10 laps first. 1 lap is 2,000 meters, which adds up to 20,000 meters. You may not have a direct understanding of the numbers, but you should know that when he was in junior high school or even high school, he only ran 1,500 to 2,000 meters a day. This time it has increased tenfold. I definitely can't run this." The classmate next to Baijian calculated it, and knew that he couldn't do it. After howling, he saw Baijian and his eyes suddenly lit up. A clever plan came out. Brother Bai, I know you can definitely do it, and you can help me when the time comes." The drag, he said, was not to pull, but to drag. If the two legs can't move, they just put them on the ground, dragging like a dead pig. It's okay, I won't die. I take the big red pill as soon as it's over. Baijian, eh? He couldn't help but say, on the first day, you don't have to finish the run, you can walk. He felt that this number was more of a warning. How could the teacher not know the situation of these students? There were not many who could really run the whole course. So brother, you really don't have to fight so hard. Are you ready to grind all the way until your body is covered in blood and the runway is dyed red? If you dare to do this, I dare not drag you. You really don't treat yourself as a human being. Baijian rarely admires anyone, but at this moment, he really admires this classmate's ruthlessness. Even if it doesn't hurt, it's scary to watch. There were constant wailing on their side, and the talent department was not much better, because they were going to increase their intensity today. After all, the incident on the forum last night was quite a big deal, so naturally many people paid attention to the fact that these people were not doing things properly. After all, we are all classmates and students from the same school. Even students from the talent department would not do such a thing. It's okay to quarrel or fight, but it's okay to form a group to kill maliciously. Not to mention that they are targeting a student from the manufacturing department. When Zhao Luozhi learned about this, he immediately stood up for the student. He called the teacher of the talent department and checked it out. He picked the head teacher of the class of the red-haired roommate. I say, old Shui, you are a student who has gone too far. What can teacher Shui say? He also saw the content on the forum. It's embarrassing. So he came to give everyone an ideological education class early the next morning. It doesn't count after the class. Today's running laps will be doubled. I see you are quite energetic, and you still have time to bully others in the game. Practice more, and you won't have time to do those tricks when you are tired. What a thing. It's just that Baijian is smart and made a counterattack. If this succeeds, it will be a group of talent department bullying the manufacturing department. Just because you can't stand them? Teacher Shui couldn't help but sigh to Teacher Qi. I have taught for so many years, and this class is the worst. Teacher Qi didn't expect this. It is normal for students to have conflicts, especially the talent department, fighting and making trouble. But many students have better relationships after fighting, and they don't care unless there is a big incident during the running-in period. But they are one-on-one or group-on-group, and in the God realm, they fight until their brains fly out, but there has never been a group of people who gather to form a group to bully one person. Shame on you. Hurry up, or you won't have time to eat breakfast today. He watched his classmates run over, followed them, and ran a few steps. As he ran, he noticed that many people were staring at the troublemakers with dissatisfaction. They probably felt that they were all implicated by them. What are you looking at? You are a group. When you join the Apocalypse Army in the future, you will all be comrades, who will be entrusted with your backs. If one person makes a mistake on the battlefield, everyone will suffer together. What you need to do is to solve the problem, not blame the person who created the problem. Someone whispered, how can the situation be the same? The person who made the mistake on the battlefield didn't want to do it, but now these people are not happy about it. But he didn't dare to refute loudly. After all, smart people knew that the teachers thought they were too idle, and that's why they were making trouble, so they gave them extra training. The talent department here was exhausted, and the manufacturing department over there was naturally not much better. Although their strength was not as good as this side, their physical fitness was not as good as that of the talent department. Baijian's previous estimate was completely correct. There were indeed not many people who could run 10 laps. He took a quick look and saw that there were only 3 or 5 people, including him. He arrived at the place and punched in, then ran back. He found the classmate who had asked him to delay before. The other party was worthy of being someone who could think of that method. He was really not good. Baijian had run 10 laps, and he had just run 5 laps, and he was almost lying down. But today's exam was not allowed to take the big red medicine. The teachers were watching one by one. No one was allowed to take this unless it was really impossible or about to die. Baijian dragged the person to run 2 more laps, and this person was completely gone. He simply supported him and walked. At the same time, he didn't know when his other hand was raised. Brother, thank you for your help. I want it too. This man had no place to hold, so he simply lay on the ground and hugged Baijian's legs, ready to let him drag him away. Good fellow, you are more cruel to yourselves than each other, right? Baijian tried to pull his legs, but they didn't come out. He laughed in anger. Get up. No, I really can't do it anymore. You dragged me, don't worry, I only have 1 round left, I shouldn't die before that. Bai Jian was really so angry that he laughed at this group of jokers, and he grabbed the man and picked him up. You hold him next to you and walk slowly. So one person helped another, and finally they formed a long line. Seeing them like this, some others who had run came back to help. These people all took the big red pills, and they were full of energy. They dragged one person, and helped all of them to walk 10 laps. Fortunately, the teacher didn't stop you from coming back to help. Someone couldn't help but say. Bai Jian couldn't help but laugh. That's the teacher, not the devil. It's not that they are deliberately making things difficult for you, just to see you run and crawl hard for fun. The teachers must be hoping that the students will unite and help each other. What devil? Xingxing didn't understand. Bai Jian didn't explain, but just glanced at the teacher. Sure enough, the other party looked very satisfied. Even the fact that they didn't stand back after running and were in a mess didn't say anything. 20,000 meters is quite long. After running these 10 laps, it was already past 7 o'clock. Maybe it was because it was their first day, and the teacher from the talent department, who was in charge of their military training, didn't let them gather again, but just let them disperse. The crowd cheered immediately. The other classes were almost there at this time. After all, Bai Jian's class had set an example, and the other classes rushed to help their classmates when they saw that the teacher didn't stop them. Therefore, compared with the talent department, although this side didn't run as smoothly, the atmosphere was still very good. The teachers were also chatting with satisfaction. This is more like it. After looking at the entire group of students, he looked at Bai Jian, who was surrounded by his classmates and walking and laughing. TSK, I really like this kid. Can't he be transferred to our talent department? What are you thinking about? Zhao Luozhi can tear you apart alive. Over there, Bai Jian had a chicken in his left hand and a duck in his right hand. No, it was a snack in his left hand, our planet's specialty. Other planets may also have it, but the chance is much lower. Try it and see if it tastes good. This is a common small crispy meat on our planet. Try it. In a blink of an eye, his right hand was also stuffed with a portion. A group of people surrounded him and walked forward. It was so lively. Not far away, someone couldn't help but say, look at that Bai Jian. He's so weird. It's like he hasn't made any friends in his 8 lifetimes. Bai Jian has good eyesight and good ears. Unfortunately, in the noise around him, he accurately captured his name. And then heard this sentence. He turned his head slightly to look over. Bai Jian didn't know the person who was talking, but he had a slight impression of the 3 people who were traveling with him. Gongsun Miao Miao, the first place, has good grades and looks good. Although she has just entered school, she has been called the school beauty and goddess in the school. There is a boy and a girl left. The girl is Gongsun Miao Miao's friend Miao Xinyue, and the boy is Jiang Min, the 3rd place in this year. The figure that Bai Jian saw running fast when he went downstairs before was him. These 4 people were among the first few people who finished running, and later followed Bai Jian to help their classmates. I didn't expect to hear them talking about him at this time. I heard that he invited people to dinner in the dormitory before. Could it be that he had no friends before, and now? Is he trying to get close to you? Gongsun Miao Miao interrupted him. The man who was talking was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head. No. I just think he is too high profile. Miao Miao, you got the 1st place in the exam, but you are not like him. Have you finished reading the book I recommended to you before? Gongsun Miao Miao did not respond to his words, but asked instead. The man shook his head again. Gongsun Miao Miao ignored him, and walked away in 3 or 2 steps. He wanted to catch up, but he heard Miao Xinyue, who was walking with him, said, Miao Miao's meaning is that you should do your own thing and not worry about how others live. She didn't affect you. After saying that, she also caught up. Jiang Min was originally at the end, walking tepidly and holding a book in his hand. At this time, he also closed the book and hurriedly chased after him. When passing by the male classmate, he deliberately stopped for a moment. Read more books when you have nothing to do, and stop bothering cricket classmate. She didn't bother you. Chapter 36. The students walked at different speeds, but because they had just finished such a long run, even though their physical fatigue was restored by the big red medicine, they still looked very tired mentally. It was not obvious when a group of people were pulling each other, but now that they were dispersed, they were still a little tired. The group of people around Bai Jian were talking, and they were still in high spirits. Those who were completely relieved were different. Some people were just dragging their legs and walking mechanically, looking like they didn't want to move in their lifetime. Therefore, if someone suddenly speeded up, it would still attract the attention of others. Everyone just looked at Gongsun Miao Miao and the other 2, who just raised their legs and passed many people, and then walked away. They are really energetic. Someone couldn't help saying. He looked weak when he said this. It's hard to describe this feeling. The body is not in good spirits, but the spirit is exhausted. But no matter how tired you are, you still have to go up when you hear gossip. They usually practice. I heard that Gongsun Miaomia's physical fitness is not worse than that of ordinary students in the talent department. Baijian hummed. This can be seen. Especially after running 10 laps, it is still very obvious who has a more standard posture and saves more effort, and who is more comfortable. I heard that before the awakening of the family, they have to train in addition to studying every day, so they should be used to it. Someone who knows more said, and Gongsun Miaomio herself is also talented, but she prefers manufacturing, so she didn't go to the talent department. Baijian smiled. There are still several talented students in the class. Although the God realm is very popular, many people regard talent as a stepping stone for whether a person can achieve something. But after all, the first Academy of Apocalypse started with the manufacturing department, and it is well known. It is normal for many talented students to give up the talent department and come here. Baijian pays attention to Gongsun Miaomio, just because he thinks she is an interesting girl. In terms of appearance, this first place is very beautiful, tall, long-legged and good-looking. She looks cold and difficult to get along with on weekdays. But after running 10 laps today, just seeing that the other party will follow to help the classmate, you know that appearance cannot be trusted, and people are not cold in fact. Humph! As they were chatting, they heard a disdainful cold snort. The boy who was left behind by Gongsun Miaomio and the other two glanced at them, and then chased after them with his chest puffed out. Everyone, what kind of person is this? Baijian didn't say anything. Gongsun Miaomio looked arrogant, but she was not. This person didn't look so outstanding, but she was really arrogant. Just now, he was almost saying that they were a bunch of ignorant bumpkins. What do they know? He was just curious, because the other three people were walking together in harmony. Why did this guy come in between? He didn't know this, but some of his classmates knew it. He is Chung Chiching from the main star. I heard that he had threatened to take the second place and be ranked with Gongsun Miaomio, but he almost took the second to last place. As soon as these words came out, the man who was walking mechanically with dragging his legs became energetic. A pair of eyes stared at him, and he took 2 steps closer. I haven't heard of this. That's right. I just think this person is not easy to get along with. He rolled his eyes at me last time. It's normal. He just thinks that we are between him and Gongsun Miaomio, affecting his world with the goddess. The palace is full of people. Fuck. What kind of idiot can have such an idea? Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. Baijian was also speechless. When he heard that before, he thought that he was just someone who didn't like him. After all, he was only second in terms of grades, and Gongsun Miaomio was first. As for the realm of gods, these 4 people are not weak, but now the whole school is focusing on him. And then, they told him that there was such a thing in the middle. Baijian just wanted to say, "Are you sick, brother?" On the other side, someone had the same idea as him. Really stupid. Beside Gongsun Miaomio, Miao Xinyue couldn't help but said, "You praised Baijian when you were watching the video the other day, and he heard it. Look at him, he can say such stupid things." Jiangmin heard it and said, "He looks down on people all day long. To be precise, he looks down on all those whose family background is worse than his." Among the 3 of them, only Gongsun Miaomio can make him look up to her, and the other 2 have also suffered a lot from that. The 2 looked at each other, and felt that it was hard to describe. Especially Jiangmin, he is a man, always treated as an imaginary enemy, and naturally heard more trash talk. However, he is not targeting Baijian now. Gongsun Miaomio, no. That's right. Jiangmin sighed, he just doesn't like the whole world. Baijian may not be ranked first. It means that he just happened to see the other party laughing happily, and was unhappy, so he went to Gongsun Miaomio to put on some eye drops. It's just that the eye drops. Let's not talk about it. The 3 of them didn't want to mention that unlucky and disappointing thing anymore, so they walked fast all the way, completely leaving the others behind. On Baijian's side, the insider continued to reveal, "I heard that his family intends to marry with the Gongsun family. He likes Gongsun Miaomio, but the goddess doesn't like him at all. But the family? You know, this kind of family is like this, marriage and so on. Although this matter has not been decided yet and may not be successful, but he regards Gongsun Miaomio as his girlfriend. In fact, the Gongsun family doesn't think much of him. This time he said he wanted to take the second place in the exam to be worthy of Gongsun Miaomio. Then he took the third from the bottom, and I don't know how many people were in between. At this time, It was natural to think that these people scored too high and interfered with his ranking. So, brothers, each of us is a stumbling block in the eyes of others to pursue love. Someone couldn't help but say it out. Forget it. Love is only when both parties are willing. He is just being sentimental. It's pitiful for the school beauty to be associated with such a person. Baijian hasn't communicated much with people in the same department recently, and he has been playing God Realm with his cousin and his group. Today, he has become completely familiar with them. So military training is not without benefits. A common enemy has appeared during training, and everyone suffers together, and the relationship has become closer. If you help each other, you will be half brothers and half sisters. Oh, now there is one more thing. Everyone can eat melons together. The person who said it was so excited that the listeners couldn't walk. Clearly, I thought I could eat a cow when I go back, but now I forget that I am still hungry. These things are not easy to find out, but you know them? It's not difficult. It's just that people outside don't know about them. Who in the upper class doesn't know about these things? Everyone looked at him, and saw that the equipment he was wearing looked very high level. Oh, he turned out to be from a wealthy family. However, compared with Cheng Qiqing's contemptuous look before, this person was much more down to earth. Mixed in the crowd, no one noticed him for a while. Brother, it's good, you are hiding very well. But Gongs and Miaomiao and the others all left together, and your family background is similar. Why are you mixed in with us? The person who spoke seemed to think that there was something wrong with what he said, and quickly added, I didn't say you shouldn't come, it's just that it's usually. Well, you know. Oh, you're talking about this. Fannytone said honestly, my dad told me to. Everyone was puzzled. I've heard of parents asking their children to hang out with classmates from well-off families, but this is the first time I've heard of parents asking their children to be more inclusive. Fannytone said, my dad said that I'm not smart enough and can't beat that group of people, so I don't need to force myself to fit in, just get along with my classmates normally. My dad also said that if I get bullied, I should tell him and he'd take care of it. But I can't take the initiative to bully others, or he'd break my legs first. Baijian, Everyone, After a few dry laughs, Baijian said, brother, you're really honest. Can these be said directly? No wonder his dad doesn't let him hang out with those aristocratic circles, and it takes a real father to understand his son. The other students around him also laughed, but it must be said that this innocent look is easy to be welcomed by others. What are you laughing at? Fannytone was puzzled. I just thought you two would get along better, so I came here. Forget it. Let's not talk about my dad. Let's continue talking about Cheng Qiqing. He is from the main planet. You don't know, there are many people on Tianqi Star who are annoyed by him. I don't blame everyone. After all, he is too arrogant. He thinks Tianqi Star is not as good as their planet, and the noble families on it can't compare with his family. You look down on people who wouldn't be annoyed. Really, I haven't been put in a sack until now. It's all because of my good family background that others don't want to provoke. Everyone talked for a while before slowly moving to the dormitory building. Brothers, let's get back to the chat. I'm going to eat first. Damn, you're talking so excitedly, and you still remember to eat? Fannytone said, as if it was a matter of course. Of course, people are made of iron and rice is made of steel. If you don't eat, you be hungry. How can I forget when I'm so hungry? The others, It makes us look like fools with only melons in our heads. Never mind, let's eat. Baijian returned to the dormitory with a bunch of snacks sent by classmates, and was the first to open the crispy pork and taste 2 strips. I have to say, the taste is good right out of the pot. Fragrant, crispy, crunchy. After coming here, Baijian felt that this game backpack was very practical. It should be said that this is not the common fresh-keeping space in the novels before. It's just that other people's spaces are generally measured in square meters or cubic meters to describe the size, while theirs are small grid-like backpacks. One type of thing can be placed in a grid, and there are a total of 30 small grids. Of course, this thing can also be increased. A big man like Chu Yuan must have a lot of grids. Otherwise, you can't put a set of women's clothing in it to take up a grid. Baijian put the remaining crispy meat back to avoid it being soft and not so delicious when left outside. Then he looked at the specialty recommended by another classmate. Baijian had never seen this specialty before. It was also fried. The texture was a bit like crispy bones when chewed, but the taste was meaty. It was not like chicken or pork, and it had nothing to do with seafood. It was hard to describe, but it was delicious. The first time Baijian ate it, he drank most of the bag in one go. Hey, it's still quite filling. Well, he didn't have to eat lunch this time. In addition, of course, he received other delicacies, one by one, and was completely full. Finally, he looked at the bag of melon seeds. Raw melon seeds. Don't be fooled by the popularity of caramel, spiced, pecan and cream-flavored melon seeds. But Baijian still prefers raw melon seeds. The melon seeds in the sunflowers that have just been picked are so tender. They are also delicious when dried. When they are especially dry, they have the unique aroma of melon seeds. Or grab a handful and simply stir-fry them in a pan, which is also very good. The only downside is that it is difficult to clean up the melon seed shells after eating them, but this is not a problem here. The ground has a self-purification system, which will automatically absorb and convert this kind of garbage into energy when it detects it. What are you waiting for? Start eating. Baijian was eating happily, but he didn't know that his name had spread beyond the school. Of course, it's not that widespread. It's just that some of his classmates' parents or former friends heard about him from his classmates. On serious, a father was chatting with his son and heard about Baijian's deeds. Is there such a thing? The voice from the optical brain said cheerfully, yes, you see, the one who discriminated against the planet and led people to kill will definitely not get any good results. This may be recorded in his file. The son said a lot to his father, mainly to show that the school atmosphere is very good and will not discriminate against people like him who are from a small planet. And the planet where Baijian is from is not as good as his, but he is still doing well now. When the school was about to start, I followed him to rush out and kill the students who played the kidnappers. He was really amazing. He shot one with one arrow and could even escape from the siege. Dad, have you seen the video I sent you? His skills are not worse than some people in your guild. The father and son were chatting happily. This was in the Tianlang guild, and most of the people passing by knew him and knew what was going on. Occasionally, there were people who greeted him, son, you're calling again. Your son will definitely be this good in the future. He has a promising future. He raised his thumb. The father was naturally happy to hear the good words. The two chatted casually for a few words, and then went to chat with his son. Everyone didn't interrupt him to chat, and they all did what they had to do. Only 1 or 2 words were heard occasionally. The name of Baijian was revealed here. Many people knew that there was a person named Baijian in Tianqi First College. Although he was in the manufacturing department, he could escape and kill a bunch of people in the talent department. Occasionally, when talking about a colleague's son who was admitted to a good school like Tianqi Star First Academy, he would also mention it. Therefore, it didn't take long for Wei Ichiu to hear about this matter. Baijian, what does he look like? His heart skipped a beat, and he hurried to ask. But these people didn't know that Baijian came from 2538th planet, the same planet as the person in front of him, and they only thought that such a powerful person came from a big planet. Wei Ichiu didn't find out anything. He wanted to ask the son in Tianqi Star First School, but the people were not willing to pay attention to him. This was the same. Why, you have an idea after seeing someone more powerful, don't think about it, they don't think highly of you. The father left after saying that, and didn't pay much attention to him at all. Wei Ichiu was so angry that his face turned green. Didn't he just see his son in the first few days after he came here and get closer to him? I didn't do anything, but my father acted like a thief, calling him away and not showing any good face when he saw him. Even if he got here with Bai Zihan, he wouldn't necessarily hook up with someone more powerful immediately. What kind of person do they think he is? However, he looked around and found that other people didn't think that what he said was wrong. Wei Ichiu told himself to calm down, there was still a lot of time. He had to slowly change everyone's ideas. It's just Baijian. How could it be such a coincidence that he was also called Baijian? Although Wei Ichiu's talent was average, he was always thoughtful. Originally, I didn't know anything, but when I heard that Baijian was related to Tianqi First Academy, I immediately thought of some things in the past. For example, Baijian once said that life would be better. For example, he once asked if he liked Apocalypse Star. In addition, after failing to awaken, Baijian locked himself in the room for 3 days. Wei Ichiu hurried to check and found that those 3 days were exactly the exam days of Apocalypse First College. No way. Wei Ichiu's heart was beating fast, and he couldn't tell what he felt at that moment. There was reluctance and regret for missing a great opportunity, and there was also anxiety about being retaliated. He immediately contacted people he knew on Star 2538 before, and inquired about Baijian's recent news. He was very smart, and found more than one person. However, a man named Zhou happened to be the Zhou brother, who was killed offline by Baijian. Zhou brother killed himself, and his younger brother that day, so he was naturally angry. However, Baijian was a talented person with initial skills, and it seemed that his lethality was not low. He was angry, but he didn't dare to provoke Baijian again, so he resented Wei Ichiu, who gave him wrong information. It was Wei Ichiu who said that Baijian didn't have awakened talent. Therefore, Jogu replied without thinking, "It's good, you lock yourself at home all day, no matter how careful I am, I don't know." In fact, he certainly knew that Baijian was no longer on planet 2538. He didn't know where he went, and he was probably recruited by a big guild. Jogu had a hunch since he knew that Baijian actually had talent. The real confirmation was that there was no movement for a long time, and someone couldn't help knocking on the door, but no one answered. When he went in, he saw that the house was empty. But why did he tell Wei Ichiu about this? This guy not only abandoned the man after having an affair, but also spread rumors that he had no talent, causing him to misjudge the situation and lose face in front of his younger brother. Coincidentally, the other person Wei Ichiu found was a younger brother of Bahu. This person witnessed Baijian shooting Jogu to death and clearing out the other party's younger brothers. He was also present when discussing with the boss later. Therefore, Wei Ichiu was blamed for deliberately spreading false information. "Baijian? You want to find out if our brother, who has taken him down?" His eyes rolled. "Sure, I can give you this news, but you have to show some appreciation." Wei Ichiu snorted coldly and didn't reply. It was obvious that he hadn't taken him down. If Baijian was really with Bahu, wouldn't this person be proud of the name? Even if Baijian was with someone else, it shouldn't be this melon. At least, he would scold the other party for not knowing what's good for him. He thought he was smart and saw through everything. But he didn't know that after replying to his message, the younger brother reported the matter to Bahu. The latter was very satisfied. "Good, you kid, you have a little bit of cleverness." After this, who could have thought that Baijian had long been gone on planet 2538? The younger brother asked, "Boss, what do you think this Wei Ichiu is doing by suddenly asking about this?" Bahu snorted coldly. "No matter what he wants to do, let him get the wrong information back." "I think so too," the younger brother said. "Besides, if he wants to ask again, maybe he can really send some money. He dared to give them false information before. This kind of person will be cheated once. But this kid is quite cunning. He didn't even ask." Wei Ichiu didn't know this. He compared the information he got from both sides and came to a conclusion. Baijian is obviously still on planet 2538 and has locked himself in the house and has not come out. In this way, the man of the First Academy of Apocalypse Star must not be the Baijian he knows. It's just a coincidence of names. Wei Ichiu breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, he was too cautious. Baijian is a waste without talent, but that person is talented. It's just that Baijian's previous words were too misleading, which made him think wrongly. He was scared to death. Chapter 37. Baijian was not aware of the drama that Wei Ichiu had caused himself. After all, he was not the Wei Ichiu who secretly followed his ex. He had blocked her at the beginning. It was as if this person did not exist afterwards. He did not arrange for anyone to show off to him when he was doing well, nor did he arrange for anyone to hide things from him. He would just confront this kind of rubbish and forget about it. It might be because he had never suffered any loss in his life except for his parents. So Baijian's temperament was to take revenge on the spot and forget about it. So even though the red-haired roommate of his cousin in school hated him so much that his eyes turned red, Baijian actually didn't feel much. After all, no matter how he did it, this person never took advantage of him. Many times, people who may have the upper hand will always unconsciously feel that they can forgive the whole world. The things Wei Ichiu did, even if the original owner came here, he would probably laugh and say, the scumbag should be exposed and leave as soon as possible, the later the more trouble. Of course, if he really met him, Baijian would not mind to deal with him, but if he did not meet him, he would not bother to set up a trap for such a person. There is no spare time to divide time with such trash. Therefore, Baijian did not know how Wei Ichiu jumped up and down, but another person noticed it. But that was a matter between him and Bai Zihan, and it had nothing to do with Baijian. At this time, Baijian was still in military training. That day, after they had breakfast and a short rest, they went to the playground to stand. The new instructor still had a smile on his face, but what he said caused another wailing. 10 laps, haven't we finished running? We continue with the morning exercise tomorrow. Someone couldn't help but ask, what if we didn't finish running in the morning? Then keep running. Although we may not be able to eat breakfast, we should be able to have lunch. As soon as the instructor said this, those who had thought that they should not finish the morning exercise immediately lost their thoughts. It was better to finish the exercise. At least we can take a break and have breakfast. In this way, The students opened the chapter of military training life and began a 15-day exhausting life. Bai Jian was among them, but he didn't do anything outstanding. Of course, inviting everyone to eat hot pot together didn't count. As for the activities in the God realm, not many people in the manufacturing department were interested. He would occasionally invite his cousin and a group of people to join him. More often, he started to act alone. The last time he fought monsters with Chu Yuan and others, his sudden outburst made him very concerned. However, it was too easy to fight monsters with my cousin and his friends. Everyone cooperated well, and there was no pressure at all. After watching this for so long, Bai Jian didn't even use a healing skill. He almost forgot that he was still a healer. And it was too easy. Usually it was difficult to find that feeling. Pressure. Bai Jian turned his attention to monsters of higher levels. He worked hard to become stronger here, and he also took time to read the books recommended by teacher Zhao Lushi. He almost wanted to do 3 things by himself. Then, he successfully got himself into a random dungeon again, but this time his teammates were not big guys like Chu Yuan and Tan Hua. Bai Jian was wearing a novice outfit, and only his weapon was a little bit good. As soon as he entered, he heard 2 people wailing. "No, how can there be a novice here? Damn it, how can we fight here? There are not many people, and there is a novice. We can't carry him with our poor skills. We are basically finished." Bai Jian silently switched his equipment. Chu Yuan's equipment, really, except for the women's clothing, there is basically nothing wrong with it. They are all gamers. Bai Jian understands these 2 people very well, especially in those difficult dungeons. When you are not sure and find that your teammates are not as good as you, it is really desperate. But it's different when he changed his equipment. The 2 people who were still complaining were immediately shocked. "Damn it, buddy, you are pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. The problem is that they don't look like tigers. Fortunately, I didn't dislike the novice's outfit just now, otherwise I would have no face now." Bai Jian glanced at him dimly. "Do you have a hobby of wearing women's clothes to go around?" The man was stunned for a moment. "Yes, this is women's clothing. It's normal not to want to wear it normally." But he took another look and couldn't help but said, "Of course, I wouldn't do that, but since you're fully prepared, maybe you really like to wear it this way." "Don't say it, I definitely look like a bear in this thing, but it looks pretty good on you." Bai Jian didn't want to talk, and even thought he was noisy. This thing wasn't collected by him. Chu Yuan gave it to him. It was a complete set at that time. He showed off his new equipment and asked them, "Do you have lanterns or similar props? Hang them out when the time comes." "What?" The man scratched his head. "You can tell it's a cave before you even get in?" Bai Jian didn't explain. He looked at the countdown above. 1 minute left. The other 2 saw him like this and didn't force a conversation, but started chatting. One of them was holding a knife, as strong as a bear, and could at least fight 3 of Bai Jian. He was the one who said earlier that he was wearing women's clothes and was a bear. The other one had yellow hair, and looked to be at most 22 or 23 years old. He was holding a sword. At this moment, he couldn't help but say, "It can't be that there are only 3 of us. Even if there are not many people, we should at least form a 5-person team. I only have 30 big red pills left. Is it enough to win this book?" The bear also said at this time, "I didn't encounter it when I was well prepared, but I encountered it now. I have a lot of this. I can give you a group." The yellow-haired man said immediately. "Of course, this share can't be given for free. You have to pay for it." These 2 people didn't know each other. Bai Jian looked at their transaction and thought, if they knew each other, even if they were going to settle the account, it would be impossible for them to pay the money first at this time, and then they could pay it at any time after the game was over. At this time, there were only 20 seconds left. If no one came in after the countdown, it was estimated that there were really only 3 of them. Last time, he was the worst in the 3-person game. This time, there were still 3 people, and he might have to be the boss. Time is up. There are really only 3 of us. Before the yellow-haired man could sigh, he saw another person squeezed in at the last second. As soon as the person came in, Bai Jian recognized him. "Isn't this his cousin? Aren't you fighting monsters on the other side? Why are you here?" He couldn't help but say. The cousin turned his head, and was also shocked to see him, mainly shocked. "Brother Bai, what are you wearing?" Bai Jian, Bai Jian gritted his teeth. "Tell me first why you are here." "There is a mushroom monster here. I heard that it will drop various mushrooms, including giant shouking. I am here to kill mushrooms. Didn't I say I would roast them last time?" The cousin asked again, "Brother Bai, what's wrong with you?" The yellow-haired and bear-clad man looked clear, and understood that Bai Jian's previous novice outfit might not really be a pig playing pig to eat the tiger. Look, it must be that he doesn't wear it outside normally, and the people who know him don't know. They were not in a hurry, just standing there watching the fun. Baijian ignored his cousin's question, just thinking, if he had known, he wouldn't have mentioned giant shocking at that time. He forced a change of subject. Are you alone? I'm the fastest runner. They're still behind. Wait, where is this? I didn't see you before I came here. When he turned around, he found that his sister and roommate were gone. After the cousin finished speaking, he reacted instantly. Another random dungeon? Brother Bai, you're amazing. It's been a week, and another random dungeon. The yellow-haired and bear-clad man also looked at Baijian. Damn, this cross-dressing guy is still a European emperor. Baijian just felt a little sorry that his cousin and others didn't come in, and he thought that one less person coming in would have one less person seeing him in women's clothes. He also warned his cousin, no video or photo. The cousin who was about to take a set out to share with his sister and roommate. Last time, Baijian didn't care. He still felt that he had to play the dungeon because the situation required it. Moreover, he kept a clear distinction between games and reality. But because the incident of red hair and others surrounding and killing him was brought up on the school forum, the way the teachers handled it, after knowing about it, made Baijian vaguely understand that the games here cannot be viewed as just games. At least in his previous world, if you brought up the incident of your classmates burying resurrection points in the game on the forum, the school would definitely not take it seriously. Wearing women's clothes is not like wearing strange clothes in the previous games, and you can also take screenshots and post them everywhere. If you really want to make an analogy, it is probably that you are seen by your classmates wearing women's clothes while shopping outside. Therefore, the photos of him wearing women's clothes must not appear, let alone be spread. Shut up about what happened today, do you hear me? What else can the cousin say? Okay. He looked confused. I thought you really didn't have any decent equipment. You wouldn't wear women's clothes, right? Baijian twitched his lips. Look at this equipment. Can I afford it? It was given to me by my family last time, and I didn't take it back. Who is so generous? Big brother, do you think I can have this opportunity to play a game with him? Wang Mao said immediately. He is definitely older than Baijian, but at this time, there is nothing wrong with calling him brother. The cousin thought more. Is there something wrong with being so generous? He looked at his brother by wearing women's clothes and looked so good, he couldn't help but lean over and whispered, this person won't have any bad intentions. He fell in love with his brother Bai and had bad intentions. So he gave him such expensive equipment? Baijian looked at him speechlessly, thinking, do you know who you are talking about? That's your idol. Don't worry, he said speechlessly. I haven't added any friends. Tenhua did add him as a friend, and he is still in his friend list. The cousin looked confused. What kind of person is this, so generous? Baijian glanced at him, thinking that you didn't see the look of those two people. If he had been a little greedy that day, he would have gotten everything. Okay, let's go into the dungeon. The three cousins also looked at the entrance, and walked in one by one. This time it was not a cave dungeon. The surroundings were very empty. It was also very bright, the kind of brightness that the sun could directly shine down. Seeing this scene, Xiong Zhuangxiang remembered the previous instructions and asked, Brother Abai, do you still need the lantern? Baijian, yes. This is stacked, he doesn't mind the brightness. The cousin was puzzled, what lantern? I have one too, but it's full of skill blocks and I can't install it now. I know, lend it to me, Baijian said. He installed it immediately after getting it. Baijian now has only 2 skills. One is 1 against 100, and the other is jumping light, so installing another lantern is no problem at all. That's it, and the other one is empty. As usual, my cousin first gave everyone a damage increase and then said, I only have 2 skills that can restore blood, no big increase, you can take the big red medicine according to the situation. Wang Ao and Zion's Wangxiang didn't expect that there would be a nurse, and they were happy all of a sudden. Healing is good. Don't worry about the number of skills, just restore blood. It's okay to take medicine by yourself, Baijian said. Try to appear within 10 meters around me, especially when the blood is empty, come over and don't think too much. He had already seen the monster, and it was another difficult one to fight. The last time, the 2-horned snake swam fast, and this time, this one could even fly. And he looked at his cousins and the other 2, they were very good, not as good as Chu Yuan and Tan Hua. He could only fight, and see what the hell this thing was. Not to mention, if Baijian dared to ask for this, and that while still wearing a novice outfit, he would have been scolded. But now, he wouldn't do that, especially when he saw that his cousin, the nurse, knew him and called him brother by all the time, and his attitude was, don't care what it is, it doesn't look like you're sending yourself to die, listen first. After the monster was killed, the two melee fighters showed their magical powers in an instant. They all jumped onto the back of the boss. There was no way, this was a flying monster, and if they didn't jump up, they couldn't hit it at all while standing on the ground. The cousin began to use the skill that continuously restored blood first, and then the blood-adding skill that read the bar. Bai Jian asked the two melee fighters to stay no more than 10 meters away from him, but he himself stood away from his cousin. It was only about one step away, and his cousin didn't care about him. Anyway, when fighting monsters, Bai Jian's blood didn't need to be taken care of, and he could also add blood from that distance. After Bai Jian stood, he shot arrows at the flying boss one by one. By the way, he added a jumping light. One arrow, one skill. They were all fired at almost the same time, and most of the light spots were scattered, and hit the two melee fighters, who were close. Wang Mao and Zion's Wangxiang didn't notice it at first. After all, there was a healer in their team. They thought it was their cousin who was adding blood, and they were still thinking that the healer was really modest. Look at the blood added, the amount increased, how stable it is. However, my cousin knew his own weight. Especially since he was some distance away from the monster, he could see the trajectory of Bai Jian. The sword also had a ball of light, and that light could restore health. If he wasn't fighting the boss, he would have looked at Bai Jian in shock. Brother, how many things have you hidden? When I thought you were in the same school and department as me, you told me that you were in the manufacturing department. When I thought you were just a novice with a good weapon, today I found you in women's clothing, and this is a set of high-end luxury equipment. I thought that was enough, but brother, now you tell me that you are actually a healer? He almost thought that he was dazzled. However, once or twice as dazzled, but too many times, the nurse was originally calculating the blood volume, and my cousin couldn't tell himself that his eyes were broken. The blood that was added was sometimes more than what he added. You. Bai Jian's expression remained unchanged. I just got this skill, not long ago. The last random copy? The cousin immediately thought of something. Bai Jian said him. Although it was not from the random copy, it was indeed bought from Tanhua at that time. Cousin, Brother, I thought you were miserable, but I was shocked by your solid foundation. The melee fighters on the two bosses in front of him didn't know anything yet, and were happily beating monsters, and even praised. What skills are you talking about? Healer brother, your blood is really enough. How can it be insufficient? The cousin thought, there are two healers. It would be strange if this can't be added. Just thinking about it, he saw the bear costume being thrown off by the boss, and fell straight down, losing some blood, not much. But immediately, the boss used a fire-breathing skill, and burned him to a bloody skin. Shit, help! He couldn't help but yelled, and then he looked up and saw that the boss was about to spit fire again, and it was still aimed at his position. He was also taking drugs, and his cousin also added blood to him, plus the jumping light that Bai Jian threw directly to him. He recovered half of the blood, but it was obviously not enough for the boss to spit it. At this moment, Wang Mao's situation was not very good, because the two nurses ignored him, causing him to be unable to make up for his blood by himself. They originally thought that this monster was easy to fight, but now they found that this guy's damage was really high. How can we fight this? He panicked and fell down. Good guy, this time, the boss spit it, and both of them will be finished. Help! This time there was another person shouting for help, and Wang Mao stuffed a big red medicine into his mouth while running towards Bai Jian. He still remembered that he had to be within 10 meters, especially when he was out of health. Never mind why, just run first. When he ran, the bear-shaped figure also reacted and followed him. In fact, the distance was enough. Bai Jian silently took the blue medicine and cast a holy light. He deliberately stood a little far away from his cousin just to deal with the current situation. The cousin who didn't lose blood would not share the treatment amount. In the case of only 3 people including himself, the blood recovery amount of the holy light was very significant. In addition, these 2 people were not out of blood, and they were filled up all at once, and it was estimated that there was still overflow. The boss skill fell, the damage was very high, but they were full of blood, so they were naturally not afraid. Alive! The yellow-haired man breathed a sigh of relief. The bear costume was also so attractive that he was almost dumbfounded. No, buddy, you are also a healer? How lucky were they to be able to bring 2 healers to fight the dungeon together? But why did the healer bring a crossbow to fight monsters? He quickly gave his own answer. It must be that the damage output of the 2 of them was too low, and the healer couldn't stand it, so he forced him to fight monsters with them. Alas, now that I think about it, this guy wearing women's clothes may not really be a hobby. Rather, the normal equipment is men's clothes, but they are all for healers, and the only one who is a healer has such a set of women's clothes. And because they are too bad, the output is not enough, and they are still crying and crying. This forces the healer to wear women's clothes to output. They even thought that he was a cross-dressing boss before. They really deserve to die. Chapter 38. It is hard to describe the mood of the two people now. It is probably almost to the extent that they would sit up in shock when they think of this in the middle of the night. They could not have dreamed of such a development. However, the cousin had already yelled at them. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get up." The two of them were already at low health, and were still replenishing. If they were sprayed again, they would be completely finished. Baijian also looked over dimly. That look was simply saying, "Why are you two in a daze? Are you tired of fighting and ready to log off without any pain?" The yellow-haired and bare-dressed two people reacted immediately, and no longer considered the treatment or the cross-dressing boss. Instead, they quickly continued to jump and climbed onto the back of the boss. With the two of them attracting hatred on the back, the boss could not see Baijian and the cousin underground at all. In this way, in all aspects, whether it is output or blood replenishment, it has stabilized again. When the blood volume is slowly replenished, it will be more stable. It was only at this moment that the cousin had time to ask Baijian, "This skill, was it also released in the random book a few days ago? Did you meet some living Buddha, and everything in the book was given to you? And I remember you said that a skill was released on the same day." Baijian looked at him with a surprised face. "Of course this is the initial skill." "Cousin, eh?" He was also stupid, forgetting about the initial skill. Although not everyone has this thing, it is normal for Baijian to have it. He looks like he has the initial skill. But before, they always thought that this guy had an offensive talent, and his initial skill was the arrow feathers flying all over the sky. After saying this, that skill of arrows flying everywhere. "It came from the elite monster your cousin brought," Baijian said. Oh, the cousin thought. It turns out that the elite monster has more than just that big knife. He was also stupid. He should have reacted when he just found out that this guy was a healer. Which healer's initial skill would be arrows flying everywhere? Killing healers? He looked at Baijian with a complicated expression. For a moment, he was like the two yellow-haired guys before. He didn't know what it felt like. Of course, if he could describe it, it would probably be, "I know a friend who I always thought was quite poor. It took a long time to save money to buy a mobile phone. One day, I found out that this guy couldn't afford a mobile phone because he had bought more than one house, and one of them was a luxury villa. Because it was too shocking, it took him a while to react to another question. No, if you are also a healer, why did you look at me with shining eyes when we first met? Other people's reaction to seeing a healer is normal, but you are a healer yourself. And look at that initial skill, it instantly raised everyone's health. Do you think highly of my small continuous skill? Baijian said faintly. Maybe it's because I have a DPS heart after all? Haha, this time, my cousin didn't believe him so easily. After all, think about it, we have played together for so long, and we haven't used him to add blood many times. Think about the position we saw that day. Aren't you looking at the lantern? His eyes passed by the lantern that followed Baijian's skill, and then he looked at the lighting prop summoned by another teammate. This idea came to his mind in a flash. Of course I asked. Baijian, eh? Baijian, I still saw your seams. Take back the word seams, you are so uncertain. The cousin was furious, and you admit it, you are just looking at lanterns. He thought that his treatment was so rare and popular at that time. Damn, he is showing off his sword in front of Guan Gong. Baijian, kill monsters, kill monsters. The topic was changed so abruptly, but the cousin didn't say anything more. After all, this is really not a good time to chat. This boss is not a rookie. That is to say, they have 2 nurses to add blood, otherwise they would have died 800 times by now. This damage can't be achieved by just taking big red potions. However, he still took the time to think about the previous video of the siege. When their red-haired roommate was still in the dormitory, he said that if the group of people were not too slow, they would have succeeded, but they were just a little bit away from being escaped. Now look, he still has a blood recovery skill. Even if you try to stop him for a while, it will be useless. All your slashes were wasted after this big attack. If you want to kill someone, you can dream about it. After Baijian stopped talking, he became more serious. The only thing that is better about this boss than the previous 2-horned worm is that its speed is not as amazing. At least Baijian can basically hit the target even if he doesn't hit it 100%. Not to mention the 2 melee fighters, they are right on the boss. It would be strange if they can't hit it again. But seeing that there is one more person this time, it is good to hit. but their speed is really not as high as when they fought with Chu Yuan and the other two that day. After all, Chu Yuan's support is really superb, and it can increase your damage without you noticing, plus Tan Hua is also a really explosive output. And Chu Yuan himself, in fact, has output. So even if Bai Yijian performs better today than that day, the two Huang Mao together may not be able to beat Tan Hua, not to mention Chu Yuan who is also outputting. But despite this, everyone is still fighting with all their strength. No one dares not to be serious. Especially Huang Mao and Zion's Wang Xiang, they just feel embarrassed that two DPS are standing here, forcing the Nani to output and fight monsters with them. If the damage is not as good as a healer, where can they put their face? Therefore, they didn't notice the conversation between Bai Yijian and his cousin later. At this moment, he was only thinking about the boss. But the cousin couldn't help but look at Bai Yijian again. He didn't see it wrong just now. After the light spot hit the boss, it actually jumped on each of the two teammates. And the second hit obviously restored more HP than the first hit. They say that healing is easy to play, but it's not easy at all. It's easy to get started, but to play well, there's a science to it. The cousin thought he was okay. He looked at the overall situation and calculated the amount of healing. He was okay before, but today, he began to doubt his eyes again. However, when he looked at Bai Yijian, the latter looked serious, with only the boss in his eyes, and he didn't seem to chat with him at all. He didn't say anything. And Bai Yijian really didn't have time to pay attention to him at this moment. He was looking for that feeling. That feeling of breaking through the limit and making the jumping light jump more. He even remembered the last chat with Chu Yuan. The other party mentioned, awakened talents are what everyone is most adapted to, and what they want most. Don't resist your skills, use them more. At that time, they were actually still talking about whether being elegant in killing monsters would be stronger. However, Tan Hua, who thought it was useless to oppose this, nodded when he heard it. However, Bai Yijian didn't take it too seriously at that time. It was not because he thought Chu Yuan was wrong, but because his skills were different from others. The game confirmed that it was because the account he logged in before coming here was a nurse account. So it was the messenger of light. But now, he suddenly thought that what he wanted most wasn't the healing talent really what he wanted. How did he get here? Because of the original owner's talent skills they exchanged. And why he was judged to be replaced by this skill was because he envied the big red potion and blood-adding skills in the game. He did think that after returning, bringing a healing skill would be much stronger than an attacking skill. So, it turned out that he was more inclined to this. He looked at his cousin, who was not far away. Although he didn't know he would have a healing talent, he adapted quickly after awakening and quickly regarded himself as a healer who needed protection. Think about the manufacturing students in the school. There are not many people who have awakened talents, but even if they have awakened, most of them don't have a particularly strong intention to attack. Bai Yijian didn't know all of their skills, but the few that he knew were not very lethal. There was even one whose initial skill was, I can carry it. I seem to have heard him mention that he used to learn to repair things, but there was a material that was particularly heavy, and he couldn't lift it. This skill can enhance his own strength. At that time, he told everyone that this skill was perfect for him. They are all the same people, not ABO. Their bodies will change after awakening. O is naturally weak, but what about those students in the manufacturing department? Everyone didn't choose a department before going to college, and those in the talent department didn't awaken. Even if they awakened, in fact, except for special talents, other people didn't add attribute points. Nothing has changed. How come one side suddenly became weak and vulnerable, and the other side became well-developed? Because they were different before. Just like people are tall, short, fat and thin, although everyone is healthy, there are still some obvious differences in physical fitness. The attribute points are different, so various strengths, endurance, etc. are naturally different. He thought of those noble families again, and their children would start training early. Could it be that I am creating an illusion of being powerful to my body or brain, so that it is easier to awaken my talent? It seems that I have heard that there are fewer ordinary people in their family. Bai Yijian also saw someone on the Star Network saying that awakening may be related to genes. People have good genes, so they are basically gifted. These things seem to be a lot, but they are just a flash of thought. When the news flashed through his mind, Bai Yijian was still staring at the boss not far away. His mind was full of skills. Chu Yuan's words rang in his mind. Don't resist him. Bai Yijian thought. He didn't resist, but he really didn't have the opportunity to use it before. After all, the holy light is more suitable as a big plus in hand, waiting for the critical moment. On the contrary, the jumping light that I recently got is both attack and blood recovery, and the consumption is not that great, so it is more suitable for frequent use. What flashed through Bai Jian's mind at this moment was this skill with unknown data. At that moment, the light point he shot with the arrow did not randomly jump to the yellow-haired and bear-clad figure on the back of the boss, but quickly returned to himself, and then shot again with the second arrow. The feeling when he fought the two-horned worm a few days ago appeared again. As soon as he did not use this blood recovery skill on those two people, the blood volume of these two people suddenly became less stable. The cousin just felt a lot of pressure. "No, buddy, what are you doing? You are full of blood. Look at your blood. There is no need to add it." But he also found that Bai Jian's output at this moment was simply off the charts. After all, they all hit the same place, and doubling once is not obvious, but the second time is equivalent to the original 4 times of damage. He was hit by 4 arrows in a row, and the efficiency was equal to the damage of 15 arrows. Not to mention the jumping light, which is 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8, the direct damage increases sharply. Although the blood volume decreased, Huang Mao and Xilong's Wangxiang didn't say anything. After all, they had seen Bai Jian's invincible big increase, and the blood volume could be full instantly, so what was there to be afraid of now? Huang Mao was full of energy, and stabbed the boss again and again. Suddenly, he found a gap at the back of the boss's neck. It must be the fatal point. He didn't think about it, and stabbed it with the sword. "Go to hell, big guy!" Seeing this, Xilong's Wangxiang was also ready to come over to make up a knife. No matter what it was, cutting the neck would not work. Unexpectedly, the boss went crazy because of the stimulation just when he made a move. Originally, it was just flying around, and they managed to stabilize their bodies by defending it, but now it was flying up and down, and sometimes its back was facing the ground. Can people walk on the ceiling? Obviously not. The ceiling flying at high speed is even worse, so almost the next moment after the boss went crazy, the two fell off the boss's back again. Not good. They really noticed that their blood volume was not enough. "Boss, blood, add a lot, quickly." Bai Jian had also come back to his senses, and the holy light was shining instantly. At the same time, he stuffed the blue medicine into his mouth. And he didn't stop walking, and took 2 steps towards his cousin to ensure that he was within a 10-meter range. Facts proved that his worries were not redundant. Sure enough, when the boss's skills fell the next second, the fire erupted in all directions. Not only the 2 yellow-haired men who were close to him, but also Bai Jian and his cousin were not spared, and everyone lost blood. However, the remaining blood volume of each person was different due to different equipment. Bai Jian wore the female clothing given by Chu Yuan, which had the best attributes, so he only lost half of his blood. Not to mention that the yellow-haired and bare-suited men were not full of blood to begin with, and his cousin had the worst equipment among them, so the blood volume of the 3 of them suddenly became very unhealthy. So he could only use up another holy light illumination in seconds. Damn! Bai Jian desperately stuffed blue medicine into his mouth. He had to eat 5 pills to replenish one. Was he going to eat him to death? However, he did not dare to let his remaining blue volume be too low, and he had to be able to release 2 holy light illuminations, otherwise it might be too late. At this time, no one cared about output. Huang Mao and Xilong's Wangxiang were also stuffing medicine into their mouths frantically. But they were eating big red medicine. Damn! While eating, they couldn't help complaining. Equipment can be put on and taken off one piece at a time. Why can't this thing run into the stomach by itself? You still have time to talk, eat quickly. Even my cousin was taking medicine. He took red and blue medicines together, which looked even more miserable. However, the boss would not pity them. He flew around and sprayed everywhere like crazy. The fire was blazing, and everyone was going crazy. How can we continue to fight? Bai Jian dodged and said, "Avoid first, or find a place to hide." This won't work. Even if the holy light can be restored, it can't add up. My cousin also saw that something was wrong, and was looking around. Huang Mao and Xilong's Wangxiang were even more panicked, and ran around everywhere. They had to look at Bai Jian while running. After all, they couldn't run 10 meters. They saw that the range was so small that they could not add more. In this situation, if one did not add a big one, he would be dead. "This way." The cousin suddenly shouted. It turned out that he had found a place where there was something blocking him, perfectly avoiding the crazy boss. Huang Mao and Xilong's Wangxiang ran over without saying a word. Bai Jian did not move. It was too far away, and it was possible to escape from the battle. There were 4 people, and one had to be left on the field. And he, who had the best equipment, was undoubtedly the best choice. And he had a blood recovery skill, so he did not have to worry about not being able to add blood if he was too far away. He looked at the boss's blood volume, which was only 10% left. You can't leave the battle to recover blood at this time. Wang Mao and the bear-suited man hid behind the cover, and stopped losing blood. He took a few big red potions to fill up his blood. Only then did he react. Why doesn't a buy come over? But they are not stupid. After all, although they are not masters, the young Wang Mao is already 22 or 23 years old. He has been playing for 4 or 5 years, and he immediately found that it was a problem of leaving the battle. Then if we all leave, he will be the only one left. No, let's go back to help. The cousin twitched his mouth. No, it's more convenient for him to do it himself. Don't worry about other people's blood volume. With Bai Jian's equipment, he can at least use one less big increase. After all, even if his own blood volume is not that high, he can't use it if his teammates are out of blood. And before, he had to look at the position of his teammates when he hid, but now, he has no such concerns at all. Bai Jian ran very unrestrainedly, just to lose less blood, and didn't care what he looked like. Wang Mao was shocked. I was just thinking, this boss looks okay at the beginning, but how to fight it in the end with this mechanism? Who can pass it? We will see. He couldn't help but think, if a 5-man team is formed, and each of them has the equipment and strength of a Bai, will this boss look easy? Bai Jian is not as easy as he thought. Moreover, the damage of this thing is still increasing, and he found that the blood loss is more severe than before. The cousin who was watching the battle on the side saw it more clearly, and couldn't help but say, 3 minutes to increase the damage, can't delay, if you delay to the end, it will be over. After all, when the damage is added to the point where you can kill someone in 1 second, no matter how good your blood recovery skills are, it will be useless. In the blink of an eye, another 3 minutes had passed. Even with Bai Jian's equipment, this attack had already reduced his health to a minimum. If the damage increases again, I won't be able to bear it, he thought. After restoring his health to full, Bai Jian looked up at the boss raging in the air. Is it difficult? Indeed, but he is never afraid of difficulties. Especially when playing games, the more difficult the level, the more challenging it is. He took advantage of the boss's ups and downs when it was close to the ground and jumped onto its back. Then he grabbed a place and held on tightly, hanging someone with one hand in the air. No, it was still while spinning. Bai Jian was thrown so hard that he had a hallucination that he was playing a big swing, and then the safety bar broke. Now he could only hold on to the seat with his hands to save his life. At this time, what he had to do was keep your feet on the ground. Even if you can't step on the ground, you have to step on the boss. Finding an opportunity, Bai Jian finally stepped on it. However, this was not a good position. After all, think about it. Not many people can hold a piece with one hand and step on the ceiling, not to mention in such a swinging environment. Bai Jian had only tried to stand still before, but this body is stronger than the one he had in modern times, so he really held on. He looked for opportunities to move again, and finally found a more suitable position 3 minutes ago. Then he raised the crossbow and aimed at the neck of the big boss. That was where the yellow-haired man had stabbed with his sword before. Just like this, one arrow, and one arrow after another. The boss's health dropped rapidly, but his own health was not much better. This was the most thrilling moment of the whole game. The yellow-haired man and the bear-clasped man clenched their fists and looked nervous. But the cousin was obviously calmer. He stared at the health of the boss and Bai Jian, and then suddenly ran out. The two yellow-haired guys were shocked. Brother, are you going to die? The cousin was running and taking medicine. The ground was full of fire at this moment, and he would lose blood if he walked on it. He had a continuous on his body, and he was taking a big red medicine while leaning towards Bai Jian. At this time, Bai Jian just shot the last sword. The boss fell. With Bai Jian, he fell from the sky. The latter let go of the dead boss in midair, jumped down from the side, and landed on the ground full of fire. At this time, the fire caused by the boss was still there. Bai Jian was already out of blood and mana at this moment. He was half crouching there, with no skills to use. And the cousin just ran over, hung a continuous first, and then immediately read a bar to add blood for him. In this way, Bai Jian's blood, which was only a few points left, was slowly raised, and the fire damage on the ground became weaker and weaker, and finally slowly extinguished. Chapter 39. You can. Bai Jian stood up slowly. The time is tight. If I was a second late, I would be dead. My cousin also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I thought you would be out of blood when you fell, and you are lucky. To be honest, I didn't think I was in time at that time. How could he calculate the blood volume so carefully, not to mention that it was not his own blood volume? Bai Jian laughed. That's right. I still have a big red medicine in my mouth. I took it when I fell from the air. Otherwise, with the high damage of the fire on the ground at that time, he would have died when he fell, and there would be no blood left. More than one. My cousin also reacted at this time. Although they were both healing, his healing amount was really incomparable to Baijian's. At that time, he was healing while losing blood, and he only kept a blood skin at all times. He thought he couldn't heal it several times. In the end, he stabilized and dragged it to the ground. The boss fell, and they all survived. At this time, Huang Mao and Zion's Wangxiang also ran over. You two are amazing. I felt thrilling just watching, especially at the end. I wanted to come over and take 2 big red pills for him. They thought they couldn't save him several times. But he managed to survive. They really thought these two were amazing. When the cousin ran out, they didn't understand what happened. Only when he walked to the blood supply did he realize what he was doing. And Baijian, let alone, is simply a fighter in the treatment. Not to mention that he dealt more damage than them. The last 10% was all killed by him alone. The two surrounded Baijian and praised him wildly. Of course, they also thought that the scene was thrilling and exciting, and the operation was smooth and flowing. A boss of this level, if they were replaced by people like them, even if they formed a group of 10, they would still be a waste of food for the boss. But he was able to fight the last 10% alone. Now they all suspected that even if there were only Baijian and his cousin, they might be able to defeat the boss, but it would take a little longer. But no matter what, the boss was defeated now. This is a random dungeon, and the rewards are generally very good. The two looked at the treasure chest eagerly, and then looked at Baijian and his cousin. But after all, they didn't work as hard as others, so they were embarrassed to rush over to open the box at this time. 2 healing masters, who do you think will open this box? The yellow-haired man couldn't help but said. After all, he was younger and not so patient. The bear costume was much better, although he also glanced at the box several times. He didn't urge him. Not only them, the cousin immediately looked at the treasure box after being reminded, and then turned to look at Baijian. Although Baijian was always laughed at by them, and he couldn't change any novice outfit for so many days, this kid got a lot of good things. And the day they met, this guy opened 2 skill books and a magic weapon. However, he found that Baijian was repairing equipment. His newly bought butterfly repairer was released, and was circling around him. This was the special effects animation of repairing equipment. The cousin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Worthy of you. He remembered that when they were fighting monsters together before, no matter who released the equipment repairer, Baijian would go over and repair his equipment to 100% no matter what he was doing. Even if he had just repaired it a few minutes ago, it was the same. This guy is particularly concerned about the durability of the equipment. It seems that he can't bear to see it drop even a little bit. After Baijian finished repairing the equipment, he saw the other 3 people looking at him, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Why, you guys want to repair it too? What else can his cousin say? He can only point to the treasure chest. Open the box. Baijian, He looked at this and that, and found that this situation was so similar to the random dungeon a few days ago. It's just that he and Tanhua watched Chu Yuan together before, and today it was his turn to enjoy this treatment. Okay. He opened it. He walked forward, opened the treasure chest, and saw a jade pendant inside at a glance. Baijian had 2 jade pendants on him. One was given to the original owner, and the other was given to him a few days ago when he fought with Chu Yuan. However, this one looked different from the previous 2. He picked it up and saw that its attributes were in between the 2. Another jade pendant. His cousin came over to take a look. Not bad, although not as high level as yours, but I can keep it for synthesis. The yellow-haired and bear-clad man took in everything with a glance. I'm rich, the 2 thought. Not counting the jade pendant in Baijian's hand, there were 3 pieces of equipment, some materials, and even a skill book in the box. And the attributes look pretty good. It's really a random dungeon. This boss is so abnormal. It's hard to beat, but the reward after beating it is good. Xiong Wangxiang couldn't help but say. Huang Mao also said, I've been playing the game for so long, and I've played many dungeons, but I haven't gotten so many things. Xiong Wangxiang glanced at Huang Mao. Brother, add me as a friend. Huang Mao hadn't reacted yet, thinking that the 2 big guys were there, and you added me, a rookie. But when he saw the other party winking at him, he immediately understood. Baijian and his cousin finished looking at the jade pendant, and looked at the others. Needless to say, the materials were mainly for equipment and skill books. Unlike the 2 horned worms that gave all women's clothes a few days ago, Baijian could tell at a glance that the pieces this time were men's clothes. The combination of coat and pants, maybe it's a set depending on the color. Another piece is a pair of pants, gray trousers. He held the jade pendant in his hand, flipped this one on the left, looked at that one on the right, and then found, "Brother, these are all yours." "Cousin, eh?" He also saw that they were all healing equipment, all three, and each attribute was better than his. If it were before, he would definitely think that he was the only one suitable for this dungeon, but now, he said faintly, "Have you forgotten that you are also a healer?" Baijian snorted, but he couldn't remember it, he couldn't afford it. And this time was different from the last time he took the artifact crossbow. Last time he really needed it, but he didn't plan to get himself a set of healing equipment at the moment. Even if he wanted it, he would have to get it when he developed and spent this little money. Now that the output equipment is not ready, it is not cost-effective to spend money on this. Unlike his cousin, his route is a bit special. As soon as he refused, his cousin picked up the whole set, and the remaining pair of pants had similar attributes to the one he had, so he didn't need to buy two. After all, equipment of this level costs hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Even if he had family support, he couldn't be so wasteful, and buy two pieces with the same attributes. Baijian had already rushed to the skill book. "Why, judging from your expression, it's not another healing skill." The cousin came closer. As a result, he saw, it's for mages. At this time, Wang Ao and Zion's Wangxiang, who were obviously chatting privately, stopped chatting, and Zion's Wangxiang spoke first. "We just discussed that our contribution to this dungeon is really not much, and it's a bit bad to split it equally. I see that you are young and don't understand, so I don't seem to be planning to mention it, but as the eldest brother, I can't bully you too much. In fact, I rarely mention this at ordinary times, after all, I can't count it bit by bit. But this time, the main reason is that his gap is too obvious, especially the last 10%, they just hid there, and did nothing. It's not good to pretend that he has made a great contribution." "Yes." The yellow-haired man also spoke up. "In the end, it was all thanks to Big Boss Abai. It's normal for you two to take more." "So what do you want?" the cousin asked. The bear pretended to be like a bear. 70% to 30%, you two take 70%, and I take 30%. As for the future, he and the yellow-haired man will definitely split it equally. Baijian and his cousin know each other, so he won't get involved if they split it equally, or Baijian, who has contributed more, takes more. Baijian and his cousin didn't speak up immediately, but discussed it. In the end, they didn't ask for such a high share. Finally, they decided to split it 60 to 40. After all, the two of them had contributed a lot, and they didn't cause any troubles throughout the whole process. They also fought monsters very hard. "You should take more of our share," the cousin suggested. Baijian shook his head. "The four of us will split it 30-30-20. You will suffer a loss this way." Baijian smiled. They have known each other for such a long time, so it is not necessary to worry about who contributed more. Even if we don't mention that the cousin came up to save his life at the critical moment, just when they first met, they didn't want to pay tens of thousands of yuan and let him get the equipment cheaply. He must remember this favor. This is not because he paid back the money in the end. At that time, when you first met, few people would lend you money, not to mention that the other party didn't even intend to let him make up the difference. Moreover, he gave 10% to those he didn't know, so why would he argue with his brother about this? As for this way of sharing, Wang Mao and Zion's Wangxiang were of course happy. They were giving up, but they didn't feel bad. That is to say, they thought that people should be honest, but now that Baijian took the initiative, they didn't refuse. So the four of them began to divide the spoils. Baijian wanted the jade pendant, the cousin took 2 pieces of equipment, and the remaining one was not wanted by the others. As for the skill book, the four of them didn't need it. Wang Mao took a look and said, "It's a good skill. Do you really not need it, Abai? You can become a mage later." The cousin also looked at Baijian. "Yes, in fact, the best way to treat output flow is not to be a mage. This way, you can wear magic power equipment, the treatment amount can be increased, and it hurts people." However, Baijian glanced at them and said, "Are you stupid? What should we do with the mana? Sometimes, the mana is not enough for just restoring health. If he wants to use it for skill output, he will have to find a funnel to pour the mana into his mouth. That's why he chose the crossbow at the beginning. Of course, more importantly, there was nothing at that time. Even if he was a mage, he didn't have any skills. A mage without skills is not a mage. He can only be a warrior who hits people with a staff. The dungeon is over, and external communication is also opened at this time. The cousin turned off a lot of messages from his sister, classmates, and roommates. Accurately find the communication of parents, and then call them to ask for money. As for the bear-shaped and yellow-haired, they calculated the value of these equipment together. And those materials. Baijian picked a few that could be used on the artifact on him, and sold the rest of the skill books and the equipment together. Then wait for the money. Speaking of this pile of things, the jade pendant is still the least valuable one. Adding the materials, it was still not as expensive as one of my cousin's equipment. The four of them were busy selling things and calculating accounts. It took them more than half an hour to divide the money. Huang Mao and Xiong Zhuangxiang didn't take anything, and each got 800,000 yuan. Baijian took the jade pendant and materials, which would be about 600,000 yuan, so he only got 600,000 yuan, which was not as much as the other two people if we only counted the money. And my cousin? He lost more than 300,000 yuan. But he was still very happy. After all, he got 2 pieces of equipment. Baijian was also very happy. After all his busy work, he finally saw the money. A few days ago, someone said that he might not have a connection with money. Look at the palace. Hao Gao was stunned and said that it was impossible. Now, he has money. After everyone has shared the profits, it is time to go out of the dungeon. Huang Mao and Xiong Wangxiang were grinning, saying that they did not expect to have such a good harvest before going online today. And they originally decided to split it 70% to 30%, but the boss gave them another 10%. Don't underestimate this 10%, this is 400,000, and if they split it, each of them will get 200,000. As expected, the boss is generous. They immediately remembered that Baijian said before entering the dungeon that the equipment on his body was given by other bosses last time he played the dungeon. Are all the bosses so generous? The generous Baijian is admiring the new money. Look, this is the normal development. Someone wants something and pays for it, and no one wants it, and sells it to share the money. There are no people like Chu Yuan and Tan Hua, who take what they like and put everything into their teammates' pockets. If they didn't know that those things were valuable, they would have thought they were just putting garbage. But speaking of this, Baijian asked his cousin about their channels for selling equipment. After all, it's usually slow to post on forums, and it's troublesome to bargain. The auction house won't help you sell ordinary equipment, and there are also handling fees. The cousin said, first ask relatives and friends if they want it, and then ask people they know. My parents know a lot of people, and there must be someone among their friends who wants it. Yes, Baijian thought, except for some special equipment, everything else is easy to sell. Chu Yuan and Tan Hua are definitely not to mention. Big guys like them must know more people. But these two people just don't want to work, and they look too lazy to do it. The women's clothing could obviously be sold for money, but these two people didn't want any of it and forced it on him. He didn't know what the two men in Xiong Wangxiang were thinking, otherwise he would say that he was not stingy with money, and those two people really didn't care about money. At this time, the total amount of money when leaving the dungeon was almost 0. While the cousin was still replying to the messages from his sister and others, he seemed to remember something and turned to ask Baijian, your equipment don't change. Then he found that Baijian had changed back to the novice outfit. Cousin, Okay. The limited edition women's clothing boss disappeared, and the brutal version of the fake novice came online. At this time, the cousin and others also saw them and surrounded them. Baijian then realized that the place where his cousin entered the dungeon was only a few steps away from him. Of course, everyone also found him. Oh my god, you guys went to a dungeon. Someone asked, how was it, did you get anything? Of course, look at what he's wearing. Someone noticed that the cousin's equipment had been changed. He was wearing the new equipment, and everyone gathered around to see the attributes, and they were instantly amazed. The cousin was also very happy. She had similar awakening talents to her parents, so it was easier to collect equipment and skills. However, his brother's healing was not so easy. All the original equipment at home could not be used, and they had to be collected all over again. Healing equipment was always the hardest to come by. One said at a time, that's great. What kind of box was this? However, the cousin said, there's another one, but it's a duplicate. Because they were all healing equipment, each one cost 700,000 or 800,000. If you want to change to other things, the price will be lower. Where's Brother Bai? The one who tried to stop the fight came over. Brother Bai, what did you get? Why are you still wearing this novice outfit? When the word novice outfit was heard, the cousin's mind instantly flashed a picture of someone wearing women's clothes. However, he couldn't say it. He thought he was not a gossipy person, and he didn't often participate in the random chats. But he really wanted to share this matter with his friends. Unfortunately, he couldn't, even before he asked Baijian why he hadn't revealed his talent and whether he was willing to say it, he wouldn't even tell him the most shocking thing about this person, that he was actually a healer. Who understands this kind of feeling of being so depressed that you can't say a word when you have so many secrets in your heart? However, Bai Jian didn't know his torment at all, and was still talking and laughing with everyone. He took out the jade pendant he had obtained, gather one more piece, and we can synthesize it. The jade pendants he had now were classified by level, one for level 1, one for level 2, and one for level 3. After that, no matter if it was level 1, level 2, or level 3, it could be directly synthesized into level 4. The difference was that after synthesizing a level 1, there would only be one level 4 jade pendant left, but if a level 3 one was produced, there would be one level 1 and one level 2. But those would not be wasted, and they could be collected and synthesized later. He showed off his materials again. Everyone was dazzled. After all, the harvest was really not small. In fact, the biggest harvest was the 600,000 in the backpack. Bai Jian was being teased while chatting, and habitually wanted to say that he had made a fortune today, and he would treat everyone to a meal. You could order whatever you want. No need to be polite. Suddenly, he remembered that this didn't seem to be popular here. But he had already blurted out half of the words. What to eat? When his cousin heard the word eat, his reaction was faster than the people around him. That giant shouting? Bai Jian then remembered that, yes, the reason why this guy appeared here and saw him wearing women's clothes was because he wanted to fight giant shouting. And eating giant shouting was because he was the one who first mentioned it. So in terms of women's clothes, he dug himself in. However, it must be said that if his cousin hadn't gone in, he and the three of them, the boss, might not have been defeated. Especially in the end, he was definitely finished. So giant shouting made a huge contribution. To show gratitude, let's eat the mushrooms today, Bai Jian said. The others immediately said, okay, here's a big bag. The cousin entered the random dungeon, and they didn't just wait here. They went to kill mushrooms for a while according to the original plan. After being harassed by messages from time to time, when they found that the communication was connected over there, they knew that the dungeon was about to start, so they rushed back here. So apart from anything else, everyone has a pile of mushrooms on them now. Enough. Chapter 40. Everyone immediately logged off and gathered in Bai Jian's dormitory. Then he took out a bunch of mushrooms. There were so many different kinds of mushrooms, some of which Bai Jian had never seen before. There were also a few that were poisonous and could kill people without knowing them. They didn't look like they were edible, so Bai Jian picked them out decisively. Everyone came to eat mushrooms. It was the best they could do to see the little guy, but they couldn't really lie down in his dormitory and be carried out horizontally. The cousin was mainly looking at Jian Shouqing, because Bai Jian mentioned that this kind of mushroom was delicious. That's right, Bai Jian thought. He remembered someone on the internet said that a kilogram of good quality was more than 2,000 yuan. How could a bad thing that could easily send you to the hospital be sold at this price? Of course, barbecue. Everything can be barbecued, but you can't just eat mushrooms. There is strength in numbers. Last time, Bai Jian simply made a barbecue place. This time, one of my classmates even brought a grill, which was even better. Beef skewers, mutton skewers, pork skewers, ham, dried tofu, etc., and pork belly is a must. Roasted pork belly is so delicious. Unlike his cousin who loves vegetarian food, Bai Jian has more room to communicate with his cousins when it comes to eating meat. This is really delicious, he said. You will know when I roast it. It is so burnt and crispy, and not too dry. In fact, roasted pork feet and duck feet are also delicious, but we don't have all the ingredients today. Let's roast them when we have a chance. Compared to roasting, which is a tricky thing to do, and if you eat one that is not cooked well, you will lose blood and die. Bai Jian's skill in roasting pork belly is unique. After all, he likes to eat it. The ones you buy are not as good as the ones you grill yourself. You can be assured of the ingredients, and the taste is up to you. Of course, he also loves all kinds of meat skewers, and grilled sausages are also delicious. Today's main dish is of course giant shouqing. After all, a group of people have been fighting for more than an hour, and no one would be willing to give it a try if they don't try it. Before eating, everyone prepared the big red medicine. It's okay, if we can't heal, we take drugs. My cousin twitched his mouth and didn't say anything, thinking that there is no way he can't heal. You can lose blood faster by eating a poisonous mushroom, but you can still be as fierce as the boss. Brother Bai can still raise the bloodline. Of course, everyone didn't just stand there and wait for Bai Jian to toss alone. Everyone helped when he was threading the skewers, but Bai Jian still gave some instructions. For example, the best meat skewers are fat and lean. Lean meat or all fat are not delicious. You can't thread giant shouqing like this, Put some fat in the middle, Bai Jian said, looking at his cousin who was staring at the mushroom threading. The cousin looked over in confusion. Do you want to eat mushrooms with some meat inside? Although Bai Jian didn't quite understand, there was a piece of news that he didn't know whether it was true or false. It seemed that the green onion was not poisonous when cooked, and it was better to stir-fry it with more oil. They couldn't pour more oil when frying, but there was fat in the middle. When the oil inside was roasted, wouldn't it all get on the mushrooms? In short, even if you will lose blood, the less you lose, the better. Everyone was busy, of course. There were those who couldn't join in, so they started to do other things. For example, the two over there were trying to roast it. Of course, it was burnt, not cooked. This person put the meat aside and picked up a bunch of green onion. He thought that mushrooms would always be easier to roast, right? Bai Jian was still directing other preparations, and then he ran to the side to mix the seasonings according to the proportions, and then he could just sprinkle them directly. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, his cousin came over. Look at the private chat. Bai Jian took a look, and his cousin asked him about his healing talent. You never mentioned it. Don't you want to be exposed? Bai Jian shook his head and replied to him in the light brain. I'm not hiding it that much, mainly because you are here, and I don't usually need it. Good guy, you are good at flattering me. And I really didn't want too many people to know about this at the beginning. You know, there are very few healers, and knowing that you can add blood, I wish I could let you add blood. Although Bai Jian has never been a healer here, he has seen healers who can go around the planet 3 times in the game before. He had a friend who played too much as a healer and wanted to switch to output, but someone said that he didn't need your talent, so he should just play the nurse and stand behind to add blood. This is still an era of career freedom. There are always such people. With so few healers here, they must think it's a waste for a healer to deal damage, not to mention that he has a special talent. If this gets out, I don't know how many people will bother him. It's not that I have to hide it from my cousin and the others, but I didn't say it at the beginning because I was not familiar with it. It's really not easy to bring it up suddenly later. Bai Jian, imagine that I suddenly jump out one day and shout, hey, didn't expect it, I'm actually a healer. My cousin couldn't imagine that kind of scene. He always felt that everyone would think he had eaten poisonous mushrooms. But he probably understood it. He even compared the time when the special talent appeared, and it seemed that the first time he met Bai Jian was on that day. That messenger of light, isn't it you? At this point, Bai Jian didn't need to hide it anymore. And he probably wouldn't believe him if he said it wasn't his cousin. After all, look at the comparison of their initial skills. That amount of blood recovery can instantly turn the opponent into ashes. The cousin said that even if he knew, he wouldn't tell anyone casually. It doesn't matter whether everyone knows it or not. The two chatted for a while, and reached a consensus on this matter. Come on, Mumu, look at these mushrooms, I string them together for you, then you. Bai Jian showed off his various mushrooms in a big string. But the cousin couldn't help shaking on the spot. What Mumu? It makes me feel like my mother is calling my sister. Bai Jian said speechlessly, one mu and one mo, you can hear it wrong? The cousin, or Emu shook his head immediately, I heard it right, but your tone. It was when he hallucinated his mother calling Momo. Anyway, you should speak nicely. People who use their real names are not friendly. Bai Jian pointed at the string in his hand. Look here, just tell me if I string this mushroom or not. Of course, this is good, Emu immediately said, make a few more strings like this. The two of them then made some more, and halfway through, Emu suddenly remembered, I will definitely not tell you about it. But the two who fought monsters with me today may not tell others. After all, although the scene was not created by them, they were also in that book. It is a very rare person who does not tell 18 people about such a thrilling scene. Bai Jian was about to say something when he heard a noisy and messy sound coming from the side. Look at my 72 transformations. Hey! This is a classmate who is dancing with one foot on the chair. Quick, bring me the medicine. This one obviously still remembers to take the big red medicine, but not much, because his next sentence is, where is my elixir? There are two people pushing and shoving over there. They are Yemo and the two who are trying to persuade the quarrel. The two people are pushing and arguing. You go away, you are not good enough to grab the meat from me. Forget it, this last piece of meat must be mine. The two of them were fighting for the air, and looking to the side, a classmate who was pushed aside by them was curled up there, holding his face with his hands. Don't push me, my roots are about to come out of the soil. In the blink of an eye, a group of people who were in good shape and in bad condition, not a single one was left intact. Bai Jian and Emu looked at this scene and fell into deep silence. Look at the scene over there again. It was deduced that someone must have roasted the green hands, which was obviously not cooked, but these people ate it one bite at a time, and then they all became like this. Imu looked at Baijian. You or me? Baijian sighed. I do it. After all, it was tiring for Imu to add one by one, and it would be more convenient for him to shine the holy light. One skill, all maxed out. In an instant, Imu and the one who tried to stop fighting stopped fighting, and the one who changed into 72 transformation stopped changing, and the one who wanted to eat the elixir quietly took the big red medicine on the table. This is really... He wanted to cover his face, and forget everything that happened just now. It was clearly a good idea, and he would take the medicine quickly if he had any problems. But who knew that this thing would make him forget about it, and he couldn't even save himself. Fortunately, there are still sober people in the dormitory, otherwise they will all lie down and go out tomorrow. This thing is really poisonous. That's right, Baijian thought, otherwise he would never dare to try it himself without the guidance of the locals. Every year, many locals are sent to the hospital because of eating giant shocking, and he, who does not have deep knowledge and experience in this area, dares not mess around. It's not that he is eager to reminisce with the King of Hell, it's just that in StarCraft, the big red medicine and blood recovery skills are too amazing, so you can do whatever you want. He said speechlessly, let me grill the mushrooms. Then a bunch of skewered giant shocking were immediately stuffed in his hands. This is delicious, okay, grill this. Nonsense, you must eat meat first, and then eat vegetables after eating meat. Baijian sighed, and then did a water-carrying activity. One hand held a handful of mushrooms, and the other hand held a handful of meat skewers, all placed on the grill. Jiangmin, who was reading next to him, paused. The two dormitories were close to each other, so the holy light spread over like this. Few people are always in full health. After all, if you are tired, sleepy, hungry, thirsty, you will lose some blood. Not much, but there will definitely be some. But the blood he lost just now was replenished. Moreover, the holy light has the effect of light falling. There is a large circle of poisonous mushroom tasters over there except Imu. When it returns to normal, the light disappears. Even if someone remembers seeing it, they still think it is an illusion. But Jiang Min is a normal person. How can he not react to what is going on? But he didn't take it too seriously. After all, he also knew that Baijian often brought some people back to eat and drink. This guy is popular, and because he lives in a separate dormitory, he has no roommates and has a large space, so everyone usually comes to his place for dinner. In this situation, it is probably someone showing off his healing skills in the dormitory. Jiang Min thought so. After all, normal people can't imagine that this skill was triggered by a group of people who almost ate him to death. The next door is still bustling, but the dormitory is well soundproofed, so Jiang Min will not be disturbed. He continued to read his book, but he was distracted in the middle, thinking about what delicious food the next door was making. They are grilling next door. After Baijian took over the grilling, because he had the experience of grilling twice, this time the seasoning is complete, so the taste is naturally better. Even the few people who love meat praised it after eating it. Imu even occupied a large plate by himself. Baijian himself was no exception. This was his first grilled skewers with complete seasoning since he came here. The scallops taste good, and the other skewers are also delicious, especially the pork belly. He thought it might be because the meat is good, or it might be because he performed particularly well today. Anyway, the taste is even better than before. He took a few bites, then took some and put them on a large plate, and knocked on the door next door. Jiang Min was stunned when he opened the door. I grilled some skewers, and I give you some to try, Baijian said, and handed them over. Jiang Min quickly took them, and thanked him with a smile. Of course, Baijian didn't put scallops in it. No, he didn't dare. Jiang Min lives alone. What if he accidentally eats something wrong? Although the blood loss from this grilled food was not so exaggerated, this kind of thing. Who of those who eat this and go to the hospital is risking their lives? They all think that it's okay to eat it. If this was under his nose, Baijian would certainly dare to feed him. He wouldn't be afraid of you eating it raw. But once he left this door, he wouldn't dare to eat it. Not only Jiang Min, but also those people in the dormitory. They had to eat it on the spot, not take it away. After delivering the things, he returned to his dormitory, and was stuffed with a bunch of green pork as soon as he entered. Come on, this is the best. Baijian walked inside while eating, listening to someone mention Jiangmin next door. Every time I come here, the corridor is empty. I almost forget that there are people living next door. Speaking of which, shouldn't we send some when we eat before? Baijian twitched his mouth. They had eaten hot pot before. It's reasonable to send roasted pork over, but how to send hot pot. Just take a bowl and scoop some in. When he walked to the table, he saw that there was only one stick of roasted pork belly left, and he reached out and grabbed it without thinking. Don't mention it, this stuff is really delicious. There were so many mushrooms. In addition to giant shocking, Baijian also roasted other ones. Emu was eating roasted mushrooms at the moment, and the roasted mushrooms were really delicious, and the juice would burst with a bite. The others also picked their favorites to eat, and the group ate happily. Except for giant shocking, the rest can be packed away and eaten tomorrow. After all, once it is put in a game backpack, it will be no different from freshly roasted ones when taken out. It's so cool. Yeah, it's not like I haven't eaten skewers before, but it's not this cool. Yes, there are also roasted skewers in the God realm, the kind that are directly roasted and can be eaten directly. But some things, if you eat them alone without anyone fighting over them, they don't taste that good. Moreover, Brother Bai, your cooking skills are amazing. Yes, today's skewers are really fragrant, especially the green onion, so delicious. The man recalled while saying, it was so delicious that I even bit my tongue. In short, the group of people were all satisfied with the food and went downstairs with their bloated stomachs. Everyone went back to their own dormitories. And Baijian turned on the indoor cleaning function, and soon, the barbecue smell in the dormitory was also dissipated. He lay on the bed and felt that this life was really comfortable. In the past, I had to remember to brush my teeth after eating at night, but now I don't have to. Alas, life without cavities is really great. It's just that it's getting late. Yawned, turned off the lights and went to bed. The next day, I had to continue military training. The instructors have made them more difficult in the past 2 days. This dinner party was also their last one in the near future. Baijian had played less with Emu and the others recently. In addition to the previous reasons, there was also a lack of time. Military training basically took up the whole day, and the remaining time was spent on going to the God realm and reading books. Baijian had already finished reading the book recommended by teacher Zhao Luosher last time, and took the initiative to ask for 2 more books. This was a must-read, and he was indeed interested in this line of work. Now that he had 600,000 in the God realm, he didn't have to go there so often for the time being. On the other hand, the manufacturing department was about to finish military training, and it would be a few days before school started. Everyone was reading books, so he naturally couldn't fall behind. Baijian, who had always been a top student, couldn't allow himself to have poor grades. It was okay not to be the first, after all, there were people better than you, but you couldn't let yourself be too low. Therefore, in the days that followed, he did not have any gatherings that required a long time. All 3 meals were eaten alone in the dormitory, and the food was not bad. After all, there are still many delicious foods in the God realm. While reading, Baijian would occasionally use his skills. There was no danger in staying in the dormitory, so he would often give himself a holy light. It was not for blood recovery, but to use his skills more. It was suitable at this time. After all, if he was fighting monsters in the God realm, Baijian really didn't want to waste so much mana. In this case, he could also notice that the recovery speed was different after the mana was exhausted and before it was exhausted. The more mana left, the slower the recovery speed. While sorting out these small discoveries, he tried to absorb knowledge. And Jiang Min, who lived next to him, was taken care of by him, and his blood volume was basically full, and it never dropped. Jiang Min looked over here several times in surprise, thinking, is this another dinner party? They have been gathering quite frequently recently. But he didn't think much about it. This guy always holds a book in his hand wherever he goes. He is really reading all the time. After all, he thinks he is not a particularly smart person. There are many people in the world who are smarter than him, so he must work very hard to not be left behind. So although similar thoughts flashed through his mind, they only flashed by, and soon, he was attracted by the content of the book again. He went to bed late, and Baijian also went to bed late. The 2 of them strangely reached a consensus on this. If it were someone else, they would probably think, you guys are still gathering in the dormitory so late to use healing skills. Are you fighting in the dormitory? But Jiang Min himself went to bed late and his mind was not on this, so he naturally ignored this point. Because of the military training, everyone got up at the same time. The 2 of them have become more familiar with each other recently, and often go out together at the same time. They can also chat a few words in the middle and discuss the content of the book. You 2 are really energetic. A classmate walked inside. I feel like I can fall asleep while standing now. You haven't adapted after so many days? Who can adapt to this? I will never adapt to getting up early and running exercises in my life. Alas, I don't know what the principal is thinking. Why do we have to do military training? Someone else mentioned, I saw Senior Tanhua yesterday. At that time, I wanted to rush over to ask him if he knew what his father was thinking. Ha ha ha. A group of people looked over with a smile and asked, then why didn't you go? The man said, I didn't dare to do it. Cowardly. If you are not cowardly, you will go. I didn't run into him. If I ran into him, I would definitely not be cowardly. The person who said it probably didn't expect that some words cannot be said, and they will always come true inexplicably. He really ran into Tanhua today. Not only him, but everyone ran into him. He strolled over leisurely during their morning training. The previous boasting now became the focus of everyone's attention. The meaning was, brother, go and ask. The student, The student stood straight, not looking sideways. Anyway, he was serious about military training and didn't see anything. Soon, the instructor sent them to run laps, and he chatted with Tanhua who came over. Not to mention that he studied here, Tanhua basically grew up in the school since he was a child. There is no teacher here who doesn't know him, and of course there are some who have taught him. Why are you here? Tanhua smiled. I came to see the excitement of the junior students. Teacher, Hee. It turns out that all the troublemakers in the world are the same. This guy has graduated and still wants to do this, which reminds him of Baijian's visit to the military training of the talent department some time ago. However, you can't do this. Why don't you set up a dining table full of iced drinks, wine and food and sit here? That's called cool. Tanhua, in this case, can I still get the things made by this batch of students in the future? I guess not. You are on their blacklist. Then I definitely can't do this. The two talked while watching the running circles over there. Even after so many days, the difference between the people is still very big. At first glance, the pace is aligned and the speed is the same. But if you look closely, you can still see the difference between running with ease and running hard. The two people present are experts in this field and can see the difference at a glance. Those with family background are different. This is talking about Gong Sun Niamu and others. Tanhua then looked at Baijian. Among others, only Baijian is good. The instructor laughed. This is the manufacturing department. If Lao Zhao hears you say this, he will chase you and scold you. Tell me, what are you doing here? Tanhua said, I'm just taking a look. Then he wandered away again, and the instructor really thought he was here to show off. As a result, he didn't walk far after the group was dismissed. He stopped to send a message, and then saw that the guy named Tan stopped Baijian. TSK, what a dishonest guy. Baijian smiled and greeted Tanhua, and then the two chatted on the side. It's really hard to find you. I walked around you 3 times. Come to think of it, you know. Wait, you just came directly towards me. Didn't you come here because you knew I was looking for you? Baijian shook his head. How would he know where to go? You didn't even give me a hint. He came here just because, Brother Tan, I have a question to ask you. It's not Chu Yuan's elegant way of killing monsters, right? Listen to me, no one can do it except him. It's not that. Baijian originally wanted to mention whether it is easier to awaken talents if you train your physical fitness from a young age, but when he heard Chu Yuan's name, he changed the topic strangely and said, Didn't Brother Tan joke that I know Brother Chu last time? Why is there such a misunderstanding? Tanhua was surprised. Why do you suddenly ask this? But he is a talkative person, and doesn't think there is anything he can't say. It's because he pays a lot of attention to you, so I think it's a bit strange. He also gave an example. Didn't he walk over to ask if you were looking at him that day? Baijian thought, that's it. In fact, he also felt a little strange, but this was not the reason for asking this. It's because he suddenly felt that Chu Yuan was very familiar. Strange, right? I didn't feel it when we met for the first time, and I didn't feel it when we talked for the first time. On the contrary, I suddenly felt a sense of familiarity when we were killing monsters that day. If he didn't know that he was not that kind of person, Baijian would have thought that he was familiar with money. Anyway, he later went through the original owner's memory, and found that he had indeed never seen Chu Yuan. He would not forget Chu Yuan's appearance after seeing him. But the original owner later drifted to planet 2538, and he didn't know what went wrong with his previous memory, which was all foggy. In this case, it is possible that he had seen him when he was a child. It is precisely because he had seen him when he was a child that he had no memory of this, so he didn't notice it at first, and it is possible that he had some impression after being in contact with him for a long time. He was thinking about this when he heard Tanhua say, It's really strange. Why don't you tell me? Why does he pay special attention to you? Maybe he thinks I'm pretty. Baijian replied casually. He felt that it was not appropriate after reacting, but it was obviously impossible to take it back, so he could only pretend that he didn't say anything. But he didn't expect Tan Hua's expression to become very strange after hearing this. Baijian, you don't have to be so narcissistic. No, no, no. Tan Hua immediately said, I just thought of someone's classic saying, good looks can't make a living. Then he made a joke to himself. Ha ha ha. People can't stop laughing, but they still don't forget to say, I asked him why he didn't like me, was it because she didn't look good enough, and he said you are beautiful, but good looks can't make a living. Baijian, Baijian, what? Ahem, Baijian held back his laughter, thinking that Chu Yuan was so straightforward, he really didn't see it before. Then what? He couldn't help asking. She expressed her thoughts, I gave her the answer, what else? A voice came from behind, it was Chu Yuan. Baijian looked back, this person changed his clothes today. The long black windbreaker on this human-shaped clothes hanger was simply too perfect. Baijian always liked this style of people of the same sex, so he couldn't help but stare at it for a second. What do you mean by nothing happened? Tan Hua finally laughed enough at this time, so he quickly added, then, there was a rumor that Chu Yuan only liked strong people. However, he found that none of the two people who should have heard his words reacted to it. He looked left and right. What are you two doing? He didn't understand.